Volume 2. Chapter 101, Different Powers. The sound of tinkling bells sent a shiver down Leah's spine. Unable to pinpoint the danger, she instinctively used her paper figurine substitutes. Her body rapidly shrank and thinned, morphing into a carefully trimmed paper figurine. The paper figure darkened, turning yellow and brittle as if it had aged a decade in an instant. Silently, the withered yellow paper disintegrated into countless tiny fragments. Leah reappeared at the top of the stairs, clutching the kerosene lamp. But in the next moment, she felt the chill on her shoulders. Her thoughts raced as she raised her right hand and pinched the bridge of her nose. Activating her spirit vision, she glanced at the room across from her and the glass window. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, the washroom's glass reflected Leah's upper body. Transparent, ghostly infants perched on each of her shoulders. Their faces were round and chubby, their skin a ghastly blue-white. Their expressions twisted in malevolence. The spectral infants leaned down, pressing their mouths to Leah's neck as if feeding on her essence. Rather than panic, Leah breathed a sigh of relief. Identifying the source of the threat was far better than being in the dark. Now she could assess the situation and make informed decisions. Just like this. Leah drew her exquisite silver revolver, aimed at the eerie infant on her left shoulder, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A golden bullet wreathed in illusory flames burst from the barrel. The infant wailed as it was flung from Leah's shoulder, consumed by the golden fire. Bang! Leah fired again, this time at the infant above her other shoulder. The second ghostly child, ablaze with the same intense fire, cried out as it followed its companion down the corridor. A woman's figure materialized. Her eyes were a piercing blue, her features delicate, her round face framed by disheveled black hair. She was the Padre's mistress, Sybil Berry, sister to Shepherd Pierre Berry. Her skin was coated in a sickly blue hue, and on both sides of her neck, grotesque growths protruded. The spectral infants returned to her, latching onto the corresponding growths to feed. As they nursed, the golden flames that engulfed them gradually dissipated. But Leah would not stand idly by. She aimed at Sybil Berry and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the golden bullet traversed mere meters before striking Sybil squarely in the forehead. For some reason, Sybil made no attempt to dodge. A bloody hole bore through her skull. Within the wound, white and red mixed as illusory golden flames devoured them. Both clang. Sybil fell lifeless to the floor. The ghostly infants, their pale faces contorted, in anguish, vanished. That's it. Leah couldn't believe it. The silver bells on her veil and boots continued to tinkle, growing more intense by the second. In the blink of an eye, Leah felt a cold, malevolent force growing within her. Frantically, she glanced at the washroom and the glass window. Her skin had taken on a bluish hue at some point. In the next instant, her body reverted to a paper figurine. The paper figure crumpled into a ball, hitting the floor with a thud. Leah reappeared in the bathroom, the icy sensation still growing inside her. Almost simultaneously, a gentle voice whispered in her ear. I made a pact with a strange spirit world creature and gained one of its abilities. Whoever kills me, I can be reborn within their body and take control. You're very beautiful. I like it very much. The Padre should like you very much too. Without hesitation, Leah bolted from the bathroom, silver revolver and kerosene lamp in hand. She had to find Valentine. Exorcism was one of the Sun Domain's specialties. They were particularly effective against such threats. Valentine found himself cornered near the balcony. The area was choked by pitch-black, thorn-covered vines hanging from the ceiling. Blood-red, putrid-smelling flowers bloomed all around. Valentine spread his arms, summoning golden flames from thin air to incinerate the monstrous flora. Just then, a figure materialized in midair. He wore a white robe adorned with golden threads. His black hair was short, his blue eyes solemn, and his nose slightly hooked. He was Guillaume Benin, the Padre of Cordoue. No longer invisible, he floated in the air and gazed down at Valentine. In ancient Hermes, he bellowed, "Valentine!" Dark energy flickered within the Padre's robes. This was an ability Guillaume Benin had obtained through a contract with a spirit world creature. By invoking the target's true name, he could affect their soul body, causing disorientation. The closer the language was to nature and the spirit world, and the better the understanding of the target, the stronger the effect. If his spirit body was far superior to the targets, he could even extract their spirit, leaving them disoriented and defenseless. Valentine's head spun as he heard the Padre's shout. He suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't think straight. However, he quickly regained control and shook off the disorientation. Ever since entering Cordu, he had never revealed his full name. The Padre's ability had limited effect on him. Guillaume Benet hadn't expected success either. Before Valentine could completely shake off the dizziness, the Padre hurled a human bone he had prepared earlier. As the bone hit the ground, the airborne Padre rapidly recited in Hermes, "Blind, deaf, unwakeable." It was a curse and an ability Guillaume Benet had gained through a contract. He cast bones symbolizing death to render the target like the dead, blind and deaf, with unresponsive eyes. Valentine wasn't asleep, so the curse couldn't render him unconscious. However, the lingering dizziness intensified, blurring his vision and causing his ears to ring. He struggled to see beyond 3 meters or hear anything further away. Seizing the opportunity, the Padre extended his right palm. His blue eyes took on a hazy, almost ethereal quality. Complex mercury symbols, reminiscent of tiny rivers, swirled around Valentine. They formed a grand illusory river shimmering with light. Countless tributaries branched off downstream. As the main river surged forward, most were swallowed up, leaving only one. Guillaume Benet observed for a few seconds and snatched one of the mercury symbols just before Valentine broke free from the cursed blindness and deafness. He intended to amplify the corresponding tributary and make Valentine's fate of being paralyzed by the abyssal demon flowers a reality. Ryan barely managed to dodge the shadow's axe as it slashed down towards him. He quickly discarded the kerosene lamp he had been carrying and donned his silver-white armor. In his hand, a broadsword condensed from light appeared. Clang, clang, clang! Ryan slashed continuously, forcing the shadow back against the wall. The specks of sunrise gleam he released covered the surroundings, exorcising the shadows in the area. The pitch-black, pale white, evil, or terrifying arms that were about to reach out from behind the shadow were pushed away, making it hard for them to grab Ryan's body. With a clang, the shadow shrank back into the wall and reverted to normal. It disappeared under the illumination of sunrise gleam. Not far away, a remnant shadow enlarged, and Shepherd Pierre Barry, dressed in a long hooded coat, walked out. He bent down slightly and charged at Ryan with his axe, accumulating powers in his body with every step. After a few steps, Pierre Barry seemed to have the posture and strength of a giant. Ryan loomed over his opponent, gripping the sword of dawn with both hands as he prepared to strike the enemy charging at him like a rampaging bull. Clang. The broadsword and axe clashed, sending a shower of sparks in every direction. Both Pierre Barry and Ryan recoiled simultaneously. One stumbled back 3 steps to regain balance, while the other only needed one. Ryan halted his retreat, one leg stretched back, and seized the moment before Pierre Barry could steady himself. He lunged forward, slashing at his adversary. Just then, Pierre Barry's mouth gaped open. His tongue bizarrely morphed into a peculiar chameleon. The chameleon's head was tucked between its legs, a front foot stuffed into its mouth. The instant Ryan's gaze fell upon the chameleon, he was racked by a searing pain in his head, so intense that his attack faltered, failing to land. Headache curse. Shepherd Pierre Barry had gained this ability through a pact with an enigmatic spirit body that had reveled in studying all manner of curses during its life. Capitalizing on the opportunity to inflict a debilitating headache on Ryan, Pierre Barry summoned a receding shadow back and unleashed a ferocious assault. Amid the cacophony of clanging metal, Ryan found himself forced to retreat. Amid the chaos outside, Lumion bolted upright and urgently told Aurora, "Something's not right. We have to regroup with Ryan and the others." Ryan had drilled this principle into their heads time and time again. In the face of an attack, they had to strive to stay together. A united team was far more effective than 5 individuals battling solo. Okay. Aurora leaped out of bed and sprinted for the door, reaching into the concealed pocket of her flowing gown. As Lumion neared the open doorway, he caught sight of a figure, Deputy Padre. Michel Garrigue stood before him, garbed in a white robe adorned with gold thread. The striking, curly-haired youth's eyes were eerily vacant as he offered Lumion a smile. "Do you want to pray?" With a swift motion, Lumion yanked his axe free and aimed for Michelle's neck. Michelle's head lolled, but only a trickle of blood escaped. Glancing at Lumion from the corner of his eye, he inquired with a radiant smile, as if nothing had transpired. "Do you want to pray?" As Lumion prepared to raise his axe and sever the man's neck, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Relying on his dancer's uncanny agility, he abruptly spun around and swung the axe behind his back. In the next second, his gaze froze. He saw Aurore. Aurore's light blue eyes had inexplicably grown vacant. She hurled a handful of powder ground from some kind of tree at Lumion. Gazing upon his sister's familiar visage, Lumion's axe strike decelerated until it came to a halt. He even forgot to evade. A crackling noise erupted as a sphere of silver lightning struck Lumion's head. He fainted. Darkness swallowed his vision. Chapter 102, Transfer. Clang, clang, clang. Ryan retreated, barely managing to parry Shepherd Pierre Berry's relentless onslaught. Pierre Berry's eyes were bloodshot, the gentleness gone, replaced by a ferocious rage. As sinister arms, either pitch black or ghostly white, reached from the shadows to ensnare Ryan, Pierre Berry swung his axe at Ryan's head. This time Ryan didn't parry or retreat. He didn't even raise the Sword of Dawn. Instead, he twisted his body, allowing the eerie arms to grasp his legs and Pierre Berry's axe to strike his shoulder. Clang, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the silver pauldron, light flaking off and dissipating. Grimacing in pain, Ryan genuflected, plunging the Sword of Dawn into the floor. He knew he'd been separated from his allies for too long. He needed to regroup at any cost. The strength of a team surpassed that of any individual. In a split second, the light-infused two-handed broadsword detonated. It shattered into countless light fragments, morphing into a hurricane that barreled towards Pierre Berry. Panic flickered in Pierre Berry's eyes at the devastating blow. Ignoring the malevolent arms, he retreated into his own shadow. A fierce storm of pure light engulfed the area, slicing shadows and evil into shreds. As an area of effect attack, Hurricane of Light inevitably impacted Ryan's surroundings, despite his best efforts to direct it towards his enemy. Silently, the walls of Lumion's and Aurore's bedrooms crumbled, reduced to tiny fragments in the terrifying storm. Near the balcony, pitch-black vines hanging from the roof writhed like tortured weeds. Even Padre Guillaume Benet, suspended in midair, had no choice but to hastily dodge. Bloodied scratches marred his body as he fled Aurore's house. Rumble! Half the roof had been obliterated, the second floor pockmarked with gaping holes. In many places the stove below was visible. Leah was also caught in the storm of light, her figure rapidly withering and shrinking, transforming into a paper figurine. When the tempest subsided, she reappeared in the study, barely intact. Ryan knew she had paper figurine substitutes, allowing him to unleash such a brutal attack on Pierre Berry in a confined space. As for Aurore, Lumion and Valentine, their positions offered some protection from the attack. Ryan had tried to control the storm's direction, with limited success. After assessing the situation, he decided to use this decisive attack. Crimson moonlight and faint starlight streamed through the ruined roof. Ryan scanned the area but saw no sign of Aurore or Lumion. Leah, pale-faced, was rushing towards him. Valentine lay unconscious on the balcony, numerous wounds from the hurricane of light, but none lethal. Seeing his battered allies, Ryan stopped searching. He grabbed Leah's shoulder and leaped to the balcony. With one hand, the warrior hoisted Valentine and jumped from the Lumion residence. Relying on his not-yet-shattered dawn armor to withstand further ambushes, he raced towards the edge of Cordu village, fleeing to the nearest mountain pasture. They had a plan. If they couldn't defend Aurore and Lumion's homes, they'd retreat to the pasture. There they could use the terrain to their advantage, escape by leaping off the cliff, and trigger the cycle. Padre Guillaume Benet hovered above, unable to match the Dawn Paladin's top speed. Beneath him, Shepherd Pierre Berry emerged from the shadows at the edge of the house. His dark robe was shredded, the hood long gone. His face, chest, and legs bore deep gashes, blood oozing relentlessly. It was a chilling sight. Had he not swapped his shadow with that of a villager at the crucial moment, he'd be dead with his body torn to shreds. The villager who had served as his pawn was now undoubtedly a mangled heap of flesh and blood. As Ryan obliterated the Abyss Demon Flower with his hurricane of light, Valentine's paralysis waned. He regained consciousness before they left Cordu village. "What's the situation?" he inquired, his voice muffled by the wind. Ryan, running at full speed, couldn't elaborate. He replied tersely, "Help Leah first." Valentine glanced at Leah, cradled in Ryan's other arm, and noticed her pallid, ashen face. Without a moment's hesitation, he stretched out his hand with great effort and placed his palm on Leah's shoulder. "San!" he cried out in ancient Hermes. Glistening golden droplets materialized out of nowhere, raining down on Leah. Her expression contorted and steam rose from her body. Within seconds, Sybil's ethereal figure was expelled, her face filled with shock and terror. She couldn't fathom how she'd been ejected from Leah's body. Immediately after, ghostly golden flames erupted from the void, engulfing the bizarre spirit like a candle, reducing it to liquid droplets. Sybil shrieked and cursed, but couldn't evade her fate of being purified. This time, she failed to reincarnate in Valentine's body. "Vile creature," Valentine muttered under his breath. Shepherd Pierre Berry looked up at Guillaume Binet, who hovered above, and asked, "Should we chase them?" Despite his injuries, he refused to surrender. Guillaume Binet pondered for a moment and responded, "No need. Our priority lies here. They won't make any moves in the short term. They'll only observe and assess the situation. That's enough for us." As he finished speaking, he furrowed his brow and whispered, "Sybil's dead. Can't she be reborn?" Pierre Berry asked, surprised. He wasn't particularly distraught over his sister's demise. Guillaume Binet couldn't help but curse. "I warned her not to use rebirth in front of the 3 official Beyonders. Rebirth at this level is inherently countered by the power of the sun pathway, but she didn't listen. Imbecile. What a waste of the Lord's gift." Lumien's eyes snapped open, taking in the wispy grey fog and the familiar ceiling above. He had awoken within the dream ruins after losing consciousness. Gasping for breath, Lumien struggled to sit up straight. As Aurora's attack struck him, he had been filled with despair, thinking it was better to just surrender. She could reclaim the beautiful life she had granted him, along with the 5 years she had given him. Phew. Lumien exhaled sharply as 2 realizations pierced his thoughts. That wasn't Aurora. She was possessed by a monster. To give up now would be to abandon her to the creature and snuff out her last hope. Lumien rose to his feet, his resolve stealing within him. He glanced toward the window and spotted a bottle of liquor, a honeysuckle flower, some grapevines and fern powder. Had that woman sent these materials? Had she witnessed the attack? Why hadn't she? Lumien shook his head, dispelling his intrusive thoughts. In this dire circumstance, he could only rely on himself and his allies. No matter how powerful others may be, they were useless to him now. Wasting no more time, Lumien retrieved the instruments he'd used to brew the hunter potion and poured 50 milliliters of liquor into a beer mug. He added the honeysuckle flower, grapevine powder, and fern powder, one after the other. Lastly, the repulsive stone, with its dark, flowing liquid surface. A sizzling sound accompanied the dissolution of the provoker beyonder, characteristic, and the honeysuckle flower vanished. The colorless liquor in the mug turned a deep black, becoming viscous. The mere sight of the potion made Lumien want to hurl it away and stomp it into oblivion. He steadied himself using shallow cogitation to calm his nerves and focus. Moments later, Lumien snatched up the beer mug without hesitation, gulping down the foul, pungent provoker potion. Setting the mug down, he immediately felt his insides grow heavy, as if plummeting. Drawing on his experience, Lumien sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, bracing for the next transformation. His breaths became heated, his emotions veering wildly between anger, sorrow, frustration, and exhilaration. Simultaneously, a voice infinitely distant yet intimately close assailed his ears, drilling into his temples like an iron spike. Familiar, searing pain engulfed Lumien's mind, but he couldn't shake certain thoughts. I must succeed. I must unlock the secret of the dream. I must save Aurora. I must shatter the loop in Cordu, enduring the scorching, tearing sensation, and the illusion of losing control. Lumien didn't open his eyes or alter his posture. He felt like a tiny vessel in a tempest, battered by waves and gales. Powerless, but not yet submerged. After what felt like an eternity, the pain began to ebb as the bloodthirsty, insane thoughts receded from Lumien's consciousness. He opened his eyes, knowing he had ascended to a Sequence 8 provoker. Chapter 103, The Padre's Plan. A dense white fog hung heavy in the sky, swallowing most of the light and casting the dream ruins into a perpetual twilight. Lumien stood, stretching his limbs and surveying the blood-streaked mountain peak as he assessed his condition. In comparison to Hunter, the provoker's strength, reflexes, speed, and agility had improved, albeit modestly. Lumien identified 3 primary changes. First, his body had grown more robust and his recuperative abilities had seemingly improved. Second, his spirituality had increased to a certain extent. He could now maintain his possession state for 4 minutes, up from just 3. Lastly, he had gained a beyonder power called provocation. This ability induced a permanent state change, while also requiring active activation to achieve its desired effect. Lumien's observation skills had experienced a qualitative transformation, far surpassing those of an ordinary person. He could now effectively discern which words, actions, and situations would most easily trigger his target sensitivities and provoke agitation. When provocation was employed, it merged insults and humiliation, causing the target to lose their composure. The more tailored the taunts and humiliation, the more effective the provocation. However, even a single word like dog shit could still incite anger to some degree. Against an uncommunicative opponent, provocation allowed Lumien to exude a repugnant aura. This ability was well suited to the traps and ambushes hunters excelled in, but it held little meaning for Lumien in his present state. He no longer had time for hunting. His sole focus was exploring the wall surrounding the bloodstained peak and uncovering the secret of the dream ruins. In contrast, the enhancements to his spirituality and physical resilience pleased him. At the very least, he could now delve further into the dark area that once lulled him to sleep. With the potion's boost, Lumien massaged his temples. This time, activating his spirit vision was seamless. He finally had the capacity to easily invoke his spirit vision. Without hesitation, Lumien changed his clothes and gathered his gear, Fallen, Mercury, the iron black axe, a cloth bag of cheese and biscuits. He slung his shotgun over his back and exited the 2-story semi-subterranean building. Amidst the muted grey fog, he traversed the wilderness and entered the ruins. He followed a familiar path, avoiding areas where monsters might lurk, and proceeded cautiously. Upon reaching the area where he had encountered the 3-faced monster, Lumien danced, partially triggering the blackthorn symbol. With the amulets, he navigated increasingly treacherous terrain and repelled several horrifying creatures. At last he arrived at the thorny formed by an array of houses. After a moment's consideration, Lumien chose a direction. He resolved to enter the area that seemed to be shrouded in night, a place that instantly plunged him into a drowsy haze. His intuition suggested that something significant lay beyond the towering wall of twisted trees. However, the area resembling the onset of night held a greater likelihood of harboring the secret of the dream ruins. After all, night, slumber, and dream were often related terms. In due course, Lumien, having performed another ritual dance, found himself in a place noticeably dimmer than its surroundings. He exhaled slowly and stepped forward with determination. Almost immediately, Lumien felt as though he had transitioned from a foggy day to a cloudy evening. Shadows enveloped the objects around him. Clutching fallen Mercury, he yawned and pressed on. "I can't sleep. I can't sleep," Lumien urged himself forward. As he proceeded, Lumien remained vigilant, scrutinizing the buildings that formed the city wall. Yet the secrets of the dream ruins eluded him. Gold coins and other trinkets held no interest for him. Delving deeper, he trudged dozens of meters, his willpower alone keeping his eyes open against the overwhelming drowsiness that engulfed his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for retreat. He would investigate the area behind the wooden wall and enter this sleep-inducing zone from another angle. Perhaps that would grant him access to previously unreachable locations. Lumien pivoted and retraced his steps, but the drowsiness persisted, growing in intensity with each passing moment. At last his resolve crumbled. His eyes slid shut, and he slumped to the ground. Darkness consumed his vision once more. Lumion was suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to curl up and open his eyes. First, he saw a dazzling mural with a curved dome, followed by the stern visage of the Padre, along with his slightly hooked nose, and Pons Bennett's right fist, which he withdrew with a sinister grin. "I've been captured and brought to the cathedral." Lumion recognized the scene overhead and instinctively scanned his surroundings. He saw Riemann's father, Pierre Greg, Ava's father, Guillaume Lizier, his neighbor Louis Bedeau, and nearly all the villagers. The altar had transformed beyond recognition, now adorned with lilacs, tulips, and other symbols of that hidden entity instead of sunflowers. The sun-sacred emblem had vanished, replaced by an unnaturally twisted thorn ring, seemingly oozing black liquid. Spotting the familiar symbol, Lumion felt a wave of dizziness as heat surged in his chest. He knew this was a sign that the corruption within him had been stirred, but remained trapped within the bluish-black symbol. The Padre and his followers have turned the cathedral into an altar for the hidden entity. Poor Saint Sith? Lumion imagined Valentine would go berserk upon seeing this. Bound tightly, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find the stained glass and murals depicting the great eternal blazing sun, and Saint Sith's preaching unscathed. It seems the alterations were hastily made. Lumion deduced the cathedral's current state. The villagers stood eerily silent, like wax figures. After observing Lumion for a moment, the Padre scolded Pons Bennet. "How could you let him sleep? You should have woken him up as soon as you brought him back to the cathedral." "Understood?" Pons Bennet replied, his gaze unusually deferential, as if the Padre were his deity or ruler. Leaning against a pillar, Lumion glanced up at Guillaume Bennet. "Where's Aura?" The Padre smiled cryptically. "You'll find out soon enough." "What about these 3 foreigners?" Lumion frantically devised an escape plan, while trying to maintain the conversation. Guillaume Bennet gazed through the stained glass, his expression relaxed. "They've escaped. They should be at the nearest alpine pasture by now. But don't expect them to rescue you and Aura tonight. Knowing the officials, they'll stall and merely observe. They'll only act after confirming the situation. Sometimes they'd rather do nothing than make a mistake. That's how they wasted a decade of mine." Lumion conceded the Padre's point, but he knew that wasn't why Ryan and the others were waiting. Without understanding why the evil god's followers had captured him and Oro, Ryan's group wouldn't take drastic measures, like triggering the loop's reboot by leaving Cordu. They wanted to wait until the 12th night to uncover the cause of the disturbance here, laying a solid foundation for escaping the predicament in the future. Lumion's silence caused the Padre's grin to widen. In a matter-of-fact tone, he announced, "I plan to complete the ritual tonight." "What?" Lumion was baffled. In high spirits, Guillaume Bennet patiently elaborated, "I intend to move the April 9th ritual to tonight. The 3 foreigners won't have a chance to interfere." "What? The 12th night can be moved up?" Lumion was shocked, speechless, and inexplicably terrified. At that moment, Guillaume Bennet turned to Pons Bennet and instructed, "Before taking them to the altar, ensure he stays awake. You may use any method, just don't kill him." Pons Bennet asked eagerly, "What if I kill him?" "We'll die together." The Padre glared at his dim-witted brother. "Send me to the altar and start the ritual again? Could the bluish-black symbol on me be useful again?" Lumion's nerves steadied as he listened to the Bennet brothers' conversation. The Padre redirected his gaze to Lumion and leaned down. "Don't worry, you're not the vessel. We have a better choice." "A better choice?" Lumion's alarm grew as he followed the Padre's gaze to the original altar. Aurore had appeared there at some point in time, dressed in a plain white robe, her golden hair unadorned and her light blue eyes vacant. "Aurore?" Lumion cried out. Aurora remained statue-like, unresponsive. The Padre smiled and nodded. "Yes, your sister is the superior vessel. Your role in the ritual is to help us expedite the timeline. We needn't wait for that exact moment or the shift in the constellations." Lumion was terrified and bewildered. "Why can I help bring forward the 12th night's ritual?" The Padre leaned in once more, a smile of anticipation on his face. "Because most of the boons we prayed for are within you." "What? How does he know?" Lumion's eyes widened, straining to scrutinize Guillaume Benet's face more closely. Guillaume Baynet leaned in and whispered into Lumien's ear. Did you really think you and Poilis were the only ones able to retain memories in the loop? Chapter 104, Resolute Decision. Upon seeing Lumien's blatant shock, Guillaume Baynet straightened up with satisfaction and said to Pons Baynet, "Keep an eye on him." With that, the Padre strode towards the altar. As he left, the villagers around them seemed to come alive, engaging in animated conversations. The horoscope is about to change. Our good fortune is coming. It won't be long before we're wealthy. When the time comes, I'll drink a bottle of wine every day and eat a pound of meat every meal. I want to find a beautiful woman. I'm going to watch a play. Lumien's mind was a whirlwind, and he barely noticed when Guillaume Baynet departed. The Padre's words were like a boulder tossed into a placid lake, sending ripples through Lumien's thoughts. How is that possible? In the previous cycle, I killed him because he didn't understand what made me special. Back then, I didn't even know what was so special about myself. It was natural for him not to know. After that battle, he didn't have any conflicts with me in the subsequent cycles until Aurora began acting strangely, but he didn't seem to know about the loop at all. The cursing he did when I led the rest to catch him in the adulterous act, him being knocked out by Leah after we infiltrated the cathedral, and being spied upon by Aurora using white paper, didn't seem fake at all. If he was putting on an act, his level of restraint would be bone-chilling. Moreover, he knows that Madame Poilis retains her memories in the loop and might know something about the abnormalities in the castle. Yet he still had an affair with Madame Poilis at the beginning of each loop, allowing no one to suspect him. If it were me, I wouldn't even have desires after finding out what Madame Poilis had done, let alone sleep with her. The more Lumien pondered, the more he found the Padre terrifying. This fear was unlike the terror he felt from Madame Poilis. Questions swarmed his mind. Why didn't the Padre with his memories sacrifice the 3 sheep from the beginning and obtain the corresponding boon to take full control of Cordu? Why? Didn't he complete the 12th night ritual on the first day? This could have prevented any accidents. What was he waiting for? The sacrificial ritual only takes place near Lent every time. Does that ritual have a date and time requirement? The Lent celebration is an integral part of the 12th night's ritual. So, the Padre will only have a chance to advance the subsequent ritual after Lent is over. But he could just control everyone from the beginning and wait for Lent to arrive also. Didn't the hidden existence find it odd that they prayed for a boon twice, across 3 cycles? Yes, he might have done something, like helping the Padre recover his memories. No, if their sacrificial ritual had truly been completed, the 3 sheep wouldn't have entered the loop again. Their spirits and beyonder characteristics should have gone to the hidden existence. Could it be that, like Riamund, the spirits gathered around the altar and didn't escape the loop? Who were the Padre and the others praying to, and who bestowed their power? As Lumien considered this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He instinctively curled up, but the ropes binding him prevented the motion. Pons Baynet pulled his foot back from between Lumien's legs, smirking as beads of cold sweat formed on the young man's forehead. Lumien couldn't even make a sound. He squatted down, raised his right hand, and slapped Lumien. "Did you enjoy that? Tell me, did you enjoy it?" Without waiting for Lumien's response, he swung his arm and slapped the right side of his face, causing his ears to ring. Lumien felt like his head might fly off. Seeing Lumien being beaten by Pons Baynet, Raymond's father, Pierre Greg, approached and squatted down. He sighed and said, "Bear with it. Just endure it for a while. Our fortunes are about to change. Good luck is on its way. If you leave now, you'll miss the opportunity." Ignoring Lumien's reaction, he repeated the same words, trying to persuade and console him. Lumien paid no attention to Pierre Greg. He gazed at Pons Baynet without anger, as if he were looking at empty air. He completely disregarded him, ignoring the pain and humiliation this villain had inflicted upon him. Only one thought occupied his mind: the situation is dire. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine are unlikely to trigger the loop and restart everything prematurely before confirming the Padre's intentions. Besides, they just fought. Who knows when they'll recover? They probably won't sneak back to the village until tomorrow or the day after. This way, no one can stop the Padre from conducting the ritual in advance. Tonight, slap, slap, slap. Pons Baynet continued slapping Lumien's face and kicking his lower body, intensifying the pain he endured. Lumien's thoughts were repeatedly interrupted by pain, as he stubbornly tried to focus, refusing to waste even a second on Pond's bayonet. This only infuriated Pond's bayonet further, causing him to strike even harder. My specialness has already been discovered and targeted. They won't give me a chance to disrupt the ritual. What should I do? What can I do? Lumien endured the pain and searched for a way to escape his current predicament. Pons grew tired from beating him up. He stopped and panted. If Sir Padre hadn't forbidden me from killing you, I would have sliced off your flesh piece by piece, including what's down below. Hearing this, Lumien was taken aback as an idea flashed through his mind. Kill me? Kill me. He suddenly raised his head and glared at Pons Benet, his face contorted into a twisted smile born of pain. Is that all you've got? Are you using that pathetic little knife of yours to pick lies for me? He fully embraced his role as a Sequence 8 provoker. In the alpine meadow nearest to Cordu, Ryan, clad in tattered armor, stood guard at the entrance and asked Valentine and Leah, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Valentine responded immediately. Leah added, "My spirituality has almost recovered." Ryan nodded and dissolved the dawn armor. "After I rest and recover a bit, we'll return to Cordy." "Now?" Leah sounded surprised. They hadn't been gone from Cordu for long. Ryan exhaled slowly and said, "We need to find out as soon as possible why Guillaume Benet's group attacked us tonight and not on the 12th night. Besides, they captured Lumien and Aurora, but they didn't pursue us. Experience tell me that something's off." Leah nodded slowly. "But we're not in the best shape. After all, they had just fought a massive battle. That's why Guillaume Benet doesn't expect us to return to Cordu tonight," Ryan explained. "Also, we left that item at Lumian and Aurora's house. We have to retrieve it as soon as possible. We can't let Guillaume Benet and the others get their hands on it." Valentine and Leah's expressions turned grave at the mention of that item. They agreed to Ryan's plan. "Pa." Pons Benet slapped Lumien's face again, making his nose throb. 2 streams of bright red blood flowed down to his mouth, bringing with them a foul and salty taste. "How about this?" Pons Benet asked with a smile. Lumien studied his expression and actions, realizing that his words hadn't had the desired effect. He sniffed his blood-filled nose and replied with a smile. "Any other woman could hurt me more than you." "Is that so?" Pons Benet's expression darkened. With a slap, he struck Lumien's mouth, sending 2 of his teeth flying with blood. Relying on Provoker's insight and his experience at pranking, Lumien acutely sensed that Pons Benet's reaction was different this time. Familiar with all sorts of scandals and rumors in Cordu, Lumien vaguely thought of something and grinned. "You don't seem to have a mistress?" His mouth was swollen from the slap, and 2 of his teeth were missing. His words came out slightly muffled. Hearing the word, "Mistress," Pons Benet's expression shifted subtly as he kicked Lumien's groin. Lumien nearly blacked out from the pain. He couldn't speak for a few seconds. Forcing a smile, he said with a boisterous laugh, "And the Padre's mistresses are all over the village. Can't get it up." Pons Benet's expression instantly darkened. Lumien knew he had guessed right. He endured the pain, his eyes narrowing. He hadn't dared use provocation earlier, fearing that he would be discovered if he used it too often. Now was the time. Lumien laughed out loud. "Did the Padre sleep with your wife too? Are all your children his?" Pons Benet's eyes turned bloodshot. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lumien's neck, yelling with all his might, "Why don't you just die?" Lumien heard a cracking sound from his neck and found it difficult to breathe. Yet he wasn't afraid. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up as he calmly awaited the excruciating pain and inevitable death. He had done his best to enrage Pons Benet so that he would kill him. Once he died, the loop would be triggered and everything would restart immediately. Everything would return to the beginning, leaving room for recovery. Not only had Lumien considered provoking Valentine to commit suicide to verify the nature of the loop, but he had also thought of sacrificing his own life in an emergency. Compared to the current situation, what was there to fear? He gazed at Pons Benet, whose expression was vicious, and his purple lips quivered as if to say, "Please, kill me quickly." Chapter 105. That Person. Pons Benet's grip tightened relentlessly, his eyes bloodshot and bulging. If it hadn't been for the fact that Lumien couldn't speak or that his vision had started to fade to black, he would have thanked him. Suddenly a hand appeared from nowhere, grasping Pons Bennett's hair at the back of his head, trying to forcibly pry him off Lumion. "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill him? Have you lost your damn mind?" Pierre Berry growled in a deep voice as he intervened, stopping Pons Bennet. But Pons Bennet wouldn't listen, his crimson eyes locked onto Lumion, his mind consumed by fury and murderous intent. All he could think of was killing this bastard. Whack. Pierre Berry swung his right leg up, striking Pons Bennet's groin with his brand new leather shoe. Pons Bennet reflexively let go, clutching his crotch, squeezing his thighs together, and collapsing to the ground. He whimpered involuntarily, his face contorted in agony, like a rooster being strangled by the neck. Pierre Berry glanced at him coolly and said, "Once you've recovered, bring Lumion to the altar. The ritual is about to begin." He shifted his gaze, bending down to assess Lumion's condition. As Lumion's senses returned, and he slowly opened his eyes, he straightened up and nodded. His darkening vision restored to clarity, the pain in his neck became more apparent. Lumion was disheartened to find that his view was not of the familiar ceiling of his bedroom, but of Pierre Berry's bloodied face. "Am I still alive?" he wondered subconsciously as he turned his head and spotted Pons Bennet curled up on the ground. "Pathetic," Lumion spat contemptuously. "If you can't satisfy women and can't even kill a man, what's the point of living?" Pons Bennet felt a wave of rage surge through his head. If it weren't for the lingering pain in his groin, and Pierre Berry's watchful eye, he would have snapped once more. Lumion and Aurore's house lay in ruins, more than half its roof missing. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine crept back under the moon and starlight. Once they confirmed the area was clear, Ryan turned to Leah and said, "Tonight's situation is worse than we thought. Perform divination." As they traveled from Cordu village to Lumion's house, they noticed that every house was empty. They had no idea where everyone had gone. This was a shocking anomaly. "All right?" Leah nodded. Before she could take out a pen and paper to write a divination statement, Ryan reminded her, "Be cautious. Choose the direction of the divination carefully. Don't attempt it if it feels too risky." "Understood." Leah was well versed in this area. She knew that Cordu was a place filled with danger and abnormalities. A minor error in the divination direction could lead to severe injuries or loss of control. After a few moments of contemplation, she entered Aurore's bedroom, which now lacked a wall along the corridor, and found a manuscript to use as a medium. As Leah wrote the divination statement, Ryan and Valentine entered Lumion's room, where they had been sleeping. Ryan's brownish-yellow suitcase sat beside the desk near the window, concealed by the curtain. Seeing that the item was still there, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Valentine, "Make the preparations." As he spoke, he pulled the suitcase out, placed it on the ground, and undid the brass-like metal buckle. Valentine opened his arms slightly, and illusory golden flames emerged from the void, illuminating the room. With sunlight, Ryan finally dared to open his suitcase with a grave expression. Inside there were no clothes, books, or coins, just a strange folded scarecrow, lying quietly. The scarecrow's eyes were covered with thick black cloth strips. Its face, neck, palms, feet, and calves were made of brownish-green straw, but its arms, chest, and thighs were covered in real, slightly pale white skin. This was a mystical item that the joint investigation team had acquired from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Riston Diocese before their departure. Teams at their level could request sealed artifacts to handle abnormalities. Ryan closed his eyes, and information about the mystical item before him naturally surfaced in his mind. Car. Number. Name, Tanago Scarecrow. Danger grade. 2. Dangerous. Use with care and moderation. It can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people. Security clearance requires a diocesan bishop. Security classification, bishop, team captain, or above. Description. This scarecrow was first discovered in the Tanago region of Riston province, near the remnants of a village annihilated by a cult's worship ritual. 2 purifiers, 10 police officers, and 76 farmers vanished after passing by the farm where the scarecrow was placed, never to be seen again. Research suggests that those who enter a 30-meter radius of the scarecrow and lock eyes with it will lose self-awareness and be drawn towards it uncontrollably. Within moments, they disappear, leaving behind only their possessions and garments. At the zenith of sunlight, the scarecrow loses its power. Touching it or meeting its gaze has no effect. A farmer from a neighboring village claims the scarecrow was once ordinary, indistinguishable from others, until the village farmland it protected was decimated. With each disappearance, flesh and skin appear on a small portion of the scarecrow. Its ultimate transformation remains a mystery, but revival seems a likely outcome. The scarecrow already displays signs of life, moving at night and attempting to break free from its containment. Sealing method: blindfold it with a thick black cloth and enclose it in a confined dark space. Usage process: remove the scarecrow only under sunlight and unbind the black cloth from its eyes. Appendix 1. Avoid its gaze at all costs. Even under the protection of sunlight, you risk enduring lasting nightmares and mental debilitation. 2. Limit interaction with the scarecrow to no more than 2 minutes per session. Excessive use intensifies its determination to escape and resist. 3. Warning: permanently seal the scarecrow before it acquires enough flesh. As Ryan and Valentine investigated the sealed artifact's possible loss or escape, Leah entered a dream divination state. Whispering the divination incantation to locate Aurora, she sat at her desk, reclined in her chair, closed her eyes, and quickly drifted into slumber. Guided by her 4 silver bells, Leah glimpsed Aurora, clad in a simple white robe, in a surreal, distorted world. She recognized an altar, nearby villagers, and the distant stained glass and golden walls of a cathedral. Leah's eyes flew open, and she bolted from the room. Breathlessly, she informed Ryan and Valentine, "They're all at the cathedral, performing a ritual." Inside the Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Pons Bennett carried the disappointed Lumion toward the altar adorned with lilacs and tulips. Pierre Barry, keeping a watchful eye, accompanied them. Glancing at his sister Aurora, her eyes vacant, Lumion turned to Pierre Barry and sneered, "You're nothing but a coward and a piece of trash." The shepherd shot him a glance but remained silent, his expression unchanging. Undeterred, Lumion continued, grinning, "You woman died of illness, yet you did nothing. You just put your faith in a malevolent god. Didn't she die because the factory owner overworked her and paid her next to nothing? If I were you, I'd have hunted down that boss and hung his whole family from the factory chimney. But you didn't. You were too scared you'd die too. Trash coward." As Lumion studied Pierre Barry's subtle reactions, he slyly added provocation to his final words. Pierre Barry's expression contorted. His gentle gaze slowly morphed into a menacing glare, as if a hidden seal had been broken, unleashing the demon within. Padre Guillaume Benet, at the altar, barked sternly, "Control yourself." Pierre Barry shuddered and came to his senses. In retaliation, he ripped a piece of cloth from his ragged attire, crumpled it into a ball, and shoved it into Lumion's mouth. "Fuck." Lumion struggled fiercely, but to no avail. He kept cursing and adding provocation, but time was against him. His mouth was fully gagged by the cloth, and he could no longer speak. Panic and despair welled up in Lumion's heart, threatening to overwhelm him. He desperately reined in his emotions, warding off any thoughts of surrender. Carried to the altar, Lumion's mind raced, searching for alternative ways to end his life. Soon, he was presented before the Padre, the massive black thorn symbol, separating him from Aurora. Guillaume Benet motioned for Pierre Barry to help Lumion to his feet, then scrutinized the young man's face, and smiled. "You're tougher than I thought, but you're still lacking. The world is so hard a man must have 2 fathers to look after him, yet you have none, no one to teach you the ways of life. The world is so hard, a man must have 2 fathers to look after him," was a popular saying in Intis. It referred to both a biological father and a societal father, often known as a godfather. This was why the people of Intis often acknowledged godfathers and godmothers. The Padre taunted Lumion for being an orphan, with neither a godfather nor a father. In response, Lumion wished he could retort, mocking the Padre about his own child having 3, no, 4 fathers: the Padre himself, his godfather, his mother's lover. If the gag hadn't held tight, Lumion would definitely have taunted the Padre enough to make him lose his mind, killing him on the spot. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. Should we begin the ritual now? Pierre Berry inquired of Guillaume Benet. The Padre shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. Vite fait. Pierre Berry asked, puzzled. The Padre offered no answer, but Lumion was already devising a new suicide plan. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Enter a deep cogitation state and submit to the scrutiny of the two entities. Eagerly, he sought the enigmatic and horrifying voice, hoping to provoke his own breakdown and loss of control. Lumion glanced at Aurore, her face blank and her eyes empty, but otherwise unchanged. He closed his eyes. First, he envisioned the crimson sun. Once calm, he transformed it into the orb, adorned with eyes and a cross. Silently, Lumion saw the faint grey fog once more. He saw the chaos of overlapping colours and indescribable, non-existent things. Yet this time, he didn't sense the gaze of an entity lurking within the fog or looming high above. Why is it different? Lumion's eyes snapped open in surprise. Just then, a figure entered through the cathedral doors. Clad in a black robe and a wide hood, the man's face was obscured by shadows. He stood tall, around 1.8 meters in height. As the mysterious figure approached the altar, the Padre stepped aside. Deferentially, his demeanor humble and reverent. Who is that? The one behind the Padre. Lumion puzzled, peering closer. The more he studied the man, the more familiar he seemed, as though Lumion had encountered him before. Suddenly, it clicked. This was the figure lurking in the corner of the warlock's tomb. The black-robed man ascended the altar and stood before Lumion. Leaning forward slightly, he stifled a chuckle. Did you realize that cogitation is useless? What? How does he know? Lumion stared at him, shocked and bewildered. At this proximity, even with the hood concealing his features, Lumion could discern the black-robed man's face. He was a young man in his late teens, his limbs long and lean, his hair short and jet black, his eyes a light blue, and his features sharply chiseled. He was strikingly handsome. What? Lumion's gaze locked onto the man. He knew this face all too well. He saw it every day when he looked in the mirror. It was himself. Chapter 106. The Ritual Begins. Lumion noticed that the black-robed man's face was nearly identical to his own, save for a few subtle differences. The depths of the stranger's light blue eyes held a faint silver-black hue. It was unclear whether the shadow of the hood affected the man's complexion, or if his skin was naturally a shade darker. Who are you? Lumion blurted out in shock, his words muffled by the cloth in his mouth, leaving only indistinct movements. The black-robed man smiled without introducing himself, turning and walking towards the Padre. Lumion strained to follow, desperate to learn the man's identity, his purpose, and why he had appeared in the dead warlock's tomb. This was crucial to him. Although the Padre's ability to retain memories within the loop was surprising, it wasn't inexplicable. Lumion's theories about the nature of the loop could account for such an anomaly. After all, Madame Poirlis was a prime example. However, the black-robed man's sudden appearance was entirely unexpected. It wasn't his presence that was startling. Lumion had always suspected another individual, apart from the owl and the occupant of the coffin, to be the mastermind behind Cordu's abnormalities. What truly shocked him was the striking resemblance between the black-robed man and himself. It suggested the man could be another version of Lumion. His theories about the loop's nature failed to explain this baffling revelation. Something's not right. Lumion struggled to lean forward, but the ropes held him fast, causing him to crash onto the altar with a thud. His nose, which had ceased bleeding, began to flow anew, and the red, swollen wounds grew more prominent. Undeterred, Lumion pressed on. Unable to use his limbs, he relied on Dancer's incredible flexibility, slithering towards the black-robed man with great difficulty. His mind raced with thoughts. I have to find out who this black-robed man is and why he's here. This must be a manifestation of the loop's essence. Unraveling this secret could provide hope of using the loop to escape the current predicament and ultimately resolve the anomalies plaguing Cordu. Drip, drip. Blood from Lumion's face stained the ground a vibrant red. His body smeared the crimson hue in all directions as he writhed in his struggle. The scene was chaotic and reeked of blood. He strained to reach the black-robed man but couldn't utter a sound. His face, contorted by pain and anxiety, was a horrifying sight. The black-robed man, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lumion, glanced down and instructed the Padre, Guillaume Benet, begin the ritual. All right, Guillaume Benet told Pierre Berry at the edge of the altar. Bring Lumion to the altar. Pierre Berry strode over, gripped Lumion under his arm, and hoisted him up. No. Lumion thrashed with all his might, like a fish freshly yanked from the water. Pierre Berry nearly lost his grip due to Lumion's slipperiness. The gentleness in Pierre's eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a ferocious and brutal glint. His strength surged as he forcefully restrained Lumion and flung him onto the altar. Afterward, Pierre Berry glanced at Lumion and chuckled. You better hope you die during the ritual rather than live through it. You'll regret it, I promise. Is this a response to my earlier provocation? Just as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he saw Aurora, clad in a simple white robe, approach his side. She leaned against the altar adorned with lilacs and tulips, her gaze vacant as she stared at her brother. The cathedral's villagers swarmed forward, forming a semicircle around the altar. The Padre retrieved 2 grayish-white candles, positioning them at the corresponding locations of Aurora and Lumion. Next, he placed a candle beneath his feet, creating a pattern on the altar with 2 candles above and 1 below. After a few moments, the Padre ignited the 3 candles in sequence, from top to bottom, and left to right, using his spirituality. A faint sweetness wafted into Lumion's nostrils, leaving him disoriented. The scene felt inexplicably familiar. Ryan, Leah, and Valentine stealthily approached the side of the eternal blazing Sun Cathedral, clutching a brownish-yellow suitcase. Hidden in the shadows, they peered through the stained glass to see the eternal blazing sun's altar transformed. They spotted Lumion bound on the left, and Oro standing on the right. They saw the Padre facing the siblings, a lit grayish-white candle beneath his feet, flanked by the enigmatic black-robed man and Pierre Berry. Valentine's fists clenched as a golden light flickered in his eyes. Leah cast a sidelong glance at him, concerned her companion might be consumed by rage. Fortunately, Valentine was a seasoned purifier who had completed numerous missions. He understood what needed to be done and what to avoid. Ryan averted his gaze and lowered his voice. We'll move closer to the altar, shatter the glass, and launch a surprise attack. Our goal is to grab Lumion and Aura and be out of the village within a minute. If we don't achieve our objective in that time, abort the mission and flee to the river. Trigger the loop, proactively. All right. Valentine and Leah murmured in hushed tones, each nodding in agreement. Ryan added, Valentine, ready sunlight. We can't hold back any longer. We have to deploy 2217 now. No problem. Valentine responded as Leah retrieved a box of matches. She manipulated the silver bell on her veil and boots, sprinting around Cordu's square at breakneck speed, while tossing matches at various points. This marked a predetermined escape route. Magicians didn't perform unprepared. Once Leah had completed her task, the trio of official investigators cautiously circled beneath the stained glass to the side of the altar. Valentine peered inside and told Ryan, The ritual is about to commence. We must act now. Ryan, also observing the cathedral's interior, furrowed his brow and asked, Did you notice anything off? Leah hastily replayed the scene she had just witnessed in her mind, replying with apprehension, I can't hear anything from inside. They were a mere 3 meters from the closest villagers, yet they couldn't discern any sound emanating from within. The villagers were clearly engaged in animated conversation. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and a suspicion instantly took shape in his mind. He stood up and rammed into the stained glass window before him, disregarding that the cultists inside the cathedral might discover his presence. Clangs echoed as the delicate glass remained unbroken, but the villagers within the cathedral seemed oblivious to the chaos outside. As Ryan summoned the Dawn armor and Sword of Dawn, Leah sprinted in circles outside the window. This time, not a single deliberately uncontrolled silver bell jingled. From Leah's perspective, this implied there was no danger. Yet, how could there be no threat emanating from the cathedral? Thus, she concluded that the correct answer was, the situation was extremely dangerous. It was so dangerous that the silver bell's sealed artifacts were utterly disrupted or dared not react. Bang! The sword of dawn, forged from light, struck a pane of stained glass but failed to have any impact. It seemed as if the entire cathedral was shrouded by an invisible, terrifying force that barred outsiders from entry. A brilliant pillar of light, encircled by flames, descended from the sky as Valentine spread his arms. However, it didn't appear inside the cathedral as he had anticipated. Instead, it landed outside the stained glass, causing ripples. It appeared that the interior and exterior were entirely isolated. Ryan made a quick decision and said to Valentine and Leah, "Let's try the sealed artifact. If it doesn't work, we'll leave the village to trigger the loop." Ryan didn't suggest immediate retreat because he hoped to barge in and save Lumion and Aurore. He suspected that once the ritual truly began, the loop might be affected. In that case, they wouldn't be able to leave Cordu or restart everything there. Wasting no time, Valentine summoned the illusory golden flames. With 2 pops, Ryan opened the suitcase and retrieved the Tanago scarecrow, its skin already half covered. He pressed the scarecrow's front against the stained glass and untied the thick black cloth. A pair of human-like eyes appeared on 217's face, devoid of emotion and embedded within the brownish-green straw. The eyes swiveled and locked onto Pon's bayonet, standing at the edge of the altar. The villain froze, then bolted toward the window. As he ran, his body vanished, leaving his clothes to flutter to the ground and cover his leather shoes. A piece of skin-covered flesh emerged on the Tanago scarecrow's neck, fusing with the stalk below. "It works!" Ryan and the others exclaimed, elated. This meant that breaking into the cathedral wasn't impossible, and the altar's protection was not impregnable. The horoscope is about to change. It's finally happening. Amidst the village's uproar and the surrounding scent of grey amber, cloves, musk, and tulips, Lumion experienced an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Relying on dancer's flexibility, he forced his upper body up despite being bound. The next second, he saw the Padre open his mouth and shout in ancient Hermes, "The mighty circle of inevitability." As soon as the words left his lips, darkness enveloped the cathedral's interior, and the villagers fell silent. The orange flames on the 3 candles were reduced to the size of pepper granules, now tainted silver and black. Lumion's mind buzzed as the familiar burning sensation ignited in his chest. His vision blurred, and the vacant-eyed Aurore, the solemn-looking Padre, and the hooded black-robed man appeared before him in layers beneath the dazzling gold dome. A sharp pain stabbed at his head, as if something was being yanked from the depths of his memory. It felt eerily similar to the scene unfolding before him. The sense of familiarity and déjà vu surged within Lumion's heart, dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than before. Thump, thump, he could hear his heart pounding. Chapter 107, Shattering. Thump, Lumion felt his heartbeat pounding as images were painstakingly dragged from the depths of his memories. His head threatened to split open. He fought against it, unwilling to continue. Outside the stained glass, Ryan observed the ritual beginning. He tossed the Tanago scarecrow to Leah without hesitation, signaling her to use the sealed artifact against the Padre. He hefted the sword of dawn. Beneath the golden flames, Leah and Valentine moved to another stained glass window, a half-exposed cylindrical wall separating them from Ryan. They did this to evade the damage from the hurricane of light without hindering their movements. With the cathedral's defensive capability, they believed a barrier between them would suffice. After all, Ryan would do his best to control the attack's direction. Leah embraced the Tanago scarecrow from behind, pressing it against the stained glass depicting Saint Sith's sermon. She aimed at the altar and Guillaume Binet, the Padre leading the ritual. On the other side, Ryan gripped the handle with both hands, plunging the sword of dawn into the windowsill. The 2-handed broadsword, forged from pure light, shattered and transformed into a whirlwind of razor-sharp fragments and specks of light. The hurricane exploded and slammed into the stained glass before him. With a cracking sound, the entire cathedral trembled. Hairline fractures spiderwebbed across the glass surface, but it held fast. Seeing this, Ryan summoned the minuscule particles of sunrise gleam, forging a massive 2-handed axe. Unable to use Hurricane of Light for now, he switched weapons. Leah and Valentine, shielded by the protruding wall, dodged the hurricane of light's remnants. At that moment, the Tanago scarecrow's gaze locked onto the priest. Its eyes, set in the brownish-green straw, reflected the white-robed figure, with golden threads. Leah noticed a faint silver light, tinged with black, materialize around the altar. Where Guillaume Benet stood, with a snap, the Tanago scarecrow's eyes burst open, weeping blood-red tears. The Padre glanced over before looking away, as two sheep, willingly, entered the altar. He intoned the incantation with calm fanaticism. You are the eternal cycle, the predestined destiny, the cause, the effect, and the process. Suddenly, the two deity-representing candles on the altar elongated to the size of a human head. A howling wind swept through the cathedral, turning the villagers to statues. But silver-black warts emerged from their exposed faces and hands. The silver-black light enveloping the altar rapidly spread, engulfing the entire cathedral. The mural-filled dome became transparent. Clouds dispersed, and the crimson moon darkened to the shade of blood. The stars on the black velvet backdrop flickered into existence, one by one, glowing with the intensity of the sun. In an instant, night became day. The villagers stirred and murmured dreamily. The horoscope has changed. Fortune is here. With three thuds, Ryan, Leah, and Valentine, who hadn't heard but had witnessed the scene, crumpled to the ground. They writhed, wailed, and screamed in agony. Ryan's skin turned grayish-blue, Leah's face appeared to teem with maggots and pulsing tendrils, and Valentine radiated a sun-like glow, from inside to out, from top to bottom. They were on the brink of losing control. The Tanago scarecrow lay cast aside, trembling violently. Lumion felt his chest burn as the terrifying voice, seemingly originating from an infinite distance, and yet right beside him, echoed in his ears. Invisible steel drills penetrated his skull, stirring his brain. Blood vessels bulged in, pain, and silvery black spots emerged beneath his skin. An unseen force enveloped him, lifting him from the altar. The ropes binding him and the cloth gagging him crumbled to dust and dispersed in the air. Aurore, too, was hoisted by this invisible force, floating above the altar and facing Lumion. His bloodshot eyes mirrored his sister's long blonde hair, vacant light blue eyes, pristine and emotionless face, and the simple yet odd white robe she wore. He recoiled, sensing a familiar déjà vu from the depths of his memories. The pain was as intense as the madness. The surrounding scenes melded together in Lumion's mind. The Padre's solemn and fanatical expression, the black-robed man advancing toward the altar, Pierre buried prostrate on the ground, the transparent cathedral dome, the crimson moon and constellations in the sky, the villagers with stiff expressions, welcoming their fortune, Aurore, her face contorted with pain. Lumion's head spun as his body was torn apart by an invisible force, silver-black spots multiplying on his skin. He was powerless to break free or resist effectively. Bah! Lumion screamed involuntarily as his chest was gradually pried open, casting a silvery black light onto Aurore. Aurore's eyes darted around, hearing the agonized cry. Her empty gaze mirrored Lumion's swollen blood vessels, his twisted face with silver-black hues beneath the surface. After a momentary pause, she instinctively reached out and pushed Lumion away from danger. Grande sœur. Lumion stared, dumbfounded, as Aurore shoved him out of the altar's reach. Suddenly, the dreadful sound in his ears vanished, and the invisible restraints on his body disappeared. The burning sensation across his skin subsided, yet the pain in his head remained unchanged. Deep-rooted memories were forcibly dredged up. It was as if someone had used a hook to slowly extract his brain from his skull. Aurore's light blue eyes tainted with silver black, her blank stare, her lifeless face, and her resolute, forceful actions pushing him away flashed in Lumion's mind. It was nearly identical to what he'd witnessed moments ago, but the black-robed man was missing from the background. This amplified déjà vu led Lumion to instinctively question if something similar had happened before. He screamed in pain once more. Bam! He plummeted to the ground after leaving the altar. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his head and his disorientation, Lumion sprang up, prepared to seize Aurora and flee the altar with his sister. A figure obstructed his path. The black-robed man wearing his face struck him on the right cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lumion refused to give in. With desperate courage, he rose again and lunged at the black-robed man blocking his way. Whack. The black-robed man swung his fist, and Lumion instinctively evaded. He stood stunned for a moment before a twisted smile crept across his face. He snarled, "Why are you so damn weak? As weak as me?" Lumion dismissed thoughts of the Padre and Pierre Berry as he lunged at the black-robed man. The man sidestepped, raising his right foot to trip Lumion's calf. Lumion didn't evade. With the terrifying flexibility of a dancer, he forced a half-turn and extended his arm to grapple his foe. Thud. He tumbled to the ground, taking the black-robed man down with him. The man nimbly raised his right hand, gripping Lumion's throat and delivering a brutal knee to his groin. Lumion didn't flinch. Bloodshot eyes locked on his opponent. He clawed at the man's eyes with his right hand. "Ah!" The black-robed man screamed as Lumion tore out his eyeballs, blood spurting forth. Lumion instinctively curled up, nearly passing out from the agony in his lower body. Struggling to his feet, he shot the writhing man on the ground a sinister grin. "Come on, let's die together, you coward, coward!" He lunged once more, encircling the man's neck with his arms. At that moment, Pierre Berry, at the edge of the altar, staggered to his feet. Brandishing his axe, he sprinted to Lumion's side. Whack! His axe descended, only to be halted by a faint grey mist that had materialized. It failed to harm Lumion. Pierre Berry employed 2 different abilities, but couldn't penetrate the grey fogs. Defense. Guillaume Benet, the priest, didn't hesitate and began reciting a prayer. "I implore you. I beseech your benediction. I plead with you to grant me." Before he could finish, the scene transformed. The constellations in the sky shifted incrementally, deviating from their original positions. Cordoue trembled violently as every house and inch of soil surged toward the cathedral. Silently, the villagers decomposed into organs. Eyeballs, mouths, noses, hearts, fingers, and flesh. A scant few reassembled into different people. Some appeared normal, others malformed, some missing parts, and some with extra appendages. The majority hurtled toward the altar and Aurora. Cracks spread across Aurora's body, and she swiftly disintegrated into countless pieces of flesh. Witnessing this, Lumion spiraled into despair. Still, he refused to surrender. Seizing the black-robed man's head, he twisted it violently, snapping his neck under the man's horrified gaze. Lumion rose and raced toward his sister, but an invisible barrier surrounding Aurora obstructed his path. Rumble. With a muffled thud, the cathedral began to ascend. Trees, soil, and boulders from outside the village soared, accompanied by houses, furniture, and miscellaneous items. The organs of most villagers merged with Aurora's flesh at the altar, contorting and writhing before morphing into a colossal being. The giant stood 4 to 5 meters tall, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms. Its entire form was composed of flesh and organ fragments, its body riddled with cracks oozing yellow pus. The central head of the giant, filled with pain and regret, strained to gaze at Lumion. Transparent, blood-hued tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this, Lumion's mind reeled as if cleaved by an axe. His vision wavered as he saw the shattered cathedral, the steadily rising blood-red peak, the Sawney city wall, formed by distorted houses, the encircling ruins around the peak, and the various monsters forced to flee the area. What Lumion's head throbbed with pain again, as he watched countless tiny beams of light shoot from the giant and surrounding monsters. Landing on his chest, he realized that the scenes buried deep in his memories had been entirely unearthed. They were nearly identical to what he saw. Now, this is. Lumion abruptly had a hunch, and his headache worsened. Suddenly, everything before him turned eerily illusory, with pronounced cracks, appearing like broken glass. This is. Lumion finally recalled something. Then he saw the black-robed man transform into a pitch-black, repulsive liquid that soared before him and seeped into his left chest. Ah! Lumion screamed in agony as his surroundings crumbled. He snapped his eyes open and found himself lying beneath the blood-red mountain peak. The encroaching darkness, signaling the onset of night, had nearly vanished. Lumion instinctively sat up, leaning forward. He placed his hands on the ground and scanned his surroundings. He saw a twisted, thorny wall, a barren landscape devoid of vegetation, and the dream ruins beyond. He spotted Ryan, Leah, and Valentine lying at the edge of a room not far away. They were sound asleep. Lumion abruptly bowed his head, raised his hands, grasped his hair, and whispered, in anguish, "Is reality a dream, and the dream reality? Is this the present, or the past? Ori, is Ori beyond saving? Yelias!" A woman's voice echoed in the ruins. Lumion looked up, bewildered, and faintly saw the enigmatic woman appear before him. She approached, wearing the orange dress she'd donned at the beginning. "That's why you were so desperate to obtain superpowers in your dream, regardless of the consequences. That's why you disregarded others' lives and even your own. You wanted to resolve the loop embodying the concept of a problem as quickly as possible. That's why you couldn't control your instincts and uttered inappropriate words or performed inappropriate actions on certain occasions." Lumion gazed at the mysterious woman, dazed, realizing that the indescribable and inexplicable emotion in her eyes had resurfaced. This time, he could finally decipher it. It was pity. Chapter 108. Report. Several days later, an investigation report on Cordu Village was submitted to INTIS, Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee's Bureau 8, the machinery, hive mind of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and the Eternal, Blazing Sun Church's Inquisition. Upon receipt, the brass immediately reviewed the report. Background: over the past year, numerous disappearances have occurred in the Fenapota Kingdom's Grabaka province, near the Dariège region, and in the Lemberg Republic's Upper Hell State. Several Beyonders without official permission have mysteriously vanished, and these incidents seem to be connected to shepherds traveling across the three regions. Among them, those from Cordu Village became our primary focus. Consequently, after receiving an unusual distress letter, we prioritized the mobilization of elite personnel and dispatched them as a joint investigation team. The investigators' complete written statements are as follows. The anomaly in Cordu Village can be categorized into two levels: reality and dreamscape. Reality. Cordu was ultimately destroyed by a large-scale but unsuccessful evil god sacrificial ritual. Only a small number of villagers survived. Most villagers were utilized as nutrients for the failed creation of an evil god. The remaining individuals were reassembled in peculiar ways and transformed into various monsters. The evil god sacrificial ritual altered the landscape, the river dried up and changed course. The village square and cathedral were elevated nearly 40 meters by a small-scale orogeny, forming a blood-colored pillar. The failed evil god creation was located atop the pillar. However, when we discovered it, it had already been destroyed, potentially by self-destruction or interference from other factions. Cordu's houses also underwent reassembly. Some formed a twisted, thorny city wall around the blood-colored pillar, while others were arranged in circular patterns. In these severely damaged buildings, we found only a few coins and the most common livre bleu. We did not find any written information or anything that could clearly identify Cordu. The reason remains unknown. Only the house of Lumion Lee, the target, contained books, newspapers, magazines, and other items that clearly identified it. Within the ruins of Cordu, there are two abnormal areas surrounding the blood-colored pillar. One can induce a deep slumber, leading to a dreamscape, while the other is teeming with life, filled with flowers and trees, and features a self-rocking crib. Our assumption regarding the latter area is that it is closely related to Madame Poilis of Cordu. For a detailed explanation, refer to the Dreamscape section. At the other edge of the blood-colored pillar, we unearthed 4 relatively well-preserved corpses. The location likely corresponds to the original cathedral cemetery. The first corpse was a woman, no more than 20 years old, who had been strangled to death. The second corpse was a young man, also no more than 20 years old, who had drowned. The third corpse was surrounded by coffin fragments. Female, over 60 years old, and died of mechanical asphyxiation. Based on other evidence, we speculate that she was suffocated with a pillow. The fourth corpse was male and had not decomposed. His tongue had been severed while he was alive, and there were visible ligature marks on his neck. Relevant speculations about the aforementioned corpses can be found in the Dreamscape section. Upon entering the ruins of Cordu, we were likely affected by the power emanating from Lumion Lee's body. Our memories of the date became disordered, and the thought of leaving ceased to occur to us. One by one, we fell asleep. While in the dream state, our bodies maintained a weak level of activity, eliminating the need for food replenishment for several days. Had we remained in this state for another half a month, it is uncertain whether we would have awoken from hunger or perished within the dream. The entire ruin is locked in a loop capable of reverting to its original state at any moment. The trigger point is most likely tied to Lumion Lee's self-awareness and the restrictions he imposes. The former refers to the inevitable restart if Lumion Lee's subconscious anticipates it, while the latter stems from his desire to prevent anyone from disrupting Cordu's current state and the development of the dream. Any relevant event would immediately trigger a restart. We inquired with villagers from surrounding areas, but they reported no abnormalities concerning Cordu. Through their responses and previously gathered information, we confirmed 3 points. First, there was never a legend of a deceased warlock in Cordu. This refers to a story told by Lumion Lee in the dreamscape. Once, a warlock lived in Cordu. After his death, an owl perched on his bedhead for a time before flying away. The warlock's corpse grew heavy, requiring 9 bulls to transport it. Second, no elves suspected of being in the form of lizards have appeared in the Dariège area. Third, Lent is traditional folklore and had no issues originally. Dreamscape. The dreamscape originated from Lumion Lee and is so realistic that we couldn't discern that we were dreaming. We consulted psychologists and dream experts and synthesized their opinions to form a hypothesis about this dream. It is an amalgamation of Lumion Lee's personal experiences, all the novels he has read, and his assumptions and conjectures based on previous events. The dream exhibits obvious coincidences and characteristics of wish fulfillment at certain critical junctures. Within this dreamscape, not all the situations we encountered were real, nor were they entirely fabricated. Disorganized facts, the minutiae of daily interactions and the illusory scenes that left a profound impact on Lumion Lee were reassembled in a chaotic and symbolic manner, presenting themselves to us. This is both a characteristic of the dreamscape and a manifestation of Lumion Lee's subconscious avoidance or fear of certain issues. Moving forward, we will provide a detailed account of every aspect of our experience. We ought to have realized that we were in a dream earlier on. The most evident clue was that we did not recall needing to change our clothes until Lumion Lee reminded us that our garments were severely damaged. Though this is quite unusual, humans tend not to think critically within dreams. It has been confirmed that we did not send telegrams. The corresponding responses may have originated from Lumion Lee's subconscious and the knowledge he possesses. By combining the events in the dream with the situation in reality, we have arrived at the following conjectures. Our consciousness and knowledge, to some extent, enriched the dream, and we may have inadvertently exposed some of our secrets to Lumion Lee. There are at least 2 distinct evil god faiths in Cordu. One represents a power, akin to Earth Mothers, embodied by Administrator Beost's wife, Madame Poilis. The other is the one followed by Guillaume Benet, the former Padre, and the majority of the villagers. The latter faith ultimately led to Cordu's destruction. During the Lent celebration, the Spring Elf's beheading and send-off symbolized driving the force representing Madame Poilis out of Cordu. There may have been a violent conflict between the 2 factions. Simultaneously, the decapitation of Ava Lizier, the personification of the Spring Elf, symbolized that this girl had discovered something amiss in reality. When she attempted to escape or inform others, she was clandestinely strangled to death by Guillaume Benet's group. Raymond Gregg was thrown into the river. The appearance of his spirit body beneath the cathedral symbolizes that, like Ava, he was deemed a snitch and subsequently drowned. Jean Maury discovered that his wife, Sybil, had an affair with the former Padre. In a fit of rage, he became mute. This symbolized that, as a devout follower of the eternal blazing sun, his tongue was cut off when he tried to inform others about the village's abnormalities. His subsequent disappearance implied that he had been murdered. Naroka's death shares the same potent symbolism as Ava, Raymond, and Jean. First, she must have covertly followed Madame Poilis, intending to allow her deceased husband's spirit to return home through the aid of the soul messenger. Thus, her post-death behavior was to enter Parameter. Second, it is highly likely that she was killed by her youngest son, Arnaud André, likely because she had discovered the issue with Guillaume Benet's group and wanted to inform Madame Poilis. Based on our search of the ruins, the Lent celebration, and Madame Poilis's claim that she could depart at a specific moment, it is implied that she, her husband Beost, butler Louis Lund, and lady's maid Café left Cordu before the ritual on the 12th night. They remain alive, and their whereabouts are unknown. This is reflected in the dream by the lady's refusal to assist at critical moments. However, considering the circumstances in the peculiar area teeming with vitality, we suspect that Madame Poalis left something behind before her departure, and indirectly participated in the ritual on the 12th night. The black-robed man in the warlock's tomb likely symbolizes Lumion Lee's mutated persona due to his corruption. However, for some reason, Lumion Lee did not appear to be deeply corrupted, enabling him to easily triumph during the skirmish. Given his increased courage, the bizarre lizard-like creature found in the mouths of Aurore Lee, Michelle, Garrigue, and others might symbolize their corruption and mutation, eventually transforming them into an alternate version of themselves. Questions. 1. How is Lumion Lee aware of the abilities of Guillaume Benet, Pierre Berry, and others? If he had secretly observed them in reality, it would be understandable. If he remained undetected once or twice, there must be an inherent reason why he could obtain so much information without facing consequences. 2. Why did the villagers in Aurora Lee behave indistinguishably from real people, making it challenging for us to recognize that we were in a dream until Lumion Lee believed that something abnormal should have occurred to them? 3. What does Paramita symbolize? 4. What do Madame Poalis's numerous children in the castle and the crypt with an invisible object represent? 5. Why did Lumion Lee use lizard-like elves to portray the villagers' corruption? 6. What do Lumion Lee and Oro Lee's attempts to escape Cordu and enter Paramita signify? 7. Why did the ritual on the 12th night fail? 8. How can Lumion Lee enable us to enter his dream? He evidently lacks the ability to do so. 9. Why did he suddenly acquire normal beyonder powers? 10. How did he survive and cause the ruins of Cordu to enter a loop? 11. Oro Lee's abnormalities occurred at entirely different times during the 2 cycles. What does this indicate? 12. What does the legend of the deceased warlock symbolize? 13. What does the warlock's corpse in the coffin in the underground tomb represent? 14. What does the owl symbolize? 15. What does the change in the horoscope signify? 16. What is the origin of the matter? Conclusions and recommendations. This is a quintessential disaster resulting from the worship of an evil god. Currently 6 known survivors exist. Lumion Lee, former Padre Guillaume Benet, Poalis de Roquefort, Bayost, Louis, Lund, and Café. The latter 5 are adherents of evil gods. We must locate and eliminate them as soon as possible. Directly killing Lumion Lee is not advised. Until his issues are understood and resolved, his death might trigger an even more severe anomaly. The optimal solution is to capture and securely contain him. Reporters: Ryan Vittier of Machinery Hivmind, Major Leah Bellot of Bureau 8, and Purifier Valentine de la Court of the Inquisition. Chapter Gua, 109, Minute Hope. Days earlier, beneath the crimson peak, adjacent to the warped city wall, Lumion knelt on the ground, gazing up at the enigmatic woman as she approached. Her words echoed in his ears, only to gradually grow muffled. Lumion's hands pressed against the ground, clenching the soil as if attempting to crush it into liquid. As the mysterious woman halted about a meter away, he scrambled to his feet, anxiety gripping his voice. "Didn't you say there's still hope? Didn't you claim Auré and the others could be saved if I broke out of the loop myself?" His voice grew hoarser with each word. The enigmatic woman remained silent, her eyes filled with pity as she gazed at him. Lumion hesitated before asking, hope lacing his words. "There's still hope, right?" "That's not just a fleeting dream. During my discussion with Aurore, she spoke of things I had never heard of, like how the description of an honorific name can hint at 2 separate entities." His eyes locked onto the woman, fear and hope battling as he scrutinized her every move. At last she nodded. "There is indeed hope." Lumion's eyes brightened, waiting for her to elaborate. In a gentle voice, the woman explained, "In truth, Aura has already died, but mystically, she's not entirely gone. Do you recall the soft, faint sounds you hear from within your body each time you perform the summoning dance? Do you remember the light fragments from Aure and the others that flew into your chest on the 12th night ritual? Are those their spirit bodies? Their voices? Lumion interrupted, eagerness filling his voice. The woman responded, a mix of calm and pity. They can only be considered soul fragments. At the end of the 12th night, you became a conduit for the hidden entity to unleash its horrifying power. The surrounding believers, including the soul fragments of the sacrifice, were absorbed by you. Guillaume Benet, who led the ritual, was the sole exception. Later, those soul fragments and the potent corruptive power were sealed in the left side of your chest by my lord. That's why, as you became increasingly awake in your dreams and sensed the Dayton loop more clearly, Auray and the other villagers seemed more and more lifelike. They even displayed a degree of self-awareness and cognition. To truly awaken from the dream and restrain the looping power consuming the ruins, you had to rely on yourself. You had to find the courage to confront the pain, face the truth, and chase after the elusive hope. If I were to resolve it, there's only one option: to completely annihilate you and the ruins of Cordu. Otherwise, the corruption within you will seep out uncontrollably, and Auray and the others will truly perish in the realm of mysticism. As the mysterious woman mentioned the 12th night ritual, Lumion couldn't help but remember. A sharp pain stabbed his head, and only a few images surfaced. Aurora, with vacant eyes, shoved him away from the altar. Beams of light burst from Aurora and the villagers, spiraling into the vortex on his chest. Guillaume Benet, the Padre, revealed a shocked expression as he fled the altar. Beyond that, Lumion couldn't recall anything else. Only the events within the dream were clear, as if some force prevented him from remembering the rest. His face contorted, his body trembling. I can't remember much, the woman nodded. That's normal. Firstly, it's a subconscious self-protection to prevent an overload of painful memories and intense scenes from causing you to collapse and lose control. Secondly, there are things you haven't witnessed and don't know the truth about. I don't know either. Yes, I'll need you to do something in Trier eventually. There are two exceptional psychologists I know there. I can arrange an appointment for you and see who's available to treat you. They can help you remember more and reconstruct the events in Cordu as much as possible. Lumion's emotions roiled as he listened, but all he could muster was a soft, "Thank you," fists clenched, he asked anxiously. Then what can I do to bring Aurora and the others back? The woman sighed, admitting, I don't know either. Seeing Lumion's eyes darken, she added, but you have to believe that true miracles exist in this world. And the great existence I mentioned earlier is synonymous with miracle. Despair and hope swelled in Lumion's heart. Though he knew the mysterious woman before him was likely offering comfort and hope, he couldn't help but say, You said that once I unlocked the secret of the dream, you'd tell me the honorific name of that great existence. Her expression grew solemn, her tone serious. I'll tell you now. Remember it well. His honorific name is the Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. As she spoke, Lumion felt his consciousness slipping, as if he could see a thin grey fog and a looming castle above it. A gaze weighed upon him. Simultaneously, the entire village of Cordu shuddered as the thin fog engulfing the area receded rapidly. By the time Lumion regained clarity, sunlight had already filtered through the sky, casting golden specks upon the crimson mountain peak and desolate earth. Lumion recalled the 3 lines of the honorific name, and his conversation with Aurora in his dream. He winced, a bitter smile forming as he said, I thought there'd be a description of the past, present, and future. The enigmatic woman in the orange dress tersely acknowledged his remark. There should be another one in the future, but if I use a description other than the 3 lines to pray to him now, I can't guarantee the response will be from him. You should know that such a situation is very dangerous. Silent for a few seconds, Lumion then asked, a glint of hope in his eyes, If I work diligently for you, can I eventually summon that great being to resurrect Aurora? That's one way, the woman said softly. You can also explore other methods. I won't stop you. I'm merely reminding you that many resurrection techniques have grave flaws. Lumion nodded, signaling his understanding. He didn't dare to inquire, yet couldn't help but ask, Is there a significant chance of resurrection? The enigmatic woman glanced at him and sighed. It's very, very slim. but I know you'll still pursue it. Lumion pressed his lips together, remaining silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to assure her he'd do everything in his power to find a way to bring Aurora back, but he feared that speaking would reveal the sorrow surging within his heart. After a few seconds, he asked in a raspy voice, "What do you need me to do in Trier?" "Join a covert organization and help me gather some intel," the woman replied simply. "I'll tell you how to contact them once you're in Trier," she added. "Besides uncovering the truth from your memories, you can also look into the survivors of this catastrophe." "Survivors?" Lumion's eyes narrowed. The woman nodded. "Besides you, there are 5 others: Madame Poilis, Bayost, Louis Lund, Café, who left Cordoue before the 12th night, and Guillaume Benet, who was protected by the ritual as its host. They escaped before this place was completely destroyed." "The Padre is still alive?" Lumion's lips curled up. The enigmatic lady locked eyes with him and said, "If my divination is accurate, they should be hiding somewhere in Trier." "Very good." Lumion smiled, wiping the corners of his eyes. The woman then looked at Ryan, Leah, and Valentine, who slept near the room's edge on the thorny city wall, and asked Lumion, "What do you plan to do with them?" "If they leave alive, you'll undoubtedly be hunted by Bureau 8, Machinery Hive Mind, and the Inquisition. From now on, you can only hide. You'll never live openly under the sun. You'll be forever accompanied by darkness, filth, and danger." Lumion glanced at Ryan and the others, chuckling hoarsely. "Will killing them bring Aurora back?" The woman shook her head. "No." Lumion scoffed, bowing his head with his eyes closed. Soon he looked up and asked, "What's the name of the organization I'm about to join? How should I contact you once I'm in Trier?" The woman sighed faintly. "I'll tell you when the time comes. I'll give you my messenger summoning method and the corresponding medium later. Contact me through that." Lumion fell quiet for a moment before posing another question. "Did I possess the power to trap Cordoue in a loop?" "Strictly speaking, you didn't. At least not before receiving the Circle Inhabitant boon," the woman explained casually. "This place is corrupted by that hidden being everywhere, and the power level sealed in your left chest is quite high. Therefore, when your emotions fluctuate and you're in a subconscious state, you can mobilize the corresponding specialness to reset this place." She paused, adding, "However, you've always been physically in a loop. The corruption sealed within your body allows you to reset your form at 6 a.m. every day and return to 6 a.m. on the 12th night. Only changes brought about by beyond the characteristics and boons are retained." "Is this the real reason why I recover every time I wake up from injuries in the ruins? No wonder I didn't starve to death." Lumion immediately understood. He glanced at his body, a self-deprecating smile forming. "It'll always be that day." That nightmarish day. Without waiting for the woman's response, he looked up and asked, "How should I address you?" She smiled, beginning to reply, "You can call me." Before she could finish, cards suddenly danced in the air. Each card bore a unique pattern, fluttering towards Lumion. Instinctively, Lumion extended his right hand, attempting to catch some of the cards. At that moment, most of the cards vanished, leaving just one. The card gently settled in Lumion's palm, face up. It depicted a figure extending their scepter into the sky and pointing at the ground with their left hand. Tarot card Magician. Lumion glanced up in shock, realizing the enigmatic woman had disappeared. Should I call her Madam Magician? Lumion subconsciously flipped the tarot card in his hand, revealing rows of minute interscript. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, an upper-world creature that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Magician. Lumion studied the words for a moment before tucking the tarot card away. He glanced at Ryan and the others, then turned around and staggered away from the area. As he walked, Lumion couldn't help but look back at the blood-stained mountain, peak in the twisted, thorny city wall. The Cordoue in his memory had already morphed into this. It bore no resemblance to what it once was, but Lumion still tried his best to observe and search, hoping to overlap the scene in his mind with reality. He wanted to take another look at the giant atop the mountain, but he knew that it would cause him grave harm. Unwittingly, Lumion slowly circled the blood-stained mountain peak and thorny city wall, his gaze constantly scanning the distorted and chaotic objects. He knew what he was looking for, and he knew he would never find it. Just like that, Lumion arrived at the spot where the wooden wall had blocked him. Most of the area had collapsed, revealing the garden behind it. The garden was lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to the blood-stained peak, the warped city wall, and the ruins on the other side. In the center was a brown wooden crib, reminiscent of the one Lumion had seen in Madame Poalis's castle. He subconsciously leaned over and realized that there was a small human-shaped indentation on the slightly aged white cotton swaddling cloth in the crib. It was as if a baby had once lain here, but its whereabouts were now unknown. What does this mean? Just as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he felt the sunlight shining down from the sky grow much brighter. He instinctively looked up and saw golden flames completely engulfing the mountaintop. The three-headed, six-armed giant loomed in the inferno, seemingly melting. Lumion stared blankly for a few seconds before suddenly raising his hands to shield his face. The sunlight was too intense. In the semi-subterranean two-story building at the edge of the ruins, Lumion trudged to his sister's bedroom with the 237 Verl door and 46 copper he had collected. He grabbed a brown suitcase filled with clothes and memorabilia and pushed open the door. He was here to say goodbye. As soon as he stepped in and saw the desk with the manuscript, his head throbbed as an image surfaced. Aurora's eyes darted around, no longer vacant. She looked at Lumion, who had been pushed away, and said with difficulty, "My notebook?" "Grand Sir's witchcraft notebook. Is there important information in it?" Lumion pressed his forehead, walked to the desk, and opened the drawer below. Familiar dark notebooks greeted his eyes. He suddenly remembered that Aurora had taught him a great deal of mysticism knowledge before Cordu was destroyed. In Darriage, at the steam locomotive station, the ticket agent eyed Lumion and asked, "Where are your identification documents?" "I forgot," replied Lumion, clad in a linen shirt, a dark jacket, and a round-rimmed black hat as he held a brown suitcase. He then turned and walked away from the window. A short man in a half-top hat and black suit approached Lumion, whispering, "Do you want to take the courier carriage? It's headed for Bigor." "Does it require identification?" Lumion inquired. The short man chuckled, responding, "No need. Our business is about to be crushed by the steam locomotive. Why would we need identification documents?" "So, are you taking it or not? This is the last remnant of romance from the classical era." Lumion gave a slight nod and asked, "How much?" The short man's enthusiasm flared. 20 Valdor to Bigorre takes about a day. There are 5 stops in between. Each stop allows for a rest, changing carriage drivers and horses. 2 of the stops also provide free food. Without further questions, Lumion followed the short man to a deserted street nearby. A large carriage drawn by 4 horses was parked at the roadside. Upon boarding, Lumion discovered the interior was rather spacious. Like the public carriage, it had 2 rows separated by an aisle, as well as space for larger luggage. He found a seat by the window, placed his suitcase down, and pulled out a book with a dark red cover. As the horses neighed outside, Lumion flipped through the book, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the window. Beside him sat a man in his 30s with a well-groomed mustache, brown hair, blue eyes, and smart attire. He glanced at the book in Lumion's hand, asking with interest, "Eternal Love? Aurora Lee's book? The one featuring the female lead named Kingsley and the male lead named Seal?" "Yes?" Lumion nodded. The mustache man became chatty. "This book is Aureli's earliest work. The writing was quite amateurish, particularly the dialogue between characters. It doesn't sound like something people would say in real life at all. It's so emotional, it's uncomfortable." "Indeed." Lumion nodded again. He bowed his head and flipped to the last few pages of the book, his gaze resting on the relevant passage. On her deathbed, Kingsley clutched Ciel's outstretched hand and gazed at his anguished expression. She forced a smile and said, with difficulty, "Stupid, live well." End of Part 1, Nightmare. Chapter 110, Foreigner. "For you are dust, and to dust you shall return from the Bible." Genesis 3. The imposing greyish-white city wall, rising to a height of 3 meters, loomed before Lumion, stretching as far as the eye could see. A multitude of private carriages, 4-seaters, open-tops, tandems, and cargo carriers queued, awaiting entry through the city gate. Blue-uniformed tax collectors and white-shirted, black-vested police officers inspected each carriage methodically. Occasionally, they would demand identification or order pedestrians to open their suitcases. Lumion, clutching his brown suitcase, scanned the scene, casting furtive glances as he sought a way to bypass the checkpoint. Before long, a man who had observed his behavior approached. "What's the matter, friend? You look a bit uneasy." The man was somewhat shorter than Lumion, but twice as broad. His cheeks were plump, causing his blue eyes to appear minuscule. As he neared, Lumion caught a whiff of sweat mingled with cheap cologne, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Lumion gestured toward the gates, puzzled, and inquired, "What's all this for? Are they searching for criminals? Why screen those entering Trier and not the ones leaving?" The disheveled, blonde-haired man in a billowy blue shirt appraised Lumion. "My friend, are you from some small city or village?" Upon seeing Lumion nod, the man sighed and explained, "They're collecting taxes, tariffs." "Tariffs for entering Trier?" Lumion asked. The man nodded. "Exactly. This city wall encircles Trier. There are 54 gates, each manned by tax collectors and police. They also apprehend wanted criminals. Are all goods taxed?" Lumion inquired, curiosity piqued. The man touched his blue canvas shirt and replied, "Almost everything. Only grains and flour are exempt. Once upon a time they were, but after the war a few years back, the price of bread in Trier skyrocketed, inciting riots and protests. Eventually, the government abolished tariffs on all food. Ah, if only drinkers were as bold. Liquor, wine, and champagne are taxed the most. Many people venture to the suburbs on weekends to drink tax-free alcohol at small taverns. They call it town hopping. Interesting?" Lumion nodded thoughtfully. The man glanced around and lowered his voice. "If you want to avoid the tariffs, I can help you into the city. All you have to do is pay me a small fee." "You mean bribe them?" Lumion gestured with his chin at the tax collector and police near the city gate. The man snorted. "Their greed is greater than an elephant's appetite. I'll show you a path into the city without checkpoints." "But isn't Trier completely surrounded by walls?" Lumion didn't conceal his bafflement. The man grinned. "You'll see soon enough." Then he teased, "Cool. Noble sir, do you require my assistance?" Lumion considered for a moment before asking, "How much will it cost?" "3 Veldure," the man replied with a congenial smile. "If you agree, we can depart immediately. You can pay once we're inside the city. Deal." Lumion adjusted his dark wide-brimmed hat, picked up his brown suitcase, and followed the rotund man away from the city gate. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a hill blanketed in vegetation and soil, with greyish-white stones peeking through. Scaffolding, decaying pillar wood, and numerous pits were scattered about. It appeared to be an abandoned mine. The rotund man guided Lumion through heaps of jumbled rocks to the entrance of a mine. "Is this the shortcut?" Lumion asked cautiously. The portly man in the blue shirt chuckled. "You really don't know much about Trier. Trier! Ever heard the saying that underground Trier is even larger than the Trier above ground?" "No." Lumion shook his head. The man elucidated. Trier used to be much smaller. It was surrounded by quarries that supplied stone for building the city. As the population swelled, the city had to expand outward, enveloping these quarries. As a result, the ground became riddled with holes and mine tunnels. Add to that the portion of Trier that sank underground in the Fourth Epoch, plus the sewers, subways, and gas pipes installed by the government. Aren't these more extensive than what's on the surface? Lumion's eyes widened in understanding. "Are you taking me into the city through underground Trier?" "Yes." The man turned, stooped, and entered the mine. He casually inquired, "What should I call you?" "TL." Lumion brushed back the golden hair at his temples. "And you?" "Just call me Rames." The burly man rummaged through a pile of stones in the mine's corner and unearthed an iron black lantern. Clearly made of metal, the rusted lantern was cylindrical, with the upper section slightly narrower than the lower. A black rubber lining encircled its base. At the junction of the narrow and wide cylinders, a polished trumpet-shaped metal piece was embedded, though a few rust spots remained. Ramiz produced a matchbox, fiddled with it briefly, and an orange flame tinged with blue erupted from the metal trumpet, illuminating the mine's depths. "What's this?" Lumion asked, puzzled, holding the iron-black lamp. Ramiz ventured underground, chattering. "Carbide lamp. Invented by the Cave Association. Many miners use it. I don't know why it glows, but I just need to put some rocks and mortar in, attach them top and bottom, and when needed, press here and ignite the mouth with flames. Carbide and water react to form acetylene, which burns and emits light." Lumion recalled the chemistry he'd studied a few months prior. He remained silent for a time as he followed Ramiz underground along a disused mine tunnel. Then he inquired, "The Cave Association?" "Trier Cave Association, formed by a group of spelunking enthusiasts. Nowadays, they seem to be involved with the mines." Ramiz turned to Lumion, walking beside him, and asked with a grin, "Why didn't you just take the steam locomotive into Trier? The train station checkpoints aren't that strict. They just do spot checks." Lumion reminisced and replied, "I wanted to experience the last vestiges of romance from the classical era." "A courier carriage?" Ramiz chortled. "That's far pricier than a steam locomotive. Your accent gives you away as from the Rhine or Riston region. The journey from the south to Trier runs about 120 Vel d'Or, doesn't it? And it takes 4.5 days. On a steam locomotive, you pay less than 50 Vel d'Or for a third-class seat and arrive in under 20 hours. So, the last bit of romance from the classical era, you say? Sounds more like a con job for folks like you. You must have shelled out a pretty penny, huh?" Lumion responded candidly. "A fair amount. I've only got 267 Vel d'Or left." Ramiz glanced at him once more and averted his eyes. What a waste clutching the carbide lamp. He traversed an archway and veered into another passage bathed in the orange-yellow glow cast by the lamp's flame. Lumion glanced up and noticed rocks nestled in the darkness overhead, adorned with moss that wept droplets of water. The path underfoot was pockmarked with holes, and stone pillars flanked both sides, supporting the cave ceiling. Stones and various objects were heaped between the pillars, creating a street wide enough for 6 or 7 people to walk abreast. Under the carbide lamp's illumination, a steel nameplate affixed to a stone pillar came into view. Inscribed on it in Intis, Hooha. "There's a street name down here?" Lumion queried, puzzled. Gripping the carbide lamp, Ramiz chuckled and replied, "Didn't I tell you? This is underground Trier. In fact, it was constructed decades ago during city renovations. The brass deemed the underground too chaotic, a veritable labyrinth. Rioters, murderers, smugglers, and cultists all found refuge here, and something had to be done. Additionally, numerous houses had crumbled and sunk due to the underground quarries. Reinforcement was necessary. So, City Hall spent nearly a decade repairing pillars, constructing foundations, and connecting the previously isolated quarries, subterranean ruins, catacombs, and sewers. To prevent workers from getting lost, the underground streets were named to correspond with those above during the renovations. Roads, squares, and alleys were recreated down here, and nameplates were hung, marking the streets. If future repairs were needed, the names could just be referenced. In other words, Lumion gestured overhead with his free hand. "Yeah. The real Rue A droid is just above us?" "Yes." Ramiz pressed on. "This is underground Trier. There's an anti-smuggling wall up ahead. Quarry police often patrol the area, but don't fret. I'll guide you through a small tunnel." "Heh!" The brass, with their phony collars and lies, believe they can manage underground Trier like they do above ground, but they're only aware of half the entrances and modified routes. As he spoke, he led Lumion to a dead end and located a narrow crevice to crawl through. Lumion trailed closely. 2 or 3 minutes later, they emerged from the small tunnel. Before them stood a wall composed of stone pillars and a street wedged between. Just then, a burly figure appeared beside the stone pillar, holding a carbide lamp, and addressed Ramiz. "Is this our customer?" Ramiz spun around and grinned at Lumion. "Foreigner, I've changed my mind. The price is 265 Vel d'Or. Wasn't I generous to leave you enough for bread and a hotel tonight? What if I refuse?" Lumion's face displayed a mix of fear and defiance. Ramiz's chubby face quivered with laughter. "What do you think will happen?" Didn't your mother warn you not to trust strangers too easily when you're away from home? He and the burly man closed in on Lumian from opposite directions. Lumian smiled, set down the suitcase, and advanced towards Ramais and his accomplice. In the flickering firelight, over 10 seconds swiftly ticked by, and the carbide lamp ended up in Lumian's possession. Lumian crouched beside the trembling Ramais, his face battered and swollen, and pulled all the banknotes from his wallet. In the dim orange and blue light, he counted them with grave intent. Gently patting Ramais's right cheek with the wad of cash, Lumian grinned. Now there's only 309 Valdor left. With that, he pocketed the banknotes and strolled toward a path that appeared to lead up to the surface. A nameplate dangled from a stone pillar, inscribed with 2 lines of Intisian script. Rue du Bois de Chambre, le marché du quartier du Gendarme. Someone had scratched out Rue du Pot de Chambre with a stone and scrawled a new name beside it. Rue Anarchy. Chapter 111, Messenger. Clutching the carbide lamp, Lumian climbed the stone steps. Soon, light appeared ahead, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Emerging from the silent underground, it felt as if the entire world had sprung to life. Lumian quickened his pace, twisting the valve on the carbide lamp with his right hand, stopping the water droplets from dripping into the carbide pile below. As the acetylene gas burned out, the flames in the metal mouth gradually faded. Just then he caught a glimpse of the scene outside. Tall and low buildings appeared to have solidified at the moment of collapse, either tilted or on the verge of tumbling down, but standing stubbornly. Pedestrians wore old or tattered clothing, and arguments and curses filled the air, the noise never subsiding. At the underground exit, Lumian spotted a 5-story building called the Auberge du Coq Doré. The top 2 floors of the brownish building seemed like later additions, contrasting with the Roselle-era pillar walls, arches, large windows and patterns on the lower floors. It looked so simplistic it could have been transplanted from Cordoue. Lugging his suitcase and carbide lamp, Lumian navigated through children, scavenging for orange peels and quarreling adults until he reached the entrance of the Auberge du Coq Doré. He glanced at the hotel floor, littered with yellow phlegm, shredded paper, spilled ketchup, and alcohol stains. Occasionally, a horde of bedbugs would congregate on the ceiling and walls. Had his hands been free, Lumian would have applauded the scene. Cordoux's old tavern was much cleaner than this. He found a route devoid of filth and headed to the front desk at a moderate pace. A plump, middle-aged woman sat there, her grayish-white dress stained with oil and her brown hair tied in a simple bun. She looked up at Lumian with her blue eyes, unfazed by the disdain and resistance on his face. This is the best and cheapest inn on Rue Anarchy, in the market area, but the owner's a miser who can't bear to hire cleaning ladies. He only gets freelancers to clean it once a week. Does he skimp on your salary too? Lumian asked, feigning naivete. This set the woman off. Do you want a room or not? Yes. Lumian quickly clarified his intent, looking frightened. I'd like to know the price. The woman calmed down. It depends on the room. The top 2 floors are 3 Valdor a week, and the bottom 2 are 5 Valdor. If that's too much, you can knock on doors and ask who's willing to share their bed or rent out floor space for 1 to 1.5 Valdor a week. Give me a room on the lower 2 floors. Lumian reasoned it'd be easier to escape, whether by jumping from a window or taking the stairs. The plump woman sized him up. Pay 15 Valdor up front for the whole month, and it's yours. Why the discount? Lumian feigned the ignorance of a country bumpkin new to the city. The woman sneered. Many people have no choice but to move or leave Trier after a week or 2. This place is both heaven and hell. Lumian pulled out 3 light blue 5 Valdor notes and handed them over. The currency was all in 5 Valdor denominations, featuring the bust of Intis, Republic's first president Ravings, along with laboring farmers and herders on the front, and the Hornachus mountain range on the back. Upon receiving the full month's rent, the plump woman's expression visibly relaxed. She produced 2 brass keys strung together and tossed them to Lumian. Room 207 on the 2nd floor. There's a small diner downstairs and a tavern in the basement. You'll find sulfur in the room's table drawer to help chase away those damn bugs. My name's Fells. If you need anything, just come to me. Thank you, Madame Fells. Lumian took the keys, grabbed his suitcase and carbide lamp, and headed upstairs to the 2nd floor. As he ascended, he noticed newspapers and cheap pink paper plastered on the walls, though some had already peeled away. exposing the cracks they were meant to hide and an abundance of bedbugs. The second floor contained 8 rooms and 2 washrooms. Each room was cramped, with a bed to the right. A table nestled between the bed's edge and the wall sat beneath a window, a rickety chair positioned in front of it. There was no other furniture, but rows of bedbugs crawled across the ceiling. Having grown accustomed to Aurora's cleanliness, Lumion set down his suitcase and carbide lamp, opened the drawer, and took out some sulfur. He lit it with a match, and as the pungent smell filled the room, the bedbugs fled. Within seconds, Lumion detected the sulfuric scent from the room next door. Almost simultaneously, some of the bedbugs returned, seeking refuge. He quickly understood the situation. He had smoked the bedbugs into the adjacent room, and the tenant had used sulfur to chase them back. Amused, Lumion bent down, opened his suitcase, and took out pen and paper. Amidst the potent sulfur smell, he sat at the wooden table and began writing. Honorable Madam Magician, I've arrived in Trier as agreed. Please advise on my next steps, which organization to join, and how to contact them. Are the 2 psychologists available soon? When can I receive treatment? Do you have any new leads on Guillaume Bonnet and Madame Poilly? After penning the letter, Lumion retrieved an orange candle from his sister's room. Lighting it with his spirituality, the scent of citrus and lavender enveloped the air. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, his expression calming. After standing quietly for a minute or two, Lumion used the ritual silver dagger to sanctify the candle and create a wall of spirituality. He then dripped essential oil on the flame. With the preparations complete, he placed the magician card on the altar, a medium for summoning a messenger, to pinpoint the incantation. Lumion stepped back, observing the misty orange fire, and muttered in ancient Hermes, "Aye!" An invisible wind swirled within the spiritual wall, dimming the room. Switching to Hermes, he continued, "I summon in my name the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, an upper-world creature that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to magician." As the wind howled, the candle flame turned deep blue, casting a sinister, cold atmosphere. Lumion focused on the candle, awaiting Madame Magician's messenger. After a few seconds of silence, the letter on the altar floated into the air. Surprised, Lumion glanced up to find a doll, the size of a man's forearm, perched atop the carved window. With long blonde hair, light blue eyes, pale white skin, and an exquisite pale gold dress, the doll bore strikingly realistic yet bizarre features. In the next second, the letter landed in the doll's smooth, shiny hand that lacked any skin-like texture. "Are you Madame Magician's messenger?" Lumion asked. "Zay." Doll slowly lowered its head, Lumion's figure reflecting in its unfocused light blue eyes. Its voice, ethereal and angry, replied, "Choose a cleaner environment next time." With that, the doll vanished along with the letter. Lumion was stunned for a moment before murmuring, "Didn't Aurora say the altar just needed to be clean and tidy?" As he glanced around, he noticed numerous bedbug corpses on the floor. The room was now insect-free. "This is better than sulfur." Lumion stroked his chin and ended the summoning ritual. Lumion habitually cleaned the room before squatting beside his suitcase to retrieve his toiletries. Aurora's dark-colored witchcraft notebooks lay undisturbed at the bottom. During his journey to Trier, Lumion had already skimmed through them without finding anything suspicious. Aurora wasn't one for recording her personal thoughts or daily minutiae. Her witchcraft notebook was purely dedicated to mystical knowledge, filled with incantations, symbols, and principles for selecting ingredients. Likely due to Aurora's penchant for keeping detailed accounts, most spells included information about when and where they were obtained, their cost, or the items exchanged for them. Lumion realized the Curly-Head Baboons Research Society likely had numerous interest groups. Auro frequently attended academy gatherings where many spells were traded among members. She also participated in exchanges with other groups, occasionally acquiring mystical knowledge and spells from events like April Fool's Day. Finding nothing amiss in the notebooks, Lumion resolved to continue his investigation after consulting the psychologists and locating Padre and Madame Poilly. He knew his sister wouldn't have mentioned the notebook without reason at that critical juncture. There must have been an important message she wished to convey. Gazing at the dark-covered notebooks, Lumion determined to study his sister's recorded knowledge, in reverse order, starting that night. Although using spells in combat was nearly impossible for a hunter, understanding them could help him identify any issues with the corresponding mystical knowledge or detect abnormalities. With his belongings packed, Lumien's stomach growled in hunger. He stood up and glanced at the window. The dimming light of dusk allowed him to vaguely see his reflection in the glass. His hair, now dyed blonde and grown out, barely disguised his features. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and dark suit, his cold, indifferent expression made him appear years older. Even Guillaume Binet would find him only vaguely familiar. Lumien patted his face, coaxing a smile, before opening the door and stepping out. Chapter 112. Charlie. In the dimly lit cellar of the Auberge du Coq Doré, a cozy bar had just enough space for 20 to 30 patrons. The moment Lumien stepped in, he saw a man leap onto a small round table, beer in hand, and address the handful of customers around him. "Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. I experienced something unbelievable 2 days ago." By the scant light from the steam lamps on the wall, Lumien discerned that the man was quite young, around 22 or 23 years old. He had short, light brown hair and a clean-shaven face, which was flushed, likely from the alcohol. Wearing a flaxen-colored shirt, black trousers, and leather slip-ons, the man stood, just over 1.7 meters tall. However, his unusually short limbs made him appear closer to 1.6 meters. Waving his stubby arms and slurring his words, he continued, "How incredible was it? I'll tell you, it's changed my entire perspective on faith. As a believer in the God of steam and machinery, I'm now ready to convert to the eternal blazing sun. Listen up, isn't that astonishing? Can you imagine how famished I was after 5 days? I'd lost my job and been fired by that good-for-nothing manager. I couldn't find work even after exhausting my savings. For 5 days, I starved, barely able to leave my bed. I was on the verge of death. Do you know how that feels? Oh, may God bless you and never let you find out. In that moment, I couldn't bear the thought of dying like this. I came to Trier to make my fortune, and I had to do something. That's when I noticed the portrait of Saint-Viève on the wall. Yes, with great effort, I managed to get up, kneel before her, and pray for her help. I was still a believer in the God of steam and machinery then, but what wouldn't a starving man do? Besides, it couldn't hurt, right? 5 minutes after I finished praying, an old friend dropped by and saw my dire state. He didn't have much himself, but he reminded me that I'd rented a kerosene lamp for use at night. The deposit was 35 kopits, a whole 7 licks. God, I'd completely forgotten. With my friend's help, I returned the lamp and used the refund to buy bread and half a liter of cheap booze. The bread was cold and damp, like it had been doused in putty. The alcohol was a bit off and weak, but it was the most delicious meal I've ever had. Ladies and gentlemen, I was reborn! I found a new job today, and tomorrow, during my break, I'll light a candle at the nearest St. Viève Cathedral. Saint Viève was a female angel mentioned in the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Bible. She was one of the city's guardian angels in Trier. The other two were prominent figures from the God of Steam and Machinery Church and the Annals of Intis. Lumien observed the young man's blue eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he ambled towards the bar. The bartender, who was polishing a glass with a cloth, glanced at the orator on the round table and chuckled. Charlie never could keep quiet, always talking. In his mid-30s, the bartender sported a thin, dark brown beard circling his mouth, and his hair of the same color was tied back in an artistically casual ponytail. Lumien took a seat at the bar and asked with a grin, "Is he telling the truth?" "Who knows?" The bartender shrugged. "You must have heard the proverb, it's better to trust a snake than a Remian. Charlie is from Rheims." Rheims and Riston provinces both hailed from the south. Their accents were similar, but they were mountainous provinces more akin to Lemberg. Lumien mused aloud, "I don't think that's the whole proverb. I feel like there's more to it." The bartender's azure eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, "You're right, that proverb is longer than you'd think. Trust a Loanese over a Remian, trust a snake over a Remian, but never trust the islanders." The islands referred to the Fog Sea archipelago west of Intis. This was one of the Republic's overseas colonies. The islanders often played the roles of thugs and con artists in Trier. Without waiting for Lumien to inquire further, the bartender cast a mocking glance. at Charlie, still droning on, and whispered, "If he really experienced that, he certainly doesn't know that the portrait of Samviv isn't in his room." "Then whose is it?" Lumion asked, amused. The bartender struggled to suppress his laughter. "Charlie lives in room 504. The previous tenant frequented the Quartier de la Pensée Rouge, Rue de la Mohale. The image in the room was of one of Trier's most famous prostitutes a few years back, Susanna Matisse. Just think. Charlie believes he's praying to an angel for help, but he's actually praying to a prostitute. He even feels lucky to have escaped hunger and landed a new job. How ironic." "Indeed." Lumion concurred. It was a scene beyond his wildest imagination. Reality was sometimes stranger than fiction. He then added, "As long as it works." The bartender didn't pursue the topic further and inquired, "What can I get you?" "A glass of fennel absinthe." Lumion tapped the bar counter with his finger, signaling he was deep in thought. "What kind of food do you have here?" "How about Duvar broth?" 3 licks for a ladle," the bartender suggested. 3 licks equaled 15 kopecks, 0.15 verl d'or. Lumion appeared intrigued. "What's Duvar broth?" the bartender casually explained. "A restaurant owner, Duvar, invented it. He simmered meat, sauerkraut and turnips together to create a hearty broth. Finally, he added cheese and breadcrumbs. Just 1 serving can fill your stomach and it tastes pretty good. As a result, Duvar is now wealthy and has relocated to Quartier de la Maison de Perha." Lumion was currently in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, also known as the Market District, situated on the south bank of the Srenzo River, home to numerous slums. Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra was on the north bank of the Srenzo River, near Avenue du Boulevard, one of the Republic's core areas. Trier's city walls encompassed a total of 20 quartiers. "Sounds good." Lumion nodded with a smile. "Ha ha 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 ha. I'll have one." Though he could restore his physical state by 6 a.m. and not worry about hunger, eating was one of the few things that made him feel alive. The bartender nodded and asked, "Little mummy or somersault?" "What?" Lumion didn't hide his confusion. Unfazed, the bartender calmly explained, "That's common slang in trio bars, cafes, and beer houses. Little mummy means a small shot of fennel absinthe. Somersault is a double shot. Red tomato has pomegranate juice added, and with mint, it's called parrot. There are plenty more like that. Friend, you still have much to learn in Trier." "Little mummy it is." Lumion sensed the bartender's subtle disdain for foreigners, but he didn't mind. 7 licks. The bartender announced as he flipped open a small goblet. This was pricier than the absinthe at Courtesan Tavern, but it was typical in places subject to city taxes. Soon a glass of pale green absinthe, glowing hypnotically, appeared before Lumion. He picked it up and sipped. The faint, lingering bitterness of the refreshing taste spread and burrowed into his brain. As Lumion waited for the waitress to bring Duvar's broth, he noticed glass jars, hoses, valves, gears, and other items piled beside the bar counter. "What's this?" He glanced inquisitively at the bartender. As the bartender wiped a glass, he casually replied, "Left by a previous tenant. He's a believer in the god of steam and machinery. He always thinks he has a knack for mechanics and has accumulated many similar items." "Where is he now?" Lumion asked, playing along even though he knew the answer wouldn't be pleasant. The bartender paused for a couple of seconds before answering. He went to the factory, and word is he got distracted while working and was pulled into the machinery. Half of him was crushed. Lumion didn't pry further. He turned to examine the half-assembled parts and fell into deep thought. A few seconds later, he left the bar stool and squatted beside the counter, tinkering with the pile. The bartender glanced at him but didn't interfere. He only notified Lumion when Duvar's broth arrived from the kitchen. After busying himself for a while, Lumion returned to the bar stool and sampled the hearty broth with a spoon. The rich aroma of meat, the taste of cheese, the tangy sauerkraut, and the sweetness of the turnip melded to create an unforgettable flavor. The breadcrumbs, soaked in juice, were the crowning gem of the dish. Lumion didn't expect that a soup costing 3 licks would include several pieces of meat. It could genuinely fill an adult stomach. Once the plate was empty, Lumion pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. He squatted back beside the half-assembled parts and resumed his work. 10 minutes later, He placed a machine on the bar counter. Above the machine was a glass jar, and beneath it were intricate components, connected to 2 rubber hoses. Lumion then asked for a glass of clear water and poured in the remaining phenol, absinthe, tinting the colorless liquid a pale green. Finally, he inserted one of the rubber hoses into the cup. The fashionable bartender, his hair tied back in a ponytail, watched intently and asked, puzzled, "What's this?" "My invention," Lumion declared, tracing a triangular sacred emblem on his chest. "I'm also a believer in the god of steam and machinery, with a few impressive achievements in the mechanical field." He then extended his black-gloved left hand and gestured toward the machine. "This is a groundbreaking machine. Its effects are beyond your wildest dreams. What can it do?" Charlie, suspected of having prayed to a prostitute, approached the bar counter with a beer bottle and a curious expression. Lumion explained, both solemn and excited. "It's called the idiot instrument. It tests a person's stupidity and intelligence." "Really?" Charlie and the bartender looked skeptical. Lumion detailed his idea. "It's easy to use. Blow into the tube until the liquid in the cup rises into the glass jar and forms bubbles. By observing these bubbles, we can determine the corresponding stupidity or intelligence index." "Intrigued," Charlie said after observing Lumion. "Fascinating, just as I'd expect from a believer in the god of steam and machinery." He picked up the exposed rubber hose and blew into it. The light green liquid in the cup flowed through the interconnected gears, valves, and other components, rising into the glass jar above and forming a small bubble. "What does it say?" Charlie asked, eager for the result. Lumion's mouth curved into a sly smile. "My friend, the principles of this machine are quite simple. When you believe me enough to actually produce a bubble with it, that's when you prove you're a dumb idiot." Charlie's expression froze, his eyes burning with anger. The bartender beside him laughed. "Excellent prank," he exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Lumion grinned at Charlie, waiting for the explosion. After a few tense seconds, Charlie swallowed his anger and turned to the patrons, who had been listening to his story. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold what I have discovered. A groundbreaking machine. It can test your intelligence index." Chapter 113. Tenants. "You're such an interesting person." A drunk Charlie slung his arm around Lumion's shoulder as they stumbled out of the raucous bar. Inside, nearly 20 people sang, gambled, and yelled, releasing pent-up emotions. At moments like these, they didn't seem like paupers on meager wages, but rather kings and queens. "I thought you'd play Billy B with them." Lumion draped his arm over Charlie's back and grinned as they headed for the stairs leading upstairs. Billy B was a popular gambling game in Trier, one Lumion had just recently learned. Unlike Trierion's favorite fighting evil, Billy B only required a piece of paper. Depending on the number of players, the dealer drew a grid of squares, ranging from 9 to 64. Each square was assigned a number, allowing participants to place their bets. The dealer then determined a lucky number by drawing lots, tossing coins, or throwing dice. The winner took the entire pot. If no one won, the money went to the dealer. The patrons of the Auberge du Coq Doré's underground bar were either locals or impoverished folks from nearby. Their wallets were thin, so they mainly wagered alcohol instead of cash. For instance, a game of Billy B might only reward the winner with a glass of booze bought by everyone's pooled money. Charlie released a long burp. "I haven't got my salary for this week. Can't be too indulgent." He turned to Lumion, excitement in his voice. "Did you know? I'm now an apprentice attendant at Hotel du Chine Blanc, the one on the Rue Neuve in Quartier des Termes." "What does that mean?" "It means I get to wear a white shirt, red vest, and black suit. I'll tie an elegant bow and earn 65 val d'or a month. When I become a full attendant, I hear that during peak season, I can make 7 val d'or a day just in tips. When I strike it rich, I'll open my own motel. No, a hotel. When the time comes, I'll hire you as an attendant foreman. That jerk just walks around in his tailcoat nitpicking and earns 150 val d'or a month." Apprentice attendants earned slightly more than manual laborers. Lumion reeked of alcohol, but his eyes remained clear. He nodded almost imperceptibly. He recalled reading a newspaper in his study earlier in the year, boasting that Trier's laborers earned about 700 Verldor annually. At the time, Lumion didn't have a clear concept of that figure. He didn't know if it was too much or too little. As a vagrant, he'd only worried about how much food he could get each day and whether kind people might offer him a few licks. The income of Cordu villagers was mainly in goods, so he understood specific prices and the value of various banknotes. But he lacked a broader understanding. Of course, this was also because Aurora's income was very high, so he hardly fretted about family finances. As far as Lumion knew, Aurora's fame brought her a significant income through book sales and contracts. Last year's royalties had neared 130,000 Verldor. However, Aurora spent as much as she earned. Spells, materials, and arcane knowledge accounted for most of her expenses. She might also be supporting struggling members of the Curly-Head Baboons Research Society or donating to government or church-run charities. Yet what puzzled Lumion was the absence of a deposit slip at home when he left Cordu. He knew all too well that Aurora was a saver. Spending big was only possible because she had stashed away plenty of cash at Suchet Bank and other institutions. For a moment, Lumion suspected that Guillaume Binet's crew had snatched it, while he and his sister were being used as sacrifices or vessels. As Lumion and Charlie made their way to the second floor, arms slung around each other's shoulders, a mournful cry pierced the air. "You bastard!" Bang. A door slammed, muffling the wail and leaving only echoes in the hallway. A figure in a crisp black tailcoat approached the stairs from the far end of the hall. He was a young man, roughly Charlie's age. His brownish-yellow hair was styled in a 30-70 parting, and his dark brown eyes were devoid of expression. His thin lips were pressed tightly together. Quite handsome, he held a black top hat in his hand, looking more like he belonged at a high society soiree than the Auberge du Coq Doré. Following the man's cries was a woman's voice, heavy with pain and despair. As Charlie watched the man vanish down the stairs, his flushed face contorted. "What a bastard! Do you know him?" Lumion was still rather concerned about his neighbors. After all, he might be staying here for a while. The more he knew about his surroundings, the safer he'd be. Charlie scoffed. "That's Laurent, Mrs. Lacazan's son from Rune 2001. Mrs. Lacazan slaves away, mending socks and crafting all sorts for 16 hours a day just to support that bastard. He always dresses nicely and spends her money at fancy cafes, claiming he's mingling with high society to find opportunities to make it big. Ha! He thinks he's so talented." Before Charlie could finish, another heated argument erupted between a man and a woman nearby. They hurled insults at each other. Third floor's a couple who eloped. They're like this every day when they're almost broke. Charlie clicked his tongue and grinned. "Ha! My friend, you'll have to get used to it. This is the Market District, Rue Anarchy, the Auberge du Coq Doré. We've got the seriously ill, the bankrupt, swindling peddlers, foreigners who never leave the inn and only drink downstairs, broke street girls, lunatics who wake up in a frenzy, jobless stonemasons, veterans, miserly old men and wanted criminals. They should all thank Monsieur Yves for being so lenient. As long as they don't default on rent, he's pretty forgiving." "Monsieur Yves, the innkeeper, the miser Madame Fels mentioned?" Lumion inquired. Charlie grinned and replied, "That's him, a kind but stingy fellow. He even provides everyone with free sulphur. But I haven't seen Monsieur Yves in a few days. I'm really worried he'll try to save a few coppers by visiting some random woman on Rue Anarchy and catch some nasty disease instead of patronizing Rue de la Muraille or Quartier de la Princesse Rouge." As he spoke, Charlie waved his hand. "Ciel, burp. I'm off to bed. I've got to leave at 6 tomorrow morning and get to the hotel by 7. But if you can't find a job, let me know. I'll introduce you to a handyman at our hotel. You can earn 50 Veldor a month, stick around long enough, and you might make 75. Plus, there's free food. We even get a liter of wine every night." "All right." Lumion smiled as he watched Charlie climb the stairs. At the same time, he muttered to himself, simple provocation isn't doing much for the potion's digestion. He had assembled the idiot instrument in the bar to rile everyone up. The result was successful, but it didn't further the potion's digestion. During his journey from Dariage to Trier, Lumion frequently provoked others. Sometimes he felt the potion digest, but most times he gained nothing. If he couldn't find a better way to act, he suspected it would take at least a year to fully digest the provoker potion. Heading back to room 207, Lumion heard a bout of coughing from upstairs. He heard a woman berating her lover, calling him lazy, and trash. Gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of a group chasing someone outside. This was life at the Auberge du Coq Doré and on Rue Anarchy. Charlie had said that even the police wouldn't dare walk here alone at night. They needed a partner to bolster their courage. Taking out the brass key, Lumion opened the door and stepped back into his room. The bedbugs seemed to have sensed something and stayed away. Lumion sniffed the sulfur and glanced up. A letter lay silently on the wooden table, beside the window. He took a few steps forward and picked up the folded piece of paper. Madam Magician's reply? Lumion mused, unfolding the letter and reading it under the crimson moonlight streaming through the window. I'm glad you arrived in Trier without issue. This shows you've mastered the basic technique of evading capture and regained your experience navigating the dark underbelly of society. At 3,000 p.m. this Sunday, a psychologist will treat you at Booth D in Mason Café, located in Quartier du Jardin Botanique. For the next few days, your mission is to venture near the catacombs in Quartier de l'Observatoire and locate a man named Ostatur. He often masquerades as a warlock to contourists and locals alike. By any means necessary, earn Ostatur's trust and reveal your powers when the time is right. Quartier du Jardin Botanique and Quartier de l'Observatoire were west of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, adjacent to one another. The former lay further south, while the latter was closer to the north, right by the Srenzo River. Lumion read Madam Magician's reply over and over, committing the relevant locations, times, and names to memory. Then he struck a match and burned the Intisian scripted paper. Having done all this, he headed to the nearest washroom to freshen up. Afterward, he took out Fallen Mercury, wrapped in black cloth, removed his coat, and lay on the bed. The bedbug-infested ceiling met his gaze, and the faint sounds of coughing, crying, and arguing filled the room. Soon after, the eloped couple announced their reconciliation through a passionate and vigorous exercise, accompanied by uninhibited moans. Outside on the street, a few coarse voices sang vulgar songs, punctuated by gunshots, followed by curses, the clashing of poles, and the sound of sharp weapons, piercing flesh. Compared to Cordoue, the nights here were far from quiet. Chapter 114, Life Experience. At the break of dawn in early May, the sky remained cloaked in darkness. The setting crimson moon and the scattered stars cast a faint glow, thinning the darkness just enough to reveal nearby silhouettes. Lumion awoke early and freshened up. He donned his formal attire from the previous day and a wide-brimmed top hat. He tried his best to smile at his reflection in the glass window that served as a mirror. As he descended the stairs, hurried footsteps echoed from above. Soon, Charlie came into view. He was still dressed in a linen shirt, black trousers, and strapless leather shoes. His flushed complexion had turned a shade paler, and his small blue eyes betrayed unmistakable fatigue. "Good morning, Salle." Charlie greeted Lumion with enthusiasm. He seemed quite pumped. "Shouldn't you have left long ago?" Lumion asked, smiling. He had only awoken to freshen up when he heard the cathedral clock chime 6 o'clock. Charlie should have departed by then. Charlie lowered his head, adjusting his clothes as he muttered, "I drank too much last night and had a wonderful dream. I didn't want to wake up." As they conversed, the pair reached the ground floor. They traversed the dingy, dimly lit hall towards the door reflecting starlight. An elderly couple, grizzled and slightly stooped, opened the door. In their 60s, they were both short, the man barely 1.65 meters tall, and the woman even shorter. Their dark jackets and yellowish cloth dresses were tattered and oil-stained. "Who are they?" Lumion had expected Madame Fels or the miserly motel owner, Monsieur Ive, to be in charge of opening the door in the morning. Charlie didn't slow down, casually explaining, "Monsieur Roux and Madame Michel, they're the swindlers I mentioned yesterday. They scam tourists into buying things. They rise early every day, and Madame Fels has them open the inn's door. In return, she turns a blind eye to the mess and stench they create in their room. Can you believe it? They haven't changed their clothes since I moved in. It's been 7 months. 7 months. No wonder it's so filthy. Lumion could recall his own grimy days as a vagabond, but Aurora's penchant for cleanliness still made him frown. Charlie strode quickly out of Auberge du Coq Doré, puzzledly asking, "Chiel, why are you up so early too?" As they stepped onto the street, a bustling scene unfolded before them. Countless workers, clerks and laborers hurried along in their grey, blue, black, and brown clothes, occasionally stopping to purchase food from street vendors. Some women carrying wooden baskets moved more leisurely. They meandered between various vendors, comparing prices and quality. The peddlers lined both sides of Rue Anarchy, occupying half the street and leaving just enough room for a carriage to pass. They bellowed loudly, vying for customers' attention. Whiskey sour, apple whiskey sour, 2 licks a litre. Freshwater fish from Bondi's fish pond. Fresh cod and herring, come and take a look. Onion bread, 1 lick, just 1 lick. Salted meat, delicious salted meat. Soap and wigs imported from Lowen. Buy the kids a bottle of refreshing soda. Hot sauce, soybean paste, scallions, water celery. Absorbing the sounds and energy of Rue Anarchy, Lumion turned to Charlie and smiled. I just arrived in Trier and couldn't sleep. I thought I'd walk around and see if I could find a suitable job. As a hunter, it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the area he frequented and understand its intricacies. It would be too late to adapt if something were to happen. Charlie nodded knowingly. He said with enthusiasm, "You could try your luck at Rue des Blaues Blanches. It's between Le Marché du Gentiment and the steam locomotive station. Many motel, hotel, and restaurant managers like to chat at the café there. They use the opportunity to hire dishwashers, floor cleaners, washroom attendants, and apprentice attendants. If you have money on you, remember to buy the café waiters a drink. They'll introduce you to the right person and give you a shot at a better job." Without waiting for Lumion's reply, Charlie shared his wisdom. "You must pay attention to your appearance. Do as I do." As he spoke, he raised his hands and slapped his face, mimicking an actual slap, but with less force. Soon Charlie's pallid complexion regained its rosiness. Look, he pointed at himself smugly and said, "Don't I appear more energetic? Those managers don't want to hire someone who looks particularly destitute and sickly. They think it'll bring trouble. They're either unwilling to give you a decent job or will slash your salary. If you do this before entering the cafe like me, it'll make you seem like someone who has a place to sleep and breakfast to eat. But doing it too early won't work, as this rosiness will gradually fade." This clever job hunting technique was new to Lumion, a former vagabond. He found it fascinating. He smiled and nodded. "I still have enough money to rent a place and fill my stomach. I don't need to do this for now, but who knows if I'll need it in the future." He deliberately didn't conceal the fact that he still had a fair amount of Val d'Or. What if a generous soul was willing to donate another sum? Charlie expressed his understanding and took out 5 kopek worth of copper coins to buy onion bread from a nearby vendor. Lumion felt a pang of familiarity. During his time on the streets, if he could acquire money, his first choice was onion bread. It was cheap, and the aroma of onions lingered, creating the illusion of having just eaten a satisfying meal. Lumion also purchased onion bread for breakfast. Alongside Charlie, they navigated through the numerous vendors and exited Rue Anarchy. "I love the mornings here." Charlie glanced back and sighed with his signature zeal. "Those gangsters who deserve to rot in hell can't get up this early. They can't destroy this captivating vitality." He then waved at Lumion. "I've got to take the subway. Otherwise, I'll be late today. That damn foreman will surely dock my pay." After saying goodbye to Charlie, Lumion wandered around Rue Anarchy, exploring the area like a curious tourist. Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman was situated on the south bank of the Srenzo River, in the southeast corner of Trier, officially known as Quartier 13. Trier boasted various quarters named by numbers, each with its own historical and characteristic monikers. Even officials sometimes use these colloquial names. The district earned its name from Le Marché du Gentleman. Proximity to the Srenzo River allowed for a Suhit steam locomotive station, which catered to travelers from southern Intis. Encircled by the market and the steam locomotive station, many of its streets were notoriously dangerous and teeming with impoverished inhabitants. It was one of Trier's slums. To the north of the market district, on the south bank of the Srenzo River, lay Quartier 5, the Quartier de la Cathédrale Commemorative, or Quartier Universitaire. Trier Normal College, Trier Higher Mining College, and Intis Academy of Fine Arts were all located here. To the northeast of the city, on the north bank of the Srenzo River, stood Quartier 12, known as the Noël Quartier. It housed the Veterans' Home, wounded soldiers' hospital, and several large medical facilities. To the northwest of the market district was Quartier 6, Quartier de l'Observatoire, where Lumière planned to visit later. It contained the primary entrance to the catacombs. To the southwest of the market district was Quartier 14, known as Quartier du Jardin Botanique. On Sunday, Lumière was scheduled for treatment with a psychologist at the Mason Café there. This area was also called Quartier du Sans-Culottes due to the large factories located south of the botanical garden. And so, Lumière spent nearly the entire morning traversing the streets of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. As noon approached, Lumière returned to the vicinity of Suhit's train station, intending to find a spot for lunch before heading to the catacombs in search of the phony warlock, Oster Trull. Walking along, Lumière spotted the couple, Roux and Michel, who also resided at Auberge du Coq Doré. They were hawking parcels of items wrapped in paper bags to groups that appeared to be foreigners. As Lumière drew near, the grey-haired, ragged and wrinkled Roux leaned towards him and lowered his voice. "Do you want photos of a street maîtresse d'atelier?" "What's a street maîtresse d'atelier?" Lumière didn't conceal his confusion or his revulsion at Roux's stench. Roux waved the thin paper bag in his hand and whispered, "In Trier, beautiful girls who model for painters are called maîtresses d'atelier." With the advent of cameras and photographers, they also began taking photo subjects. As you might imagine, some of these photos were sold to painters as reference material, while others... Roux flashed a sly grin and shook the paper bag in his hand again. 4 licks per bag, with 2 photos inside. "Others sell them for over 10 licks," Lumière laughed. "Monsieur Roux, Madame Michel, is this the souvenir you peddle to tourists?" Hearing Lumière address them by name, Roux and Michel's expressions shifted. Dramatically, they spun around, trying to escape, but Lumière was quicker and clamped down on Roux's shoulder. Michel, who had weaved her way through the crowd, noticed her husband couldn't keep pace, and returned, her face etched with bitterness. "I also live at Auberge du Coq Doré. My name is Salle." Lumière introduced himself. Finally realizing how Lumière knew them, the couple breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him pleadingly. "What's the matter, Monsieur Salle?" "What kind of photos are you selling?" Lumière inquired curiously. Roux responded timidly. "Scenic photos of the Strenzo River, as well as images of Trier's castles and palaces." "No one is causing trouble for you?" Lumière asked, grinning. Roux swallowed and said, "The people who buy them don't dare to open them on the spot or confront us later. They feel guilty. Besides, no police will bother you if you sell landscape photos." Lumière nodded. "Did anyone really sell street maîtresses d'atelier?" "Yes," Roux confirmed. "Last month, the police arrested a group of photographers and art dealers. They said they confiscated over 10,000 photos. If only they could give them to us. Who knows how much we could sell them for?" Madame Michel, also sporting a wrinkled face and hunched figure, mumbled, "There was a model staying at our inn previously, but she hasn't been around lately. Perhaps she became the mistress of some painter, or maybe she was captured to be a street maîtresse d'atelier." "Auberge du Coq Doré has quite a variety of guests," Lumière asked with interest. "How much can you earn in a week by tricking foreigners into buying photos?" "We sell them very cheaply." "About 10 Valdior." Roux replied, his gaze slightly evasive. "From the looks of it, it's more than 10 Val d'Or, but not much more. I'll count it as 12 Val d'Or, which is 1,200 kopet or 240 licks. 60 fools fall for it every week." Lumière surveyed the square and expressed his disdain for the average intelligence of the people there. As for Roux and Michel, they took a significant risk to deceive others, yet they only earned about 50 Val d'Or a month, far less than the apprentice attendants or even laborers. Observing their slightly hunched backs, slender frames and wrinkled faces, Lumière understood that it wasn't that they didn't want to do more legitimate work, for better pay, but rather that they couldn't handle those jobs. With a wave of his hand, he left Suhit's steam locomotive station and headed northwest towards Quartier de l'Observatoire. Chapter 115. Legend. The catacomb's main entrance was tucked away in Place du Purgatoire, close to the Ancienne observatory. The structure enclosing the entrance was supported by grand pillars, crowned by a dome adorned with intricate stone carvings. reminiscent of a miniature memorial hall or the base of an immense mausoleum. As Lumion approached, he noted a crowd of 20 to 30 people already assembled, near the stairs leading down. Their attire varied, but most were dressed formally, both men and women alike. A man in his 30s, sporting a blue vest, yellow pants, and a thick beard stood before the crowd. His brown curls framed upturned eyes, and he held an unlit iron-black carbide lamp. Addressing the gathered group, he announced loudly, "I'm Kendall, one of the catacombs administrators. I'll be guiding you through the ossuary today. Does everyone have a white candle? If not, please let me know immediately." Tourists. Lumion's eyes swept over the stone staircase behind Kendall. It plunged down into impenetrable darkness, its end hidden from view. Beside Kendall stood a massive wooden door, half of it emblazoned with the sun, sacred emblem in gold, while the other half was adorned with an intricate triangle filled with symbols of steam, levers, gears, and more. Upon receiving confirmation, Kendall ignited his carbide lamp and led the group into the depths below. The tourists trailed behind him, some bearing lanterns. Lumion followed, keeping a 4 to 5 meter distance. Clutching the carbide lamp he had obtained from Remise, he descended the staircase at a steady pace. Thanks to his beyonder-enhanced hearing, Lumion easily heard Kendall's informative spiel at the front. After 38 steps, you'll find yourselves 26 meters below Trias streets, surrounded by the remains of nearly 50 generations of Triarians. That's a conservative estimate. In truth, the history of some of these ossuaries can be traced back to the previous epoch. 47 years ago, there was no more space for the dead in Cimetière des Innocents, or Cimetière des Prêtres. White bones lay scattered, and the stench drove nearby residents to protest daily, demanding the relocation of the cemetery. Ultimately, City Hall opted to go underground. They repurposed graves from the Fourth Epoch and adjacent underground quarries, creating a vast tomb. Today, you'll be visiting but a mere fraction of it. Kendall's voice echoed through the silent, never-ending staircase, imbuing the atmosphere with an eerie sense of foreboding. As Lumion continued downward, a path lined with stone pillars and walls came into view. This passage, unlike other subterranean areas, was well maintained and frequently repaired. It was smooth, wide, and unnervingly sinister. An icy breeze occasionally swept through the corridor. Gas lamps were strategically placed along the path, casting a dim, yellowish light that allowed shadows to mingle with the illumination, stretching into the darkness. Kendall, clad in his blue vest, warned the visitors once more. "Stay close and don't wander off. There are countless underground areas we know little about. If you get lost, it'll be nearly impossible to find you. Do not stray from the path once inside the tomb. There are passages that lead to deeper, more sinister chambers. The Fourth Epoch's malevolent spirits lurk within that darkness. Praise the sun and the light." By adhering to the routes endorsed by the Padres, we can avoid all perils. Some visitors outstretched their arms in praise of the sun, while others traced a triangle over their chests. After trailing Kendall and the others for nearly 200 meters, Lumion caught sight of the subterranean tomb. Before him lay a natural boulder cave, modified over time. Its walls were adorned with intricate reliefs of skulls, skeletal arms, sunflowers, and steam symbols. Above the entrance, 2 Intisian inscriptions commanded, "Halt! The Death Empire lies ahead." Kendall, the catacomb administrator, turned to address the visitors once more. "Extinguish your lanterns and light the white candles. Everyone must do this. If you'd rather not enter the catacomb, feel free to explore this area, but don't stray too far. It's all too easy to lose your bearings, and that would be a problem. Should you find yourself separated from the group inside the catacomb, don't panic. Locate a road sign. If there isn't one, look above and follow the black line drawn on the tomb's ceiling. It will guide you back to the main entrance." Soon, the lanterns were snuffed out, replaced by the flickering glow of orange candlelight. The visitors hoisted their white candles and trailed Kendall into the catacombs. Lumion observed from a distance, watching as the yellowish flames merged into a stream that meandered into the darkness. He refrained from entering. Grasping his carbide lamp, he circled the tomb's entrance, intent on locating the phony warlock, Oster Trull. A few minutes later, Lumion discovered a small bonfire. Beside a pillar, damp moss clung to the stone wall above. A man was seated on a rock behind the fire, garbed in a hooded black robe, His high-bridged nose and dark brown eyes were framed by a flaxen beard that obscured his chin. He stared intently at the dancing flames. Lumion approached and inquired, "Are you Oster?" The hooded man raised his gaze to meet Lumion's and replied in a deliberately subdued magnetic voice, "Lost soul, why have you sought me out?" Flames and shadows danced across Oster's face, obscuring his age. He appeared to be somewhere between just below 30 and 40. Lumion spoke earnestly. "I've heard whispers about you. They say you're a mystical warlock who can help me resolve my dilemma." Oster responded in a low magnetic tone. "Witchcraft is taboo. Witchcraft is a curse. I won't render aid without cause. What must I do?" Lumion pressed, anxiety evident in his voice. Oster replied softly, "The essence of witchcraft lies in equivalent exchange. Reveal the nature of the help you seek first." Equivalent exchange. Have you been reading too many novels? Lumion suppressed the urge to ridicule and antagonize him, instead adopting a pained expression. "I've lost everyone I cared for. I feel forsaken by the world. Sleep eludes me each night. I want to forget these burdens and begin anew." Oster scrutinized Lumion's countenance, finding no trace of deception. He nodded slightly. "I, too, have suffered great losses. It's a curse born of witchcraft. I can empathize with your sentiments and thoughts. Yet forgetting pain is no simple task." "Very well." Lumion exhaled a long sigh and turned to depart. Oster hastily called out, "Wait. Just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's impossible." "Really?" Lumion whipped his head back, excitement flooding his features. Oster nodded subtly and continued, "Have you ever heard of the Samaritan Women's Spring?" "No." Lumion shook his head. Oster glanced at the burning bonfire and explained, simply, "In one of the ossuaries within the catacombs, there's a murky spring known as the Samaritan Women's Spring, or the Fountain of Oblivion. Drink from it, and all your pain will be erased from memory. Of course, it's a fabrication. The spring is merely a puddle left by a construction error during the catacombs' creation. The administrators spun it into legend." As Lumion's eyes sparkled with hope, Oster carried on, "However, as a warlock, I can reveal that deep within this subterranean realm lies a genuine Samaritan women's spring, hidden in a tomb believed to be a relic of the Fourth Epoch. Many corpses there chant, 'Drink the blissful waters of forgetfulness, and be purged of primordial pain.' I can help you recover it, but the principle of equivalent exchange must be honored. It will cost you 100 Vel d'Or." "Verlo d'Or? Isn't your asking price a bit too low? How can anyone believe that procuring a legendary item as perilous as this could be genuine without demanding a few thousand Vel d'Or?" Lumion had been listening closely, but the absurdly undervalued service left him amused. How could such priceless spring water be worth no more than an apprentice attendant's 2 months' wages? He had read about the legend of the Samaritan Women's Spring in Psychic. Oro had murmured a word he didn't understand. Its pronunciation likely resembled Granny Meng. Psychic also asserted that the Samaritan Women's Spring was a legend fabricated by the catacomb administrators, but they were convinced the tale had its origins. The Fountain of Oblivion might genuinely exist somewhere on the northern continent. Lumion's eyes widened as he hastened to Oster's side. Clasping his shoulder, he exclaimed, "Really?" Oster brushed his hand away and nodded composedly. "This is a warlock's vow." All right, Lumion responded, thrilled. "But I didn't bring that much money. I'll head back now and return here to find you tomorrow." Oster nodded approvingly. "No problem." Lumion expressed his gratitude profusely, seized the carbide lamp, and departed with excitement. Once out of Oster's view, Lumion's smile vanished. He raised his right palm and sniffed the faint fragrance. Before reaching the Quartier de l'Observatoire, he had deliberately sprayed an inferior cologne on his right hand and touched Oster's body. Back on the surface, Lumion took cover behind a pillar, concealed himself, and waited patiently. The sky gradually darkened. As twilight descended, he detected the faint and familiar scent of cologne. Lumion didn't rush to pursue Oster. After a trailed while, he emerged from his hiding spot, and a lingering fragrance, maintaining a distance so great he was nearly invisible. Carriages whizzed past him, and extravagant mechanical contraptions appeared sporadically. Chapter 116. City of Fashion. In the morning, while shopping at Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, Lumière noticed that Trier's citizens dressed rather casually, or perhaps boldly. This was evident in the women wearing short sleeves that bared their forearms or garments with cut-out shoulders that displayed their collarbones. On the other hand, there was no shortage of peculiar attire. In the Dariège region, a warlock like Oster, donning a black robe and hood, resembled an ancient legend. It was impossible for him to walk the streets openly, without being stopped by the police. In Trier, however, passers-by paid him no mind. Such appearances were all too common. People dressed in a variety of antiquated garments. Oster Trull was undoubtedly more cautious. Periodically, he would glance over his shoulder to spot anyone suspicious, but Lumière maintained such a great distance that neither of them were within the other's line of sight. Lumière trailed Oster from one street to the next, following the faint scent of the inferior cologne. As gas lamps illuminated the surroundings, Oster turned into a street sheltered by glass domes and steel frames. This place was brightly lit and lined with upscale shops. Smooth marble paved the ground, and the area bustled with pedestrians, a stark contrast to the ramshackle alleys of Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. This is the arcade Aurore mentioned. Lumière observed Oster pausing in front of a store to admire the window display. He too slowed down, scanning the area. He quickly spotted people engaging in unusual behavior. Dressed in formal attire, both men and women walked turtles of varying sizes. The turtles inched forward, and their owners, holding a rope, trailed leisurely behind. Upon seeing a man dressed in a black formal suit and silk top hat walking a turtle, Lumière couldn't help but inquire, "My friend, what are you doing?" The man turned his head, revealing a powdered face. He responded with a smile, "Foreigner, I'm simply taking a stroll, walking my turtle." "Why a turtle?" Lumière didn't conceal his puzzlement. The impeccably groomed gentleman appeared pleased to share his fashion philosophy. He grinned and explained, "Most Trierians enjoy walking around leisurely, but they fail to grasp the essence of leisure and elegance. They always walk briskly and seem rushed. A true stroll is slower than a turtle. Thus, we walk turtles and let them lead to emphasize our leisurely pace. It's a gauge to measure walking speed and a device to quantify elegance." Lumière had to concede that Trierians consistently expanded his perspective as a country bumpkin from Cordoue. Aurore couldn't have even written a story about walking a turtle. A true Trierian. Lumière applauded, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Regrettably, the gentleman failed to grasp his underlying message. He smiled modestly and continued to follow the turtle at a leisurely pace. Before long, Oster reached the other end of the arcade. Lumière waited for a moment before cautiously following. After exiting the arcade, Oster positioned himself by the nearby public carriage. Stop. Within minutes, a massive carriage, drawn by 2 horses, arrived. The carriage was divided into 2 levels. The yellow-painted exterior bore words like, "Line 7." Written in Intisian, the driver donned a short green coat and a wide-brimmed hat to fend off the rain. As the carriage came to a stop, a conductor sporting a small hat, striped shirt, and unattractive pants appeared at the open door, scrutinizing each passenger boarding the carriage as if they were criminals. Oster was the 3rd person to climb aboard. He chose a window seat, observing the passers-by and the men and women taking their seats. Lumière watched from a distance without approaching. It was only when the Line 7 carriage had pulled away that he quickened his pace, practically jogging to catch up. Given the relatively slow speed of public transportation and the rule of stopping at every station, Lumière wasn't concerned about being left behind. As he ran, some pedestrians eyed him curiously, while a few even jogged alongside, seemingly believing this to be the latest trend. "Is there something wrong with your brains?" Lumière didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After 3 stops, he saw Oster Trull disembark from the public carriage. This area was already part of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Oster crossed 2 streets and turned onto Rue des Blouses Blanches, which Charlie had mentioned. He entered an old beige apartment building numbered 20. Lumière halted in front of a street-side newspaper stand, picked up a paper, and casually flipped through it. Simultaneously, He observed the entrance to the apartment building from the corner of his eye. There's 11 copies for one. The newsstand owner reminded Lumion when he noticed that he was only reading and not buying. Lumion was holding a copy of Le Petit Triérien, and without minding, he took out 2 5-copit and 1 1-copit coins and tossed them onto the other newspapers. The newsstand owner fell silent. Lumion continued reading the newspaper. City Hall, discussing new price plans with the water supply company. Valerie slams consumerism as a fetish. Greatest project in human history seeks collaboration. The final advertisement caught Lumion's attention as he reminded him of something. It reeked of a prankster or a swindler's ploy. As Lumion kept an eye on the apartment, he read the corresponding content with growing interest. The future of humanity lies in the stars. The history of mankind was forged by the brave to explore. In this era of rapid technological progress, we lack civilization pioneers, visionaries with exceptional insight and foresight, and adventurers with courage. Last time, we were trapped in the berserk sea. This time, we're trapped within the atmosphere. However, human civilization and technology will undoubtedly overcome all obstacles and dangers to forge a true future. We seek to collaborate with all dreamers to construct a space bridge that would enable us to walk from the surface to the crimson moon. Point of contact, Bullipet. Contact method, 9th Rue Saint-Martin, 5th floor, Quartier 2. The more Lumion read, the more amused he became. He found himself in deep contemplation. As Cordo's prankster king and one influenced by Aurora's eccentric ideas, he had never conceived such an outrageous, ludicrous, and absurd notion. Yet, these individuals had brazenly advertised it, as though certain they could fool a crowd. Am I still underestimating the average human IQ? Lumion stroked his chin with his gloved left hand. At that moment, he saw a group of people approaching the old apartment at 20, Rue des Blouses Blanches. The leader was a distinguished-looking gentleman in a silk top hat and black suit. He had a chiseled profile, a mahogany-colored pipe in his mouth, and a diamond ring on his left hand that sparkled under the light. The burly men surrounding the gentleman appeared menacing. They wore either canvas shirts or dark jackets, giving off a gang-like vibe. After they vanished into the apartment's entrance, Lumion walked over with the newspaper. At the base of the stairs, he detected several colognes simultaneously. One was faint and familiar, the inferior cologne he had applied to Oster. The other was more aromatic, sweet, and slightly cloying. Musk cologne, from the man with the pipe. Lumion followed the scent all the way up to the apartment's 5th floor. There, he saw Oster Trull. The impostor dressed as a warlock found himself, encircled by the same group of individuals. The gentleman with the diamond ring tapped his forehead with his mahogany-colored pipe, smiling politely. Don't think you can shake us off just because you've moved. Until you repay all the debt, I'll follow you endlessly, like a shadow. Oster stammered fearfully. I'll have money soon. I can return a portion to you tomorrow. Very good. The gentleman nodded with a smile. He then turned the pipe and jabbed Oster's face with the still smouldering end. Oster recoiled in pain, but dared not make a sound. The gentleman withdrew his pipe and said gently, yet firmly, This is a little interest. If you don't pay me back tomorrow, I'll take one of your fingers. With that, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed politely. See you tomorrow, my friend. At the staircase, Lumion pursed his lips and muttered to himself, Are people and dogs learning from German now? As for his walls, The Adventurer series gained popularity. German sparrow impersonators cropped up across the northern and southern continents. Phrases like, This is basic courtesy, and a bestowment or a curse spread far and wide. As the group approached, Lumion lowered his head and stepped aside, acting like an ordinary tenant encountering gangsters. Chaotic footsteps echoed as they descended floor by floor, soon giving way to silence. Lumion glanced in Oster Trull's direction, noting that he had already retreated to his room and closed the wooden door. After some contemplation, Lumion flexed his gloved left hand and adjusted his hat. He walked out of the staircase and approached Oster's door. Bang, bang, bang. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a moment, Oster opened the door, his face a mix of shock and fear. He stammered shakily, I really can't get that money until tomorrow. Before he could finish, Lumien's figure came sharply into focus in his eyes. Lumien spread his arms and asked with a beaming smile, "Surprised?" You. Oster backed away as if he'd seen a ghost. Lumien followed him into the room and smiled at Oster Trull. "I truly wish to forget the pain of the past, but I'm also a cautious person. I'm afraid of being swindled and, worse, being mocked as a fool." Chapter 117. Remuneration. Oster forced a smile. "I'm not lying. There really is a Samaritan women's spring." "Is that so?" Lumian approached Oster with a grin and said, "When the time comes, take a sip first. If it's useful, you'll forget that I haven't paid you. If it's useless, why should I pay you?" For a moment, Oster was at a loss for words. He could only smile and nod. Trust me. Suddenly he looked past Lumian, his eyes widening in terror. Lumian instinctively turned to look at the door, but there was no one there. Seizing the opportunity, Oster ducked and made a break for the open door. Thud. Oster tripped over Lumian's right foot, which had swiftly extended, and crashed to the ground. His nose bridge turned blue and his gaunt face swelled. Lumian slowly closed the door, pulled up a chair, and sat down. He looked down at Oster, who was feigning death on the floor, and said, "Don't tell me you have high spiritual perception and saw a bizarre creature behind me. Did you rush to the door to help me deal with it?" Oster was dumbstruck for a moment before rising to his feet and nodding repeatedly. That's right. Lumian smiled and glanced at the rectangular wooden table against the wall. Silver dagger, white candles, a few small bottles filled with different liquids or empty, 2 imitation goatskins, and a paper box emitting the fragrance of plants were strewn across it. He has a certain amount of mysticism knowledge. Lumian shifted his gaze back to the uneasy Oster and asked, "Who was that guy with the pipe just now?" "Baron Brignaise," Oster replied hastily. "He's the leader of the Savoy mob in the market district." Savoy was the name of an inland province in the Intis Republic, bordering the provinces of Haut-Hornakis and Basse-Hornakis. It was rich in mineral resources and had a valiant folk culture. "A baron? There are still barons?" Lumian asked, amused. Ever since Emperor Rozel's death and the establishment of the Republic, aristocratic titles had vanished from daily life. Oster said fearfully, "That's a nickname he gave himself. Perhaps his ancestors held such an aristocratic title." Lumian leaned back in his chair and asked casually, "Why did he come to you? Do you owe them money?" Seeing Lumian's harmless demeanor, as though he was chatting with a friend, Oster relaxed a little despite his fear. He said bitterly, "In order to buy an item, borrowed 3,000 vel d'or from a loan shark. Later, that man sold the debt to Brignaise. I paid back at least 3,000 vel d'or, but he told me there was still 2,000 in interest. If you drag on for another 2 or 3 months, you won't owe 2,000, but 4,000. Lumian watched Oster's expression crumble, the air of mystery gone. He then lowered his voice and said in a beguiling tone, "If I were you, I'd find a way to draw Brignaise and his crew into a quarry pit. Then I'd bring down the stone layer above, burying them for eternity. No creditors, no debts." The more Oster listened, the more panic-stricken he became. He stared at Lumian, as if he were a demon. He had a suspicion that Lumian had already plotted such a scheme, but with Oster Trull as the intended target, not Brignaise. "That's murder! A crime!" Oster exclaimed in terror. "Keep it down. You wouldn't want to lose your voice permanently, would you?" Lumian warned him with a smile. "So you do realize that's a crime? Did anyone ever tell you that fraud is a crime too?" Oster was at a loss for words. Lumian stood up and dusted off his gloves. "I'm just kidding. I was testing your character." "What?" Oster was baffled. Lumian wouldn't reveal that his true motive was to establish an ice-cold, ruthless persona in Oster's mind. It would come in handy during future negotiations. Forced trust was still trust. "Congratulations on passing my test. This proves you're not completely without scruples." Lumian grinned and spread his arms. He quickly steered the conversation back on course. "What did you borrow so much money for?" He glanced around, adding, "Doesn't seem like there's anything valuable here. Oster instinctively wanted to spout a lie, but remembered Lumien's warning. He trembled and said, Do you know about potions? You're really a Beyonder? Lumien chuckled. Seeing that Lumien knew about Beyonders and potions, Oster breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad he hadn't lied. Any fabricated story would be riddled with holes in front of a true Beyonder, easily exposed. If caught, Oster might end up sleeping forever in some underground tria hideout tonight. Taking 2 deep breaths, Oster continued. A few months ago, I borrowed 3,000 Veldor from a loan shark to purchase the main ingredient for a potion. Combined with the 4,000 Veldor I'd saved, I successfully transformed from an ordinary person into a Beyonder. Which sequence do you belong to? You can't even handle a few thugs, Lumien asked with feigned suspicion. Oster looked defeated. I'm a sequence 9 secret suppliant. It doesn't sound weak. Lumien could only gauge by the potion's name. Oster lamented in frustration. I thought secret suppliants were powerful too. The seller even claimed it would allow me to see the world's truth. In the end, aside from heightened spiritual perception, all I got was some impractical sacrificial knowledge and ritual magic. I can occasionally sense the presence of mysterious entities, scaring myself witless, but I can't even defeat a thug. The ritual magic should come in handy, Lumien remarked knowingly. Oster looked close to tears. What? I'm well versed in mysticism. I'm a follower of the eternal blazing sun. How can I pray to an unknown entity? That's too risky. Sigh, there are some honorific names in the potion's knowledge, but they're all concealed entities. Just hearing them is terrifying. I wouldn't dare invoke depravity, true kin, or the gaze of fate. He glanced at Lumien and feigned determination. But I've considered it. If Baron Brignace and his goons corner me again, I'll pray to the hidden existence and gain strength. He was ostensibly talking about Baron Brignace, but his true intent was to caution Lumien against forcing him into a corner. Lumien studied Oster's uneasy face and agreed. That's a wise decision. Baron Brignace and his crew underestimate a Beyonder. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't give you the chance to reach a dead end. He then smiled at Oster. You'd be dead before that happens. Oster opened his mouth, but closed it again, his expression more pained than crying. Lumien walked over to the wooden table and toyed with the empty bottles. You've moved several times, but Baron Brignace keeps finding you. I suspect he or the Savoy mob have Beyonders on their side. Oster gasped in shock. Lumien picked up the silver dagger from the table, twirling it as he said to Oster, I can offer you 100 Veldor as a reward. Huh? Oster was baffled once more. He realized he couldn't keep up with Lumien's thought process. You still want the spring water from the Samaritan women's spring, he ventured. Lumien grinned and replied, Tell me, does it really exist? Eyeing Lumien's amused gaze, Oster hesitated for a moment before admitting, I'm not sure. Lumien nodded in satisfaction. What I want is for you to take me to the gathering you mentioned, the one where you bought the potion's main ingredient. The reward is 100 Veldor. Lumien made this request partly because Madame Magician's mission might be connected to the gathering involving Beyonder materials, and partly because he needed a similar event to acquire weapons, materials, sealed artifacts, and arcane knowledge. Oster swallowed hard. I can try, but I'll need the gathering organizer's approval. No problem. Lumien took out a gold coin and beckoned Oster over. This louis d'or is your reward for asking. I'll give you the remaining 80 Veldor when I can attend the gathering. Oster hadn't anticipated that his beating would turn into a job offer. He was momentarily dumbstruck. After a few seconds, he cautiously approached the wooden table and took the 20 louis d'or. He told Lumien, I'm not sure when I'll get an answer, but no later than next Wednesday. I spend the day near the catacombs and sleep here at night. You can find me any time. Lumien nodded, smiling as he raised the silver dagger in his hand and plunged it into Oster's shoulder. Blood spurted out and Oster staggered back in terror. He leaned against the wall and cried out anxiously, Don't kill me, I'm not lying. Lumien picked up a glass bottle from the wooden table and approached Oster with a smile. Don't worry, if I wanted you dead, I would have done it by now. This is called a blood oath. I'm very wary of deception and betrayal. As Lumian spoke, he held the empty glass bottle to Oster's wound, allowing the blood to trickle in. During this process, he smiled at Oster and said, "You have a strong grasp of mysticism. You should know what blood means in the hands of others. Don't lie to me." Curse. For a moment, Oster couldn't decide whether to rejoice that he hadn't been killed on the spot or despair that his blood now belonged to a man more dangerous than Baron Brignais. Lumian said nothing more. He tightened the bottle cap, tore a strip of cloth from the room, and tossed it to Oster. "Bandage your wound yourself." He wasn't familiar with any Beyonder curses, but he could test if expired blood could activate Fallen Mercury's fate exchanging ability. Even if it didn't work, all he needed to do was convince Oster that he knew how to cast curses. Lumian glanced at Oster, who was desperately trying to staunch the bleeding, and casually asked, "What's your plan for dealing with Baron Brignais?" "With this louis d'or and some money I've saved, I should be able to appease them for a week," Oster said with a bitter smile. "They won't get a single copy if they push their debtors to death." Chapter 118, Summoning. Lumian nodded, asking, "You mentioned that your spiritual perception is quite advanced." Oster briefly fell into a trance before a lingering fear spread across his face. He took a moment to compose himself, then said, "That seems to be a trait of the secret suppliant. I can sense hidden creatures lurking in the dark depths, and I can also feel the real world wrapped in a thick veil. Beyond that veil, a motionless eyes watch us." As he finished, Oster panted heavily. Lumian patiently waited for the imposter warlock to catch his breath. Nearly a minute later, Oster exhaled, saying, "In the market district and Quartier de l'Observatoire, it's fine, but in underground Trier, I can often sense the end of certain paths. In places I can't see, some creature beckons me to come closer. I wonder what would happen to me if I truly stepped into that darkness." "A fine mystical sensor indeed," Lumian silently mocked his hunter spirit vision while also feeling that a secret suppliant wasn't as useless as Oster claimed. Oster continued, "Sometimes, when I see tourists entering the catacombs with white candles, I get these delusions. I think it's a ritual that forms a magical bond with some hidden entity, protecting the tourists from being devoured by the darkness or spirited away by the dead." Lumian was taken aback, inwardly sighing. In terms of mysticism, a secret suppliant is quite potent. It's just that they're not skilled in combat from Oster's account. Lumian suspected that carrying a lit white candle into the catacombs was indeed a ritual that allowed visitors to evade the hidden perils. There, the tomb administrators likely knew this, but in pursuit of profit, they not only kept silent, but also encouraged higher-ups to promote the catacombs as a tourist attraction. Lumian remembered his sister Aurora's frequent lament. "Money changes people." I wonder, at a lower level, which one can bring about a person's change more, effectively, potions, boons, or money. Lumian muttered silently with a teasing attitude. He then asked Oster, "Have you sensed any danger lurking in the market district's darkness?" Oster's face shifted as he replied in a grave tone, "I dare not approach the burned-out house in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman." At the edge of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, near Rue des Blouses Blanches, stood a scorched, uninhabited house. The district's members of parliament had long demanded its demolition and conversion into a commercial building, but for some reason the proposal never reached City Hall's agenda. Even after a decade, the 6-story eyesore still stood. "I didn't feel anything when I passed by this morning." Lumian turned and headed for the door. "I'll visit you again. I hope you won't disappoint me." Oster, his shoulder wound now bandaged, flashed an ingratiating smile. "Rest assured, I'll provide you with an answer." After leaving Oster's room, Lumian suddenly quickened his pace. In a blink, he crouched in the shadows of the stairs leading to the rooftop, silently eyeing the tightly shut wooden door. Nearly half an hour later, having confirmed that nothing was amiss, he slowly descended the stairs with Le Petit Trien. It was then that he finally heard his stomach growl. Gazing at the makeshift barricade of rocks, logs, mud slabs, and assorted items, with a narrow opening as a passage, Lumian spotted a nearby bakery and spent 3 licks to buy half a kilogram of croissants. He also sampled Trier's distinctive fruit juice soda. The effervescent liquid swirled as the currant syrup dispersed like clouds within it. The concoction set him back 13 koppert. If he returned the soda bottle, He could reclaim 3 Copit, Rue Anarchie, Auberge du Coq Doré. Before Lumion could enter the basement bar, the noise and chaos reached his ears. Just past 9 o'clock, nearly 20 people packed the intimate space. They either sat at the bar or huddled around a few small round tables, their attention riveted on the bartender. The stylish ponytailed bartender explained the contraption on the bar to an unfamiliar male patron. This is called the idiot instrument. It tests your intelligence. Care to give it a shot? The man in the dark jacket seemed intrigued and asked, "How do I try?" The bartender gestured at the exposed rubber tube with a solemn expression. "Blow here until bubbles form in the glass jar above. Your ability to produce bubbles and their size determine the final test results." Without hesitation, the man picked up the rubber hose and blew into it. As light green bubbles emerged from the glass jar atop the machine, everyone in the bar leaped to their feet, applauding wildly and exclaiming, "Welcome, idiot." The man looked bewildered for a moment before grasping the joke. His face flushed crimson. He shot a fierce glare at the bartender and the rowdy patrons before stifling his anger and muttering, "Interesting. This prank is really something. I'll bring a few friends to try it tomorrow." "Is this what friends are for?" Lumion sneered inwardly. He pulled a bar stool over and sat down, telling the bartender, "Give me the usual, a glass of fennel absinthe." The bartender grinned. "This one's on me. Your machine's fantastic. Word of its mystical powers has spread, and people have come specifically to check it out. My business has doubled since then. By the way, I'm Pavard Neeson, the owner of this bar and an amateur painter. What shall I call you?" "Ciao," Lumion replied, his smile unwavering. He noticed the difference between Triurians and the villagers of Cordoue. In Cordoue, anyone who fell victim to such a prank would seek revenge. But Triurians enjoyed finding new victims, such as, and watching them get caught, easing their own embarrassment. "You've got a keen brain. You're better at pranks than many Triurians." To the native bartender, Pavard Neeson, this compliment was high praise. He slid a slender glass filled with the light green, hallucinogenic liquid toward Lumion. Taking a sip of the absinthe, Lumion savored the faint bitterness that stirred his senses and made him feel alive. He closed his eyes, soaking in the sensation before asking, "I have a few friends who arrived in Trier before me, but I don't have their contact information. Is there a way to find them?" Pavard Neeson wiped a glass. "If you're wealthy, advertise with the Journal de Trier. If you're not, hire a bounty hunter or information broker to see if they'll take the job. If you're broke, go back to your room and sleep. Maybe one day, you'll bump into your friends on the street. Any recommendations? A reliable bounty hunter or information broker?" Lumion wasn't short on cash for now, and might receive a donation from a generous benefactor at any moment. But advertising in newspapers was beyond his means. It did cost at least 3,000 val d'or. Smaller publications might be cheaper, but they were ineffective. Moreover, he couldn't risk alarming Guillaume Benet and Madame Poilis if they read the papers. Pavard nodded, saying, "Anthony Reed lives in room 5 on the hotel's 3rd floor. You can pay him a visit tomorrow. He's a retired military man turned information broker, highly trustworthy." Lumion took note of the room number and name. He lifted the absinthe, swirling it gently before raising his glass to one of the bartender. Upon returning to room 207, Lumion didn't waste any time resting. He drew the tattered curtains and performed the summoning dance in the cramped space. His goal was to see what strange creatures he could attract in Auberge du Coq Doré and Ruinarchi, preparing for potential future attacks, pursuits or ambushes. Wasn't according to Oster. Aside from the burned-out building, there were no particularly dangerous locations in the market district. Moreover, it was quite a distance from Ruinarchi, making it unlikely for it to be affected by a sequence 9 equivalent answer. After all, this the ruins of Cordoue village, where the power of inevitability was pervasive. Disregarding the more dangerous ones and those that dancers couldn't attract, Lumion believed that even if the strange creatures that appeared later were stronger than him, it would be nearly impossible for them to force themselves on him. The bluish-black symbol representing the great existence and the black thorn pattern from inevitability would be enough to deter them from acting recklessly. In a dance that alternated between madness and distortion, Lumion's spirituality merged with the stirred power of nature, stealthily spreading in all directions. Before long, he sensed watchful eyes upon him. Several translucent, blurry figures floated around the room. Some resembled humans, seemingly residual obsessions lingering after death. Others were grotesque, appearing like bottles or stacked meatballs, possibly originating from the corresponding spirit world. Lumion didn't recognize any of them, and couldn't determine their traits or abilities. At that moment, a figure emerged from the tattered curtains. Slightly translucent, it was a woman with long turquoise hair interwoven with green leaves that enveloped its body and concealed vital areas. The rest of its fair, smooth skin was exposed, setting one's heart racing and imagination ablaze. With emerald green eyes, red lips, and an exquisite, alluring face, a single glance at Lumion stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. Chapter 119. Strange Creature. Almost simultaneously, Lumion felt his hair stand on end, as a chill ran down his spine. He experienced a strong sense of impending danger. Subconsciously, he pulled out fallen mercury from his waist, ready to rip off the black cloth wrapped around it at a moment's notice. The translucent figure with turquoise hair and leafy coverings floated in midair, scrutinizing Lumion in the room. Its emerald green eyes shifted between a misty and smiling expression, reminiscent of a deep vortex enticing the human soul to sink into it. On one hand, Lumion experienced a familiar yet foreign urge that swept through his mind, disrupting most of his thoughts. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel fear, akin to a flying insect encountering a spider spinning its web. He slowed down his dance, prepared to stop at any moment. The translucent female figure displayed an eager expression, but it instinctively sensed that something was amiss and hesitated to approach Lumion. Sometimes it leaned forward, sometimes it retreated into the curtains, but ultimately, it did nothing. After Lumion finished his summoning dance, he heard a faint sound in his ears. It was so close it seemed like it was right next door, causing the strange creatures lingering in the room to vanish one by one. The last to leave was the female figure with turquoise hair and leafy coverings. It appeared both reluctant and perplexed. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief and closed his eyes, quietly listening to the indistinct voices within him. He couldn't make out a single word but yearned to hear each one clearly. After a moment, Lumion opened his eyes and gazed at the window obscured by the tattered curtain. He muttered to himself, "What was that?" His intuition told him that the translucent female figure was far more powerful than the other summoned strange creatures. It wasn't something beyonders at his level could handle, if not for the corruption sealed within his body and the bluish-black pattern on his chest, deterring spiritual creatures from subconsciously approaching him even without activation. Lumion suspected something might have happened to him. This piqued his curiosity. How do other dancers survive? He had only dared to perform the summoning dance after confirming the area. It wasn't too dangerous, yet something nearly happened. How could other dancers avoid such risks? Is it because I obtained my boon through theft and lack some mystical knowledge? Or is it because other dancers can only attract strange creatures similar to themselves? Additionally, the summoning dance comes from a hidden existence, so there shouldn't be any problems under normal circumstances. Lumion pondered for a moment. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was the anomaly. He believed that the corruption in his body was on an extremely high level. Even sealed, it could occasionally attract strange and perilous entities. Thankfully, the corruption also provides protection. Lumion exhaled, stowed away fallen mercury, and lit the iron-black carbide lamp. He sat at the wooden table and flipped through Aurore's notebook. Reading the mysticism notebook from back to front was excruciating. Lacking the corresponding knowledge, he would occasionally feel illiterate. He had no choice but to take out Aurore's earliest notebook and memorize the corresponding symbols, symbolism, and mystical meaning. However, Lumion couldn't sit down and learn bit by bit from front to back. He believed that if Aurore's witchcraft notebook truly concealed crucial information, it would definitely be in the content from the past year or two when abnormalities gradually appeared in Cordu village and the shepherds began their hunt. After nearly 2 hours of struggling with the knowledge known as lightning, Lumion admitted defeat and decided to continue the next night. He washed up briefly and lay on the bed. Recalling the strange creature he had just summoned, Lumion placed fallen mercury beside the pillow, feeling apprehensive. Before leaving Cordu, he had inspected the wicked pewter black dirk and confirmed that the fate it had exchanged from the flaming monster was pain from immolation. The darkness gradually deepened, But Ruanashi never experienced a moment of peace. Singing, shouting, cursing, fighting, chasing, cuffing, crying, and exercising filled the air, composing a nocturnal symphony. Lumion had grown accustomed to the noise, which even made him feel alive. Unknowingly, he drifted off to sleep. At 6 a.m., the distant cathedral chimed reminiscent of Cordu. Lumion woke up punctually, but was reluctant to open his eyes. After a few minutes, he sat up and fastened fallen mercury to his waist. His dreams had been chaotic throughout the night, but nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Am I overthinking it? Lumion muttered. He opened the door and walked into the nearest washroom. Using the morning light streaming through the window, he examined himself in the mirror. Compared to the same moment the day before, he hadn't changed at all. The color and length of his hair were external factors and wouldn't reset with his physical condition. Lumion bent down and brushed his teeth. As he rinsed his mouth, he caught sight of Charlie entering from the corner of his eye. Don't you live on the 5th floor? Lumion spat out the liquid and turned to ask Charlie. Charlie had changed into a yellowed-white shirt with the cuffs rolled up to his elbows. He yawned and said, Can you believe it? Those guys are already up before 6. The washroom on the 5th floor is packed. He then grinned. I still like this washroom on the 2nd floor the most. Do you know why? It's clean. Although that bastard Laurent has very high eyebrows and doesn't know how to help his mother at all, he has his strengths. He loves cleanliness. As long as he's in the apartment, he cleans the room every day and takes care of the washroom too. Ha ha. Could it be that he can't use the toilet if it's dirty? So he's the one cleaning. Lumion was surprised. His impression of the young man named Laurent had been that he was cold, haughty, and impeccably dressed. He clearly thought highly of himself and seemed oblivious to his mother's plight. He didn't strike Lumion as someone who'd clean a bathroom. Previously, Lumion had assumed that the other tenants on the 2nd floor had grown fed up with the landlord's penny-pinching ways and had taken it upon themselves to clean their shared spaces. Noticing Charlie's haggard face, as though he'd been up all night, Lumion grinned and asked, You hit up Rue de la Muraille last night? Did Rue de la Muraille was Trierre's infamous red light district. How can I afford to go to Rue de la Muraille? But I'll definitely go there one of these days. Charlie clenched his teeth and continued. I got back to the hotel at 10 p.m. last night. Then I went to the underground bar and drank with the guys till midnight. In the wee hours, I even had a, shall we say, quite a vivid dream. Chiel, our names sound the same, but they're spelled differently. Can you imagine how ecstatic I was in that dream? And when I woke up, how crushed and how, empty? Lumion supplied the adjective. Yes. Charlie walked to the toilet and unfastened his belt. His already narrow eyes crinkled with satisfaction. Lumion pinched his nose and scoffed. You had a wet dream. Charlie shivered, shook his right hand and laughed. It was the most lifelike dream I've ever had. The woman in it was far more beautiful than any on Rue de la Muraille. She was so tender and passionate, I never wanted to wake up. Well, clearly you couldn't hold out for too long. Waking up was a mercy. Lumion gestured. Charlie didn't bother to argue, and instead said earnestly, I'm planning to head to Rue de Rossignol on Sundays after I get paid and when I'm off work. There are a few dance halls there with some affordable pussies. A co-worker told me that I only need 52 kopit to treat myself. But right now, I've lost interest. Suddenly, Charlie's excitement surged. Lowering his voice, he confided in Lumion. You know what? A wealthy guest at the hotel has been treating me really well, asking me to deliver food and help tidy up the room. A man? Lumion inquired with a hint of mischief. Charlie hurriedly shook his head. No, it's a lady. I think she's taken a liking to me. I'm torn. If she makes a proposal, should I compromise my principles? You know these sorts of things are pretty common in Trier. If my ticket's my first big payday, I could soon own my own hotel. I figured you wouldn't hesitate. Some more? Though they'd only known each other for 2 days, Lumion was convinced that Charlie's moral compass was quite flexible. Charlie sighed, visibly troubled, and admitted, She's in her 50s. Lumion let out a long, and his expression conveyed his thoughts. Bidding Charlie goodbye, Lumion returned to his room to change into a jacket, pants, and other attire suited for Rue Anarchy. He spent 6 kopit on a scallion, pancake and 1 lick on half a litre of apple whiskey sour. Settling into a corner of the street, he leisurely ate his breakfast. Shadows from the buildings on either side cloaked him as he relished the flavors of onions and flour, observing the hawkers, women shopping for groceries, hustling workers, children scavenging for trash, and a barricade in a nearby alley. It was 9 a.m. when Lumion finally rose, dusted himself off, and returned to Auberge du Coq Doré. He climbed to the third floor and knocked on room 5's door. The information broker, Anthony Reed, resided here. After a sequence of knocks, a composed male voice with a West Midsetshire coast accent, "Please come in." Lumion turned the handle and pushed the door, replied, "Open." The first thing that hit him was a faintly acrid, minty odor, likely meant to repel insects. Then he saw a man in his 40s seated by the bed. The man wore a military green shirt, matching pants and laceless leather boots. His hair was cropped to a fine buzz cut. He didn't possess the tidy, efficient air of a veteran. His light yellow hairline had receded considerably, leaving a vast expanse of forehead. His face had grown plump, his beard meticulously shaven. His skin was slightly oily and his nose pores clogged. He appeared somewhat guileless and unsophisticated. As Anthony Reed turned to face Lumion, his dark brown eyes mirrored Lumion's figure. For some reason, Lumion suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Chapter 120. Lunatic's Ravings. Anthony Reed regarded Lumion coolly and inquired, "What's the problem?" "I heard from Pervert that you're a reliable information broker." Lumion quickly disclosed his source to avoid wasting time on mutual probing. With his plump face, Anthony Reed nodded knowingly and gestured towards a chair at the center of the room. "What information do you need? Or rather, what information would you like me to uncover?" Lumion felt a twinge of unease as he faced Anthony Reed, who exuded an air of honesty and dependability. He took a seat and stated succinctly, "I'm searching for two individuals. Names, appearances, and distinguishing features." Anthony Reed shot a glance at Lumion's left hip. Lumion reflected for a moment before answering. "One is Guillaume Benet, formerly a Padre of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The other is Poilis de Roquefort. Over a month ago, she arrived in Trier with her husband Beost, their butler Louis Land, and her lady's maid Café. I don't have any pictures of them. All I can tell you is that Guillaume Benet has short black hair and blue eyes. He possesses a solemn demeanor and strong ambitions. His most notable feature is his aquiline nose. Poilis has long brown hair and bright brown eyes. Her eyebrows are lighter and thinner, and she exudes an elegant yet alluring aura." Anthony Reed listened intently before rising from his chair. He crossed the room to a wooden table near the window, opened a drawer, and retrieved a stack of white paper and a sharpened pencil. In no time he sketched two portraits. "See if these resemble them." Anthony Reed handed the sketches to Lumion. Lumion inspected the drawings and was struck by their vivid, lifelike quality. Aside from the absence of color, they were nearly indistinguishable from photographs. He looked up at Anthony Reed in astonishment, remarking, "Uncanny, how can you reproduce their likeness so accurately based on my brief description?" He had assumed Anthony Reed would draft several sketches for him to review before finalizing the portraits. Anthony Reed cracked a rare smile. "I recreated the images from the official wanted posters. The authorities are searching for them as well." No wonder suddenly, it all made sense to Lumion. Both Padre Guillaume Benet and Madame Poilis were devotees of evil gods who had been granted boons. Once Ryan and his companions reported the situation, it was bound to attract the necessary attention. With this realization, Lumion's disquiet grew. "I must be wanted too. Did Anthony Reed see my portrait? Does he recognize me?" Trying to maintain his composure, Lumion queried the information broker. "I'm not surprised. I want to know the value of their bounties. Guillaume Benet has a bounty of 20,000 Val d'Or. Each piece of information is worth 500 Val d'Or. The same goes for Poilis," Anthony Reed replied nonchalantly. Lumion smirked. "If you uncover any useful information, you can cash in on the bounty twice." He was implying that Anthony could claim one share from the authorities and another from him. Anthony nodded in agreement. "I'll take your assignment. 500 Val d'Or with 100 up front. These are my terms. If you can't accept them, find another information broker or bounty hunter." Lumion knew there was no room for negotiation. He could only nod slightly and concede. "No problem." Just as he was about to hand over the money, a gunshot suddenly erupted from outside the window. Anthony Reed's entire body shuddered as if confronted with his mortal nemesis. He instinctively ducked beneath the wooden table for cover. Lumion was taken aback. Wasn't this reaction a bit extreme? Wasn't this typical of life in Ruinarchy? Gunshots, brawls, and large-scale skirmishes were commonplace here. Those who lived in this area should have adapted by now, only needing to steer clear of the windows to avoid stray bullets. Before long, the commotion died down. Anthony Reed took a few seconds to regain his composure before emerging from under the table. He offered Lumion a sheepish grin and explained, "I apologize. A few years back during the war, I suffered from post-traumatic stress on the battlefield and had no choice but to retire and return to Trier." Then why choose to live in Rue Anarchy, where gunfire was a regular occurrence? Lumion didn't press further. He had no interest in Anthony Reed's psychological issues. He withdrew a 50-vel door note and gently traced his finger over the image of Levanx, the bustling commercial streets, and the silhouettes of passing merchants. Feeling the remaining texture, Lumion handed the greyish-blue banknote, 2 louis d'or, and 2 5-vel coins engraved with the sunbird to Anthony Reed. His wallet felt a third lighter, and he couldn't shake the sense of money slipping through his fingers. As he examined the Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman behind the banknotes, Anthony Reed bent his finger and flicked the surface to verify its authenticity under the sunlight. Satisfied, he pocketed the money and inquired, "Do you want to check in with me periodically for updates, or should I have an address? If I come across any information, I can drop it off at your place." "I'm in room 207. Lumion knew he couldn't conceal his stay at the Auberge du Coq Doré from Anthony Reed, so he provided his room number. Upon leaving room 305, Lumion's expression grew increasingly solemn as he muttered to himself, "I need to be extra cautious in the coming days to prevent Anthony Reed from betraying me. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to demonstrate my strength in front of him, convincing him that I won't let any transgressions go unpunished." As Lumion mulled over his thoughts, he made his way towards the stairs. Suddenly, he heard someone exclaiming, laughing, and sobbing, "I'm dying, I'm dying!" Lumion glanced in the direction of the voice and spotted a man squatting by the door of room 310. The man wore a filthy linen shirt and yellow pants. His unkempt black hair cascaded down to his shoulders. At that moment, he clutched his head with both hands and stared at the ground, repeatedly muttering, "I'm dying, I'm dying." His voice oscillated between fear and insanity. The occasionally lucid madman that Charlie mentioned. Lumion sized him up for a few seconds, leaned in, and asked curiously, "Why do you think you're about to die? Do you have a terminal illness?" Without raising his head, the man continued to yell, "Ha ha! Dying, I'm dying!" Lumion smirked and strode past him into room 310, its wooden door flung wide open. The room's layout mirrored his own in 207. It was relatively tidy, save for the inevitable bugs that couldn't be evicted. Lumion's gaze swept over the kerosene lamp, a multitude of books, fountain pens, suitcases, and other belongings. The madman stood up and declared in a daze, "This is my territory." "Why no?" Lumion replied with a grin. "But if you're about to die, and you don't have any children or relatives, why not use your inheritance to help poor neighbors like us?" He observed that the madman was only in his late 20s. His bushy black beard had been left unshaven for who knows how long, causing his blue eyes to appear as if they were buried deep within a forest. The madman stared blankly for a few moments before clutching his hair and screaming in anguish, "They're all dead. They're all dead. I saw the Monsoris ghost. They're all dead. I'm about to die too." The Monsoris ghost? Lumion finally heard something distinct from the madman. He had deliberately provoked the other man to see if he could elicit a different reaction. The positive feedback made him feel as if he were making progress with digesting the potion. One of the acting principles of a provoker is that provocation is only a means and not an end. Lumion studied the madman thoughtfully and inquired, "Why would the Monsoris ghost cause him to die and push you to death's door?" The madman lowered his head and mumbled, "Anyone who sees the Monsoris ghost will die. Their family will die too. They'll die within a year." Is this the madman's delusion, or did something like this actually happen? If so, was it a curse? Lumion prodded, "Where did you encounter the Monsoris ghost?" Underground. It's beneath the market district." The madman crouched down again, his back pressed against the wall as he hugged his trembling body. The underworld beneath the market district? Couldn't he just report it to the two churches and have them send people to eradicate the unclean beings? Lumion mused silently, seeing that the madman had reverted to his undying state. He abandoned his pursuit of the matter, exited room 310, and descended the stairs. Tomorrow was Sunday. Lumion planned to visit the Mason Café in Quartier du Jardin Botanique at noon to familiarize himself with the area. In the afternoon, he'd head to the underground cemetery to see if Oster had received a reply. From the gathering's organizer. The alleys around Rue Enarchi were cluttered with obstacles made of rocks, wood, branches, and assorted debris. Even on the main road, one could stumble upon them from time to time. However, there was already a path wide enough for two carriages to pass through. These were called street barricades, and they could be found in many districts. Some bore the marks of smoke and fire, while others still had remnants of dried blood. They were a unique feature of Trier, contrasting starkly with the pedestrian streets of the arcade. Lumion stepped over a low point at the edge of emerged from the dim alley, and a barricade entered the street. He then made his way towards the public carriage sign, intending to take such transportation to Quartier du Jardin Botanique. As he walked, Lumion spotted numerous vagrants lying in corners, basking in the sun and picking at lice. All were filthy, gaunt, and devoid of energy. This brought back memories of his own days as a vagrant. Unlike the Lowen Kingdom, which prohibited vagrants from sleeping on streets and in parks, the Intis Republic had no such rules in place. However, they were forbidden from entering fee-paying establishments or private venues. They often mocked Lowen for its lack of culture. Lost in thought, Lumion's eyes narrowed. He sensed someone was tailing him. Chapter 121, Salle de Brise. Lumion didn't swivel or hesitate, striding confidently toward the public carriage sign. He scanned the area nonchalantly, his eyes settling on the glass window of a nearby café. Him in a dark jacket was reflected there, and not far from him, another figure in a canvas jacket and a cap. Lumion averted his eyes, abruptly quickening his pace, as if trying to catch the departing double-decker carriage. As expected, he felt the man in the blue cab break into a jog. The public carriage glided away silently, turning down the street. Lumion knew he couldn't catch up, and halted abruptly. Using the shop windows lining the street, Lumion caught sight of the cap-wearing man stumbling to a stop. Seizing the moment, he spun around and surveyed the dance hall opposite. As Lumion passed the public horse stop sign, he gave an almost imperceptible nod. Continuing on, he ducked into a shadowy alley blocked by a barricade. The man in the cap pursued him, vaulting the ramshackle barricade with ease, but Lumion had disappeared. His quarry seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Just as the cap-wearing man prepared to give chase, Lumion sprang from his hiding place in the corner, like a predator pouncing on its prey. He seized the man's shoulders and yanked him backward, driving his knee into his back. Crack! Lumion's knee connected with the man's waist, contorting his face in pain and buckling his knees. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lumion crouched and gripped the back of the stalker's head. In a gravelly voice, he demanded, "Who got you to follow me?" "I'm not. I'm just taking a shortcut." The man in the cap protested anxiously. Lumion chuckled, grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. The man in the cap howled in pain, his forehead bruised, swollen, and bloody. "Who sent you to follow me?" Lumion pressed. The man in the cap felt indignant. "I'm not following you. I don't even know you." "All right." Lumion released his grip. In an instant, he struck the stalker behind the ear. The man in the cap crumpled, unconscious. Lumion hoisted him up and thoughtfully lowered his hat to cover his tightly shut eyes. Then, as if aiding a drunken friend, he strode out of the alley and rounded the corner. There stood an entrance to the underworld. Lumion had waited for the stalker in the alley, knowing he could slip underground if needed, and the setting was suitably quiet. When the man in the cap came to, his vision was swallowed by darkness. Only a faint light in the distance weakly revealed his surroundings. Clang, 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 clang. The sound pierced his ears, approaching and receding through layers of obstacles. As a native of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, he was no stranger to such a scene. He suspected he'd been taken underground. A steam subway passed through the street next door, providing the faint light. Lumion sat in the shadows, eyeing the man in the cab. He grinned and said, "You have two choices now. Either tell me who sent you to follow me, or I'll take you deeper underground and bury you there. You should know that many people go missing in Trier every day. You won't be the only one." Seeing the stalker's silence, Lumion knew his mental defenses were wavering. He added, "As for me, I'll navigate these underground streets and move to another district." Realizing Lumion had an escape plan and was ready to silence him forever, the man in the cab's fear overwhelmed him. He blurted, It's Baron Brignace." "Baron Brignace, the boss of the Savoy mob and a creditor of Ostertrool? Why is he tracking me? I met him at the apartment on Rue des Blouses Blanches last night and didn't even speak to him." Lumion was baffled and at a loss. This convinced him the man in the lying. If he wanted to fabricate a story, he wouldn't have chosen a mastermind that Lumion couldn't fathom. Lumion frowned, asking, "Why is he following me?" "I don't know," the man in the cap replied, trembling. "He just wants me to follow you and see where you'll go." Lumion pondered for a moment and asked, "Where is Baron Brignace now?" "If there's nothing else, he's usually at the Salle de Brise on Avenue du Marché." The man in the cab strained to read Lumion's expression, but the light was too dim. Salle de Brise. Lumion recalled the landmark buildings in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman from his recent recon. Avenue du Marché was the main road connecting Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman to the Surhit steam locomotive station, stretching 2 kilometers. Salle de Brise was near the market district, its unique statue at the entrance, unforgettable. Lumion's lips curled into a smile as he told the stalker, "Take me there. I want to talk to Baron Brignace." The man in the cab sighed in relief, feeling as if his life had been spared. Who would hold the upper hand or be, accidentally, killed at Salle de Brise was no longer his concern. Salle de Brise occupied the bottom 2 floors of a khaki-colored building. The second floor housed a café, while the first was a bustling dance hall, though it had just opened and few customers were present. A white spherical statue composed of countless skulls greeted visitors at the entrance. Inscribed in Intis were the words, "They sleep here, waiting for the arrival of happiness and hope." Lumion surveyed the scene and trailed his guide around the statue to the dance hall entrance. 2 burly men in white shirts and black coats stood guard. They simultaneously rested their right hands on their waists and questioned the man in the cap. "Maxime? Who is he?" "H. He's here to see Baron Brignace." Maxime stammered. Under the guard's suspicious scrutiny, Lumion replied coolly, "It's up to Baron Brignace to decide if he wants to see me or not you. Do you want to bear his wrath?" After a moment's hesitation, one of the guards turned and entered the dance hall. As they waited, Lumion casually asked Maxime, "What's up with the statue and the inscription? They don't match the dance hall at all." Of course it was cool. Maxime nervously glanced at the grinning Lumion and explained, "This was originally a moved annex to the cathedral. Later, the bones were to the catacombs, leaving the area empty. Then, this building was constructed. Although those bones were purified or just ashes, the Savoy mob found it too creepy after buying this place. We had no choice but to commission a statue symbolizing death and an inscription representing the dead to appease any lingering bones that might remain underground and unexcavated." Lumion found the idea of people dancing here amusing, considering it could disturb the skeletons below, essentially dancing on their heads. Just then, the guard returned and informed Lumion, "Baron Brignace will meet you at the café on the 2nd floor." "Why?" Lumion held his head high and strutted into the Salle de Brise. First, he noticed the dance floor encircled by railings and the half-height wooden stage up ahead for singers. Then his attention was drawn to the haphazard seating and the various perfumes and cosmetics wafting through the air. Maxime hesitated before following Lumion. He felt compelled to report the situation to the Baron, lest he end up missing in the underworld. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lumion recognized the gentleman he had encountered the night before. In his 30s, the man sported a black, thin tweed formal suit. His brown hair appeared naturally curly, and his brown eyes held a confident smile. His features were sharply defined. Baron Brignier set down his coffee and grasped a mahogany pipe with his diamond-adorned palm. "What would you like to drink?" He was surprisingly polite and generous. Eyeing the four thugs with their hands on their waists, Lumion addressed Baron Brignier. "Why did you send someone to follow me?" Last Baron Brignier smiled and admitted candidly, "I saw you at Rue des Blouses, Blanchie's night, and again near Rue Anarchy today. The more I observed you, the more familiar you seemed, so I had Maxime follow you to confirm your intentions in the market district. You were searching for Oster last night too, weren't you?" "He tried to scam me out of my money," Lumion replied before inquiring, Why do I seem familiar to you?" Baron Brignaise took a puff from his pipe and grinned. "To experienced individuals like us, your actions can hardly be considered a disguise. Once we grow suspicious and connect the dots, we'll naturally recognize you. Lumion Lee, a wanted criminal with a 3,000 Veldor bounty." "My bounty is only 3,000 Veldor." Lumion's initial reaction was confusion. As the source of Cordu's time loop, how could his official bounty be lower than that of the Padre and Madame Poalis? "However, merely providing information about you is worth 500 Veldor," Baron Brignaise added with a smile. "Young man, you need a book called Men's Aesthetics. Don't be embarrassed. In Trier, it's quite normal for men to wear makeup. It'll help you conceal your true identity." This gentleman had also applied eyeliner and powder. Lumion smirked. "Are you planning to capture me for the bounty?" Chapter 122. Each with their own plans. Baron Brignier didn't immediately respond to Lumion's question. Setting down his mahogany-colored pipe, he calmly took a sip of coffee. After a moment, he smiled and said, "I'm not an official. I have no obligation to help them capture wanted criminals. Turning over anyone who's wanted would cost my Savoy mob a great deal of valuable talent. More importantly, your bounty isn't impressive. It's far from tempting me. However, if you cause any trouble in the market district, I won't hesitate to tie you up and hand you over to the police for a considerable bounty." The unspoken message from Baron Brignier was clear. There were many wanted criminals in the Savoy mob. As long as you behaved, he could turn a blind eye. Lumion understood. "You had someone tail me to confirm my intentions?" Baron Brignaise nodded approvingly. "I'm glad you comprehend." Lumion scanned the faces of the thugs, then calmly stated, "You've seen my wanted poster, so you've seen the others. My sole purpose in Trier is to find them." "Excellent." Baron Brignier recognized that Lumion had no intention of crossing the Savoy mob. He gestured to the chair opposite the booth. "Care for a cup of coffee?" "No need." Lumion declined the offer. "I just want to locate those people as soon as possible." He spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "Praise the sun for allowing us to live in the light." With that, Lumion turned and strode toward the stairs, unconcerned about the hidden guns of the thugs. Once his footsteps vanished down the staircase, Baron Brignier turned to the reserve Maxime and said gently, "Tell me exactly how you were discovered and coerced by him. Spare no detail." With the mahogany-colored pipe back in his mouth, Baron Brignier leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Trembling, Maxime recounted his ordeal from start to finish. After hearing the account, one of the thugs asked indignantly, "Baron, why didn't you teach that punk a lesson? Why let him walk away so easily?" Baron Brignac tapped the mahogany pipe on the table twice and inquired with a smile, "Teach him a lesson? Do you know his sequence, his abilities, or his weapons?" "I don't," the thug admitted. Baron Brignier rose, gripping the mahogany-colored pipe and smashing it against the thug's head. Blood flowed from the gash in the thug's forehead, but he didn't dare to cry out or dodge. He stood there, terror etched on his face. Baron Brignier withdrew the pipe and regarded him coldly. "Do you dare challenge him without knowing anything? Go ahead, take my place, let's see how long you'll survive." Ignoring the thug's response, Baron Brignier smiled again. As he wiped his pipe with a folded white handkerchief from his chest pocket, he casually remarked, "Didn't you notice something off about Lumion Lee's wanted poster? The difference between the bounties for capturing him and providing information is too small. One is a mere 3,000 Veldor, the other 500. What does that mean? It means the authorities don't want us handling Lumian Lee directly. They want us to provide intel so they can act themselves. Two possible reasons come to mind. First, Lumian Lee is incredibly dangerous. Allowing bounty hunters to pursue him would cause widespread casualties and unnecessary losses. Second, he possesses something valuable that officials don't want to end up in the hands of the bounty hunters. If I had just taught Lumian Lee a lesson, the second scenario would have been fine. But if it's the first possibility, what do you think our chances of survival are? The thug nodded repeatedly, not daring to argue. Baron Brunier sat back down, picked up his coffee cup, and continued. Moreover, based on how he dealt with Maxime and his audacity to approach me directly, I can tell that he's ruthless, decisive, and utterly confident in his abilities. I wager that if I had threatened him, demanding his total submission, he would have attacked without hesitation. He's the type who won't hesitate to kill. This is both his strength and his weakness. Unaware of my capabilities or the number of traps laid here, he still dares to confront me with the intention of killing me to ensure my silence. Sooner or later, he'll pay the price. Baron Brignet sipped his coffee and closed his eyes. Let's wait and see if we should offer him assistance and protection. This ruthless country boy with a warrant on his head could prove to be a very useful weapon. Outside the Salle de Brise, Lumian glanced back at the white spherical statue made of skulls and headed toward the nearest public carriage station. On his way here, he had already devised a plan to deal with them, but ultimately didn't execute it. He had expected that if Baron Bruniers threatened him with the wanted poster or showed any hostility, he would feign fear and reveal that he was wanted for stealing a powerful Beyonder weapon from Cordu's ruins. He'd offer to hand it over in exchange for protection. If Baron Brunier was strong and confident, and allowed Lumian to approach with the weapon, Lumian would launch a fake assassination attempt, a ruse to actually hand over the fallen Mercury to the other party. In that case, the unsuspecting Baron Bruniers would become the evil Dirk's puppet, due to his gloveless hand. Having interacted with, and occasionally, communicated with fallen Mercury for some time, Lumian had earned a degree of control over it, as long as it didn't conflict with its instinct to find a knife. Wielder, it would follow Lumian's orders even when in someone else's hands. Eventually, Baron Brignet would abandon his animosity and become an ally. After a few days, when no one suspected Lumian, the Baron would mysteriously vanish into the depths of underground Trier with a handful of his subordinates, who knew about the matter, never to be seen again. If Baron Brignet didn't allow Lumian to approach with fallen Mercury, and instead sent one of his thugs to retrieve the pewter Black Dirk, Lumian's strategy would be to first transform the thug into the wielder. Then, he would use cunning to hide the abnormality and give fallen Mercury the corresponding instructions. In the future, if he made the puppet attack Baron Brignet, the Baron would inherit the fate of being the wielder. After completing this task, Lumian would escape, if possible, or surrender, and wait for the fate exchange to finish. Even if the puppet died due to exhaustion, as long as fallen Mercury wasn't severely damaged, the fate exchange wouldn't stop. As for the torture he might endure after surrendering, Lumian didn't mind. As long as he wasn't dead, he would fully recover by 6 the next morning. Regarding the possibility of Baron Brignet becoming a wielder and turning into a zombie with evident signs of decay, Lumian had a solution. Baron Brunier himself had mentioned that men wearing makeup in Trier was common, and he was likely an avid reader of men's aesthetics. Cologne could mask the stench of decay, and cosmetics could conceal rotting skin. Truth be told, Lumian had struggled with whether to act in the café on the second floor of the Salle de Brise. Ultimately, he decided against it because Baron Brunier had shown a degree of kindness to a wanted criminal like him. Such kindness from a villain often meant they wanted to exploit him. If Baron Brunier truly wants to use me, he'll definitely help me conceal my identity and inform me of any unusual movements from bounty hunters in advance, as Lumian thought. He smiled. This was a good thing. As for the risk of ending up in a dangerous situation due to being used, Lumian already had a plan. By then, he should be well acquainted with Baron Brunier. Familiarity made striking easier. Lumian had only one option when being used for dangerous and unthinkable tasks: kill Baron Brunier. Phew. Lumian exhaled and considered how to better disguise himself. Initially, he had been confident in his disguise, as long as he didn't reveal His connection to the Padre and Madame Poalis, like he had with Anthony Reed. He wouldn't be recognized. However, the incident with Baron Brunier made him realize that he had underestimated other Beyonders. If there were hunters adept at tracking, there might be other sequences even better. At recognizing people, Baron Brunier or one of his subordinates must possess similar abilities. Lumion nodded imperceptibly. This was confirmed by the fact that Oster had relocated several times. With this realization, Lumion halted at the stop sign and boarded a brown double-decker carriage. He paid 30 kopecks to secure a spot inside the carriage. Had he chosen a seat on the roof, it would have cost him only 15 kopecks. The carriage gradually moved toward Quartier de l'Observatoire. Lumion gazed out the window, taking in the sight of hurried passers-by dressed in various attire. He observed ringing bicycles, rental carriages from different companies, and humanoid machines composed of gears, valves, pipes, and levers. The metal backpack on its back spewed white steam, propelling it forward step by step. Praise the sun! The blazing sun beat down on the pedestrians, their arms outstretched in the street. Clang! 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 The nearby cathedral bell chimed. It was noon. Chapter 123. Organizer. Lumion initially planned to scope out Mason Café before noon to ensure he'd know where to escape after his treatment the following day. However, the incident with Baron Bruniers had significantly delayed him. He had no choice but to find Oster Trier first and visit the Quartier du Jardin Botanique later in the afternoon. Oster was in his usual spot by the entrance to the catacombs, a bonfire flickering against a stone pillar. The sound of footsteps approaching caught Oster's attention, and he looked up from under his black hooded robe. Expecting to make a quick buck, he instead froze in place. Quickly recovering, he stood up and forced a smile. Before Lumion could speak, Oster preempted him, saying, "I contacted the organizer this morning, told him I have a friend who's into mysticism and wants to attend the gathering. He hasn't replied yet." Lumion nodded, not questioning how Oster had reached out to the organizer. He walked over to the bonfire, found a rock, and sat down. Casually, he asked, "You've duped plenty of people, but you're always in the same spot. Aren't you scared they'll track you down?" Oster laughed and replied, "Most of the time, it's not really deception. As a true Beyonder and secret suppliant, using my spirituality to perform divination for them isn't a scam. My predictions are far more accurate than most in the Mysticism Club. Sometimes, different folks need different strokes. If I'm ever exposed, I can always talk my way out." "How?" Lumion inquired with a smile. Oster coughed. "The key is to not be too clear or absolute from the start. That way, you can accuse them of misunderstanding your intentions." Lumion's smile deepened. "When it came to the Samaritan women's spring, you agreed too easily and made your promise too definite." Oster's expression fell. "Yeah, I was cornered by Baron Brignace. I just wanted the money right away. The right approach would have been to say I had a solution, but it was difficult to achieve. After you begged me repeatedly, I'd reluctantly accept your cash, warning I couldn't guarantee success." Evidently, Oster had pondered his mistakes the previous night, considering how to avoid risks if he had to start over. He grew more animated as he spoke, only stopping when he noticed Lumion's subtle grin. How could he openly tell this dangerous man how to swindle him? Oster awkwardly smiled and said, "But I doubt this would have fooled you either. You're the most cautious person I've ever met." Lumion smiled and shook his head. "You really picked the wrong pathway." Oster didn't dare to carry on. Instead, he asked, "I thought about it last night. I never mentioned gatherings when we talked. I just said I bought the potion's main ingredient." "How do you know it was a mysticism gathering?" Lumion chuckled. "It was just a gut feeling." Internally, he criticized, "Aren't there only two possibilities? Either a one-on-one deal or a gathering?" There was at least a 50% chance of guessing right. It was just a casual comment. No harm done if I was wrong. Oster stared at Lumion, increasingly fearful. It was becoming harder to guess this dangerous man's sequence. He appeared skilled in combat, possessed strong spirituality, and had an intuition bordering on precognition. Lumion savored the warmth of the bonfire and offhandedly asked, "How did you get involved with the mysticism gathering?" Oster's face took on a nostalgic expression. "Everyone comes to Trier with hope. Painters dream of having their works chosen by the world's artists exhibition, but most fail. Every year, some succumb to madness or suicide. Poor authors living in cheap apartments hope to replicate the success of bestsellers like Aurore and Meniere, but they end up selling their stories to small newspapers. They're forced to bear scathing reviews like trite, mediocre, and cliché. Many of them have even stooped to writing smut for underground booksellers, risking arrest by detectives. Over a decade ago, I came to Trier from Cecilis province, eager to make a fortune. I lived in a leaky attic, climbed scaffolding, worked in factories, smuggled illegal books, and sold soda. I made some money, but with each passing year, I realized I'd never be rich. Owning a home and enjoying leisurely mornings before work were impossible dreams. Eventually, I discovered mysticism magazines like Psychic and Mysteries. Perhaps I still fantasized about gaining superpowers overnight and changing my fate, so I started attending gatherings with fellow enthusiasts. Those magazines would publish the relevant information. Earlier this year, a friend from the group asked if I wanted to join a gathering with real Beyonder powers. I couldn't refuse. You know the rest. Lumion listened without interrupting Oster's account. When Oster finished, Lumion asked, "Is that friend the gathering's organizer?" "No." Oster shook his head. "The organizer goes by Mr. K. He always wears a massive hood, practically covering his entire face." "Mr. K." Lumion committed the codename to memory and pondered for a moment. "What abilities has he shown?" Oster shook his head again. "I've never seen any. But after becoming a secret suppliant, I sensed I was facing shadows and deep darkness when meeting him. I think he's very powerful." "He seems powerful. I wonder who's stronger, him, the Padre, or Madame Poalis?" Lumion mused before asking curiously, "Did you sense anything special around me?" Oster hesitated before admitting, "No, but your dangerous aura frightens me more than even Baron Brignier's." Lumion glanced at his left chest and smiled. "That's good." Oster was taken aback. Not understanding Lumion's meaning, Lumion changed the subject. "Have you heard of the Montsori's ghost?" "Of course." As a con artist posing as a warlock, Oster knew many stories about underground Trier. Legend has it that an evil spirit lurks in this dark, vast underground. It always travels alone, never seeming to reach its destination. Those who encounter the ghosts either die instantly or suffer mysterious deaths along with their families within the year. Those who've claimed to see the Montsori's ghost went mad and died within a year. I've heard both church factions sent experts to search for the spirit, but they found nothing. It sounds plausible. Lumion didn't inquire further. Standing, he told Oster, "I'll catch up with you tomorrow night or the following morning." "All right." Though Oster didn't believe Lumion would harm him now, he couldn't help but sigh with relief at the departure of the dangerous man. No ordinary human could feel at ease around a tiger. On his way back to the surface, Lumion carried the carbide lamp and passed by the entrance to the catacombs. Once again, he saw the arch adorned with white bones, sunflowers, and steam symbols. Looking at the words, "Stop! The Death Empire lies ahead." Lumion cautiously approached the natural doorway separating the inner and outer chambers. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the stone arch and bellowed, "Halt!" The figure donned a blue vest and yellow pants. He was an elderly man with grey hair and wrinkled skin. His light yellow eyes slightly clouded, locked onto Lumion. "Can I go in?" Lumion feigned the innocence of a foreigner. The old man scrutinized him. "You need to purchase a ticket upstairs and bring a white candle with you." "I have a friend buried inside. Do I need to buy a ticket to pay my respects?" Lumion fabricated a friend on the spot. The old man eyed him suspiciously. "Don't tell me you're one of those Courtier de la Cathédrale commemorative college students. Those troublemakers always concoct lies to sneak into the tomb. They sing, dance, and feast in the ossuary. Fine, go in. Just remember to bring lit white candles like Ben. That's my only demand." Lumion once worried that if he attended university, he'd be too different from his classmates. Now, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Those students were even wilder than he was. "All right." Lumion feigned disappointment. "Disappointment. I'll bring a white candle next time." The old man nodded, relieved. Lumion turned and followed the restored path to the stairs leading to the surface. Over 100 meters away, he suddenly spotted a black shadow from the corner of his eye. The shadow hunched slightly, shuffling behind a row of stone pillars on the left. Lumion glanced over and noticed its intangibility, as if it were almost illusory. Instinctively, he raised the carbide lamp, casting a bluish-yellow glow. The shadow disappeared, as though it had never existed. Lumion quickly scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. Is it an illusion or an underground ghost? As Lumion pondered, he suddenly wondered, could it be the Monsurus ghost? Did I encounter the Monsurus ghost? His pupils widened, and his expression grew unusually grave. Moments later, Lumion erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. He laughed, until tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Haha, come on, come at me. I want to see how you'll kill my entire family and how you'll cause my mysterious death. Chapter 124. Method of Self-Protection. As planned, Lumion circled the vicinity of Maison Café in Quartier du Jardin Botanique before making his way back to Auberge du Coq Doré on Rue Anarchy. He headed straight for the third floor and arrived at room 310, where the lunatic resided. Bang, bang, bang. He hammered on the door. Undying! Undying! The wailing from inside grew frantic. I'm fucking dying too. Lumion spat, his face expressionless. Startled by his response, the lunatic fell silent and offered no reply. Lumion didn't knock again. He produced a small wire he carried with him, inserted it into the keyhole, and fidgeted with it. With a click, the grimy brown wooden door swung open. Inside, Lumion found the madman, clad in a linen shirt and yellow pants, kneeling, with his thick black beard nearly covering his eyes. Lumion entered and casually closed the door. He crouched before the lunatic and lowered his voice. I've encountered the Montsori's ghost too. The lunatic visibly trembled, his fear-filled blue eyes showing the faintest glimmer of lucidity. After a few seconds, he caught his breath and asked in a deep voice, Are you sure it was the Montsori's ghost? He's in that state of intermittent lucidity Charlie mentioned? Lumion smirked and replied, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you to confirm it. What did the Montsori's ghost you saw look like? With a shiver, the lunatic described. A black shadow, like a lonely old man. Its back was slightly hunched, and it moved very slowly. After I spotted it, it vanished into the darkness. I didn't realize it was the Montsori's ghost until my parents, my wife, and my children started dying, one after another. It's eerily similar to my experience. Lumion frowned, suspecting that he had, indeed, encountered the Montsori's ghost. He contemplated for a moment. How did your family die? Were you attacked? The lunatic hastily shook his head. I often felt something watching me from the shadows, but I didn't face anything else. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far. My child became gravely ill and died in the hospital. We had just cleansed and interred him in the catacombs when my wife, snapped and hanged herself in our room. That's when I recalled the legend of the Montsori's ghost. I took my parents to the cathedral and asked the Padre there to protect us. The church took it very seriously and assigned 3 clergymen to stay at my home. Nothing happened during that time. I thought the nightmare was over. But after the new year, the clergyman left. Soon after, my father strangled my mother and ended his own life with a table knife. I can't remember much after that. Sometimes I wake up and realize I moved here at some point. The lunatic's blue eyes revealed unmasked anguish. Lumion felt like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap at any moment. They said the Montsori's ghost would kill anyone who encountered it back then, but this lasted until the new year. Lumion keenly noticed the lunatic's account differed from the legend. The lunatic shook his head. I don't know why it happened. I thought the nightmare was over. Otherwise, the 3 clergymen wouldn't have left. A curse with no time limit, until all targets are dead. Lumion formed a new hypothesis about the Montsori's ghost legend. He stood up and told the lunatic, I might have encountered the Montsori's ghost too. Let's see which one of us lasts longer. If I figure out how to break this curse, you can pay me to help you. A way? A solution? The corners of the lunatic's mouth twitched as he echoed Lumion's words, caught between tears and laughter. He raised his hands and clutched his hair. I'm dying, I'm dying. Lumion intended to ask the lunatic's name, something to inscribe when he was laid to rest in the cemetery or catacombs, but he shook his head. opened the door, and left room 310 instead. Back in room 207, Lumion sat on the bed, mulling over how to break the curse brought by the Monsurus ghost. Although theoretically, the curse might not take effect until year's end, leaving no urgency for now, Lumion couldn't rely on the Monsurus ghost's apparent delay. Moreover, he had no immediate family, so he stood a high chance of being the curse's first victim. It could happen in the latter half of the year, next week, or even tonight. Come to think of it, that man might still be alive. If the Monsurus ghost could help me kill him, I'd owe it a debt of gratitude. Lumion's thoughts raced, and he suddenly laughed at himself. In the dream he had lied to Ryan and the others, claiming he'd forgotten his original name. He simply wanted to avoid mentioning or remembering it. When he was young, his family had been well off, but the man he called father turned out to be a philanderer and later a gambling addict. His mother died from grief-induced illness, and his grandfather went bankrupt. They lived together in the slums until his grandfather's death a few years later. Thus, after being adopted by Aurora, Lumion had willingly asked to take her last name and change his own. Lumion didn't know if the man who had only provided genetic material was dead or alive. If he was dead, it was a blessing. If not, he hoped the Monsurus ghost would step up its game. As for himself, Lumion dared not assume the Monsurus ghost wouldn't harm him just because he harbored the taint of an evil god and the mark of a great existence. As long as it didn't possess him, the ghost could do anything. According to Madame Magician, Lumion was convinced that many Beyonders and monsters could easily kill him, but they would have to face the ensuing corruption as a consequence. I'm not certain if this is a curse or not, but I can't just sit here, waiting for death. I have to take action. Aurora used to say that the best skill for the weak or underage is finding their parents. With this in mind, Lumion's eyes brightened. He stood up and walked to the table to find a pen and paper. He planned to update Madame Magician on the mission's progress. Simultaneously, he would mention his encounter with the Monsurus ghost, questioning if he had been cursed and how to address the issue. Though the woman with the magician codename wasn't his parent, she was, undoubtedly, his superior in the current circumstances. It was logical to seek assistance from his superior when in trouble. Lumion pondered for a moment before writing. Esteemed Madame Magician, I have followed your instructions and gained Ostertrul's trust. I've also requested his introduction to Mr. K's mysticism gathering. On my return from the catacombs, I regrettably encountered the legendary Monsurus ghost. Of course, I cannot be certain. The specific legend is as such. I seek to know if I have been cursed by the Monsurus ghost or if another influence is at play. How should I proceed? Towards the end, Lumion intentionally added the code name, 7 of Wands, to remind the recipient not to overlook his status as an external member of their enigmatic organization. Lumion deduced this from the lady's use of the tarot card's magician codename and his 7 of Wands. He suspected Madame Magician might belong to a clandestine organization, symbolized by tarot cards and devoted to a powerful entity. The major arcana were official members, possessing formidable abilities. The minor each arcana served as peripheral members who undertook various missions. After folding the letter, Lumion meticulously cleaned the room. He crushed a few bed bugs that had crept in from next door and disposed of them in the bathroom trash can. Once done, he lit the candle and conjured a spiritual barrier to summon Madame Magician's messenger in his name. Before long, the candle flame transformed into a deep blue hue. This time, an arm-height, doll-like messenger in a light gold dress materialized atop the flames floating there. Its unfocused light blue eyes scanned the surroundings before gently nodding. Much better than last time. The voice was otherworldly and ghostly, far from human-like. Truth be told, I'm not fond of those bed bugs either, Lumion chimed in. The doll messenger smiled. Right? No creature appreciates those pests. Lumion sensed a shared sentiment, as if both sides despised the same thing. With that, the doll messenger extended a pale white palm, devoid of any skin texture, and the letter floated up. Lumion watched the doll seize the letter and vanish like a bursting bubble. He swayed with admiration and thought, having a messenger is so convenient. After concluding the ritual and tidying up the wooden table, Lumion returned to the bed, awaiting the messenger's response. As time passed, the night outside deepened. Songs echoed from the underground bar, but Lumion received no reply from Madam Magician. This made him furrow his brow. Does Madam Magician have other matters to handle and no time to read my letter? I can't keep waiting. I must devise other ways to protect myself. Neither Hunter nor Provoker grant me the power to combat curses, if it is indeed a curse. Dancer doesn't either, unless I genuinely pray to that concealed entity after the sacrificial dance. But how would that differ from suicide? If I can't pray to that hidden being, I can seek out that great existence. I bear his seal upon me. I even obtained his permission when I claimed the boon. I'm not afraid to beseech him again. Yes, I can entreat him to help me lift this curse. Lumion acted swiftly, setting up the altar, since Madam Magician hadn't specifically outlined the ingredients for the great existence's domain. Lumion believed that whatever he employed wouldn't impact the final outcome, as long as it didn't invoke other deities. He arranged orange candles made of citrus and lavender. 2 symbolized the deity, and 1 represented himself. After completing the preparations, Lumion stepped back and examined the 3 yellowish candles. He recited in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 25. Struggle. As Lumion intoned the 3 lines of the honorific name, a faint grey fog materialized around him, radiating an unnerving aura. The orange candle flame adopted a bluish tinge, casting a sinister, deep glow over the entire altar. In that instant, Lumion's thoughts seemed to decelerate. He felt an itching beneath his flesh, as if something was on the verge of burrowing out. A distant, inscrutable gaze from an unfathomable height appeared once more. Collecting himself, Lumion resumed his prayer. Adhering to Madam Magician's instructions and incorporating sacrificial knowledge from Aurora's witchcraft notebook, he recited in Hermes, "I implore you, I beseech you to lift this curse from me." In all honesty, Lumion yearned to request the great existence protection for a year, shielding him from all harm. But that was clearly unattainable. He had not yet mastered the necessary Hermes phrases to counter the threat of the Montsaurus ghost. Thus, he could only allude to the curse plaguing him. As the ritual culminated, Lumion began to draw upon the power of the herbs on the altar. In the following moment, his vision blurred, as if a seraph with 12 pairs of luminous wings materialized before him. Descending from above, the seraph extended its arms, enveloping Lumion in an embrace. The wings of light closed around him, enfolding him layer by layer. Lumion shook off his stupor and noticed the bluish candle flame had reverted to its original orange hue at some unknown point. Recalling the surreal encounter, it felt like a dream. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Did I just see an angel? Did that great existence send one of his angels to protect me and lift this curse?" Until today, Lumion had only heard of angels in the sermons of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. He never anticipated experiencing an angelic embrace firsthand. According to Madam Magician, this was at least a high-level Sequence 2 entity. Even if only a fraction of its power had been projected from afar, it was still angelic in nature. Lumion felt an even deeper reverence for the enigmatic organization that employed tarot cards as their moniker and the great existence that had sealed the corruption within him. Simultaneously, he breathed a sigh of relief. If the Montsaurus ghost had truly inflicted a curse, it should no longer be an issue. How could a ghost that dared not confront the protection granted by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's clergy and was confined to wandering beneath Tria compare to an angel? Nevertheless, trepidation still gripped Lumion's heart. He had prayed for the curse to be lifted. What if the Montsaurus ghost employed a different method of killing than a curse? He waited until midnight, but Magician's response never came. Unable to risk sleep, he lay on the bed, shutting his eyes just to rest. Staying awake all night posed no challenge for him. At 6 in the morning, his body and mind would simultaneously reset. This was both a curse and a blessing. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that the cacophony of Ruanarchy died down. Lumion discerned the faint chirping of insects in the distance and an even more remote whistle. Abruptly, his body felt leaden, and breathing grew labored. It was as if someone had swaddled him in a blanket and weighed him down. This isn't good. Lumion tried to rise, but he could only move his arms. His eyes wouldn't even open. His arms felt restrained, barely able to lift a few centimeters off the bed. In the next moment, Lumien's body turned frigid, and his nose felt damp. It was as if he had been stuffed into a sack and hurled into the depths of a river. His breathing faltered, his chest tightened with pain, and his thoughts decelerated. Lumien's desperate attempts at resistance flashed through his mind, entering cogitation and activating the black thorn symbol on his chest. He dismissed the idea in an instant. Firstly, he would likely lose control. Secondly, the monstrous ghost bore no connection to the covert entity known as Inevitability. It might not be deterred by the black thorn symbol. Unless left with no alternative and teetering on the brink of death, Lumien wouldn't gamble his life on this seemingly futile method. His lips and nose turned icy, as though an invisible hand was pressing them down. Paired with the sensation of drowning, Lumien found breathing impossible. His lungs were on the verge of bursting. Words like hunter, provoker, dancer, corruption, seal, and fallen Mercury flickered through Lumien's mind, each forming fleeting thoughts before dissipating. Fallen Mercury. Fallen Mercury. At last, Lumien had a revelation. He strained to shift his gloved left palm to the side. He had already positioned the evil dirk in the most accessible location to handle potential emergencies. A few seconds later, Lumien, gasping for air with his mouth agape, made contact with the hilt of Fallen Mercury and hoisted the pewter black dirk. Fallen Mercury was no longer shrouded in black cloth. The intricate patterns on its surface overlapped, inducing vertigo. With every ounce of his strength, Lumien hoisted his shoulder, bent his arm, and plunged Fallen Mercury above his body. There was nothing there. Not even a scratch, let alone blood. Without hesitation, Lumien gritted his teeth and angled his arm toward his body. With a sickening pop, he drove Fallen Mercury into his left waist. Crimson blood oozed out, staining the blade of Fallen Mercury. The phantom mercury droplets symbolizing the fate of immolation penetrated Lumien's body. The pain shocked Lumien's oxygen-starved mind to consciousness. His vision, blurred as the enigmatic river composed of innumerable mercury symbols, emerged. This represented his own fate. Ignoring the need for precision, Lumien cast his gaze downstream of the illusory river toward a current on the verge of engulfing the other tributaries. He then infused his spirituality into Fallen Mercury, allowing it to agitate the complex mercury symbol birthed from the river's entanglement. In the next moment, Lumien saw himself lying on the bed, his face a purplish hue, teetering on the brink of death. The mercury symbols abruptly constricted, solidifying into a droplet that seeped into Fallen Mercury's blade. Almost instantaneously, Lumien felt his entire body relax. The sensations of drowning and suffocation vanished. Simultaneously, pain enveloped him, and he couldn't help but emit a soft groan. Flames erupted from his body, searing his flesh inch by inch. He had utilized the pain of being incinerated, stored in Fallen Mercury to trade for his fate of being assaulted by a monstrous ghost. He had successfully escaped a state where he couldn't even struggle, and the attack didn't come again. Fallen Mercury could stab others or Lumien himself, replacing an unwanted fate. He was ignited, reliving the agony of battling the flaming beast. Braced for the onslaught, Lumien rolled beneath the bed. Thumping against the floor, he rolled back and forth to smother the flames, engulfing him. After a while, it was unclear whether Lumien's strategy had worked, if the fire brought on by the fate exchange had run its course, or if it was a combination of both, but he was no longer consumed by the scarlet inferno. However, his clothes were in shreds, and his body was marred with charred wounds. His nose teetered on the edge of detachment, and his singed hair emitted a burnt odor. For an ordinary person, or most low-sequence beyonders, this was an injury beyond resuscitation. Death was the only outcome. Lumien strained to keep his eyes open and focused, fighting the urge to pass out. As time ticked away, he sensed his life rapidly ebbing. He clung to consciousness, gasping for air. After an indeterminate period, Lumien finally heard the eerily beautiful chime of a bell. Clang, clang, clang! The bell struck 6 in the morning, trio time, its peal echoing through Ruanachi and beyond. Dawn's first light crept over the horizon. Lumien snapped to attention, his pain abruptly gone. His body and mind had completely reset. Phew! Lumien exhaled in relief and stood. He looked down at the tattered remnants of his once crisp linen shirt and dark pants. His skin had returned to normal. Already in a financial bind, he couldn't help but sigh. He needed new clothes, a fresh expense. Still, he'd managed to survive the Monsaurus ghost's initial attack. This was likely a first in the annals of its dark legend. From the looks of it, it's not a curse. Lumion changed into fresh clothes and stepped into the washroom to splash cold tap water on his face. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed that some of his hair had shortened and the golden dye had faded in places. These external changes couldn't be reset. After washing up, Lumion returned to room 207 and was startled to find another letter awaiting him. The folded piece of paper lay innocuously on the wooden table. Lumion muttered under his breath, "Isn't it too early for a reply? You didn't sleep again last night. Did you just get home?" With a shake of his head, Lumion picked up the magician's response and unfolded it. The handwriting was messy, but he could just make out that it belonged to a woman. "Excellent work. Engage more with Mr. K and exhibit your wild, fanatical side until he converts you and extends an invitation to his organization. The Monsaurus ghost is not a curse. There are 3 solutions for your current predicament. First, die before it. Use the corruption within you to destroy it and avenge the fallen. Second, trade your fate of encountering the Monsaurus ghost with your dirk. Haven't you ever considered using that blade on yourself? Third, take refuge in a particular cathedral of a certain church and never leave its sanctuary." Chapter 126, Finding Prey. Lumion quickly scanned Madam Magician's message, committing the essential points to memory. It was evident that the first and third solutions to the Monsaurus ghost dilemma were jokes. The only viable option was the second, using Fallen Mercury to swap his fate of encountering the Monsaurus ghost. In all honesty, Lumion hadn't considered stabbing himself with Fallen Mercury to proactively change his destiny. Only when he was cornered by the Monsaurus ghost, teetering on the brink of death, did this desperate strategy surface in his mind. Time was of the essence, and Lumion had to act fast. He'd only managed to exchange his fate of being attacked by the Monsaurus ghost, not completely avoiding one. He'd narrowly escaped the first crisis, but still lingered in death's shadow. Given the choice, Lumion would have still opted to exchange the fate of being attacked by the Monsaurus ghost instead of just encountering one. The attack had already occurred, and he couldn't be sure it would cease with a mere fate swap. He needed the most reliable plan to save himself. In simpler terms, what if the Monsaurus ghost killed him and realized it had never met him, and targeted the wrong person? I need to find someone to trade the fate stored in Fallen Mercury for a better one. Then, I'll prepare thoroughly, and when I'm ready, I'll stab myself to complete the exchange. I'll seal the Monsaurus ghost encounter inside Fallen Mercury. Lumion combined his experience with Madam Magician's advice and quickly devised a way to escape his predicament. When the time came, Fallen Mercury, also known as the Cursed Blade, would cause whoever was stabbed to suffer the fate of their entire family dying, including themselves. The drawback was the time it would take for the effect to occur. Lumion drew Fallen Mercury from his waist, eyeing the blade wrapped in black cloth. He felt the beyond a weapon's potential more acutely than ever. He seriously contemplated finding experts to repair Fallen Mercury. Otherwise, the enchanted dirk would only last until year's end. Maybe Mr. K's Beyond a Gathering could provide the resources he needed. My suspicion is correct. Madam Magician's intention for me to meet Oster Troll is to use him to attend Mr. K's gathering and join the secret organization behind it. Lumion donned a wide-brimmed hat and a black shirt resembling formal attire before leaving room 207 and descending the stairs. As a hunter, he needed to start his search for prey. Upon exiting Auberge de Coq de Rey, Lumion spotted Charlie sitting on the 3-story staircase leading to the street. Pale-faced, he gazed at the sky, melancholic, with a lit cigarette in his right hand. "What's wrong?" Lumion asked, casually sitting beside Charlie. Charlie didn't look back. He inhaled from his cigarette and sighed. "I feel like I've lost my soul. It's gone." He wore a white shirt, red vest, and a black suit jacket draped over his left arm. A hotel uniform. Lumion grinned and got to the point. "Did you sleep with that older woman?" Charlie turned to Lumion and emphasized, "Please call her Madam. She's only in her 50s. He took another drag and exhaled a smoke ring. Did you know? She gave me a diamond necklace worth at least 500 Val d'Or. I couldn't resist. She was so dazzling and seductive that she went straight to my heart." "It?" Lumion corrected. Charlie smiled sheepishly. "Madame Alice is captivating too. It's quite a feat to maintain her elegance at her age." She mentions she'll stay in Trier for 6 months and can offer me 500 val d'or a month. As he spoke, Charlie's voice grew somber, and his eyes took on a melancholic hue. Just as Lumion thought Charlie would sigh over his lost soul, a long exhale escaped him. Why can she only stay for half a year? Lumion patted Charlie's shoulder, saying earnestly, Take care of yourself. Charlie's eyelids twitched. There's a need for moderation. Madame Alice is far too enthusiastic. I was so exhausted last night that I didn't even have that beautiful dream. Lumion chuckled and said, You openly mentioned obtaining a diamond necklace worth 500 val d'or. In Rue Anarchy, that's enough wealth to make many people go mad. Aren't you afraid I'll steal it? Charlie laughed. I had to share it with someone or I'd feel awful. I've noticed you don't seem short on money. You're even quite generous. You wouldn't commit a crime for a mere 1,000 to 2,000 val d'or. Lumion grinned, retorting, Is there a chance? I'm pretending not to lack money to lure someone like you into lowering your guard. Charlie's expression froze as the dying cigarette nearly burned his fingers. Lumion changed the subject, asking casually, Is there anyone you despise so much that you think they deserve to die? Charlie snuffed out his cigarette on the stone steps, puzzled. Why do you ask? Why do you ask? He intended to pocket the extinguished cigarette butt, but decided against it, tossing it aside instead. A nearby vagrant darted over, grabbing the warm cigarette and taking a few drags. Without waiting for Lumion's response, Charlie continued, The person I despise most is our head attendant. You've no idea how detestable he is. Ha ha! I've never thought of wanting him dead, but I just wish I could hood his face and beat him up one day. I don't think many people truly deserve to die. One is Baron Brignace, the Market District's Savoy mob leader. He colludes with loan sharks, driving many to bankruptcy. A friend of mine jumped off a building in desperation. But what did that accomplish? His son vanished mysteriously, and his daughter was forced into the Salle de Brise. Although she's supposed to only sing, in reality, well, that's right. If he had the courage to kill himself, why didn't he think of a way to kill Baron Brignace and the others? Lumion nodded slightly. Charlie stared at Lumion, taken aback. Your thoughts are a little extreme, he added. The second person deserving death is Margot, leader of the poison sperm mob. He manipulates people into swindling women new to Trier. After bleeding them dry, he forces them into prostitution. That's how Miss Ethan's roommate on the 4th floor ended up in the motel. Most of the money she earns is taken by Margot. She's tried to escape several times, but she's been beaten within an inch of her life before she could leave Rue Anarchy. Market District has quite a few mobs. No wonder it's chaotic at night. Lumion glanced at Charlie, saying, It sounds like you sympathize with Miss Ethan's. Charlie puffed out his chest. True, Intis gentlemen empathize with ladies in tragic situations and offer help when appropriate, Lumion tersely acknowledged. Do you know where Margot lives? I don't know. Charlie shook his head. But he frequents the motel in the evenings, extorting money from Miss Ethan's. If you hear a woman crying, shouting and cursing on the 4th floor, that's Margot and his thugs. Lumion nodded pensively and inquired, Who else do you think deserves to die? Charlie considered for a moment, replying with a contorted expression, Mornette, that islander. He swindled me out of 10 val d'or. Can you imagine? I'd been unemployed for some time and hadn't found a new job yet. That was my last bit of savings. I nearly starved to death because of him. Where does he live? Lumion asked nonchalantly. He was staying at the motel initially, but after, no scamming me, he moved out. I don't where he went. Charlie's anger flared as he spoke. I was waiting for him to hook me up with a job. Once he'd calmed down, Charlie eyed Lumion quizzically. Why is your hair different? There were strands of varying lengths, gold mingled with black. Don't you think it's rather stylish? Lumion asked earnestly. Charlie snorted, his expression dubious. His experience with the idiot instrument made him instinctively question Lumion's intentions in such matters. After a few moments, Charlie glanced at the street vendors and waved his hand. I've got to head to the hotel. I'll see you tonight. Lumion stayed put on the stone steps outside the hotel, waving at Charlie's retreating figure. That afternoon, Lumion took a public carriage to Quartier du Jardin Botanique. After walking over 300 meters, he reached Mason Café. The café occupied the ground floor of a beige 4-story building near the botanical garden. Green plants twined around the building's exterior. The ground floor shops were set back nearly a meter, with pillars supporting an outer walkway for pedestrians. Mason's Café boasted dark green walls and large windows. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the tables and chairs outside. Lumion, dressed in a dark suit and wide-brimmed hat, entered the café. The first thing he noticed were the intricate plant sculptures on the wall, interspersed with Intisian sentences. Who holds supreme power in the country? The President or Parliament? Chapter 127, Café. Lumion couldn't help but smile when he saw the slogan, "Ha ha ha ha," on the wall. It reminded him of something Aurora had once said. In Trier, the café holds a unique status. It's the birthplace of riots, the sanctuary of conspiracies, and the wellspring of scandals. Throughout Intisian history, innumerable riots had been sparked in cafés, and countless literary works and political struggles had brewed within them. Unlike the neighboring Lowen Kingdom, Intis had its own private clubs, but they were fairly exclusive or high-end, with limited access. Be they former nobles, current members of parliament, high-ranking government officials, financiers, bankers, industrialists, renowned authors, newspaper editors, military generals, or university professors, everyone enjoyed frequenting different cafés to engage in spirited conversations, presenting a more approachable side to the public. After all, the Republic's political slogan and image were built upon freedom, equality, and fraternity. Naturally, the cafés frequented by various social strata were vastly different, often distinguished by location, price, and style. So, when Lumion heard from Charlie that Laurent had used his mother, Mrs. Lacazan, to seek opportunities in upscale cafés, he wasn't surprised or puzzled. Many people did this, often becoming archetypes for novelists, but only a few succeeded. At the same time, banquets and salons were all the rage in Trier. If any high society member didn't host a salon once a month, others would assume something had befallen their family, or that a financial crisis had jeopardized their political future. Aurora, who clearly adored this metropolis, stayed away partly because artists like authors, poets, painters, and sculptors seemed like tamed butterflies, fluttering about the salons of various politicians, financiers, and officials. It appeared that, only by gaining their approval, could the value of their work be realized. The amalgamation of salons and cafés supplanted most club functions. In this system, taverns, beerhouses, dance halls, and cafés shared similarities, but the latter held far greater significance, leaning more towards the upper classes. Upon seeing a customer enter, a female attendant in a greyish-white dress greeted him with a smile. "Do you have a favourite seat, or are you meeting a friend?" Lumion nodded. Cavern D. The female attendant led him to a secluded corner. Beside a window, he could see a lush, tree-filled botanical garden. "What can I get you to drink?" The female attendant presented a brown-covered wine list. Lumion opened it, momentarily taken aback by the dazzling array of choices. Fermo coffee, Highlander coffee, Riem espresso, Salle black tea, Marcus black tea, West Balham black tea, fruit slushy, frangipani cocktail, ambergris lemonade, Venus sacred oil, summer wine, kirsch, rose dew, walnut spirit, orange and lemon wine, cherry spirit, absinthe, fennel absinthe, gin, bitter curacao, apple brandy, grape dregs, brandy sweet wine, perfect love, barbarian cream, little rose, West Pyro. Considering he had a psychologist appointment later, neither alcohol nor coffee seemed fitting. Lumion thought for a moment and said, "Ambergris lemonade." "4 licks?" the female attendant inquired. "Do you need cake, bread, or other food?" "Not for now. I'll decide when my friend arrives." Lumion surveyed the surroundings of Mason's Café and noted the absence of customers at this time. The lunch crowd had cleared out by 2:30 p.m., leaving more than an hour before tea time. Soon, the female attendant returned with a tray, placing a glass filled with a colorless liquid and a few lemons on the table. Lumion eyed the empty seat across from him, picked up his cup, and took a sip. A sweet, elegant fragrance filled his nostrils, and the refreshing sour taste invigorated him. As the minutes passed, Lumion noticed the wall clock nearing 3:30 p.m. He couldn't help but glance at the café entrance. Green plants adorned the area, but no customers entered. Just as Lumion looked away in disappointment, a soft female voice sounded from the booth behind him. "I'm already here. Good afternoon, Mr. Lumion Lee." Lumion assumed the woman didn't want a face-to-face conversation, so he didn't turn around. He lowered his voice and asked politely, "Good afternoon. How should I address you? Can you hear my soft voice?" "No problem," the gentle female voice replied. "You can call me Susie." "Hello, Madam Susie." For some reason, Lumion felt relatively calm facing this psychologist. His usual habit of inward commentary dissipated. A familiar uneasiness washed over him a second later. "What's wrong?" Susie, seated behind him, inquired gently. Lumion pondered for 2 seconds and didn't conceal his feelings. "I'm a little uneasy. It's an odd, yet familiar sensation." "Yes, I must have experienced something similar when I met an information broker yesterday." Susie spoke rapidly, apologetically. "Sorry, I'm used to reading your thoughts. That might be causing your discomfort. Your body is infused with intense corruption and is in a delicate balance. The slightest disturbance triggers a reaction. In other words, you're highly sensitive to hidden and invisible influences surpassing beyonders of the same sequence or higher." "Is that so?" Lumion wasn't angry. In his view, a psychologist needed to read thoughts for effective treatment, rely on words alone. He then furrowed his brow. "Was Anthony Reed also reading my thoughts back then?" "I'm referring to the information broker." "I know." Susie understood. Where did Anthony Reed come from? What did he do before becoming an information broker? "He had a West Mid-Seasia Coast accent, a retired soldier," Lumion recounted. After a brief silence, Susie said, "If he's truly from West Mid-Seasia Coast, it's indeed possible he's a beyonder of the Spectator Pathway." The Spectator Pathway, Lumion had read about it in Aurora's Warlock notebook. But she only knew that its corresponding sequence 9 was called the Spectator. They possessed remarkable observational abilities, deciphering true thoughts from subtle expressions and body language. So a sequence above the Spectator Pathway is a psychologist, as this thought crossed Lumion's mind. He heard Susie correct him. "It's psychiatrist." "That sounds more reassuring." Lumion smiled. "What sequence is Anthony Reed?" After learning the other's pathway, he felt Anthony Reed should have recognized him and sensed his anxiety, concern, and attempts at intimidation. "According to your description, he's at least a sequence 8, Susie concluded. Lumion smirked. "If he's really a psychiatrist, that's interesting. He didn't even treat the after effects of his battlefield trauma. It's not unusual. When a psychiatrist suffers severe psychological trauma, it's incredibly difficult for them to recover alone. They often need the help of another psychiatrist, and treating a psychiatrist is far riskier than usual. One misstep can result in the infection of the patient's mental illness." Susie explained succinctly. As the conversation shifted and the atmosphere lightened, Lumion gradually relaxed, no longer feeling uneasy or anxious. He took the initiative to say, "Shall we begin the treatment? Talking is part of the treatment." Susie's gentle voice hinted at a smile. Realizing that the first stage of the treatment was simply conversation, Lumion eased further. He leaned back against the booth partition and asked, puzzled, "I know it was a dream, but there are many details I can't comprehend. Since it's my dream, how can I know the various abilities of the 3 official investigators? Why am I so familiar with the unique abilities of the Padre, the Shepherd, and company?" Susie's tone was warm as she replied, "The 3 official investigators were forcibly drawn into your dream. It's as if their subconscious came close to yours, in a semi-open state. They would actively participate in the dream, revealing all sorts of information they know. Even if they only think about it, your subconscious can sense it. In other words, with Ryan, Leah, and Valentine's involvement, certain parts of the dream are created through interaction. Their responses are a collective creation of my subconscious and theirs, adhering to unspoken rules." Lumion considered this as he pondered previously unresolved questions. Susie's voice remained steady as she continued, "You must have some suspicions about why you know the abilities of the evil god's followers, right? But you're just unwilling to confront them." At this, Lumion's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Based on the information Madame Magician provided, most of Guillaume Binet and Pierre Barry's abilities stem from the evil god's sequence contractee. So, it's impossible to predict their abilities beforehand. It depends on which creature they've signed a contract with, Susie gently analyzed. In other words, we can rule out the possibility that your subconscious obtained corresponding knowledge from the seal's corruption. Without a knowledge base, you couldn't imagine those abilities. Nothing. They're not imaginary. The woman's tone suddenly turned grave. From? Clearly, at some point before Cordy was destroyed, you saw Guillaume Binet, Pierre, the others use their abilities. Moreover, you were neither harmed nor Berry and traumatized. Otherwise, it would have manifested in the dream. From the dream's analysis, what truly left a scar on you was Poalis and company's actions. How do you think you witnessed those evil god followers using their powers? Susie's words were like sharp arrows piercing Lumien's memories, making the sturdy barrier waver. Lumien's face twisted slightly. Amidst excruciating pain, he saw images surface from the depths of his memories. It was the third floor of the administrator's castle. The walls were adorned with pale, translucent faces, but the fighters were no longer Ryan, Leah, and Valentine. Instead, it was Guillaume Binet, Pierre Berry, and Sybil Berry. Chapter 128. In the Dream. Blood-red flowers bloomed on the pitch-black vines hanging from the ceiling, sealing off the third floor of the castle. Guillaume Binet, Pierre Berry, and Sybil Berry fought off the midwife and her accomplices as they charged towards the tower. A series of fragmented scenes flashed through Lumien's mind. In a tower filled with bird-clawed infants, the invisible Guillaume Binet touched the midwife's shoulder with the help of shepherd Pierre Berry. The midwife exploded as if a bomb had been planted inside her. Though Sybil Berry had been killed by the lady's maid, she was reborn in the other woman's body and took control of it. Floating in the air, Louis Lund gave birth to a child in the room. Unfazed, Louis Lund teamed up with Administrator Bayos to subdue shepherd Pierre Berry. In the wilderness leading deep into the mountains, the Padre, Guillaume Binet, was surrounded by countless undead in linen garments. Lumien's face contorted in pain. These memories felt like a sharp weapon piercing his soul. Extracting them would do more harm, making him instinctively resist, recalling them further. Eventually the scenes faded, and Lumien panted heavily. How was it? Did you find anything? Susie's voice was gentle, as if inquiring. About today's breakfast. Lumien pondered and replied, I remember the battle between the Padre and Madame Poalis's subordinates. The scene was chaotic and fragmented. Sometimes I feel like I'm watching in person, and at times from afar, by certain means. This left him deeply puzzled about his position and role in these events. At times, he seemed to be part of the two groups, embroiled in the conflict. Other times, he appeared to be a mere bystander, unconnected to either side. Susie asked, leading him on, Besides that, is there anything else you don't understand about the situation in your memory? Lumien said as he recalled. I don't think I saw Madame Poalis. She only appeared when the Padre was surrounded by a horde of undead in the wilderness. The Padre and his allies seemed drained after dealing with Louis Lund, Café, Bayost, the midwife, and Madame Poalis's subordinates. If Madame Poalis had joined, I don't think they could have won. Why did Madame Poalis willingly give up and leave Cordoue without stopping the Padre and his allies? Not willingly, but forcibly sent away, Susie corrected him. The ritual in your dream to send the spring elf away should be about sending Poalis away. The spring elf symbolizes a bountiful harvest, the end of a harsh winter, and the budding of new life. It's very similar to the abilities displayed by Poalis's group. That's even stranger. Lumien's voice grew pained as he clenched his fists, feeling unable to remember any more. Susie said gently, If you don't want to recall, don't. Recovering all your memories isn't something that can be achieved in one session of therapy. Take your time. There's no rush. Lumien slowly exhaled a sigh of relief, his body relaxing. After he had calmed down for nearly a minute, Susie said, You can sleep and see if you can find more answers in your dreams. At first, the psychiatrist's voice was gentle in Lumien's ears, but then it became increasingly ethereal, as if it had receded and entered another world. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier until they finally closed. Lumien's eyes snapped open to the familiar ceiling above him. He bolted upright, taking in the reclining chair, the wooden table by the window, the small bookshelf, and the wardrobe with its full-length mirror. This was his bedroom, his home in Cordu. For a few seconds, Lumion stared blankly before leaping out of bed and sprinting from the room. He flung open Auro's bedroom door and found the desk littered with manuscripts, papers, fountain pens, ink bottles, and other items, just as he remembered. He noticed the chair with the pillow was empty. His gaze shifted to the vacant bed before slowly retracting. Quietly, he closed the door and moved to the next room. No familiar figure awaited him in the study either. Lumion raced downstairs. He dashed through Cordu village, arriving at the entrance of the eternal blazing sun cathedral. Not a single villager crossed his path. Every house was eerily silent. Gazing up at the onion-like dome, Lumion strode into the cathedral. The altar had been altered, adorned with tulips, lilacs, and other flowers. A black thorn symbol was etched into it, seemingly with liquid flowing on its surface. Still, nobody was here. Lumion searched the Padre's room before heading to the basement. Piles of bones and sheepskin lay around, just as in his previous dream. But the altar, in the middle, remained untouched. He examined it cautiously, but felt no burning sensation in his chest. Realizing this was a dream, the power representing the past, present, and future seemed to have vanished. Having gained nothing, Lumion stood by the underground altar, deep in thought. He then dashed up the stairs, out the side door, and into the nearby cemetery. Guided by the memories of his previous dream, he quickly located the tomb where the owl had flown in. Crouching down, he pushed open the stone slab sealing the entrance. Without hesitation, Lumion descended the stairs, traversed the passageway, and found the black coffin in the shadowy tomb. No owl was present, nor was there another Lumion. Only the faint light seeping in from outside illuminated the scene. In a daze, Lumion turned his attention to the black coffin. The lid had already slid to the side, revealing its contents. Hesitating for a moment, Lumion recalled Aurora nearly losing control in his dream when she spied on the dead warlock's corpse in the coffin. 2 or 3 seconds later, his expressionless steps carried him forward, approaching the black coffin. He cast his gaze inside. A corpse quickly appeared before his eyes, with golden hair cascading down its sides and eyes tightly shut. The corpse's pale white face was adorned with a light blue dress. It was Aurora. Aurora lay in the coffin of the dead warlock. Lumion's pupils dilated, his face contorting with horror. The scene before him fractured, crumbling inch by inch. Lumion's eyes snapped open, his expression a mix of bewilderment and dread. "What did you see?" Susie's voice echoed in his ears. Lumion replied in a distant tone. "I saw Aurora lying in the coffin of the deceased warlock." "How can this be?" Susie reassured him. "This is more symbolic. Consider this. There's no real warlock legend, and in the dream, the story you subconsciously created transformed your and Aure's home into the warlock's former residence. Aure knows nothing about this or the legend. Her loss of control was because she wanted to see the warlock's corpse in the coffin clearly. So, the warlock who died in the legend represents Aurora. What does the owl symbolize? What does the entire story signify?" Questions flooded Lumion's mind, each like a sharp blade tearing at his head. Lumion instinctively raised his hands to clutch his head. "You might need to recover more memories before you can analyze it. Moreover, sometimes multiple layers of symbolism exist in a mixed state," Susie said gently. "That's enough for today's treatment. Your subconscious is already resisting. Continuing may backfire and harm your mental state. Would you like the second treatment in 2 weeks or a month?" Lumion didn't hesitate. 2 weeks from now." Susie paused for a few seconds before adding, Lastly, I must remind you that you have a strong tendency for self-destruction." "Self-destruction?" Lumion repeated the words, his expression unchanged. Susie's voice carried warmth again. "I understand why this happened, and I don't want to forcibly eliminate it. Unless you're willing to let me erase all memories at the root of the problem, every treatment will only alleviate, not eradicate it. I just want to remind you that Aurora loves living and life. She has many unfulfilled wishes. She wants to see you attend university. She wants to travel to Trier as an ordinary person for a while. She wants to find clues about her home. She wants to resolve her issues with her parents. She wants to savor all of Trier's delicacies, every concert, and experience every art exhibition. Attend. She's one step away from complete death. If she's conscious, I don't think she'd give up. She's like someone who's fallen into an abyss, clinging to the cliff edge with one hand. If even you give up, no one will pull her up again. Lumien's expression shifted, but he couldn't show any defined emotions. It seemed he had forgotten how to smile or cry. Susie didn't pressure him to respond. She sighed softly and said, "Many times suppressing pain and despair isn't helpful. Humans need to vent and relieve stress. All right, that's it for today. We'll meet again for the second treatment, same time in 2 weeks." Lumien closed his eyes. "Thank you, Madam Susie." Susie didn't reply, as if she had already left. After more than 10 seconds, Lumien slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. He instinctively glanced outside Mason's Café and saw a golden retriever with a small brown bag vanishing around the corner. A female figure appeared to be beside the dog. Lumien lingered for another 10 minutes before finishing the remaining ambergris lemonade. He stepped out of Mason's Café and made his way to the nearest public carriage stop. A green double-decker carriage pulled up, inviting passengers to board. Lumien paid 30 kopecks and found a window seat, his gaze distant. "Read all about it. Only 11 kopecks each." A child in old clothes approached the window, hoisting a stack of newspapers in his hand. "Self-destruct, live, self-destruct, live." Lumien's mind replayed the psychiatrist's words. He felt like a walking corpse, oblivious to the newsboy. Suddenly, he noticed the newspaper's title, Novel Weekly. "That's right, it's Sunday." Lumien snapped back to reality. He handed the child 2 5-kopek copper coins and 1 kopek copper coin, opened the window, and grabbed a copy of Novel Weekly. Unfolding the newspaper, Lumien began to read, illuminated by the bright sunlight streaming through the window. As the carriage slowly rolled forward, a message caught Lumien's eye. Obituary. Our eternal friend, the renowned best-selling author Aura Lee, has been confirmed by our editorial team to have passed away in an accident in April. Lumien's gaze froze, his hands trembling. Abruptly, he lowered his head, raised the newspaper, and shielded his face with it. A wet mark materialized on the newspaper's surface in the afternoon sun. More and more wet marks emerged, merging into one splatter. Chapter 129, Neighbor. Rue Anarchy, Auberge du Coq de Rey, room 207. Lumien tossed the wrinkled newspaper onto the table and slumped onto the bed. After a few moments, he collapsed onto the mattress. Exhaustion coursed through his veins, making it nearly impossible to resist the urge to sleep. He reset his body and mental state each day, but never his mind. Too tired to bother undressing, he kicked off his leather shoes and closed his eyes. Lumien slept deeply, dreamless. The acrid scent of sulfur roused him from his sleep. The sun was still setting, outside the window. Lumien turned his head to gaze at the glass window, tinged with a golden red hue, and whispered sarcastically, "Could it be that I've slept for a day and a night?" It was clearly impossible. He always woke up automatically at 6 a.m., though the obituary had helped vent the sorrow in his heart. Lumien still felt somewhat despondent. He knew that grief wouldn't simply vanish, and pain would inevitably resurface. He had to maintain a stable mental state and face his emotions without spiraling into self-destruction. As for extreme, mad, and self-destructive tendencies, he accepted that these were inevitable as long as they weren't severe. "I have to undergo psychiatric treatment regularly in the future. Otherwise, I'll completely lose my mind before I complete my revenge and find a way to revive." Aurore. Lumien sighed and got out of bed. He picked up the wrinkled Novel Weekly again and studied the obituary on the front page, seeking to reawaken the familiar pain in his heart. Then Lumien noticed an issue. This paper was from last week. The paperboy had sold him an outdated newspaper. Impossible. It's impossible for a paperboy to keep a newspaper copy that can't be sold. Lumien furrowed his brow, finding this odd coincidence inexplicable. He carefully recalled something that psychiatrist Susie had said. Many times, suppressing pain and despair isn't helpful. Humans need to vent and relieve stress. Suddenly, Lumien understood. This was part of his psychiatric treatment. Madame Susie had first identified my unstable mental state and strong self-destructive tendencies. Then, she used the hope of reviving Aurore as an initial counsel. Finally, while I wallowed in my pain, she arranged for the paperboy to deliver a week-old obituary. She shattered my defenses with cold, hard facts, allowing me to release the pain and despair I had buried deep inside. Lumion mused silently. Realizing this, he was grateful for encountering a highly skilled and professional psychiatrist. Without her, escaping his mental quagmire would have been nearly impossible. As Lumion's gaze drifted, he noticed a few bedbugs scurrying into his room. His keen sense of smell told him the sulfur in the neighboring room had been lit to repel the bedbugs. But the vermin mostly fled elsewhere. Lumion chuckled at the thought of him and his neighbor inadvertently attacking each other by driving the bedbugs into each other's rooms. He slipped on his leather shoes and strode out of room 207, heading for room 206, on the second floor of Auberge du Coq Doré, nestled in an alley behind Rue Anarchy. A washroom connected rooms 201 to 204. Opposite room 204 was another washroom, with rooms 205 to 208 on the other side. A sizable balcony graced both sides of the corridor, so the third, fourth, and fifth floors each held 10 rooms and 2 washrooms. Knock, knock, knock. Lumion rapped his knuckles on room 206 door. "Who is it?" A slightly flustered voice called from inside. "I'm from room 207 next door," Lumion replied, grinning. "I want to get to know my neighbor." Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a lanky young man before Lumion. Barely 1.7 meters tall, the man wore a faded linen shirt and black suspenders. Oversized black-framed glasses perched on his nose, and his unkempt, greasy brown hair looked as if it hadn't been washed for days. His dark brown eyes betrayed his wariness. "What can I do for you?" the man inquired. Flashing a smile, Lumion extended his right hand. "I'll be staying here for a while, so I figured I should get to know my neighbors. What's your name?" The young man hesitated before reaching out and shaking Lumion's hand. "Gabrielle? And yours?" "Salle." Lumion glanced into room 206, feigning curiosity. "Why are you burning sulfur now? It's already evening time to head out for food." Gabriel adjusted his glasses and offered a wry smile. "I'm a playwright, and I'm planning to write all night." "An author?" Lumion raised his hand to his chin, abandoning his plan to play a prank on his neighbor to break the ice. Gabriel clarified. "Playwright, actually. I specialize in writing plays for various theaters." "Sounds impressive," Lumion praised sincerely. "I admire people who can write stories. My idol is an author." Gabriel, flattered by the praise and Lumion's genuine expression, scratched his messy brown hair and sighed. "This line of work isn't as glamorous as it seems. I poured my heart into my last script, which I think rivals the classics, but no theater manager will give it a chance. So I take on requests from tabloids churning out trite stories to pay rent and avoid starvation. Right now, I'm rushing to finish one of those manuscripts. The editors just want steamy scenes with the female characters. That's what their readers crave." Perhaps it was because he had triggered a scar in his heart. Gabriel was driven by an urge to share his struggles. Lumion listened intently before responding with sincerity. "I've read many authors' biographies and interviews. Most of them experienced hardship, living in cheap hotels or cramped attics. I believe you'll find someone who appreciates your work and helps you become a renowned playwright." Gabriel removed his glasses and rubbed his face. "You're only the second person to encourage me. Everyone else mocks my dreams, accusing me of being out of touch with reality. If it weren't for the fact that you share a profession similar to Aurora's, I would have mocked you too, and my mockery would be worse than theirs," Lumion thought, before asking curiously, "Who was the first person to encourage you?" "Miss Seraphine from room 309, Gabriel replied, glancing at the ceiling. "She's a figure model. I haven't seen her in a few days. She might have moved out." The same figure model Brewer and his wife mentioned. Lumion nodded and extended an invitation. "How about a drink at the bar?" Gabriel was sorely tempted but ultimately declined. "Another time. I have to submit my manuscript tomorrow." "All right." Lumion waved and returned to his room. Peering out the window at the bustling Rue Anarchy, Lumion resolved to find a restaurant and indulge in Trier's culinary delights. Just then, a shrill female voice echoed from upstairs. "You bastard, you pig. Your mother spawned you with a devil." The cursing halted abruptly, as if silenced by force. Lumion's heart raced as he flung open the window. "If you're so fond of winning, why not go to your mother?" This time, Lumion pinpointed the voice to the 4th floor. Miss Ethans, the one forced into prostitution. He recalled Charlie's description. That also meant Margot, the leader of the poison. Sperm mob had arrived with his henchmen to collect their dues. In the Intis Republic, there were 2 types of prostitutes. The registered ones in places like Rue de la Muraille and Rue de Breda, and the unregistered, illegal ones. The latter, who neither paid taxes nor could do their business without the authorities stepping in, outnumbered the former by 10 or even 20 times. After some contemplation, Lumion donned a dark suit and positioned himself between rooms 22 and 23. A staircase led to the next floor. He retrieved the cheap cologne he'd purchased from Bigora, intending to pour it on the wooden steps for Margot and his henchmen to tread upon as they passed. Unsure when the Monsaurus ghost's next attack would strike, Lumion was desperate to find his prey and complete the fate exchange. A brief moment, he abandoned the idea of directly pouring the cologne, opting instead for a more discreet approach to avoid detection by after any Beyonder powers. Lumion loosened the lid and feigned a clumsy slip of his hand, failing to grip the thick glass bottle securely. With a clang, the cologne bottle hit the bottom step, and some liquid seeped out, the pungent fragrance filling the air. Lumion crouched down, feigning frustration, picked up the bottle, and screwed the lid back on. He smeared the spilled cologne with his palm, rubbing it against his body to not waste it. Soon, most of the liquid had evaporated, and the night breeze pouring into the balcony swept away the lingering scent. Only then did Lumion retreat to room 27. He concealed himself by leaning against the door frame while keeping an eye on the stairwell. After more than 10 minutes, footsteps sounded from above. By now, the cologne in the corridor had significantly dissipated. A thin man led 4 others down the stairs. With closely cropped yellow hair, single-lidded blue eyes, a prominent nose, bridge, thin lips, and faint scars on his face, the man suspected to be Margot wore a red shirt and a dark leather vest. His hands were tucked into his milky white pants as he descended step by step. A bulge on his left waist hinted at a hidden weapon, and his feet were clad in strapless leather boots. Suddenly the man frowned and deftly leaped over the 2 steps and a section of the 2nd floor corridor tainted with cologne. The 3 male thugs trailing him failed to detect anything unusual and trampled the remaining traces of the scent. Lumion's heart pounded at the sight. Is Margot acutely sensitive to smells, with a strong aversion to being contaminated by peculiar odors? Chapter 130. Tracking. Lumion recognized Margot's actions all too well. He would have done the same. Then, he remembered Aurore mentioning that Beyonders from the Hunter pathway were relatively common in the Intis Republic. Lumion suspected that Margot might also be a Beyonder from the Hunter pathway, but he couldn't determine his sequence. A mob boss wouldn't have a high sequence unless necessary. If Margot is truly a Hunter pathway Beyonder, he shouldn't surpass sequence 7. Furthermore, the likelihood of him being a pyromaniac is slim. Leah and Valentine only at sequence 7 are already considered elite investigators. Could they be inferior to a high-ranking thug who patrols the territory, abducts women, and bullies prostitutes? Lumion pondered silently as he stepped back and averted his gaze. Although it seemed improbable that Margot had reached or even exceeded sequence 7, Lumion dared not be careless. What if his sequence title was something like Scoundrel, which required him to act like one? What if the poison sperm mob was more complex than it appeared, merely an extension of a secret organization or underground cult with ample resources, deliberately avoiding ostentation to evade official scrutiny? The odds were slim, but lacking information and relevant mystical knowledge, Lumion had to remain vigilant. He couldn't eliminate the possibilities or gauge their likelihood. In the 2nd floor corridor, the man suspected to be Margot, clad in a red shirt and black vest with his hands in his pockets, turned to his 3 subordinates. Frowning slightly, he seemed puzzled and mildly displeased by their unnecessary contact with the cologne. He glanced at the ground and sniffed. The cologne wasn't confined to the stairwell. It brazenly led to room 207. Moreover, the bottom step bore fresh marks of being struck by a light, small object. In an instant, the man presumed to be Margot reconstructed the scene in his mind. Based on the environmental clues, the tenant in room 207 might have visited the washroom or a neighbor. On their way back, they intended to apply cologne, but dropped the bottle on the stairs. Then, they spread the cologne on their body, leaving only faint traces. This was consistent with the mindset of Auberge du Coq Doré's tenants. The man thought to be Margot dismissed his suspicions and instructed his 3 subordinates. Remember to change your shoes when you return to Salle de Gristmill. All right, boss. The trio replied almost in unison. It wasn't surprising. They were frequently asked to do something similar. Salle de Gristmill from room 207, Lumion overheard their conversation and grew increasingly certain that the man suspected to be a hunter pathway beyonder was Margot. After chatting with Charlie that morning, he strolled around Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman district, conversing with vendors and bar patrons. He learned that Salle de Gristmill at 3 Rue Anarchy was one of the Poison Spur mob's strongholds. Only when Margot and his crew reached the bottom did Lumion don his wide-brimmed hat and leisurely exit the room. He trailed the lingering scent of cologne, venturing deeper into the street. 7 or 8 minutes later, he arrived at Salle de Gristmill. The faint odor of cheap cologne confirmed that Margot and his subordinates had returned. Salle de Gristmill lacked the grand statue and inscriptions of Salle de Brise. It merely occupied a section of the street and featured a golden-hued lobby. Gas lamps encased by glass covers and black crossed bars on 4 stone pillars, illuminating the entrance hall, dispelled the evening's darkness. At that moment, the dance hall buzzed with activity. Lumion heard singing, raucous laughter, and the strumming of instruments before stepping inside. The layout resembled Salle de Brise, with a dance floor in the center, surrounded by small round tables and chairs. A low wooden platform at the front held a sultry woman, clad in a provocative short white top. Her bra's row of bows was clearly visible. A black mole adorned her lips, and her brownish-yellow hair was swept up in a bun. Her makeup emphasized her large, deep-set blue eyes, creating a seductive, decadent allure. Softly crooning, she occasionally kicked her right leg. Her cream-colored, fluffy knee-length skirt enticed patrons to try peeking beneath it. The consulting physician has an alluring air. He'll first prepare by pushing up his sleeves with care. It takes me back to my initial romance. But this fine medic, he stands apart with just a glance. He locates the sweet spot with such finesse and speed. Discerning, my love, his touch is skilled indeed. Amid the suggestive and captivating performance, Lumion approached the bar counter and asked the bartender, "What's there to eat?" The bartender smiled and inquired, "How about roux meatloaf? Or do you prefer standard fare like sausages, bread, and smoked meat?" Lumion, already aware of the Trierian's fondness for meatloaf, nodded. Then, 2 servings of roux meatloaf. And a glass of apple punch. It can counteract the richness of the meatloaf. The bartender sensed a generous customer when Lumion didn't inquire about the price, and suggested a slightly pricier drink. Punch was a fruit juice cocktail. Lumion smiled. Sure. With nearly 200 Veldor remaining, Lumion didn't need to be overly frugal with his food and drink. In any case, scrimping wouldn't be enough to cover the outstanding payment for information broker Anthony Reed. 3 licks for each Rouen meatloaf, and 12 licks for the apple punch. The bartender quickly quoted the price. Lumion nodded, and pulled out a Veldor silver coin, adorned with a small angel, relief and a diffused line on the surface, tossing it to the bartender. After pocketing the 2 5-kopek bronze coins in change, he waited patiently. By then, the female singer on stage had finished her performance, and the band played a slightly intense drum beat. Customers flocked to the dance floor, swaying to the rhythm, releasing the day's pressure, fatigue, and pain. A man sitting nearby grinned at his companion and said, "I love this atmosphere so much. I wonder who invented this kind of gyrating dance. It's far more appealing than the old quadrille. Can you imagine? I'd often have a partner in my arms, only to wait ages for my turn to dance. My enthusiasm would have cooled by then." The quadrille, or square dancing, involved 4 men and women forming a square, and dancing to a violinist's performance before circling each other. Another man chuckled and said, "I still prefer the can-can and striptease." The can-can, popular in Quartier de la Princesse Rouge, featured high kicks and landing splits as signature moves. When women lined up in short skirts and stockings, kicking high, cheers and thrown coins often followed. Of course, it was a technically demanding dance. A skilled dancer needed to kick their leg as high as their nose or close to their ears. Lumion absorbed the surrounding sounds, occasionally glancing at the stairs where the cheap cologne scent vanished. Soon, 2 thick meatloaves and a dreamy, transparent alcoholic beverage with a red top and floating ice cubes arrived. Lumion sipped the apple punch, refreshed by the sweetness. faint tartness, and smoothness of the alcohol. The ice's coldness invigorated him. He then bit into the raw meatloaf, unable to resist the blend of unfermented dough's sweetness, minced meat's flavor, oil's aroma, and spice's kick. After devouring a whole meatloaf, he sipped the apple punch to cleanse his palate. Post-dinner, Lumion clutched his drink, listening to the girls singing and watching the dance floor crowd. The feverish atmosphere seemed to affect him as he occasionally swayed to the rhythm at the dimly lit bar counter. Each time Lumion would steal a glance at the stairs, monitoring Margot and his subordinates' movements. It was midnight when Margot, clad in a red shirt, leather vest and sporting short vertical light yellow hair, descended the stairs with 3 thugs and exited Salle de Gristmill. Aware that the other party might be a hunter pathway beyonder, Lumion didn't follow immediately. He was prepared to lose them since the gang's leather shoes, once soaked in cheap cologne, had been changed. Relying on his sense of smell to track them from a distance was no longer an option. Still, he harbored some hope. He'd noticed that most dance hall customers were too engrossed and frenzied, occasionally spilling alcohol on the floor, creating wet spots from the stairs to the exit. Swaying to the rhythm, Lumion observed from the corner of his eye that Margot consistently avoided the damp ground. This further solidified his belief that Margot was a hunter pathway beyonder. As for Margot's 3 subordinates, despite their attempts to dodge the wet areas, their limited observation skills and the dim gas wall lamp lighting led to their feet, or heels, inevitably getting wet. For those frequenting bars and dance halls, it was unavoidable. Margot had grown numb to it, not considering it an issue or giving it much thought. Almost a minute after they left, Lumion rose from the bar counter and stepped out of Salle de Gristmill. With few pedestrians on the streets, only the occasional drunkard singing and cursing broke the silence. Ruined gas street lamps cast moonlight providing the main illumination, a feeble light with the skies crimson, the 4 gas wall lamps at the dance hall. Entrance allowed Lumion to spot numerous, some had long since faded, wet footprints, while others were fresh. 3 sets of footprints appeared in close proximity, and consistently at the same time. Upon closer inspection, Lumion discovered a faint, difficult-to-notice set of footprints, without any wet stains leading the way. Lumion chuckled, whispering to himself, "Constantly hanging out with fools and vermin will only bring you harm." Chapter 131, Night Fight. Under the crimson moon's glow, a gas street lamp illuminated the area from a distance. Lumion identified the footprints and followed them at a measured pace. Before long, the wet spots dried up entirely, ceasing to provide clues. However, Lumion had memorized the size, sole patterns, and gait characteristics of the 4 sets of footprints, ensuring he wouldn't confuse them with others. Even so, tracking them proved challenging. Unlike the ruins of Cordy village, thousands of people traversed Ruanarki and its surroundings daily, leaving countless overlapping footprints that obscured and destroyed each other, making it difficult to pinpoint a target. Compounding the challenge, vendors littered the streets with trash, and the terrible environment created other distractions. At times, Lumion felt like he was searching for a drop of water in the ocean. Fortunately, it was midnight, and few pedestrians were out. Most were alcoholics, whose distinct smell and staggered footprints Lumion could dismiss at a glance. Additionally, Margot and his crew hadn't been gone long, so many traces remained undamaged. Lumion barely managed to keep up. Occasionally, due to the environment or Margot's caution, the footprints would abruptly vanish, but Lumion remained undeterred. He composed himself, searching forward, left, and right over considerable distances for new traces. Through trial and error, he eventually found the footprints he sought. Thus, Lumion tracked them to Rue du Rossignol in the Market District, stopping in front of a 5-story apartment building far from several cheap dance halls. Margot and his subordinates' footprints led inside. Upon careful examination, Lumion confirmed that the 3 thugs had eventually left and walked in different directions. In other words, Margot was the only one remaining in an apartment room. He doesn't need his subordinates' protection. Confident in his own strength, Lumion silently mused, growing more certain that his target was a beyonder. He surveyed the pitch-black corridor, considering how a hunter might handle corresponding traces before returning to their actual residence. He suspected that, even with a carbide lamp and meticulous searching, locating Margot would be near impossible, and he might even fall into a prearranged trap. After some contemplation, Lumion formulated a preliminary plan. He averted his gaze and headed to the adjacent street. Before long, he encountered a staggering drunk man in his 20s who could barely walk. As the man reached a malfunctioning gas street lamp and began to vomit, Lumion lowered his hat and approached. In a hushed tone, he said, "I want to buy your shirt for 1.5 vel d'or." The drunkard's initial reaction was to question whether he was so intoxicated that he was hallucinating. He wore a grey-blue tweed shirt he'd purchased from a cheap clothing store in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman for only 1 vel d'or. Now, someone wanted to spend 1.5 vel d'or, or 30 licks, on this old garment he'd worn for 2 years. Am I crazy, or is this guy crazy? The drunkard strained to look up at his counterpart, but the dim light only revealed a shadowy figure in the darkness. The next moment, 2 cold coins appeared in his hand. Instinctively, the drunkard weighed the coins and felt the patterns etched into the metal. He belched and asked, "Why do you want to buy it?" "If you're unwilling, I'll find someone else." Lumion feigned taking back the silver coins. Without further questioning, the drunkard grumbled and slowly removed his coat, emptying the pockets. As Lumion departed with the clothes, the drunkard looked up with difficulty and waved his hand. "Ha ha, lunatic who gives money, blag." By the time Lumion returned to the apartment block on Rue du Rossignol, he had changed into a dark blue cap, a grey-blue tweed coat, faded pants, and a pair of worn, dirty leather shoes. In addition to items he would use later, he had spent a total of 12 vel d'or. Lumion glanced at the unlit apartment and suddenly found himself bewildered. Why do I have to target a beyonder like Margot? His 3 subordinates were hardly innocent, and they were clearly weak. They didn't know how to cover their tracks, so dealing with them shouldn't be much harder than killing a chicken. The fate of being attacked by the monstrous ghost wouldn't discriminate. Why was I fixated on hunting Margot? I wasn't like this before. When necessary, I could be ruthless, and I could keep things simple. I wouldn't burden myself unnecessarily. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion's lips curled into a faint smile. He realized he had instinctively chosen more dangerous prey, because it appeared more challenging, making him feel more at ease and carefree. Lumion gazed at his left chest concealed beneath his clothes, suspecting this change resulted from the corruption within his body. After a few seconds of silence, he suppressed a soft chuckle. "From the looks of it, I'm a little crazy." He didn't plan on changing his target. It was as if he could already smell the stench of blood. This was both a blessing and a curse. With his cap pulled low, Lumion carried a pile of items and circled to the rear of the target apartment. He arranged the fatty meat, flammable sofa stuffing, and other items against the wall, creating a fireproof barrier around them. Next, Lumion struck a match and tossed it onto the pile. The sparks rapidly spread across the most combustible materials, quickly growing and consuming everything around them. Black smoke billowed. As the dense smoke enveloped the area, Lumion shouted, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" He then raced back to the front of the apartment and retreated into the shadows of a nearby corner. His plan was simple. Since he didn't know which room Margot occupied or what traps he had set, he'd force Margot to reveal himself. If Margot were a pyromaniac, he'd certainly sense that the flames and smoke below couldn't cause a real inferno. His reaction would differ greatly, allowing Lumion to determine Margot's sequence and decide whether to proceed or abort the plan. And, with the rising smoke, flickering flames, Lumion's cries, the apartment's tenants, and those from neighboring buildings rushed down the stairs to the street. As the fire wasn't large and the smoke hadn't penetrated the apartment, no one risked jumping out. Remaining silent, Lumion focused intently on the apartment entrance, while others replaced him to shout and search for the fire's origin. Seconds later, a figure leaped from a second-floor window, landing with ease. It was Margot, dressed in a red shirt and long milky white pants. Relying on his beyonder abilities and living on a lower floor, Margot hadn't taken the stairs like the other tenants. Instead, he jumped out the window. Upon landing, he glanced back at the apartment, realizing the fire wasn't serious at all. There had been no need for him to jump out, making him appear panicked and foolish. In that instant, Margot spotted a figure wearing a peaked cap and grey-blue shirt emerge from a corner. The figure, head lowered, pointed at Margot and laughed. "Look, this guy is such an idiot." Margot's emotions erupted with a fury. His eyes tinted red as he lunged at the man mocking him. He was fast, but the figure was faster. He had already turned and darted into the nearest alley. All Margot wanted was to teach the guy a lesson and chase him down. The pair raced into the dark, deserted alley, one tailing the other. Tap, tap, tap. The figure sprinted to a barricade and vaulted over it with a push from his right hand. Upon landing, he saw the figure stop and turn around. The moment he landed, he saw the figure stop and turn around. The moment he landed, he saw the figure stop and turn around. Under the crimson moonlight, Margot saw the face beneath the dark blue cap. It was swathed in layers of white bandages, revealing only nostrils, eyes, and ears. The figure's left hand was similarly wrapped, gripping a sinister-looking pewter-black dirk. Margot's pupils widened, and his heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized he had fallen prey to some kind of provocation. Suppressing his unease, Margot drew the black revolver from his waist. He aimed at Lumion and activated provocation. With that knife? Idiot, this is the age of the gun. Bang! Margot pulled the trigger, sending a bullet straight for Lumion's head. Lumion suddenly arched backward, as if forming a bridge. Then he snapped horizontally, dodging Margot's second bullet. Next, Lumion straightened like a coiled spring and hurled fallen Mercury at Margot as if it were a flying dagger, anticipating that his enemy had a provocation-like ability, and possibly poisoned the weapon. Margot dared not confront it head-on. He hastily twisted his body, allowing the pewter-black dirk to sail past him and embed into a crack in the barricade. As he evaded the attack, Margot saw Lumion pounce on him like a tiger. Only then did he notice that Lumion's ears were stuffed with thick wads of paper, rendering him almost immune to Margot's provocation. The best understanding of a hunter always came from another hunter. This revelation infuriated Margot once more, as if he had been silently provoked by his opponent's prowess. Bam! Lumion clenched his right fist and struck Margot's temples with a sharp crack. Margot blocked it with his left arm. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand and aimed the revolver at Lumion's head. Let's see how you dodge at this close range. In an instant, Lumion leaned forward as if to headbutt Margot's chest and grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. Meanwhile, his right leg swung up with incredible flexibility. Not at the back of his head, but had fallen lodged in a crack in the barricade. Mercury beside him. The sinister, pewter-black dirk soared into the air, propelled by Lumion's kick, and flew straight toward Margot. Chapter 132. Black Scorpion. Crash! Margot barely managed to dodge the deadly dirk hurtling towards him, but in doing so, he failed to move his revolver in sync with Lumion's rapid motion. There. Bullets struck the opposite wall, sending stone fragments flying. With a metallic clink, fallen Mercury zipped past Margot again, and landed not far away on the ground. Lumion straightened up, and swiftly stomped his right foot onto the enemy's instep, to stop him from raising his knee and slamming it into his abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Lumion was nearly plastered to his opponent. He either slashed or slammed with both hands or braced and blocked with his elbows. His feet delivered low kicks or stomps, and his knees jerked forward or bounced around. Margot was too preoccupied fending off these attacks to aim and fire. The thug felt as if he were caught in a relentless storm of his opponent's blows. Moreover, Lumion stayed close, employing close-quarters combat techniques to prevent him from retreating and using his gun. For Margot, such a fighting style was both foreign and dangerous. Crash! Margot's elbow smashed into the wall, causing the house to shudder. Whack! Margot's right wrist was twisted, and the black revolver slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Wham! 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 Lumion unleashed a barrage of hands, elbows, knees, and feet, forcing the enemy to retreat repeatedly. Towards the end, Margot could only block instinctively, his thoughts unable to keep pace with Lumion's swift movements. However, he sensed that he had already deciphered the pattern of his opponent's attacks and anticipated the sequences that would follow. He could defend against all onslaughts with his muscle memory alone. In just a moment, he would launch a counterattack. Instinctively, Margot raised his right foot to block the incoming low kick, but he met nothing. Lumion's left foot extended diagonally, defying the limits of human flexibility. He hooked the pewter-black dirk that lay silently beside him. He had attacked Margot to force him to draw near to fallen Mercury. The pewter-black dirk soared up and stabbed Margot's thigh. Margot found himself pinned down by Lumion while balancing precariously on one foot. He had little recourse but to retract his right foot and twist his body slightly to evade. Fallen mercury grazed his thigh and tore through his milky white pants, leaving a shallow trail of blood. Wham! 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 Lumion went on the offensive once more with the close-quarters combat techniques Aurora had taught him, overwhelming Margot until he had no time to tend to his leg injuries. Luckily, the wound was superficial and bled only slightly. Crash! Margot's back collided with the wall. Throughout the entire encounter, he hadn't even had a chance to speak. The other party still had his ears plugged, unafraid of any provocation. Margot's blood boiled, but it only served to fuel his determination. He planned to trade his injuries for an advantage and escape his current predicament. At that moment, his raised arms meant nothing. He watched in confusion and shock as the strange man with the white bandages on. His face voluntarily retreated and created distance. Then, the mysterious man turned and sprinted away. As he ran, he flicked the pewter black dirk up with his toes and snatched it in his left hand. Momentarily stunned, Margot was about to give chase when footsteps echoed from the alley. Hearing the gunshots, 2 patrolling police officers had rushed over with black, semi-automatic revolvers, alerted by nearby residents who had come downstairs due to the fire. "What happened? What's your poison sperm mob up to again?" One of the policemen demanded with a frown, recognizing Margot's face. Margot shot a disdainful glance at the 2 officers in white shirts, black vests, and black uniform coats, and replied, "I was attacked. Officers, you're too late." Although he said this, he was secretly relieved the police hadn't arrived later and had scared the mysterious man away. Otherwise, he might have been hunted down. After all, the strange man was likely a Sequence 8 provoker. Moreover, his combat techniques were clearly superior to Margot's, and his cunning allowed him to gain the upper hand. The policeman's face darkened. "Then follow me back to give a statement. We'll help you find the assailant. Also, is this your gun?" He pointed at the revolver that had fallen to the ground. Margot sneered. "Rely on you to find him. Ha ha! That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. That gun belongs to the assailant. Take it away." With that, he briefly examined his wound to ensure he wasn't poisoned. Then, he sauntered out of the alley ahead of the 2 police officers. The officer who had first spoken wore an ugly expression. He tried to draw his gun, but his partner held his hand down. Returning to Rue du Rossignol, Margot's face hardened. His first instinct was to hurry home and rely on the traps he had set up to guard against a second wave of attacks, but a few seconds later, Margot dismissed the idea, feeling it wasn't sufficient. He decided to go to the house of the poison sperm mob's boss, Black Scorpion, Roger, and inform him of the attack. He would stay there for the night. That was the safest place for Margot. Margot bandaged the wound on his right leg and sprinted from Rue du Rossignol to Avenue du Marché, making his way to the Suhit steam locomotive, and finally arriving at Unit 126, a 3-story building, with a small garden in the back. Before long, he encountered Roger the Black Scorpion in the study, a middle-aged man with firmly set black hair. Roger's slightly plump face was framed by cold, deep blue eyes. Dressed in aqua blue silk pajamas, Roger regarded Margot with a blank expression. "You were attacked?" "Yes. Yes." Margot recounted the events that had transpired. Roger's blue eyes suddenly darkened, as if connected to a bottomless abyss or an eternally burning hell. After a moment, he nodded. "There are no signs of you being cursed, but you have to be careful. Your blood is on that knife." As Roger spoke, he approached Margot. "I'll help you eliminate any hidden dangers first." Margot breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, boss." He followed Roger out of the study and down the stairs into the basement. Upon flipping the switch and illuminating the gas wall lamp, Roger pointed at the statue in the center and instructed, "Open it and crawl inside." The statue depicted a woman with gentle facial features, the folds of her long dress, rendered vividly and lifelike. Margot strode to the statue, pulled open the concealed door at its abdomen, and climbed in. As the hidden door closed, an eerie silence filled the basement. Black Scorpion, Roger gazed at the statue and intoned a word in ancient Hermes. "New light." Ghostly, indistinct black flames erupted from the statue's surface, flowing like water and burning silently. After 30 seconds, Roger said to Margot, You can come out now. This ritual was a method for eliminating the hidden dangers of a curse. By entering the female statue's abdomen and re-emerging, it symbolized a rebirth. Coupled with the corresponding Beyonder powers, it could sever any connection with the item that had fallen into the enemy's hands. Wait for me in the study. I'll search for clues about the assailant. Roger instructed after ensuring Margot was unharmed. Margot nodded and hastened out of the basement to the study. He pulled up a chair and settled into it. As time ticked by, Margot suddenly felt his body becoming unbearably heavy. As, if submerged in icy water, his breathing grew labored. Margot's pupils dilated, but he saw nothing. He fought with all his strength, as if restrained by invisible ropes. He could barely move his arms, fingers, and feet. Thud. Margot finally collapsed to the floor, but the strange sensation persisted. His face turned an unnatural purple, and his mouth hung open. His thoughts grew, increasingly murky. Why? With this question in mind, Margot succumbed to the encroaching darkness. At the basement door, Roger emerged with a grave expression. He has potent anti-divination abilities. This matter isn't simple. Roger the Black Scorpion contemplated as he returned to the study. In the next second, his gaze froze. He discovered Margot sprawled on the ground, his face purple and his lower body soaked. He was no longer breathing. After the poison sperm mob leader conducted a ritual to eliminate any lingering dangers of a curse, he mysteriously perished in the safest location of the poison. Sperm mob right before Roger the Black Scorpion. Auberge du Coq Doré, room 207, Lumion, now in fresh attire, nodded with satisfaction. Fallen Mercury informed him through its vibrations that the fate exchange had been completed. This meant Margot would instantly be assaulted by the Monsaurus ghost. Completing a fate exchange after stabbing someone took time anywhere between 5 and 30 minutes, depending on the desired fate, the individual's strength, and their subconscious resistance. If Lumion was the target, and he eagerly opened his mind and body, the fate exchange could be achieved swiftly within seconds, or even less than 20. Gazing at the pewter black dirk in his hand, Lumion smirked. When I have time, I'll teach you Morse code. Otherwise, every time we communicate, I have to constantly narrow down options based on your feedback. It's far too tedious. Fallen Mercury's quivering blade stilled as if stunned. Lumion, triumphant after a successful hunt, was in high spirits. He teased with a smile. Do you wonder why you should learn? Even as a blade, ambition is crucial. The saying goes for being a blade. Do you want to remain like this forever? Then, he inquired, what fate did you exchange this time? Lumion extended his spiritual sense to the pewter black patterned dirk. With Fallen Mercury's assistance, he gradually deciphered the destiny droplets stored within the weapon. It represented Margot's fate of receiving stacks of cash from his various underlings. You have a knack for choosing fates. Lumion had been occupied with fighting and had delegated the fate exchange to Fallen Mercury. He had merely informed it beforehand that he needed money. After commending Fallen Mercury, Lumion grew pensive. How will this fate manifest after the exchange? Chapter 133. Suffering. Lumion couldn't make sense of it, but he didn't dwell on it either. He rolled up his sleeves, baring his right arm, and sliced it with the Fallen Mercury blade. A brief moment of numbness was followed by familiar pain, but he didn't flinch. He watched as blood oozed out and stained the silver-black blade crimson. Almost instantaneously, a mercury illusory river, composed of intricate symbols, materialized before Lumion's eyes. The destiny droplets stored in the evil dirk seeped from its tip and flowed into the shallow wound. Lumion concentrated, straining to discern the fate he sought to exchange. He saw himself receiving treatment, saw himself falling asleep after releasing his emotions, and saw himself searching for Ostertrul. Scenes flashed across Lumion's mind, as if he had witnessed them firsthand. Soon after, he located the fate of venturing outside the catacombs and encountering the Monsaurus ghost from several days prior. He swiftly raised the tip of Fallen Mercury and thrust it towards the complex symbols that appeared to be formed by the Mercury River. That fate proved heavy, and Lumion failed to stir it on his first attempt. As the illusory river slowly faded, the scene in his mind became increasingly hazy. He hurriedly channeled most of his spirituality into the blade of fallen Mercury. At last, with a second stir, the fate of meeting the monstrous ghost broke free from the illusory, mercury-hued river and shrank into a minuscule droplet, resembling a bead of mercury from a shattered thermometer. The illusory droplet rapidly merged with the pewter black dirk. Only then did Lumion exhale a sigh of relief. He knew he had evaded the monstrous ghost, and fallen mercury could now be deemed a cursed blade. Once he treated the wound, an odd intuition suddenly struck him. Guided by this intuition, Lumion exited Auberge du Coq Doré again, weaving between raucous drunks and a heated brawl. He returned to Rue du Rossignol and halted outside the alley, where he had assaulted Margot. Furrowing his brow, he cautiously entered and flipped over the barricade. In the next moment, Lumion's gaze instinctively fell upon the shadow in the corner. Something lay quietly in the realm of darkness. Sensing its significance, Lumion hurried over, crouched down, and picked up the object with his gloved left hand. It was a bulging brown leather wallet. Margot dropped it? The money his underlings plundered and handed over to him? Lumion roughly grasped how the fate exchange had transpired. Although he couldn't recall whether Margot had dropped the wallet during their fierce battle, or if it had fallen afterwards, it didn't prevent Lumion from claiming the money. He extracted the thick wad of cash and emptied the gold, silver, and copper coins from the change purse. Then, he tossed the wallet aside and left the alley. Back in Auberge du Coq Doré room 207, Lumion lit the carbide lamp and meticulously counted his newfound fortune. In total, he had acquired 1,265 vel d'or and 15 copit. Most were banknotes, worth 10 vel d'or or less. There was only one 200 vel d'or note, 100 vel d'or note, and 250 vel d'or notes. A few louis d'or were included as well. Lumion stared at the money for a few seconds before sighing deeply. Even 10 donations from benevolent souls can't compare to taking down a gang. Leader, naturally, not all of the money belonged to Margot. He was merely holding on to it, for the poison spur mob. Lumion grabbed a stack of small bills amounting to 200 vel d'or and left room 207, climbing the stairs. In under a minute, he reached the 4th floor and came to a stop in front of room 8. He recalled that Margot had visited Auberge du Coq Doré in the evening to collect most of the money from an unlicensed prostitute named Athens. At the time, one of Margot's underlings must have been in charge, but the money eventually ended up in Margot's possession. Without knocking, Lumion crouched down and slid the stack of banknotes through the gap beneath the door. He quickly straightened up, turned towards the stairs, and vanished into the shadowy corridor. Lumion slept until 6 o'clock when the cathedral bell chimed. He had slept soundly the night before, feeling as if the provoker potion had been somewhat digested. In the morning, I'll look for Oster Trull and see if Mr. K has replied. I'll also buy some better clothes and cosmetics from Quartier de l'Observatoire. In the afternoon, I'll visit the cheap clothing store at Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Lumion wasn't eager to rise. He lay there, quietly contemplating the day's plans. Having escaped the threat of the monstrous ghost, he placed disguising himself back on his to-do list. After lingering in bed for a while, he ambled to the washroom to freshen up. Then, he went downstairs and purchased half a liter of apple cider and a loaf of bread, with pork sausages from the vendors. Having sated his hunger, he headed to the nearest cathedral square and found an empty corner to practice the combat techniques Aura had taught him. Lumion returned to Auberge du Coq Doré at 9:30 a.m., intending to rest for an hour before seeking out Oster Trull. Upon entering the motel lobby, he spotted 3 maids cleaning various filthy areas under Madame Fels's supervision. The motel owner hires cleaners every Monday. Lumion averted his gaze and walked towards the staircase. At that moment, footsteps echoed from above. Within 10 seconds, Charlie appeared before Lumion, clad in a linen shirt, dark pants, and strapless leather shoes. "You didn't go to the hotel?" Lumion asked, puzzled. Charlie yawned and replied excitedly, "Don't you know, I'm off today. We can take one day off a week and choose whichever day we want." Lumion chuckled. "Does this day off result in a reduction in your monthly salaries from Madame Alice?" Charlie grinned sheepishly. "She has her own social engagements." As they conversed, a foul odor drifted in from the door. The short, disheveled, grey-haired Roux and Michelle entered the hotel. "You didn't go to the steam locomotive station?" Charlie greeted them warmly. Rua approached them first, then maintained a respectful distance. The market district is a bit chaotic today. We plan to rest for a day. What happened? Lumion inquired. Curiously, Rua instinctively lowered his voice. Margot of the Poison Spur mob is dead. Many gangsters are searching for someone. Other gangs might clash with them at any moment. There are also many police officers present. Margot's dead? Charlie blurted out, astonished. He had just thought the guy deserved to die yesterday, and now he was dead. Rua nodded gravely. I've heard several people mention it. Sigh, we can't earn any money today. His wife, Madame Michel, consoled him. If we don't go out, we don't have to eat lunch. We can save some money. Before Lumion could inquire about the situation outside, Charlie, snapping out of his daze, spun around and dashed upstairs. Lumion's eyes flickered as he trailed behind. Thud, thud, thud. Charlie rapidly ascended to the 4th floor and sprinted to room 8. Taking a deep breath, he slammed the wooden door. Who is it? A slightly hoarse female voice emerged from within. Charlie announced his name loudly. Didn't I say I'm off the clock in the morning, back in the afternoon? Remember, 10 Velcodeur, no discount this time. The female voice responded impatiently, opening the door. This was Lumion's first encounter with a woman named Ethans. Her flaxen hair tumbled to her shoulders, her similarly colored eyes wary, and her face etched with apprehension. She appeared to be 23 or 24 years old, with average looks that could only be described as delicate. Her face and clothes were clean, and her red dress exposed a generous expanse of fair skin on her chest. Charlie excitedly informed Ethans. Did you know? Margot is dead. He's really dead. Ethans stared, dumbfounded. After several seconds, her slightly hoarse voice turned sharp. Is that devil truly dead? It's true, Charlie nodded without hesitation. You can finally escape that devil. You can finally live like a normal person. Ethans glanced around, dazed, taking in Lumion's expressionless eyes and Charlie's animated countenance. He's dead? He's dead? She murmured, thinking of the money that had mysteriously appeared in her room. As she started to believe Margot was indeed dead, her vision blurred. Tears poured down her cheeks. She couldn't help but squat down and bury her face in her arms. Her sobbing intensified, becoming more uncontrollable. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lumion turned his head and saw a young man in a white shirt, coat and black jacket approaching. Behind him were Margot's 3 thugs. The lad's brown hair was slightly curly, and his face bore prominent creases. He strode up to the weeping Ethans, crouched down, and grinned. I'm Wilson from the Poison Spur mob. From today onwards, I'll take care of you on Margot's behalf. Charlie's excited expression froze. Ethans's cries halted abruptly, slowly raising her tear-streaked face. She saw Wilson's smile and the shadow his body cast. The shadow was so dense that it couldn't be dispelled. Lumion observed quietly, his head imperceptibly raised. On the way to the 1st floor, Charlie, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help but ask, Is there really no end to the suffering of the poor? I like something Aurora Lee wrote, Lumion replied, his face expressionless. Sometimes, we're not the ones at fault, but the world. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people stomped up from the 1st floor. They were police officers in black uniforms, black vests, white shirts, and strapless leather boots. The 1.85-meter tall officer leading the group glanced at Charlie and Lumion and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Pressing down on the gun at his waist, he asked in a deep voice, Charlie Collins? Charlie was stunned. It's me, officer. What's the matter? The officer gestured at his colleagues and took out steel handcuffs. As his 2 colleagues encircled Charlie, he said with a serious expression, You're suspected of murder? We're arresting you. Murder? Charlie's face displayed shock, fear, and confusion. Lumion raised his eyebrows in surprise. As the officer handcuffed Charlie with his colleague's assistance, he informed him, Madame Alice is dead. Chapter 134, Courtesan. What? Charlie's disbelief was palpable. Lumion shared his surprise, casting a sympathetic glance at Charlie. He was convinced that Charlie had no reason to kill Madame Alice. After all, while she lived, Charlie stood to gain 500 Valdor a month for the next 6 months. According to various publications, this sum was nearly equivalent to the monthly salary of a doctor, lawyer, mid-level civil servant, senior high school, teacher, senior engineer, or deputy police lieutenant. For someone who had nearly starved to death and could only find work as an apprentice attendant, it was a small fortune. As his 2 colleagues headed upstairs, the officer who had handcuffed Charlie tersely explained, "Madame Alice was discovered dead in her room at the Hotel du Cygne Blanc this morning. Multiple witnesses confirm you spent the night there and didn't leave until close to midnight." Charlie's fear and confusion mounted. How is this possible? How did she die? Muttering to himself, he suddenly turned to the officer, anxiety etched on his face, and insisted, "She was alive when I left. I swear by Saint Vieve." The officer's deep voice responded, "The preliminary autopsy report places Madame Alice's time of death between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. last night. Besides you and her, no one else's presence was detected." Could the other presence not be human? Lumian mused silently, considering the Monsurus ghost. If it weren't for his lack of an adequate disguise, and his desire to avoid the detective's scrutiny, he would have voiced his thoughts. Impossible! This can't be happening! Charlie's eyes widened, his voice raised in protest. A police officer who had slipped away earlier descended from the 4th floor, a glittering diamond necklace held in his white-gloved left hand. "Found this," he informed the lead officer. The officer nodded without further explanation to Charlie. He stared at him solemnly, declaring, "Charlie Collant, you are under arrest for murder. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court." "I didn't do it. Do you hear me? I didn't." Charlie screamed, struggling futilely. Despite his protestations, he was led out of Auberge du Coq Doré by the 2 police officers. By then, several tenants had been drawn by the commotion to the staircase, where they watched the scene unfold. Among them was Gabriel, who appeared to have just completed an all-night writing session on his manuscript. "Do you think Charlie did it?" Lumian asked the playwright, deep in thought, as he stared down the now empty corridor. Gabriel had emerged earlier and had a rough understanding of Charlie's predicament. He shook his head, replying, "I don't think Charlie is guilty. He's not a saint, but he's not evil either." "Why do you say that?" Lumian inquired, turning to him. Gabriel adjusted his black-framed glasses. "Charlie was swindled out of his money and nearly starved, yet he never considered stealing from us. That means he either has principles and a moral compass, or he's terrified of the law. In either case, it's enough to prove he wouldn't murder that lady." Lumian nodded, then chuckled. "People can be impulsive and change." With that, he climbed the stairs to the 5th floor. This was the top floor of Auberge du Coq Doré. Large sections of the ceiling overhead showed signs of water damage, as if heavy rain would cause it to leak. Lumian approached room 504, Charlie's room, and extracted a small wire he carried with him to unlock the wooden door. Inside, Charlie's suitcase, bed, and wooden table had been rifled through by the 2 police officers earlier. Items were strewn about, but they were few and far between. Lumian recalled that during a conversation with Charlie at the basement bar, he had mentioned pawning his only formal suit and many other belongings while unemployed. He still couldn't afford to retrieve them. As he entered, his gaze shifted, and Lumian suddenly spotted a portrait. Taped to the wall opposite the bed, it depicted a woman in a green dress. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, with auburn hair, jade-green eyes, and lustrous red lips. She possessed an exquisite beauty, radiating elegance. Lumian was taken aback. The woman in the painting seemed eerily familiar. He realized it must be Susanna Matisse, the infamous prostitute Charlie had confused for Saint Vieve. Yet he had never met this woman before, so there was no reason for him to find her familiar. After some thought, Lumian suddenly remembered something. During his summoning dance in room 207, he had attracted a translucent figure that was clearly more powerful than the other entities. The figure, too, was female and bore a striking resemblance to Susanna Matisse in the portrait. However, one had turquoise hair, the other auburn. One's hair was long enough to cover her naked body, while the other's was merely long enough to form a bun. Moreover, the figure was even more alluring, seemingly capable of stirring hidden desires within anyone. Susanna Matisse's portrait didn't provoke such feelings in Lumian. a consequence of misguided prayers. Lumion silently nodded in agreement. In the past, he wouldn't have questioned Charlie's actions. If it meant avoiding starvation, Lumion would have prayed sincerely to a prostitute, let alone Treya's guardian angel. But now, through Aurora's grimoire, Lumion had gained a basic understanding of the entry-level sequences of the 22 divine paths, sacrificial taboos, and associated mystical knowledge. He knew that careless praying could be perilous. After searching for a while, he left room 504, grabbed the carbide lamp, and hailed a public carriage on Avenue du Marché, heading toward Quartier de l'Observatoire. As he ventured into the underground toward the area where Ostertrul typically lurked, Lumion periodically scrutinized the shadows behind the stone pillars. He laughed at himself, thinking, I won't run into the Montsaurus ghost again, will I? If that were the case, he would need to consider whether the Montsaurus ghost had a particular connection to something he possessed, or if corruption had indirectly altered his horoscope, resulting in exceptionally bad luck. Fortunately, Lumion's concerns proved unfounded. He found Ostertrul sitting beneath a stone pillar, a bonfire crackling nearby. The hooded, black-robed figure glanced at Lumion and offered a genuine smile. Mr. K has granted you permission to attend our bi-weekly mysticism gathering at 9 o'clock on Wednesday night. Oster's gaze bore a distinct sincerity, as if to say payment was due. At 9 p.m. the day after tomorrow, Lumion nodded with a smile. Where's the gathering? Meet me at my place an hour beforehand. I'll take you there. Oster replied, without hesitation. Lumion tersely acknowledged. I'll pay you the rest then. All right. Though Oster seemed slightly disappointed, he acquiesced. Lumion inquired. What should I be cautious of at the gathering? Cover your face and hide your identity, Oster advised from experience. You don't want other attendees exposing you if they're caught by the authorities, do you? Aside from Mr. K, no one should know everything. Lumion grinned, retorting, You've already seen my face and know my identity. Should I consider burying you in some corner of underground Trier after the first gathering? Oster involuntarily shuddered and forced a smile. You're quite the joker, but I don't actually know who you are, where you live, or what you do. Besides, it's unlikely that you've shown me your true self. Taking pleasure in unnerving the other party, Lumion found a rock and sat down. Basking in the warmth of the bonfire, he casually asked, Have you ever heard of Suzanne Matisse? I have, Oster replied, his excitement evident. For a time, she was the woman of my dreams. I bought numerous posters and postcards featuring her image. A few years ago, she was Trier's most famous prostitute, the kind who attended high society banquets. She was linked to countless scandals involving members of parliament, high-ranking officials, and the wealthy. Rumor has it that she made hundreds of thousands of Earl d'Or annually, but she's been out of the limelight for the past 2 or 3 years. Nana has since taken her place as Trier's renowned courtesan. Sigh, she might have become someone's permanent mistress. Hundreds of thousands of Earl d'Or. Lumion was taken aback. A high-level courtesan earns more than most best-selling authors. Isn't that normal? Oster wore a peculiar expression. A high-level courtesan can sleep with members of parliament, bankers, and high-ranking officials, but a best-selling author can't. Amused and self-deprecating, Lumion remarked. That's true. Poet Bowler once said there is no difference between a poet and prostitute. The former sells the product of his imagination, the latter her body. I prefer bodies, Oster admitted candidly. Lumion inquired again. Have you heard of the legend of a female ghost? She has turquoise hair, long enough to wrap around her body. Her features are exquisite, capable of enchanting most men and arousing their desires. No. Oster shook his head. With a wistful expression, he added, If such a female ghost truly exists, I'd love to encounter her just once. Lumion stood up and chuckled. Then brace yourself for sudden death after doing it, dozens of times a night. Oster's expression froze. 3 p.m., 27 Avenue du Marché, Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman Police, headquarters. Lumion, having spent nearly 300 Val d'Or on 3 sets of differently graded clothes, affordable cosmetics, and other disguise props, entered the unusually noisy hall. Some people were being brought in. Others were fortunate enough to leave, while still others argued loudly, caused a scene, and cursed some slammed tables and kicked stools, Lumion, his blonde hair neatly combed back, black framed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and a mustache adorning his lips, appeared with overly fair cheeks. Dressed in a black formal suit and carrying a brown briefcase, he approached a male constable overseeing reception. He stopped before the man, lifted his head slightly, and confidently announced, "I'm Charlie Collins, pro bono lawyer. I'd like to see my client." Chapter 135. Confirming the situation. 135. Confirming the situation. The constable set down his newspaper and sized up Lumion, visibly unnerved by his unabashed confidence. He gestured to the notebook and fountain pen before him, saying, "Show me your lawyer's license and register your name and purpose of visit." A license? Seriously, Lumion, the phony attorney, felt a surge of panic. Hadn't he read in countless novels and newspapers that simply identifying oneself as a lawyer was enough to gain access to a client? As Lumion reached for the black fountain pen, his mind raced, formulating a plan. He suddenly noticed that the constable across from him had shifted his attention to the recently discarded copy of Youth of Trier, fixated on the annual Trier cycling race. He doesn't seem to care about the lawyer's license. An idea flashed through Lumion's mind. Mimicking Auror's penmanship, he scrawled his name, Guillaume Pierre, pro bono lawyer, meeting client, Charlie Collin. After jotting it down, Lumion stood and nonchalantly glanced around. Feigning delight, he raised his arm and exclaimed, "My little cabbage, long time no see." Confused faces turned in his direction. Lumion spun back to the registering constable and murmured, "I spotted a friend." The unspoken message. He'd present his lawyer's license later. Without waiting for a reply, Lumion strode to a corner of the hall. The constable gave the register a cursory glance before returning his gaze to Youth of Trier. Once in the corner, Lumion stole a peek at the preoccupied constable, then turned to the baffled onlookers with an apologetic grin. "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Clutching his briefcase, he approached the police officer he had chosen earlier, who was now coming from the registration office. Lumion lifted his chin and demanded haughtily, "I want to see my client, Charlie Collins." In the Intis Republic, attorneys held a far higher social status than ordinary constables. The officer glanced back at the registration office, saw no cause for concern, and nodded. "I'll contact the person in charge of that case for you." 15 minutes later, Lumion found himself face to face with Charlie in a secured room. Two officers standing guard at the door. "Who are you?" Charlie asked, sinking into a chair across the table. His eyes filled with confusion. His once rosy cheeks were now pallid, fear etched into every line of his face. He had heard of pro bono lawyers while chatting with other hotel staff, and knew they were provided by government agencies or philanthropic organizations for destitute suspects. He never expected one to arrive just half a day after his arrest. Lumion grinned, removed his black-framed glasses, winked with his right eye, and spoke in his natural voice. "Don't you recognize me? I'm your pro bono lawyer." Charlie stared, dumbstruck. After a few seconds of careful scrutiny, a spark of recognition lit up his face. But before he could speak, Lumion slipped his glasses back on and said, "Quiet. Listen to me. All right. All right." Charlie snapped to attention. Lumion's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. "I need to know the full details of what happened. That's the only way I can clear your name." "Really?" Charlie asked, desperation in his voice, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Feigning his professionalism, Lumion questioned, "What time did you stay in the room with Mrs. Alice until?" Charlie rubbed his face, struggling to recall through the haze of confusion and pain. "Madam Alice ordered room service. I entered her room before 8 p.m. and stayed until she was tired. I only left at midnight. At that time she had just laid down and was still awake." "She was still alive!" "From 8 p.m. to midnight. Every day that 500 Verl d'Or isn't easy to earn," Lumion mused, then adopted a lawyerly tone. "You have to be honest with me. Hiding anything will only hurt you in the end." "I'm not lying. That's really the truth." Lumion's words, actions, posture, and tone had convinced Charlie that he was truly his defense attorney. After verifying a few more details, Lumion inquired, After you gained Madame Alice's favor, did anyone express jealousy? Many. Apprentices and official attendants alike, they were all jealous of me. Charlie remembered. They discussed the topic for a while before Lumion produced a photo, handing it to Charlie. See if you recognize this person, Charlie gasped. Isn't this Saint Viev? Why was she dressed so provocatively, her chest exposed? I've confirmed that the portrait in your room isn't Saint Viev. It belongs to the famous courtesan, Susanna Matisse. Lumion tactfully replaced prostitute with courtesan to prevent Charlie from becoming overly upset. Huh? Charlie's face contorted with confusion. I prayed to a courtesan, not an angel. But why did my luck change for the better? No, if it had truly improved, I wouldn't have been arrested. Lumion produced another photo. It still depicted Susanna Matisse, but he had already altered the courtesan's hair color and made a few edits. Take a look at this and tell me if you recognize this person. Charlie scrutinized the image for a few seconds before his expression morphed into one of shock. Cool. She. How can this be? So you do know her? Lumion smirked. Charlie looked up, his voice hollow. Yes, she is. She's the woman from my beautiful dreams. Didn't I tell you? I had these amazing dreams for a few days. I dreamed of making love to her. She was so passionate and gentle. How did you know I dreamed of her? I didn't tell anyone. Why do you have a photo of her? Charlie's gaze, now fixed on Lumion, had completely changed. Is this really the southern kid I know? Aside from his talent for pranks and good looks, there was nothing extraordinary about him. Lumion's lips curled into a smile as he gazed back at Charlie. Take a closer look at who's in the photo. Charlie stared blankly at the image of the green-haired woman. As he examined it, his expression morphed into sheer terror. He recoiled, involuntarily, making the chair creak. No, that's impossible. Susanna, she's that prostitute. Charlie shouted, unable to suppress his emotions. This revelation left him feeling as if he had encountered a malevolent spirit. After praying to a portrait of a prostitute, he had not only escaped hunger and found a new job, but had also dreamed of her and slept with her. Wasn't this akin to encountering a ghost? Lumion nodded approvingly. Congratulations, at least you're not blind. He had intended to help Charlie and divulge information as a prank to frighten him. But the two matters were unrelated. The door to the interview room creaked open. A constable standing guard outside inquired warily. What happened? Why are you shouting? I helped him recall some key details, Lumion explained calmly. Charlie snapped out of his stupor. Yes, I remember something very important. And indeed it was. The policeman didn't press further and shut the door again. Seeing this, Charlie leaned forward, gripping the edge of the table, and asked, anxiously, did I encounter an evil female spirit? It might not be a vengeful or evil spirit, Lumion said, watching Charlie's expression soften slightly before adding, it might be even more troublesome than that. At those words, Charlie's face turned ashen. After a brief pause, he asked apprehensively, You mean Madame Alice was killed by that evil spirit? I'm not sure yet. Lumion stood up. I need to examine Madame Alice's corpse. You even know how to investigate a corpse to determine the true cause of death. Charlie found his neighbor increasingly enigmatic. Lumion smiled but offered no answer. As Charlie's defense attorney, Lumion had the right to inspect the corpse under police supervision, and he could even enlist the assistance of an independent pathologist. So, after signing 2 documents under the name Guillaume Pierre, Lumion was escorted to the basement of the Market District's police headquarters and into the morgue where the body was kept. The officer leading him slid open the cabinet, unzipped the body bag, and pointed to the female corpse. This is Madame Alice. In life, Alice had preserved her appearance quite well, with only faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and mouth. Her thick brown eyebrows framed her face, her cheeks sagged slightly, and her skin had taken on a deathly pallor. Lumion glanced casually at the body and said to the officer, I'm good. He wasn't a pathologist who had come to conduct a genuine examination. His objective was merely to pinpoint the approximate location of Madame Alice's remains. After exiting the morgue, Lumion turned to the accompanying officer and asked, Where's the nearest restroom? Take a right at the end of the corridor, replied the officer, Despite his growing impatience, Lumion hastened his steps and entered the basement restroom. Once inside, he locked the wooden door and performed the summoning dance in the cramped space. Amidst the frenzied, contorted dance, a chilling wind swept through the restroom. Vague figures materialized one by one, their pale or bluish-white faces staring at Lumion with empty eyes. These were the lingering obsessions of the departed. Lumion had never witnessed such a spectacular sight before. For a moment, he felt as if he was surrounded by ghostly specters. He steadied himself and continued the second half of the dance while searching for Madame Alice. Soon, he spotted the fierce-looking lady with the thick brown eyebrows. Lumion unsheathed the ritual silver dagger and inflicted a wound, commanding Madame Alice to attach herself to him. Madame Alice consumed a drop of blood and entered Lumion's body. Immediately, Lumion felt a shiver race down his spine, and his chest grew heavy. His breath came in labored gasps. Without hesitation, Lumion amplified Madame Alice's obsession, foregoing any selection of her characteristics or abilities. Almost instantaneously, Lumion's vision dimmed, and he saw Madame Alice lying on the bed, her mouth and nose smothered by a down pillow. However, there was no one pressing down on the pillow in her line of sight. Chapter 136. Initial Summoning. Attempt 136. Initial Summoning Attempt. Lumion, consumed by Madame Alice's fixation, found breathing increasingly difficult. His body ached more intensely, as if he had once again encountered the monstrous ghost and teetered on the brink of death. This was a true death experience. Concerned he might lose control, Lumion chose not to push further. He ordered Madame Alice's lingering spirit to vacate his body. Gasping for air, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow before reverting to his slightly arrogant novice lawyer persona. Accompanied by the police officer, he headed back to the interview room. Charlie sprang to his feet, leaning forward with his hand braced against the table. His face was a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Without waiting for a question, Lumion seemed to hear Charlie ask, "What's the result?" Lumion nodded and made a calming motion. His gesture implied that the autopsy findings aligned with his expectations. Relief washed over Charlie's face instantly. It was as though he'd expended all his energy in that moment. He slumped back into his chair, physically drained. In front of the two constables at the door, Lumion declared firmly, "Don't worry about anything else, I've got it covered. You only need to do one thing. During the next questioning, recount the entire story to these gentlemen without omitting a single detail, no matter how absurd or implausible it may seem. Of course, stick to what happened up until your arrest. There's no need to delve into our conversation." Since a lawyer-client dialogue might involve courtroom tactics others had no right to know, the two officers at the door didn't find Lumion's last statement odd. After all, Charlie Collin was an unfortunate kid facing a serious criminal case for the first time and requiring a lawyer. He likely didn't know the rules and needed explicit guidance. Charlie grasped Lumion's message. "Don't reveal to the police that I discovered the issue with the portrait, all right?" Charlie wasn't as angry, terrified, or flustered as when he was first arrested and brought to the station. But he wasn't as chatty as usual either. After departing the Market District's police headquarters, Lumion circled twice, before finding an alley blocked by a barricade. He changed his clothes, removed his glasses, and altered his makeup style. "Now that I have enough money, I can set up a safe house and a place to switch. Disguises based on Aurore's novels." Lumion recalled his sister's writing, piecing together the method for handling such matters. He also fully intended to purchase a copy of Men's Aesthetics. Mastering makeup without guidance was impossible. He'd mainly relied on his hairstyle, glasses, and a tie to conceal his identity. En route to Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumion contemplated how to extricate Charlie from his dire situation. Who exactly is Susanna Matisse, or rather the bizarre creature she morphed into? Why did she murder Madame Alice? Why did she help Charlie in the past and engage in the act with him in a dream? The prospect of writing to Madame Magician unsettled Lumion. Judging by the speed of her previous response and its content, he sensed her indirectness. "Don't bother me unless it's important." If Lumion faced an issue involving Susanna Matisse, writing to inquire would be acceptable. However, this predicament only concerned his neighbor. It was highly likely that the enigmatic, potent woman who detested complications wouldn't respond, and this could impact her attitude towards Lumion. If I'm not asking Madam Magician, why not inquire at Mr. K's mysticism gathering? If the attendees are beyonders at Ostertroll's level, they might not have the answer. As Lumion mulled it over, he ascended the stairs and entered his room. His gaze fell on the suitcase containing Aurora's grimoires, and he experienced a sudden revelation. Why should I investigate Susanna Matisse and deal with her personally? My sole objective is to rescue Charlie. Even if I can uncover Susanna Matisse's vulnerability and vanquish her, can I coerce a peculiar creature like her to turn herself in at the police station? If she dares to go, the police won't dare to entertain her. Given her displayed characteristics, wouldn't she indulge in an orgy on the spot? Lumion rapidly discerned the distinction between goals and means. There was no need for such effort to exonerate Charlie and secure his release from police headquarters. He simply had to inform Bureau 8, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery that Charlie's case involved beyonder elements and prompt them to intervene in the investigation. Even a low-level beyonder with no intelligence network or mystical powers could detect something amiss with Susanna Matisse. There's no reason why official investigators couldn't uncover the invisible force behind Madame Alice's demise. Eventually, they would not only verify Charlie's innocence but also help him escape Susanna Matisse's grasp and resolve the issue with the strange creature entirely. Lumion had a clear conjecture about the subsequent events after the lunatic upstairs had sought refuge in the cathedral upon encountering the monstrous ghost. He had urged Charlie to divulge everything at the Market District's police headquarters to attract the attention of official beyonders. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to act. He couldn't rely solely on ordinary police officers. What if they deemed Charlie's story a fabrication intended to mock their intelligence and resorted to violence to coerce a confession on the spot? Lumion's gaze swept over the crumpled newspaper on the wooden table, recalling how he or his sister had snipped out the Livre Blue's words and pieced them together to compose a letter seeking assistance from the authorities, transform Charlie's experience into a letter and deliver it to a nearby cathedral. Lumion nodded, deciding to execute the plan. Armed with the plea for help and Charlie's confession, it should pique the interest of official beyonders. As he was about to search for appropriate phrases in Novel Weekly, Lumion suddenly frowned. Could the officials link a similar request for help to Cordu? Would they associate me, a wanted criminal, with Charlie? Lumion didn't know if Ryan and his associates had fully reported their findings to official beyonders nationwide, but he was unwilling to take that risk. Imitate Aurora's handwriting? Unlike a lawyer's signature that doesn't raise suspicion, Ryan and his team suggested that the letter would likely undergo various checks including divination. Disguise myself and have someone else write it for me? As his thoughts raced, Lumion suddenly had an idea. I can summon a spirit world creature to write it for me. If the officials detect any issues, they won't be able to make the spirit world creature identify me since they don't know the summoning incantation. The more Lumion considered it, the more he believed it was a solid plan. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and began devising the summoning incantation. The first sentence was undoubtedly, "Spirit, wandering in the void." After some thought, Lumion penned the second sentence, "The friendly creature that can be subordinated." Summoned spirit world creatures had to be under Lumion's command to assist him in writing letters. Friendliness provided essential protection for the summoner. As for the third sentence, Lumion didn't have lofty expectations. He merely needed to incorporate the two aspects of being weak and proficient in Intision. After several moments of mental permutation, the third sentence materialized on paper. Weakling proficient in Intision. Phew. After writing, Lumion exhaled. He then leafed through Aurora's grimoire and translated the few unmastered words into Hermes. Immediately after, he set up the altar and commenced the summoning. Soon, he completed the ritual and observed the candle flame turning a dark green hue and expanding to the size of a human head. A hazy, translucent figure materialized, its head resembling an ox's and the rest, a dog's. "Help me write a letter," Lumion said in Hermes as he gazed at the spirit world creature. The bewildered ox-headed dog didn't respond. "I order you to help me write a letter," Lumion emphasized in Hermes. The ox-headed dog appeared dumbstruck, as though it didn't comprehend. Lumion made several more attempts, but the ox-headed dog remained unresponsive. Having no other choice, he terminated the summoning early to preserve his spirituality. He started pondering the issue. I can't communicate with that guy. Amenable to subordination doesn't mean it can be communicated with. With this realization, Lumion modified the second summoning incantation to a friendly creature that can be communicated with. Being able to communicate meant being able to make requests. This time, a colossal snail emerged from the dark green flames. Hello. Lumion attempted to greet it in Intisian. The snail emitted an ethereal voice. Hello, what's the matter? It also spoke Intisian. Can you help me write a letter? Lumion was overjoyed. The snail, replied in a troubled tone. But I don't have any hands. Lumion had no choice but to end the summoning. After some consideration, he changed the phrase. Weakling proficient in Intisian. 2. Weakling who can write Intisian. Can write. Covered both the knowledge and necessary physical requirements. Before long, Lumion completed his third summoning. He saw a transparent creature resembling a rabbit. Can you help me write a letter? Lumion asked with intense anticipation. The rabbit nodded, picked up the pen on the table, and wrote in Intisian word on the paper. A letter. Lumion's lips twitched. This creature didn't seem too bright. With resolve, Lumion grabbed a pen and paper and scribbled a plea for help, including Susanna Matisse's portrait, details about the wet dream, Madame Alice's death, and Charlie's arrest. Then, he said to the rabbit, copy it. The rabbit took the fountain pen and diligently transcribed it. Soon, it finished its task. Lumion examined it and nodded in satisfaction. In the next second, his smile froze. Not only had the dimwit copied the entire contents of the letter, but it had also replicated his handwriting. In other words, it was in Lumion's script. Lumion took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He pointed at Novel Weekly and said, copy in that font. D. Rabbit. Nodded slowly and rewrote without complaint. A few minutes later, Lumion received a seemingly printed plea for help. Chapter 137, Hooha. Lumion examined the letter with gloved hands and breathed a sigh of relief. No issues this time. Completing 3 consecutive spirit world creature summoning rituals had left him, feeling drained. After a moment's consideration, Lumion asked the rabbit-like spirit world creature, can you do me another favor? The rabbit thought seriously for a few seconds before giving a slow nod. Lumion unzipped his greyish-blue work uniform. Then follow me first. The ethereal and transparent rabbit leaped from mid-air to Lumion's side, assuming the role of a loyal companion. Lumion sighed quietly and said, what I mean is, you can hide inside my clothes to avoid detection by any beyonder with heightened spiritual perception. The rabbit wore a blank expression as it hopped into Lumion's clothes and curled up. Since it had no true mass or weight, his clothes could be zipped up quickly, without leaving a trace. After stowing the letter in the same pocket, Lumion dissolved the spiritual barrier, removed his gloves, and exited room 207. He meandered toward Avenue du Marché, nearing the Suhit steam locomotive station. It was just past 5 o'clock, and many people were still at work. The street was neither crowded nor deserted. Groups of passers-by headed for the public carriage station sign, or searched for the subway entrance. They carried their luggage and walked on foot to nearby streets in search of temporary accommodations for the night. Lumion patted his right pocket and pointed at the postbox several dozen meters away. Lowering his voice, he said, see that green metal cylinder? He felt a vibration in his pocket. The rabbit had responded in kind. Lumion exhaled in relief and instructed, place the letter beside you in that metal cylinder. Having said that, Lumion massaged his temples and activated his spirit vision. He watched the rabbit emerge, enveloping the plea for help. It maneuvered through the crowd and reached the green metal cylinder. Just as Lumion thought, the rabbit would deposit the letter in the postbox and successfully complete the mission. The creature entered the postbox with the letter. Moments later, it exited the postbox and flew back to Lumion, leaving the letter inside. Lumion closed his eyes and consoled himself. I suppose it's considered tossed. And he then left Avenue du Marché with the rabbit, and located a vacant alley. In Hermes language, he informed the rabbit that the summoning was over. After the rabbit returned to the spirit world, Lumion finally felt at ease. He resolved to stop aiding Charlie. The rest would hinge on how the official Beyonders handled the situation. If it weren't for the fact that this matter is intriguing enough, I wouldn't have bothered to help him. Do I have to battle that enigmatic creature, Susanna Matthijs, who's clearly formidable, on his behalf? Lumion mused silently. He chuckled. In Cordu, if those crude fellows understood the traits Susanna Matthijs exhibited, they would undoubtedly ask slyly whether he wanted to fight her in bed or in the hayloft. Of course, Lumion could be just as coarse when dealing with them. On his way back to Ruanaki, he discovered a meat patty shop and purchased red snapper hot beef meatloaf for dinner. Paired with the soda sold by street vendors, Lumion navigated the crowd as he ate, occasionally evading hands that covertly reached for his wallet. Compared to Rouen meatloaf, red snapper hot beef meatloaf was less greasy. The fish was refreshing and delicate, the beef savory and crispy, the dough's subtle sweetness had a bite, and the aroma of spices and fat ignited Lumion's taste buds, one by one with a rich texture. After eating and drinking his fill, he clutched the glass bottle that still contained a third of the pale red liquid, and sighed appreciatively. No wonder the Trierians love meatloaves. When I get the chance, I'll visit Rue Richelieu in the Library District and try the first restaurant that created red snapper hot beef meatloaf. Based on the newspapers and magazines he had perused before, he could recite several famous meatloaves off the top of his head. Digan meatloaf, Perigord meatloaf, Tudenan cashew pie, minced meat pie, sipping the pomegranate-flavored soda. Lumion turned onto Ruanachi. What met his gaze was a chaotic tableau. The suspected gangsters brandished either axes or clubs, squaring off in the street. Pedestrians steered clear, and the vendors retreated from Ruanachi one by one. The residents of the houses on both sides slammed their windows shut. Lumion didn't venture further. He backtracked a few steps and found a wall pillar to conceal himself behind as he observed the unfolding scene with interest. He suspected that his assassination of the poison sperm mob's Margot had aroused the suspicions of several gangs in the market district, ultimately escalating into a standoff. After waiting nearly 15 minutes, Lumion still didn't witness the mobsters erupt into full-scale combat. His anticipation for the confrontation left him disappointed. He cursed under his breath. Are you guys going to do this or not? You're blocking the street without fighting. Do you think you have too much time on your hands? With that in mind, Lumion glanced at the 5-story greyish-white building beside him. He seriously contemplated finding a room and hurling the empty soda bottle between the two factions, tricking them into believing the opposing mob leader had signaled the start of the battle. That way, Lumion would have a spectacle to enjoy. Just as he was about to put his plan into action, a large contingent of police officers in black uniforms appeared at both ends of Ruanachi. Leading them were officers on tall brown or black horses, brandishing shields and clubs. They advanced towards the mobsters, step by step, exuding an immense pressure that caused many of the gangsters to waver. When the mounted police charged, the mobsters gathered on Ruanachi dispersed. Some fled, while others were beaten to the ground. Lumion couldn't help but want to applaud. His thirst for excitement was thoroughly quenched. He had only read about such scenes in novels and news articles, the latter of which often glossed over the gritty details. In no time, Ruanachi returned to its usual cacophony. Lumion finished his last sip of pomegranate soda and sauntered back to Auberge du Coq Doré, entering room 207. Sitting by the bed, he replayed the entire process of writing and posting the letter, in his mind to ensure he hadn't overlooked any details that could expose him to the official Beyonders. After a while, Lumion sighed softly. If only I had a messenger, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Unfortunately, obtaining a messenger wasn't easy. Even his sister Oro didn't have one. To date, Lumion knew of only 2 people who possessed a messenger. One was Madame Magician, and the other was the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's vice president Hella, whom Aurora had mentioned. Hella, Lumion's expression gradually darkened. If the Aurora in his dream indeed bore some influence from her soul fragment, it was apparent that Aurora trusted the vice president a great deal. Her first move upon encountering a problem was to summon the other party's messenger for assistance. I wonder if Hella knows Aurora's true identity, or if she discovered through that That obituary that Oro has already passed on, Lumion muttered to himself. As he pondered, an idea struck him. It was actually possible for him to summon Hela's messenger. The summoning incantation comprised only 3 sentences. Lumion was certain. The last phrase was, "A messenger that belongs to Hela." The first 2 sentences followed a fixed format and requirements. As long as he attempted a few more combinations, he'd find the correct sequence. Moreover, under such circumstances, Lumion wouldn't face any danger even if the initial combinations were incorrect. This was because the description of a messenger belonging to Hela eliminated other possibilities. In other words, he'd either fail to summon it or successfully summon Hela's messenger. Should I write a letter to Hela and inform her of what happened to Aurora? Lumion found himself momentarily stumped, considering that his sister had mentioned my notebook when she pushed him away, and that much of the mystical knowledge in her notebook originated from the curly-haired baboons research society. Lumion quickly made up his mind. If he could establish a connection with this organization, it would aid him in uncovering the crucial information hidden within the Warlock notebook. He resolved to summon Hela's messenger right away, although he still harbored doubts about the curly-haired baboons research society's vice president. He didn't believe he possessed any value she coveted. Besides, Aurora had trusted Hela while she was alive. Lumion walked to the wooden table, sat down, and began writing. Honorable Madame Hela, I apologize for writing you this letter. I am Muggle's younger brother. I regret to inform you that she encountered misfortune and has passed away. This involves a catastrophe brought about by worshipping an evil god. Only a few people, and I, escaped. I'm not sure if this matter interests you, so I won't elaborate. I don't wish to waste your time. What I want to know is, did Muggle mention anything suspicious to you in the past year? After staring at the letter for a few seconds, Lumion slowly exhaled and folded the paper. He then cleaned the room, set up the altar again, and attempted the first combination. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be subordinated, a messenger that belongs solely to Hela. After reciting the incantation, Lumion gazed at the dark green candle flame and patiently awaited the messenger's arrival. Time ticked by, but nothing happened on the altar. Undeterred, Lumion spoke again. I summon in my name. The spirit wandering above the world. The friendly creature that can be subordinated, a messenger that belongs solely to Hela. The dark green candle flame suddenly flickered and grew larger. At that moment, not only did the area above remain unlit, but it also grew darker. In the darkness, a shape quickly materialized. It was a human-like skull, seemingly forged from pure silver. It emitted a gentle light that dispelled the encroaching darkness. Pale white flames burned in the skull's eye sockets, instilling a sense of danger in Lumion. After staring at Lumion for a few seconds, the pure silver skull opened its mouth and bit down on the airborne letter. Then, it retreated back into the reassembled darkness. Chapter 138. Letter. Lumion completed the ritual on his second attempt. He cleared the wooden table and opened Aurora's grimoire. Under the glow of the carbide lamp, he thumbed through the relevant sections. In under 15 minutes, he sensed something. He looked up and fixed his gaze on a spot near the window. A folded letter lay there, undisturbed. That fast, Lumion, surprised, reached out and took the letter. Hela's response, vice president of the curly-haired baboons research society, had arrived sooner than expected. Lumion unfolded the letter and skimmed the elegantly written words. I'm sorry to hear that. Ever since Muggle missed last month's gathering, I've had a bad feeling. There are too many dangers in this world. Sometimes, we can't avoid them just because we want to, unless we can control everyone around us. If you wish, you can tell me about Muggle's misfortune. You don't have to go into great detail. Just tell me the general situation. From the fact that you can summon my messenger, you should have stepped onto the beyond the path. I'm not sure if your sister told you that this means you'll always be accompanied by danger and madness, but I have to remind you that restraint and caution are our best friends. In the future, if you have any questions about mysticism, you can ask me by writing to me. Although I'm not one of those with vast knowledge, I can answer many questions. I've only met Muggle twice in the past year, mainly discussing various matters in the Beyonder domain. What left a deep impression on me was that she mentioned that a friend of hers was affected by a strange dream, hoping to find a solution. If necessary, she wanted to hire a real psychiatrist to treat him. Lumion silently read Hayler's reply, his face twisting with emotion. Aurore had been searching for a solution to his bizarre dream. Lumion composed himself and contemplated his response. Suddenly, he froze. His brows furrowed as he muttered, "Aura told Healer about hiring a real psychiatrist. Considering Madame Susie's description, a true psychiatrist must refer to a specific sequence of the spectator pathway. Only Beyonders skilled in this domain can prevent me from dreaming of the world shrouded in grey fog." The issue wasn't with the situation. The problem was, Aurore's grimoire only had sequence 9 spectator recorded for the pathway, yet she clearly knew about psychiatrist. Lumion quickly recalled the 2 conversations in his dream. First, Aurore had said she wanted to find a genuine hypnotist for him. Second, Aurore had mentioned that she knew sequence 9 and sequence 8 of all pathways and had a certain understanding of them. Psychiatrist is often associated with hypnosis. Hypnotist is most likely a sequence of the spectator pathway as well, perhaps even superior to psychiatrist. Aurore's grimoire doesn't have records of the corresponding sequence 8 or sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. Lumion's expression became grave, intermingled with a twisted thrill. After so many days, he had finally discovered a discrepancy in Aurore's grimoire. Previously, he had his suspicions but wasn't certain if there was any hidden anomaly. After all, Aurore in his dream was a figure formed from his memories and impressions under the influence of the soul fragment. Everything she said might not be accurate or complete. It was normal for her not to mention any exceptions explicitly. Now, Hayler's response indirectly confirmed that Aurore truly knew about one or more sequences within the spectator pathway and possessed a certain grasp of their related abilities. Why hadn't Aurore recorded this knowledge in her grimoire? What was the secret behind this inconsistency? Lumion pulled out a blank sheet of paper, his emotions, a blend of grief and anticipation. In under a minute, he wrote, "Honorable Madame Healer, the truth is, my memory of the actual events is fragmented due to the calamity. If you could assist me in locating Guillaume Benet, Poily de Roquefort, and others, I would be deeply grateful. Their appearances and attributes can be found on the authorities' wanted posters. Lastly, I'm curious about the real psychiatrist Muggle intended to hire." In his letter, Lumion briefly touched upon Cordu. He made no mention of the dream, the loop, or his rescue. He only speculated that Padre Guillaume Benet, under someone's guidance, had worshipped an evil god and banished Madame Poilis, who followed another sinister deity. Benet then attempted a ritual with the entire village as a sacrifice. At the crucial moment, Muggle, selected as a vessel, pushed Lumion away, an essential sacrifice, causing the ritual's failure and Cordu's destruction. Finally, the official Beyonders, who had been called for aid, cleaned up the mess. Lumion reassembled the altar, summoned the Silver Skull and handed it the letter. In less than 15 minutes, he received a second reply from Heller. Rather than comparing response speeds between Madame Magician and Madame Hayler, Lumion eagerly read the letter's contents. "I can sense your sorrow and understand your desire to uncover the truth and exact vengeance upon the perpetrator. As Muggle's friend, I'll aid you to the best of my ability, including, but not limited, to locating those individuals. I can also offer you a fresh lead on this matter. To my knowledge, Muggle's parents and other family members may still be alive in this world. She had distanced herself from them for some reason and didn't dare return to Trier. I'm unsure if they're in any danger or if they've come into contact with the evil god's followers. I don't know which psychiatrist Muggle sought. Our organization has numerous genuine psychiatrists, and many gatherings Muggle and I attended don't overlap. I'll assist you by inquiring with members who have interacted with her to see if you can obtain the answer you seek. Until this investigation is complete, I'll help conceal the fact that Muggle is deceased. If you relocate in the future, remember to summon my messenger again to prevent me from losing contact with you after obtaining pertinent information." After reading, Lumion fell silent for a long while before exhaling slowly. Initially, he'd imagined Madame Hayler would invite him to join the curly-haired Baboons Research Society, taking Aurore's place. In doing so, he could more effectively investigate the psychiatrist Aurore sought to hire. However, it seemed the organization was highly cautious about recruiting new members. They might even need to meet specific criteria to be considered candidates. For instance, Aurore had mentioned that none of them could return to their hometowns. Maybe Madame Haler is observing and testing me. Lumion reassured himself and resumed studying Aurore's grimoire. As for Aurore's original family, he was at a loss for where to begin. Wednesday, 7:50 p.m., 20 Rue des Blouses Blanches. Lumion rapped on Oster Trull's door, dressed in a greyish-blue worker's uniform, and a dark blue, almost black cap. Oster, clad in black robes and a hood, opened the wooden door and glanced around. He grinned and remarked, "You're more punctual than I anticipated. I honor my promises better than you might think." Lumion strode into the room and handed Oster banknotes and coins worth 80 Verle d'Or. Oster accepted it, counting twice with an even broader smile. As he guided Lumion downstairs, he rambled. "The market district's been somewhat chaotic lately. Baron Brignaise didn't even come to me for money. A gang leader died?" Lumion commented nonchalantly. Realizing the connection, Oster said regretfully, "Why couldn't Baron Brignaise have died? Even if Baron Brignaise were dead, there'd still be Baron Guillaume and Baron Pierre. As long as the Savoy mob exists, you'd have to repay the loan you owe." Lumion taunted. Oster's expression soured. Before long, he and Lumion boarded a public carriage. They each paid 30 copet and found seats. In about an hour, the carriage arrived at Avenue du Boulevard on the Srenzo River's north bank, Quartier 8, from the Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman on the river's south bank. This was the heart of the entire Intis Republic, the presidential pavilion of pleasure, the Grand Palace where Emperor Roselle once resided, and various newspaper headquarters were all here, encircled by upscale residences. Lumion had previously read in newspapers that the average rent in this district was 4,000 Verle d'Or annually, roughly 74 Verle d'Or weekly. The priciest ones could even reach tens of thousands. Noticing the empty carriage, Lumion lowered his voice and inquired of Oster, "Is Mr. K hosting a gathering on Avenue du Boulevard?" Oster smirked and replied, "Always. Psychic and Arcane have their headquarters on Avenue du Boulevard as well. You guys sure know how to hide." Lumion gazed at the broad, flat avenue outside. The window, the orderly Intis parasol trees lining the street, and the elegant, light-colored buildings behind them. Just before 8:50 p.m., Oster led Lumion into the 6-story beige luxury house at 19 Rue Shear. "This is Psychic Magazine's headquarters, but they only occupy the top 3 floors." Oster didn't ascend the stairs but turned right into a corridor on the ground floor. Only then did he inform Lumion, "Mr. K wants to see you beforehand." "All right." Lumion dipped his head and adjusted his hat, seemingly preoccupied with something. Oster produced an iron-colored mask and grinned. "It's time to disguise yourself. You can't let everyone see your true appearance." In the next instant, Lumion looked up. His face was shrouded in layers of white bandages, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and ears exposed. Upon seeing this, Oster's heart nearly skipped a beat. Chapter 139, Mr. K. Within moments, Oster, who had been on the verge of a complaint, managed to force a smile and said, "You're quite the menacing sight like this. It's a classic look in literature." Lumion replied with a deliberately smug tone. Oster said nothing, opting instead to don his iron mask, concealing his expression. Taking a few steps forward, he halted and rapped on the door to the right. 2 long pauses, 1 short pause, and 1 long pause. Lumion watched Oster, Trull's actions with the keen eye of a hunter. Within seconds, the dark red wooden door creaked open. The first thing Lumion saw was a plush, pale yellow carpet, followed by classical-styled tables, chairs, sofas, and display shelves. A figure stood in the shadows cast by gas wall lamps near the floor-to-ceiling. Windows. Like Oster Trull, he wore the black robe of an ancient warlock, complete with a large hood. Lumion couldn't help but think, can you even see the person standing in front of you clearly when you're dressed like this? "Mr. K, CL has arrived." Oster announced respectfully to the nearly 6-foot-tall figure as he stepped inside. Lumion followed closely. With a clang, the door shut behind him. Mr. K turned to face Lumion. "Why do you want to attend our gathering?" His voice was low and gravelly. "For potion formulas, beyond the characteristics, mystical items, and mysticism knowledge." It's not like it's for love or faith, right? Lumion replied with intentional cynicism. He then chuckled. I know that's not what you want to hear, but it doesn't matter. I don't mind telling you about me. Lumion's voice deepened. In a catastrophe brought on by Beyond the Powers, I lost my entire family. Not only did it cause me immense pain, but it made me realize that those so-called orthodox gods can't save us. From that day on, I sought beyond the power and a way to forget all pain. I wanted to become powerful enough. I wanted those who brought me misfortune to experience the same torture. The hooded Mr. K seemed to stare at Lumion without interruption. As for Oster, Trull, he was visibly shocked. Teal's words revealed raw, unmasked pain. His desire for the Samaritan women's spring was genuine. Once Lumion finished speaking, Mr. K nodded and said, There are 2 rules for participating in our gathering. Second, don't attempt to follow other participants. Only these 2? Lumion hadn't expected so few constraints. He didn't need to think hard to spot several loopholes immediately, not attacking directly. Does that mean I can use provoke to incite the other party? To death? Just because I don't attempt to follow doesn't mean I can't do anything else to the target. Is selling fake ingredients, fake formulas, fake Beyonder characteristics, and fake mystical items also allowed? Lumion suppressed his urge to retort and nodded. No problem. As he responded, he felt Mr. K's gaze on him, scrutinizing every inch of his flesh and skin. It made him feel like he was in the sights of a venomous snake. After a few seconds, Mr. K continued. If you prefer not to disclose what you have and what you're after, you can write down your desired transaction in advance, and my attendant will copy it onto a portable blackboard for all participants to see. If you don't think it matters, you can make your request on the spot. Likewise, at the gathering, you can complete transactions through my attendant or directly with the other party. Remember, transactions carry risks. I can't guarantee the authenticity of all items, materials, or information. Of course, you can opt to pay me to notarize them, effectively reducing the risk. A notary's power? Lumion recalled Aurora's grimoire. This was sequence 6 of the Sun pathway, and most Beyonders in this pathway belonged to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Given this, Lumion suspected Mr. K might not be a notary, but rather possess a related mystical item. Lumion quickly collected himself and asked Mr. K, May I write down my requirements now? Mr. K nodded and gestured towards a desk on the right side of the room. Write them there. My attendant will collect them. Lumion approached the brown desk adorned with Psychic, Lotus, Arcane, and other magazines. He unfolded a fragrant letter and picked up a dark red fountain pen. After some thought, he wrote, 1. I possess a damaged Beyonder weapon, seeking someone capable of repairing it, price negotiable. 2. Buying information on a peculiar creature. This female-looking entity is suspected to be a spirit body. It has long turquoise hair that envelops its body and exudes an alluring aura. It can induce erotic dreams with itself as the central figure. Additional details, unknown. Reward depends on the value of information provided, ranging from 10 to 100 World d'Or. Lumion considered adding a third point about a provoker's acting experience, but decided against it after some thought. He remembered Aurora mentioning acting techniques, the law of Beyonder, characteristics conservation, and other mysticism knowledge in his nightmare. Such knowledge wasn't common among ordinary Beyonders, and he was currently impersonating a newcomer who had just entered the Beyonder world due to a disaster, seeking more knowledge and resources. If he were to write the word, acting, Mr. K would surely grow suspicious. Of course, Lumion didn't think of it as a pretense. He genuinely was a novice who had entered the Beyonder world following a disaster and sought more knowledge and resources. However, his involvement in the original disaster was quite high level, allowing him to encounter powerful figures like Madam Magician. As a result, he possessed extensive high-end knowledge, but lacked common sense, relying on Aurora's grimoire to fill the gaps. Having set down the letter and pen, Lumion left with Oster and entered a room at the end of the corridor. The room appeared to be a salon, sofas, chairs, a round table, a coffee table, bar stools, and other furnishings were arranged casually, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Several gathering attendees had already arrived. Some wore black robes and hoods that nearly covered their faces. Others donned clown or devil makeup, while a few wore crude or intricate masks. For a moment, Lumion felt as if he had entered a masquerade ball. He and Ostertrool took separate seats after entering separately. Lumion chose a bar stool, almost tempted to order a glass of absinthe to complete the look. Soon enough, Mr. K entered and settled into the armchair reserved for the organizer. His masked and gloved attendants brought in a portable blackboard filled with transaction requests. The first thing Lumion noticed was a request for Beyond a Characteristics. Warrior Pathway, Sequence 8, Pugilist. Beyond a Characteristic, 15,000 Veldor. Negotiable. A Sequence 8 Beyond a Characteristic selling for 15,000 Veldor or more. Lumion was initially stunned, then overwhelmed by heartache and regret, as if he longed to drink from the fountain of oblivion. He had just killed Margot, a Sequence 8 provoker of the Hunter Pathway. Playing it safe, Lumion hadn't harassed Margot until the Monsurus ghost attacked, leaving the battlefield early. While he had gained over 1,000 Veldor from Margot through the Fate exchange, it paled in comparison to the worth of the provoker beyond her characteristics. Moments later, Lumion barely pulled himself together. His actions had been the best course. If he had continued to pester Margot, something might have gone awry or drawn the authorities' attention. While Margot would still be dead, he could have landed in another crisis. Lumion then examined the other transaction details. 1 Elf's Dark Leaf, 18 Veldor. 2 pages of Emperor Razel's original diary, 300 Veldor. Sequence 6, Baron of Corruption, Potion Formula, 65,000 Veldor. As Lumion scanned the list, he understood why his sister Aurore was so extravagant with her spending. Let's begin. Mr. K rasped, scanning the room. His attendants read the entries aloud one by one. Some went unanswered, while others were discreetly finalized through the attendants. Lumion observed quietly, intent on familiarizing himself with these situations and gathering intel. As the gathering neared its end, the attendant by the portable blackboard finally announced Lumion's first request. Silence ensued. After more than 10 seconds, a man lounging in a corner divan snickered. Most of those skilled in restoring mystical items and beyond the weapons are found in the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Try looking there. His face was smeared with oil paint, as if he were masquerading as a savage from the southern continent's forests. Ignoring the unfunny remark, Mr. K's attendant relayed Lumion's second request. The gathering's attendees exchanged bewildered glances, as if this strange creature was news to them. Just a bunch of clueless low-sequence beyonders. Lumion inwardly scoffed in disappointment. Just then, the man who had joked earlier shared, "This brings something to mind. Ha, ha, here's a freebie. Where the Srenza River meets the Ryan River downstream, there's a town called Annette. Many middle-class triophugs enjoy sailing and swimming there. Early last year, or maybe earlier, 3 consecutive female deaths occurred. They died of weakness from overindulgence, with no known partners, secret or otherwise. Their only shared trait was telling friends about the vivid, alluring dreams they'd been having recently." Chapter 140 Painting. The situation bears a resemblance to Charlie's case, but with a crucial difference. These victims are all women, while Charlie is a man. Could it be that the strange entity believed to be Susanna Matthijs isn't constrained by gender? Or is there another, male counterpart to the creature? The latter seems more probable, given that all 3 victims in Ornette were female, and no males had been targeted. Yes, there are distinctions between the 3 women and Charlie. None of them had a partner, either openly or secretly, and Charlie had become Madame Alice's lover not long after invoking Susanna Matthijs. If that hadn't happened, would he have met the same fate as the 3 victims drained of life by overindulgence? Had Madame Alice been a sacrificial substitute? Or had that been merely the beginning? Lumion pieced together a theory based on the information provided by the man with the painted face. He hoped the authorities would take this case seriously and not rest until Susanna Matthijs had been utterly vanquished. As for whether the authorities would suspect Beyonders hiding among Charlie's friends due to the letter, Lumion wasn't too concerned. He had intentionally obscured Charlie's information and circumstances in the letter, even inserting a small mistake in a seemingly insignificant detail. The writer appeared to harbor a deep grudge against Susanna Matthijs, having tracked her for an extended period, and sought to use Charlie's situation to enlist the help of the authorities for revenge. As a result, the focus was more on Susanna Matthijs's issue, with a limited understanding of Charlie. After the assembled participants discussed the strange case in Ornette, Mr. K's attendant unveiled an object shrouded in a black cloth. Another attendant introduced, "This is a painting from a friend of one of our participants. He was a fellow beyonder who met an untimely and bizarre end 2 months ago. Before his death, he created this painting." With a swift motion, the attendant removed the black cloth, revealing the deceased beyonder's final masterpiece. The oil painting was a riot of vivid colors, weaving a surreal and mesmerizing scene. Towering green weeds reached for the heavens, a golden sun lay hidden in a well, a blood-red river cascaded from the sky, a shadowy figure danced, and white skulls coalesced into clouds. Merely glancing at the painting left Lumion feeling disoriented. The attendant who had introduced the painting elaborated, "This artwork bears a potent psychic imprint. It affects the minds of all who view it, inducing confusion and vertigo to varying degrees. Prolonged exposure could even result in mental illness. According to the letters and diary entries left by the painting's creator, it may hold clues to the essence of reality and the origins of mysticism. This could also be the key to understanding the true nature of his strange demise. Any participant interested in studying the painting can negotiate a price. You want to sell something like this for money? I wouldn't take it even if you offered it for free." Lumion grumbled internally, tearing his gaze away. He wanted nothing to do with anything that concealed the truth, essence, or origin of the world. As Aurora had once said, one shouldn't look at or study things one shouldn't see or understand. It was apparent that most of the gathering's participants were reluctant to spend money on such a foreboding painting shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, Mr. K's attendant put it away, once again veiling it with the black cloth. Following that, the gathering transitioned into an open discussion stage. Attendees engaged in casual conversation about rumors and legends, careful to hide any details of their true identities. At 10:15, Mr. K declared the gathering over, and the participants dispersed in groups. As he departed, Lumion detected the organizers sizing him up, scrutinizing his every move. Will he send someone to follow and investigate me? Lumion couldn't help but wonder. Rather than being concerned, he was eager for it to happen. Aside from occasionally summoning a messenger, his behavior was unremarkable. He could withstand any scrutiny. As long as he refrained from contacting Madam Magician, Lumion believed Mr. K would soon receive an almost entirely truthful report. Seal, a wild beyonder, lacking common sense in many areas, was suspected to hail from Cordoue and sought Guillaume Burnett and his associates. He was also a wanted man. In this scenario, if Lumion demonstrated his skills and extreme attitude, it wouldn't be long before he received an invitation from Mr. K to join his ranks and become a part of the organization behind him. Sometimes, inadvertently, revealing one's vulnerabilities and true circumstances was an effective means of gaining trust. With that, Lumion and Oster found a concealed corner at 19 Rue Shear, where they removed their disguises before returning to Le Marché du Quartier des Gentlemen. As he made his way towards Rue Anarchy, Lumion's brow furrowed in confusion. He hadn't noticed anyone tailing him. Is it because Mr. K has no plans to investigate me, or had the person shadowing me been so skilled and uniquely gifted that I had failed to detect their presence? Lumion pondered the possibilities but ultimately pushed them to the back of his mind. In any case, he wouldn't fear an investigation unless Mr. K was in league with the Poison Spur mob. Upon entering Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumion noted that he was still early. He crossed the now pristine lobby and descended into the basement bar. Before he could take in the scene, Charlie's exuberant voice reached his ears. "Can you believe it? Just 3 hours ago, I was at police headquarters, accused of murder. Now, here I am, drinking and singing with all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had an incredible experience like no other. I bet none of you can top it." The apprentice attendant leaped onto a small round table, beer bottle in hand, and addressed the surrounding patrons. His short brown hair was disheveled, as if it hadn't been tended to in days, and stubble was evident around his mouth. Already, Lumion had anticipated it would take Charlie another 2 or 3 days to be released. Spotting Lumion from the table, Charlie waved his short arm and called out to the crowd, "I'll share that even stranger encounter with you all later." Donning a linen shirt and black pants, he hopped off the table and jogged to the bar counter, beer bottle in hand. He took a seat beside Lumion and said to the ponytailed bartender, Pavard Neeson, A glass of absinthe, thank you. Turning to Lumion, he said. This one's on me. Lumion accepted the offer with a calm smile. You're looking pretty good. Of course. At least I don't have to worry about being hanged. I'd hate for thousands to gather around me as I die, considering how nobody cares about me when I'm alive. Charlie said, relief evident on his face. Tria's citizens reveled in witnessing the execution of death row inmates. Whenever someone faced the gallows or a firing squad, the streets would overflow with onlookers. In the classical era before Emperor Resolute, there even existed a custom centered around this fascination, en route from the prison to the gallows. If any bystander agreed to marry the condemned, their sentence would be commuted, reduced, or even entirely absolved. Are you completely fine? Lumion inquired further. Charlie took a swig of beer and scanned the room. Lowering his voice, he said, I can't divulge the specifics. I signed a pledge, a notarized pledge. You can't imagine how powerful that is. Charlie caught himself and continued. The only downside is that I've lost my job again. That blasted foreman thinks I've tarnished the hotel's image. No matter. I'll pawn the diamond necklace tomorrow. The officers have already returned it to me. That money will tide me over for quite some time. I can treat the café waiters on Rue des Blouses. Blanches to drinks. I'll surely find a better job. He wanted to add, let's go together when the time comes. Doesn't. But recalling Salle's nerve and capabilities, he quietly discarded the idea. Lumion sipped the absinthe the bartender had slid his way and gestured for Charlie to join him in an empty corner. Once certain that the noise around them was sufficient to drown out their conversation and that no one was eavesdropping, Lumion asked, has the situation with Susanna Matisse been resolved? I don't know. Charlie shook his head. They did a lot of things, but I can't tell you. Did they promise to provide protection for a period of time? Lumion asked thoughtfully. Charlie replied awkwardly, I can't tell you. Lumion grinned, retorting, seems like there is. If they hadn't promised protection, the corresponding words wouldn't exist and wouldn't be restricted by the confidentiality pledge. Ah. Charlie hadn't expected Salle to guess so accurately. Lumion inquired, did they tell you anything? Share what you can? Charlie pondered for a moment and said, they told me not to panic if I had that dream again, and to head to the nearest cathedral after dawn. You don't know about the Eternal Blazing Sun's cathedral, do you? I'm now a true believer of the Eternal Blazing Sun. Lumion expressionlessly raised his right hand, then traced a triangle on his chest. Charlie fell silent. After drinking with Charlie, Lumion returned to room 207 and continued, studying Aurore's grimoire. He washed up before midnight, lay on the bed, and drifted off to sleep. Bang, 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 bang. Lumion was jolted awake by an insistent knocking on the door. Who could it be? Frowning, he gripped fallen Mercury and cautiously approached, the door cracking it open. Charlie stood outside, still clad in a linen shirt, black pants, and strapless leather shoes. His face was ashen and fear-stricken. Upon seeing Lumion, he appeared to regain his composure, nearly losing control. Of his voice, he stammered in terror. I dreamed of that woman again. Chapter 141, Hostage. In the dimly lit corridor, bathed in the eerie glow of the crimson moon, Charlie's voice echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Dreaming of Susanna Matisse again? Lumion's alarm gave way to surging anger. Are you out of your damn mind? If you had that dream again, go to the nearest Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral and find a clergyman. I am not your father to have. You report your wet dreams to me. Casting a glance at Charlie, whose face was a mask of terror, Lumion reined in his emotions and spoke in a low voice. Relax. This was bound to happen. For now, get some sleep and seek help from the nearest cathedral at dawn. Charlie appeared on the verge of tears. Oh! But in my dream she said if I dared to seek help from the church, she'd kill me on my way to the cathedral. You communicated in the dream? Lumion was taken aback. Charlie nodded frantically. Yes. Before, she never spoke in my dreams. She only satisfied me warm and gentle. This time, she warned me. She warned me! Could it be that Susanna Matisse hasn't fully transformed into a monstrous creature and still possesses some level of intelligence? Lumion's thoughts raced, and he felt a pang of sympathy for Charlie. If Charlie couldn't get help from official Beyonders, he'd likely end up like the 3 female victims in Ownet Town, lost in dreams until drained of life. Hold on. Are the official Beyonders handling Charlie's situation so carelessly? Didn't they consider the possibility of Charlie being killed by Susanna Matisse? Lumion instantly thought of Ryan, Leah, and Valentine. None of them would dismiss the case so casually, merely instructing the victim to rush to a cathedral if he faced any issues. Remembering how the clergyman from the church stayed with the lunatic upstairs and protected him after encountering the Monsaurus ghost, Lumion grew suspicious. The official Beyonders overseeing Charlie's case intentionally downplayed the threat posed by Susanna Matisse, allowing him to return to the motel. They claimed the situation was mostly resolved and instructed him to seek help from the cathedral if any issues arose, all to lure Susanna Matisse into revealing herself again. Realizing this, Lumion looked at Charlie and said, coolly, "If you trust me, return to your room, lie down, close your eyes, and sleep until dawn. Don't worry, it'll all be sorted out." Lumion appeared unruffled, but inwardly, he was cursing. "Get your ass back to the 5th floor. By now, the official Beyonders monitoring the area should have detected the anomaly and be preparing to act. Why are you standing in front of my door? Are you trying to get me caught?" I... Charlie hesitated, his eyes filled with terror. "Will everything truly be resolved if I do nothing?" Lumion exhaled and forced a smile. Lumion resorted to coaxing and deception, desperate for Charlie to leave the 2nd floor. Charlie's face brightened, and he exclaimed excitedly, Thank you. The moment he spoke, Lumion caught the scent of vegetation, tainted with an unsettling aroma. In an instant, greenish-brown vines and branches unfurled from the walls, ceiling, and floor. They sealed the windows and doors of the other rooms. At the staircase, a woman's voice, both beguiling and unnerving, rang out. "Charlie, are you really going to betray me?" Charlie's eyes widened in shock as he turned toward the sound. He saw the woman from his dreams, her turquoise hair cascading from her head to the floor, reaching out to the surrounding walls and ceiling above, melding with vines and branches. Without her turquoise hair shrouding her body, Susanna Matisse stood entirely exposed, her beautiful curves on display. Scattered among her flesh were flower, buds and tree warts. Some red, some white, some green, and some brown. As she spoke, the vivid flower buds and bluish tree warts opened and closed, oozing a foul-smelling, viscous liquid. The repulsive scene left Charlie feeling as if he'd plunged into a nightmare. He stood there, trembling, his mind a haze. Susanna Matisse looked at Charlie, her eyes brimming with affection. "Have you forgotten our blissful moments in the dream? Charlie, I'm your wife." Snapping out of his stupor, Charlie nearly crumbled. No! "You idiot, just say something to placate Susanna." Lumion cursed himself for not reacting quickly enough to silence Charlie. Susanna's expression frosted over. "Then stay with me forever." At her words, the terror in Charlie's eyes vanished, replaced by infatuation as he eagerly moved toward the monstrous being. A moist flower bud on Susanna's lower abdomen opened unnaturally wide, unlike the other flower buds and tree warts that closed slowly. It seemed to await Charlie. Simultaneously, Susanna glared at Lumion, her voice seething with hatred. "It's all your fault. You incited Charlie to betray me. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see how horrifying and repulsive you've become? If I were Charlie, I would have kicked you out of my dream from the start." Lumion's instincts told him pleading for mercy was futile. Instead, he chose to retaliate and provoke Susanna, hoping to uncover her weakness. Merely standing near the bizarre creature, Lumion felt a mix of exhilaration and dread. He longed for her, yet resisted, as if caught in a whirlpool of desire, consumed by an overpowering sense of helplessness. This proved she was far stronger than him. Lumion cursed inwardly as his thoughts raced, searching for a way to buy time. He was sure the official Beyonders would arrive soon. What in the world is this monster? Why does she believe she's Charlie's wife? Wife, in that instant, as Susanna Matisse screeched, incensed by his words, an idea struck Lumion. As her scream filled the air, vines and branches surged toward Lumion, amplifying the fear lurking in his heart to the point of near collapse. His legs weakened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Summoning his ruthlessness, Lumion managed to extend his right hand, grabbing Charlie, who was about to rush toward the creature. With fallen Mercury in his left hand, he pressed the sinister dirk to Charlie's throat. Susanna Matisse looked bewildered, her anger palpable. "What are you doing?" Lumion smirked menacingly. "I forgot to mention my beyonder weapon is called Cursed Blade. A single cut drawing blood will curse his entire family to death, including his wife. And you're Charlie's wife." Recalling the lunatic upstairs, Lumion suspected that the Montsaurus ghost would target not only one's immediate family, but also their spouse. Although he didn't understand how a spouse was determined in mysticism, since Susanna Matisse claimed to be Charlie's wife, he treated her as such. Of course, Lumion knew allowing fallen Mercury to curse Charlie with the fate of the Montsaurus ghost wouldn't immediately impact Susanna Matisse. It wouldn't affect the present situation at all. He gambled that Susanna Matisse didn't know this, and that she could sense the danger in fallen Mercury. It was a bluff. Susanna Matisse's expression froze, and the attacking vines and branches halted. Mid-air, her jade-green eyes radiated menace. Lumion's vision shifted. He saw Guillaume Benet, the hawk-nosed Padre clad in a white robe adorned with golden threads. Suppressed hatred erupted like a volcano. Lumion released Charlie and advanced toward the Guillaume Benet he had locked onto, but before him stood only Susanna Matisse. In that instant, Charlie, his face awash with infatuation, saw Lumion approaching. His wife! With a dirk, he lunged at the assailant, shouting, "Don't hurt her!" Lumion snapped to his senses, realizing Guillaume Benet had morphed into Susanna Matisse, her flower buds and tree warts blossoming one by one. She controlled my emotions? In his shock, Lumion twisted violently, seizing Charlie again and pressing fallen Mercury to his throat. Susanna Matisse didn't conceal her disappointment. After a moment's silence, she parted her red lips. Suddenly, the creature halted, staring solemnly at the wall near Ruinacci and Auberge de Coq d'Oreille. In the next second, her turquoise hair retracted, and the vines and branches disintegrated, vanishing. "We, the official Beyonders, are here?" Lumion watched Susanna Matisse's figure burrow through the wall and disappear from the corridor. He released Charlie and shook him, urging him to wake up. He quickly instructed, "Lie down on the second-floor stairs and keep your eyes closed until someone wakes you." With that, Lumion pushed Charlie and retreated to his room, closing the wooden door and feigning sleep, like the other tenants. As Susanna departed, the obsession faded from Charlie's eyes. When Lumion jolted him back to reality, he had no choice but to follow Lumion's directions. He jogged to the staircase leading to the ground floor, lay down, and closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Almost simultaneously, a red hue filled Charlie and Lumion's vision, as though the sun had risen prematurely, heralding the day. Minutes later, a golden sword formed from light stabbed into the ground of Rue, Anarchy, skewering a writhing turquoise vine. "Is it resolved?" A young man with the sun's sacred emblem pinned to his chest asked the one brandishing the sword. He was a rugged man with blonde hair, golden eyebrows, and a golden beard, wearing a brown coat adorned with 2 rows of golden buttons. He exhaled and declared, "We've resolved it for now, but unless we find the origin of this evil spirit, it's only a matter of time before she regenerates there." Chapter 142. Mother Tree. Evil spirits can reform again? The young man bearing the sun's sacred emblem on his chest inquired, astonished. From his mysticism knowledge and experience gained through case files, he knew that unless an evil spirit possessed unique abilities, purification equated to total annihilation. Such soul-type entities were either the offspring of powerful Beyonders' deaths or vengeful spirits that managed to break through various constraints. The mightiest could even wield a degree of godhood, but resurrection and rebirth were not among their traits. The blond man, clad in a double-breasted brown coat, straightened up and eyed the dissipating, writhing vines. After some thought, he said, "Evil spirits can have unique distinctions. Under specific conditions, they rely on an object to be born. This object often lies at the heart of their territory. As long as this object remains intact, the evil spirit, even if not entirely purified, will gradually reform within the corresponding area. Evil spirits would assimilate their birthplaces, merging with the spirit world and the underworld to obtain the power necessary to maintain their existence. Otherwise, they would slowly weaken until they vanished completely. In essence, Evil spirits had a fixed range of activity and couldn't wander far from their birthplaces. This was their territory. The young man donned in the sun-sacred emblem and a white robe adorned with golden threads roughly grasped the reasoning. He furrowed his brow and said, "We've been searching for days, yet we haven't found the birthplace of the evil spirit, Susanna Matisse." Logically, Susanna Matisse couldn't stray far from her territory. If official, Beyonders carefully searched Rue Anarchy and its vicinity, they would surely locate the evil spirit's birthplace and destroy the object it depended on. However, this was Trier, a city with not only an above-ground area, but also an underground section. Another Rue Anarchy and Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman mirrored the area above, with numerous obscure paths and empty spaces. More crucially, deeper underground, lay Trier from the Fourth Epoch. Even for official Beyonders, it was a perilous place they scarcely comprehended. As a deacon of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman's Inquisition, Angoulême de François had never understood why Trier had been rebuilt atop the original site, right above the sunken Trier of the Fourth Epoch. In the late era, although geographically ideal, this decision had spawned countless troubles over the ensuing 1,000 years. The purifiers weren't incapable of resolving the Beyonder incidents, they just couldn't get to the root of the problem, hidden within the underground ruins of the Fourth Epoch's Trier. Rumor had it that not even demigods dared or were willing to venture into those depths. Angoulême sheathed his golden longsword, which seemed to be condensed light into a greyish-white steam-powered humanoid head contraption, allowing it to sink into the corresponding vertebrae. Dark liquid seemed to fill the device. A man in a white suit, yellow vest, and light-colored shirt, adorned with the sun. Sacred emblem emerged from Auberge du Coq Doré. His light yellow hair was neatly combed, skin-colored tape covered the bridge of his nose, and his lips were thick. A hint of a southern continent ancestry showed through his slightly brown skin. "Deacon, I'd spoken to Charlie Collin," he reported to Angoulême de François. Angoulême touched the golden button on his brown coat, asking, "Is he all right?" The brown-skinned man shook his head, replying, "We arrived just in time. He wasn't physically harmed." According to him, after he dreamed of Susanna Matisse again, although she warned him, he still chose to seek help. He was intercepted by Susanna Matisse on the second floor of the motel and almost became one with her forever. At least, that's what she said. This development seemed normal and reasonable, aligning with the details provided by the Purifier elite team led by Angoulême. Neither Angoulême nor the other two Purifiers had any doubts. In their understanding, Charlie's request for help was in accordance with their instructions to head to the nearest eternal blazing sun cathedral. Angoulême surveyed the unusually quiet Rue Anarchy and nodded slightly. "For now, let's put Charlie Collin aside, but if we don't find Susanna Matisse's birthplace in 2 weeks, consider arranging a civilian job for him and telling him the truth." This was the standard procedure used by official Beyonders to protect ordinary people who had yet to fully escape the influence of Beyonder events. Of course, it often appeared they had resolved the problem and informed the victim to live peacefully, only for the person to die mysteriously weeks, months, or years later. Angoulême continued, "We have 2 priorities. First, investigate this area, including the underground, to find Susanna Matisse's birthplace. Second, locate the person who warned us with the letter. He seems to have deep knowledge of Susanna Matisse." Before releasing Charlie, Angoulême and his team had secretly investigated Auberge du Coq Doré, but found no suspicious areas that could be the birthplace of the evil spirit. Additionally, they had used Beyonder methods to verify Charlie's encounter and confession. They confirmed that the victim had interacted with ordinary people, from the moment he prayed to Susanna Matisse until he was arrested by the police. That was why Angoulême suggested not to worry about Charlie's situation for the time being. As for the sender, he had impressive methods and extensive anti-divination and anti-tracking experience. He had chosen to use a spirit world creature to write and send the letter. It was worth noting that even when using the same descriptive incantation to summon a spirit world creature, a different one would likely appear each time. The challenge with using just a 3-line description was that it could potentially match hundreds of thousands of spirit world creatures, if not more. What they could summon each time relied solely on chance. Without a corresponding medium, and a description that highlighted the subject's unique traits, it was nearly impossible to zero in on the target spirit using the incantation alone. Most spirit world creatures simply weren't distinctive enough. Angoulême had previously sought the help of colleagues adept in such matters. Employing the letter as a medium, he tried summoning the associated spirit world creature, hoping to glean any clues from it. Alas, whether it was the letters, transcriber, author, or sender, they came up empty-handed. The issue could have been a flaw in the descriptive statement, or perhaps the corresponding spirit world creature sensed their ill intentions and refused the summoning. Even with a flawless summoning ritual, it could still fail if the spirit world creatures fitting the description declined to respond. Only those sequences skilled in summoning could significantly boost the odds or even force the issue. Naturally, Beyonders rarely face such obstacles. Their three-line descriptions cast a wide net, ensnaring numerous spirit world creatures, with a handful always eager to enter the real world and absorb some spirituality. Lumion feigned sleep, poised to flee at a moment's notice. It wasn't until the nearby cathedral clock struck 6 that he allowed himself a sigh of relief. Seems like the battle between the official Beyonders and Susanna Matisse has ended. They didn't even realize I briefly confronted her. Lumion rolled out of bed and rubbed his face. He couldn't be certain if the official Beyonders had completely neutralized Susanna Matisse, or if this ordeal was truly over. Recalling Susanna's intense hatred for him, Lumion knew he couldn't rely on hope alone. He decided to write a letter to Madame Magician, reporting his encounter with Mr. K and inquiring about Susanna Matisse's nature and weaknesses. For good measure, he also planned to ask Hela, the curly-haired baboons, Research Society's vice president after all. Madame Magician wasn't all-knowing. After penning the 2 letters and tidying the room, Lumion summoned 2 messengers at 10-minute intervals, ensuring each took the correct letter. By the time he finished washing up and returned to room 207, there were already 2 replies waiting silently on the wooden table. Wow, Madame Magician is quick too. Did the messengers run into each other? If so, what would they talk about? Lumion muttered, picking up one of the replies. The letter was from Hela. Similar cases have occurred in the northern and southern continents. Men and women often dreamed of the opposite sex and engaged in intimate acts, ultimately dying from exhaustion. If the victims have partners or lovers, these innocents are killed one by creatures like Susanna Matisse. These creatures seem to believe they're the dreamer's spouse. Such creatures are said to possess powerful abilities on par with mid-sequence Beyonders. Some details suggest Susanna may have already died, becoming a vengeful or evil spirit. It is indeed quite powerful. Lumion recalled his encounter the previous night, realizing that without Fallen Mercury's deterrence, Charlie, as a hostage, and Susanna's conviction that she was Charlie's wife, he might have been defeated within a minute. After burning Hela's reply with a flame conjured from his spirituality, Lumion unfolded Madame Magician's letter. I'm unsure whether to congratulate or commiserate with you. Your chances of encountering an evil god's blessed seem higher than those of ordinary Beyonders. This may be due to the corruption sealed within you. It's difficult to explain this phenomenon using the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. It's more like repulsive forces rejected by this world, attracting each other. That's my theory. I can't guarantee its accuracy. If I'm wrong, don't forget to inform me and provide the correct answer. Based on your account, I suspect Susanna was once a believer of an evil god who bestowed her with strength equivalent to a sequence 5. That evil god goes by the pseudonym Mother Tree of Desire in this world. Don't attempt to understand her, let alone guess her true and complete title. Susanna is likely a fallen tree spirit or spirit of lust, also known as baby Cupid in some regions. They can appear as men or women, engaging in intimate acts within dreams and absorbing the victim's energy. Over time, their possessiveness leads them to believe they're the victim's spouse, driving them to kill the victim's partner or lover in a fit of jealousy. However, Susanna also exhibited traits of a soul-type entity. It's highly plausible she met her demise in an accident or failed to endure the boon, morphing into an evil spirit. She grew increasingly paranoid, clinging to her instincts. Chapter 143. Lie. Having briefly outlined the nature and territorial tendencies of malevolent spirits, the woman known as Magician continued. Though Susanna Matisse's power is on par with a sequence 5, it's not impossible for you to handle her. You could use the dirk on Charlie and swap your fate of encountering the Montsora's ghost with his. After the Montsaurus ghost kills Susanna Matisse, you can transfer the fate of encountering it back into the knife. Alright, that was a joke. This plan has far too many uncertainties, it's virtually impossible to pull off. Firstly, the Montsaurus ghost might only kill those who come across it. Secondly, even if the Montsaurus ghost does kill Susanna Matisse, you won't know. You wouldn't be able to change fate in time without affecting Charlie. Thirdly, Charlie shouldn't be an orphan. His parents and siblings might still be alive. No one knows if the Montsaurus ghost will leave Trier to kill. Fourthly, the Montsaurus ghost might not be able to kill Susanna Matisse. Fifthly, Charlie himself admitted that he and Susanna are mystically bound as husband and wife. I'm saying all of this mainly to discourage you from going down that path. Using Charlie as a hostage suggests that you're inclined to take such risks. Actually, this situation presents both a crisis and an opportunity. For you, the best solution is to ask Mr. K for help in dealing with the threat posed by Susanna Matisse. Remember, asking for help is an effective way to build relationships and earn someone's trust. Of course, the other party must be willing and capable. You can showcase your potential and make Mr. K see that you're valuable. I wish you the best of luck. I hope you can quickly gain Mr. K's initial trust and join that organization. Lumien's initial reaction to the letter was that Madame Magician tended to ramble and digress. She seemed to enjoy finding lofty excuses and often entertained far-fetched notions bordering on absurdity. This contrasted sharply with Madame Hella's succinct and polished reply. This writing style must be Madame Magician's trademark. Lumien pursed his lips, summoned his spiritual energy, and ignited a flame, burning the paper in his hand. After reading the two letters, he discarded the idea of using Fallen Mercury to resolve his issue with Susanna Matisse. Their fates had been entwined for more than just a brief moment. It couldn't be as simple as erasing the fate of encountering the Montsaurus ghost. In comparison, seeking Mr. K's assistance was indeed an effective solution. Lumien hadn't considered. This could quickly bridge the gap between him and Mr. K, fulfilling Madame Magician's mission. After contemplating for a moment, and determining how to approach Mr. K and demonstrate his worth, Lumien changed into a greyish-blue worker's uniform, put on a dark blue cap, and left room 207. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lumien saw Charlie lingering near the entrance, wearing a linen shirt and black pants. "What are you up to?" he asked with a grin. Charlie forced a smile. The establishment's official name was Pawnbroker Shop or Pawnshop Company. "To the pawn shop!" Lumien sidled up to Charlie and lowered his voice. "Are you all right?" Charlie glanced around and gave a bitter smile. "They said there's no problem this time. Susanna, that evil spirit has been purified. Whether there's an issue or not, life has to go on." "Ha ha, I heard that from a hotel guest. Sounds pretty sophisticated, right? Anyway, for people like us, a day without work puts us on the brink of financial ruin. We'd soon be hungry again. I have to pawn the diamond necklace for cash. You know, only cash gives people a sense of security. Clothes and jewelry can't do that. Even food is lacking." At this point, Charlie's excitement grew. Madame Alice said the necklace is worth 1,500 Vel d'Or. If I pawn it, I should get around 1,000. My God, I've never seen 1,000 Val d'Or before. Even if I become an attendant foreman, it'd take me years, maybe more than a decade, to save that much. When it's time, we'll have lunch at a café on Rue des Blouses Blanches. I want de var broth, coarse salt beef in red wine sauce, and apple tenderloin. Did you learn nothing else at Hotel du Cinq Blanc? Just the names of dishes? Lumien grumbled and asked thoughtfully. "You want me to protect you?" Charlie laughed. "I'd be scared carrying that much money alone. Shill, you might not have had that experience yet, thinking everyone's a thief or rob you on the streets. I felt that way when I got the necklace. I was so nervous I nearly passed out. Can you imagine?" "Yes," Lumien smiled. "Ah! I probably won't have that experience. Not now, not ever, because I'm the one who makes others think I want to rob them." Take Margot, for example, who had just forked over more than 1,000 Vel d'Or, nearly enough to buy the diamond necklace. Charlie's smile froze. After a few seconds, he forced a smile and said, "That's why I want you to come with me to the pawn shop." He had seriously doubted Seal's means of making money. His neighbor was clearly capable and smart, but he wasn't rushing to find a job. He roamed around daily, seemingly without money troubles, but lived at Auberge du Coq Doré, not Hotel du Cygne Blanc. Remembering how Salle had posed as a lawyer to infiltrate the police station, provided vital information, and helped him survive Susanna Matisse's threat, Charlie felt it was a small concern. Even if Salle's a thief, robber or con artist, he's one who risked his life to help me. Pleased with Charlie's apprehensive expression, Lumion asked, grinning, "Which pawn shop are you going to?" "I heard the pawn shops in Quartier de l'Observatoire offer better prices." Charlie had already decided. Lumion nodded. "I'm actually headed to Quartier de l'Observatoire." He planned to ask Oster Trull for Mr. K's contact information. Charlie was thrilled. He spent a whopping 1 Vel d'Or to treat Lumion to a barbecue pie, cream bun and plum wine. Naturally, this included his own portion. Lumion graciously accepted. Exiting Rue Anarchy, Charlie winced when he saw Lumion heading straight for the public carriage sign. He glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, and whispered, "Last night you said your blade was called the Cursed Blade. Will anyone cut by it really have their entire family die?" Before meeting Susanna Matisse, Charlie never believed in such things. Even if he had heard about them, they were just fodder for boasting and tall tales. But now, he couldn't help but wonder if Salle truly wielded a mystical weapon. Lumion turned to Charlie and grinned. "Want to give it a try?" Charlie shuddered and smiled sheepishly. "I believe you." "Do you? Well, I was just bluffing Susanna Matisse last night. I'm just an ordinary guy. If I hadn't, I'd be dead," Lumion said, still smiling. "Doesn't the cursed blade story I made up ring a bell? You've heard of the Montsaurus ghost legend when that maniac was having his bout of clarity, right?" Charlie's eyes widened in realization. That's it. It's a spin on the Montsaurus ghost legend. Salle is a master of deception. An ordinary person managed to fool that malevolent spirit, Susanna Matisse, and saved our lives. I only spin tall tales in bars and occasionally lie. I can't even begin to compare to him. He's got guts and smarts. A person like that is destined to make it big. Seeing that Charlie genuinely believed the lie he'd just spun, Lumion did his best to keep a straight face. He asked earnestly, "Are your parents still alive? Do you have siblings?" Charlie was taken aback and leaped to the side like a spooked rabbit. "Why do you ask?" Could it be that the cursed blade is real? Is he trying to figure out which family members I have? Lumion couldn't contain his laughter anymore. "You're not actually scared, are you? Aren't you too easily pranked?" Charlie slapped his forehead, exasperated with the thought of the idiot instrument. He couldn't distinguish which of Salle's words were false and which were true. However, after being pranked, he felt even more certain that the cursed blade was fake and based on the Montsaurus ghost legend. Salle loves using such fabrications to fool others, just like the idiot instrument. The cursed blade story is a good one. Now that it's mine, I'll use it at the bar tonight to spook people. The two of them arrived at Quartier de l'Observatoire in a public carriage. Charlie asked for directions several times before finally finding Phil's pawnbroker shop. Housed in a 7-story off-white building, it featured pillars, arches, relief, sculptures, and large windows. Etched above the grand entrance were the words, "Freedom, equality, fraternity." Freedom to pawn any item. Equality to discriminate against anyone who comes to pawn something. Fraternity to seize every opportunity to lowball prices. Lumion couldn't help but criticize. How ridiculous for a pawn shop to carve the Republic's political slogan on their door. Inside the hall there were several counters with rows of benches in front of them. At the moment, dozens of people sat there, waiting for the clerk to appraise their items and call their number. Charlie easily found an empty counter and handed over the diamond necklace. He received a slip with the item's name and corresponding number for appraisal. Soon Charlie's number was called from the counter. He walked over with anticipation, only to return looking as if his spirit had been crushed. Lumion, who was browsing newspapers in the hall, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Charlie spoke in a daze, his voice tinged with disappointment. That necklace is a fake. It's only worth 12 Vel d'Or." Chapter 144, Conditions. Fake? Lumion's right eyebrow twitched, as if fate was mercilessly mocking. Charlie had forsaken his fragile principles and bedded Madame Alice for days, only to get embroiled in a life-threatening lawsuit and lose his job as an apprentice. Attendant, all for a counterfeit diamond necklace. For some reason, Lumion felt a sudden urge to defy fate. This wasn't his problem, but he couldn't shake the feeling. To hell with this inevitable destiny. You mock me, so I'll mock and provoke you in return. In that moment, Lumion began to grasp another aspect of the provoker's acting, principles, albeit crudely and imprecisely. He eyed Charlie and asked thoughtfully, "Do you think Madame Alice lied to you, or did the pawn shop see your desperate situation, knowing you couldn't determine the necklace's authenticity, and use it as an excuse to offer the lowest possible price? I don't know." Charlie was at a loss and in pain. After a pause, he added with difficulty, "I suspect it's Madame Alice. Look, there are so many people here pawning their items. Appraisers handle dozens or hundreds of items every day, most of them valuable. They can't just lie to me, right?" How could she? Charlie couldn't go on. Can't pawn shops deceive everyone equally, lowballing the offer as much as possible, especially for the pricey items? Lumion scoffed. Why not? Many wealthy people don't amass fortunes through kindness and hard work. If they can trick you with a fake, why give you the real deal? Maybe Madame Alice is one of those people. She might not even be that rich. She relied on staying at the Hotel de Quigne Blanc to dupe a gullible lad like you. Lumion didn't distrust every rich person. Many had made their fortunes through talent, hard work, and opportunity like Aurora. Stung by Lumion's words, Charlie's face twisted with anger. He muttered to himself bitterly, "That's right. During this time, Madame Alice hasn't even treated me to a big meal. She only calls me to her room at 7 or 8 at night for service." You're so naive. Are you really from Rheims? Lumion couldn't help but facepalm. He stood up and said, "Get that necklace back. Let's try another pawn shop. What if it's real?" Charlie was taken aback. All right, Lumion urged him. "Be vigilant. We can't let them switch the necklace." "Yes." Charlie tried his best to rally. "I've been studying that necklace daily recently and memorized every detail." After retrieving the diamond necklace, Lumion accompanied Charlie to 2 other pawn shops in Quartier de l'Observatoire. The appraisal results were the same as before. The necklace was fake and worth only 11 to 15 val d'or. Charlie's frustration mounted, and he crumbled. Lumion glanced at him and consoled. "At least you can get a dozen val d'or. It'll last you more than a week. With the money, you can buy drinks for waiters at cafes on Rue des Blauses Blanches and ask them to help you find a new job." Including rent, Charlie spent about 1 val d'or a day. If he skipped the underground bar, his expenses would be even less. "Beer!" Charlie sighed. He was utterly disappointed. But after accepting reality, he found a glimmer of hope. Lumion hesitated before suggesting, "We can't dismiss other possibilities. For instance, the pawn shops around here might have secret ways of communicating. They could specifically target people like you, those who don't dress well and pawn valuable items without proper documentation. How about taking the necklace to a specialized jewelry shop for appraisal? We'd have to pay a fee." Charlie's face clouded with worry. If the appraisal confirmed its authenticity, that would be great. But if it turned out to be fake, his already meager assets would be reduced by 1/3 or even half. Lumion sighed and offered, "Hand me the diamond necklace and I'll find a friend to appraise it for you, one who won't charge. You've still got some cash to get you through the day, right?" "I have 2.6 val d'or left." With hope in his eyes, Charlie handed the diamond necklace to Lumion. As Lumion pocketed the necklace, he grinned and asked, "Are you not worried that the appraisal might prove a genuine? But I'll return a fake one to you and claim there's no issue with the pawn shop's assessment?" Charlie's face tensed once more. After a moment he exhaled and admitted, "I trust you. Besides, I've already written it off as a fake." Lumion waved goodbye to Charlie and strode toward Place du Purgatoire. Near the catacombs, Oster Trull occupied his customary seat facing the bonfire, clad in a hooded black robe. Lumion approached and asked with a hint of amusement, "Don't you ever change areas?" Oster chuckled and replied, "My divination and interpretation skills are fairly accurate. Many people have introduced their friends. If I switch locations, wouldn't I lose my clientele? They're all val d'or." "What do you mean by clientele? They're clearly a bunch of fools. Lumion huffed jokingly and mockingly remarked. Oster didn't dare to argue. Lumion inquired. I need to discuss something with Mr. K. How can I reach him? So he's not here for me, Oster sighed in relief and quickly answered. Anyone who has attended the gathering can go straight to Psychic's headquarters, located in the building where our gathering took place. At 19 Rue Shear, knock on room 103 with 3 long, 2 short, and 1 long beats. Someone will take you to see Mr. K. If you don't want to go in person, you can send a letter. Address it to room 103, 19 Rue Shear, Avenue du Boulevard. The recipient is Guillaume Pierre. What a fake name. The knocking rhythm differs from the gathering's. Mr. K never told me this. Did he think Oster would inform me? Lumion nodded, bid Oster farewell, and returned above ground. At the catacombs entrance, he spotted a group of visitors carrying lit white candles, following the administrator through the naturally formed arch and into the Death Empire. Withdrawing his gaze, Lumion took a public carriage to 19 Rue Shear on Avenue du Boulevard. He lowered his cap and knocked on room 103. The dark red wooden door creaked open, revealing a handsome young man with shoulder-length brown hair, resembling an artist. The lad scrutinized Lumion with his dark brown eyes for a couple of seconds. Who are you looking for? I'm Shiel. I need to speak with Mr. K. Lumion replied bluntly. The young man cocked his head slightly, as if listening for a faint sound. Soon, he instructed Lumion. Follow me. The lad led him to a vintage-styled room and unveiled a secret door hidden within the dressing area. A staircase descended underground, its walls on either side adorned with gas lamps encased in black grids. Lumion entered the basement and traversed a short corridor before reaching a rather barren chamber. He suspected other exits were present, some possibly connecting to areas in underground Treya. At that moment, Mr. K lounged in a red armchair, his face concealed by the shadow of his large hood. The gathering's organizer studied Lumion wordlessly, exuding an unnerving air of intimidation. Lumion pressed down on his cap and smiled. Good morning, Mr. K. I require your assistance. The price I'll have to pay is your call. Mr. K remained silent for a few seconds before inquiring in a deep, raspy tone. Does the poison sperm mob know you killed Margot? As expected, Lumion wasn't surprised that Mr. K had information on him. When he attended the gathering, he deliberately wrapped his face in bandages to recreate his appearance when he killed Margot. He wanted Mr. K to be aware of it, and display his worth and impulsive nature. This could also help earn Mr. K's trust. Lumion shook his head. It's another problem. Lumion recounted his encounter with Charlie and how he had helped him escape. His predicament, only to be despised by Susanna Matthijs and nearly killed by that peculiar creature. Fortunately, the official Beyonders had arrived in time. He didn't lie, but he didn't share too many details either. This aligned with the information he sought at the gathering. Mr. K listened intently and asked in a low voice, You want divine protection? Divine protection? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Just protection, Lumion thought silently and nodded solemnly. Yes, Mr. K rasped. That creature is likely a soul-type being, akin to an evil spirit. Normally, it wouldn't affect you as long as you leave the market district. However, the official Beyonders have clearly taken an interest in this matter. If you move now, you might arouse suspicion. Moreover, if Susanna Matthijs remembers, or even marks you, you could be attacked anywhere. Many abilities can surpass distance limitations. There's no need for the creature to truly leave its territory. No wonder the two ladies didn't suggest I leave. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. What shall I do then? Mr. K spoke deliberately. I can offer some protection, but you need to do something for me. What is it? Lumion inquired. Eagerly. Mr. K clasped his hands together and said, Yeah. Join any gang in the market district and become a leader. So the organization behind Mr. K wants to control the market district indirectly? Lumion agreed without hesitation. No problem. Mr. K nodded slowly and held his left index finger with his right hand. Then he yanked the finger off, exposing a bloody wound and ghostly white bones. Lumion winced at the sight. Surprisingly, no blood flowed from Mr. K's wound or finger. Instead, it hovered at the edge, twisting and contracting as it gradually healed. Take this with you. It can help you in critical moments. Mr. K tossed the severed finger to Lumion. The flesh on his fingerless left hand writhed violently, as though a new digit was about to sprout. Chapter 145. Service Fee. Lumion deftly extended his right hand, snatching the severed finger from the air. Feeling its weight and the warmth that hadn't yet dissipated, he was both surprised and disturbed. He had anticipated Mr. K would offer some form of protection, but he hadn't expected the man to rip off his own finger and toss it to him, claiming it could prove helpful in a tight spot. Was this some kind of sick joke? Setting aside the dubious utility of a severed digit, didn't Mr. K worry about the potential consequences of handing over a piece of his own flesh? In the world of mysticism, one's flesh and blood held significant power. In the wrong hands, they could lead to disastrous consequences. No one wanted to become the target of a horrifying curse without reason. Given Mr. K's formidable abilities and his knowledge of mysticism, to the point of being able to act as a notary, Lumion suspected the man had a way to nullify the various dangers associated with parting with his flesh. That was why he had dared to sever his own finger and hand it over. Moreover, the detached finger was clearly imbued with magic. I wonder if I can trade the prospect of meeting the Monsurus ghost with Mr. K by using fallen mercury, drawing blood when cutting this finger as Cordu's prankster king. Lumion was never short of unconventional ideas. Suppressing the urge, he shifted his gaze from the finger back to Mr. K. By now Mr. K had regenerated a new finger, slightly damp and covered in delicate, fair skin. "Thank you," Lumion murmured, stowing the severed finger in the pocket of his slate-blue workman's uniform. Mr. K gave a curt nod and said, "You may leave. Don't forget our agreement. One more thing." Lumion produced the diamond necklace. "Could you help me determine if it's real or fake? I need to exchange it for some cash." He already owed Mr. K a favor. He didn't mind owing a little more. And if he couldn't repay the debt, at worst he'd sell himself to the organization behind Mr. K. That was Lumion's endgame. Mr. K directed the attendant who had led Lumion underground to pass the diamond necklace to him and examined it. From the corner of his eye, Lumion could see a golden glow emanating from the shadows beneath Mr. K's hood. After a few seconds, Mr. K handed the necklace back to the attendant. "It's a fake. The craftsmanship is quite impressive, though. It's worth 50 vel d'or." "All right." Lumion didn't bother hiding his disappointment, adding, "I also need a set of identification papers." After receiving Mr. K's affirmation, Lumion left 19 Rue Shear and caught a public carriage back to Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. His thoughts bounced between joining a gang without raising suspicion, pondering the purpose of the severed finger, and devising ways to get pawn shops to pay more for the counterfeit diamond necklace. At least 30 val d'or. Amid these thoughts, an idea began to crystallize. Simultaneously, he planned to find a couple of safe houses in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman district and Quartier du Jardin Botanique before noon, the kind that didn't require identification. "I still have 850 val d'or and 24 copit on me. After setting aside the remaining 400 for the information broker Anthony Reed, I'll have 450 val d'or left. I can rent 2 or 3 safe houses." Lumion carefully calculated his remaining assets. He pursed his lips, feeling an urgency to leave Mr. K's severed finger at Auberge du Coq d'Oreille before securing a room. By 3 p.m., Lumion had found rooms in both Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman on Rue de Blouses Blanches and Quartier du Jardin Botanique on Rue de Pavège, neither of which required identification. Naturally, there was a surcharge for such discretion. The former was hardly better than room 207 at Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, costing 6 val d'or per week. The latter, more akin to Ostertrul's rented apartment, neighbored factory workers from the south and cost 10 val d'or per week. Lumion paid 4 weeks' rent up front, but received no discounts. Returning to Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, he skimmed through men's aesthetics for a while, using cosmetics to soften his sharp features, add shadows, and trim his eyebrows. Soon, Lumion had completed his initial disguise, transforming into an ordinary-looking man in his mid-20s with a dangerous air. After combing his golden black hair, he donned a dark blue cap, took Mr. K's severed finger, and made his way to Salle de Brise on Avenue du Marché. Unlike other guests, he didn't enter directly. Instead, he stopped between the khaki building and the white spherical statue made of countless skulls, addressing the two gangsters guarding the entrance. "I need to see Baron Brignace." Without waiting for their response, he added, "Tell the Baron it's CL from our last meeting. He'll be pleased to see me again." The two gangsters exchanged glances, not daring to delay the Baron's business. One of them entered the ballroom. In under 5 minutes, the gang member re-emerged, telling Lumion, "The Baron wants you to meet him where you last saw him." "The cafe on the second floor?" Lumion smirked. With hands in his pockets, he sauntered up the stairs and entered Salle de Brise, spotting Baron Brignace, with a mahogany-coloured pipe. The gentleman sported a black, thin tweed suit, a half-top hat nearby, and a gleaming ring on his left hand. 4 thugs flanked him. "Sit." Baron Brignace's brown eyes scanned the room, his smile indicating the seat, across the table. Lumion approached and sat, studying Baron Brignace's sharp features and naturally curly brown hair, and said, "Good afternoon, we meet again." Baron Brignace tapped the pipe's base, smiling as he asked, "What brings you here?" Lumion produced Charlie's counterfeit diamond necklace, calmly stating, "I've been strapped for cash and want to pawn this necklace to you. It's worth 500 Valdor. I'll take 5. Baron Brignace turned to a subordinate, commanding, "Get someone to appraise it." "Yes, Baron." A thug with conspicuous bruises on his forehead left the cafe. Brignace appraised Lumion again, nodding in approval. "Not bad. Your makeup skills have come a long way. Although still flawed, you're no longer as easy to recognize." "Thanks for the tip," Lumion grinned. "Men's aesthetics is quite the resource." They exchanged small talk until the thug who had left the cafe returned with a man in his 40s, dressed in a formal suit and bow tie, carrying a toolbox. After assessing the necklace, the man approached Baron Brignace, set the necklace on the table, and whispered, "It's fake. It's fake." Instantly, all the thugs present drew their revolvers. Baron Brignace observed Lumion, who appeared unfazed by the appraiser's declaration or the thug's actions. His grin never wavered as he nodded to the appraiser. "You may leave." "Yes, Baron." The appraiser hurriedly exited the cafe. Baron Brignace set down his mahogany pipe, playing with the diamond ring on his left hand. He asked Lumion, still smiling, "Were you aware this necklace was counterfeit?" Lumion smiled as well. "Indeed." Before he could finish, the thugs aimed their revolvers at him. Intrigued by Lumion's composure, Baron Brignace inquired, "Did you anticipate I'd have someone verify the necklace's authenticity?" Lumion's grin remained steady. "Indeed." Baron Brignace's eyes narrowed. "Knowing all this, why would you still attempt to borrow 1,000 Valdor with a fake necklace? What makes you think I'd grant your request?" Lumion slowly rose, disregarding the revolvers aimed at him. He placed his hands on the table's edge, leaned down to meet Baron Brignace's gaze, and smirked. "Because I killed Margot of the Poison Spur mob." Baron Brignace's smile froze, his pupils involuntarily dilated as if to scrutinize the man before him. The 4 thugs, their revolvers aimed at Lumion, also reacted with shock. As enemies of the Poison Spur mob, they knew Margot's capabilities all too well. Lumion's emotionless gaze scanned the thugs' faces, causing them to avert their eyes and, unconsciously, their weapons. Baron Brignace recovered quickly, addressing the 4 thugs. "Holster your revolvers. Have I not taught you how to treat guests?" Reprimanding his subordinates, he turned to Lumion, curiosity piqued. "How did you manage to kill Margot?" "I stabbed him with something poisonous, but I don't know where he fled before succumbing." Lumion replied nonchalantly. This aligned with the preliminary intel Baron Brignace had received. Eyes narrowing, he asked with a grin, "Do you understand the implications of taking my 1,000 Valdor?" Lumion smirked, unfazed. "Indeed." Auberge du Coq Doré, room 504. Upon seeing Lumion outside the door, Charlie eagerly inquired, "So, is it the real deal?" "It's a fake. Worth no more than 50 Valdor?" Lumion casually replied as he entered the room. He noticed that Charlie had already ripped off Susanna Matisse's portrait, leaving behind a sticky residue. Charlie, having mentally braced himself for the outcome, was disappointed but not crushed. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Well, it's still worth 50 Valdor at least. A generous pawn shop might give me 20 for it." Lumion shot him a glance and grinned. But I managed to sell the fake necklace for 1,000 World d'Or. What? Charlie was dumbstruck. Lumion pulled out a thick wad of bills, still smiling. The fake necklace is yours and worth 50 World d'Or. That's all I can offer you. The rest is my fee for services rendered. Is that acceptable? Chapter 146. Turf. Charlie was dumbstruck and answered subconsciously, "No problem." Only when Lumion laid out the 50 World d'Or notes did he snap back to reality. He cautiously peeked out the door. The evening light was fading, and unlike the second floor, the fifth floor had large balconies on both sides, casting deep shadows. It was as if night had already descended. Seeing the corridor empty, Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his voice and asked Lumion, "You conned someone into buying the fake necklace for 1,000 World d'Or. You've got two things wrong." Lumion grinned and handed the stack of 50 World d'Or notes to Charlie. "First, I didn't con just any person." "Then who?" Charlie questioned, puzzled as he instinctively took the mix of 1 and 5 World d'Or notes. Lumion's grin broadened. "The Savoy mob." Hearing this, Charlie nearly dropped the banknotes in his hand. He stared at Lumion in terror and blurted, "Are you insane? They kill people. Folks go missing all the time on Ruana Quay." Lumion smirked and replied, "Second, it wasn't a con." "What?" Charlie couldn't follow Lumion's logic. Lumion clarified, still smiling. "They knew the necklace was a fake, yet they still fought over 1,000 World d'Or." Impossible, Charlie thought. Certain it was a joke. The Savoy mob might be ruthless, but they weren't idiots. Why would they pay 1,000 World d'Or for a fake necklace worth only 50 World d'Or? Then, a wild thought crossed Charlie's mind. "You didn't steal the leadership from the Savoy mob, did you? That would be even more insane." Lumion smirked again. Relax. Baron Brignays and I reached an agreement through a friendly conversation. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble in the future. So, do you want the 50 World d'Or or not?" Considering his own financial situation, he took the 50 World d'Or and muttered, "Thank you." Lumion nodded with a smile and turned to go. In that instant, Charlie grasped the whole picture and blurted out, "Did you join the Savoy mob?" Lumion didn't turn around. He waved his hand and replied, "That's right." Charlie opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He watched Lumion's silhouette vanish into the darkness outside and disappear down the shadowy staircase. Upon returning to room 207, Lumion, fresh out of his disguise and ready to hunt for a tasty meal, caught a familiar curse coming from the fourth floor. "If you think this money is easy, you can lie down and earn it yourself." Useless coward. A dickless wretch, all you dare to do is bully women. Send your mother to me if you dare. Lumion listened for a few seconds, and quickly deduced that Wilson from the Poison Spur mob had come to Ethan's with his crew to collect protection money. A grin spread across his face. In the next instant, Lumion donned a dark blue cap, left room 207, and made his way to the fourth floor. Before he could reach room 408, he heard the sharp crack of a slap followed by Ethan's even more vehement cursing and struggle. The tenants on this floor shut their wooden doors tight, not daring to step out. With one hand in his pocket, Lumion arrived outside room 408. The first thing he noticed was the presence of two goons. They were clad in dark jackets, blocking the doorway. At this moment, Ethan's curses blended with sobs and screams. "You sons of bitches! I curse you! I'll rip off your dicks." Lumion raised an eyebrow and approached the two thugs at the door. "What do you want?" One of them barked. Lumion didn't reply. Instead, he took a sudden step forward, reaching out to grab them. His movements were so swift that he had the two thugs by the back of their heads. Before they could react, Lumion applied force, slamming their skulls together. With a sickening thud, their foreheads bulged, eyes rolled back, and they crumpled to the ground. As they cleared the way, Lumion glimpsed the scene inside the room. Ethan's, her flaxen hair and delicate features in disarray, lay on the bed. Her dress was torn, her face visibly bruised and swollen. Wilson, his curly brown hair and deeply creased face sneering, was pocketing a stack of banknotes. His belt unbuckled, another thug was holding Ethan's down. Sensing the disturbance at the door, the poison sperm mob leader swiftly reached for his belt and glanced outside. There he saw Lumion, casually wiping his hands and stepping over his two fallen comrades. Not giving Wilson a chance to speak, Lumion grinned and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that Auberge du Coq Doré is now under the Savoy mob's protection?" Mid-sentence, he lunged forward, throwing a punch before Wilson could fasten his belt. Wilson hastily dodged and buckled his belt. Simultaneously, his eyes narrowed as they locked onto Lumion. Lumion suddenly felt a wave of fear. It was the unbridled fear of an ordinary person facing a villain or a thug. Wilson had manifested such emotions. Yet even as an ordinary person, Lumion wasn't cowed by villains who wouldn't dare to fight back. As a vagrant, he had always believed in fleeing and surrendering if possible. If not, he'd drag the other party down with him. Now, as a Sequence 8 Beyonder, he was even more fearless. Another Beyonder, Lumion harnessed the intensity of his fear to grapple with Wilson and unleash his close-quarters combat skills. His hands, elbows, knees, and feet transformed into weapons, overpowering Wilson, who had barely buckled his belt. As the sounds of their struggle filled the air, another thug sprang into action. He grabbed a chair in the room, poised to smash it into Lumion's back. But Lumion twisted his upper body like a serpent, circling behind Wilson. Bang! The chair struck Wilson's head, sending him reeling. With a crash, the already unstable chair splintered. Lumion coiled his body like a spring and lifted his right leg. His heel struck the thug's lower abdomen with pinpoint accuracy, eliciting a muffled groan. The thug's eyes bulged as he clutched his crotch and crumpled to the floor. He writhed in pain but couldn't make a sound, like a rooster with its neck throttled. As Lumion's right foot swung back, his arm lashed forward, whipping Wilson's chest. Unable to dodge, Wilson heard the crack of his ribs breaking. Before he could recover from the pain, Lumion seized his arms and yanked him. Closer. A knee to the chest greeted him. Wilson's face paled, and his body doubled over. Lumion clenched his fists and hammered Wilson's back. Plop! Wilson collapsed to the ground. Lumion capitalized on the opportunity, pouncing on him. He pinned Wilson's arms behind his back and pressed his knees into his spine. "I thought you were quite the tough guy," Lumion taunted. "Turns out, you couldn't even last 10 seconds. Based on his assessment, Wilson was only at Sequence 9, a sequence that focused more on combat and physical enhancement. However, he wasn't sure which pathway he belonged to. Wilson, provoked and enraged, struggled with all his might, but couldn't break free from Lumion's grip. Lumion glanced up at the dumbstruck Ethans and chuckled at Wilson and the incapacitated thugs. "Go back and tell your bosses that this is CL's turf. If you've got any business, feel free to look for our Savoy mob." "You're a dead man," Wilson snarled. Lumion smirked, retorting, "Ha ha ha! I'm not sure if I'll die, but you're the one dying now. You dare to kill me in front of so many witnesses." Wilson mocked. Lumion said nothing. He tightened his grip, and a sickening crack echoed in the room. Wilson let out a spine-chilling scream, beads of cold sweat the size of beans breaking out on his forehead. His arm was broken. Lumion hoisted him up and leaped onto Ethans's wooden table. He pushed open the window and dangled Wilson over the outer wall. Glancing down at the deserted alley, Lumion smiled at Wilson and taunted. "Try guessing. Do you think I'd dare to throw you down?" Wilson stared at the cobblestones more than 10 meters below and recalled how resolute the other party had been when he said he'd break his arm. For a moment, he didn't dare answer. Just then, Lumion released his grip. "I haven't answered yet." Wilson's body plunged downward in sheer terror. With no other option, he desperately tried to adjust his posture to protect his vitals. Crash! He hit the ground with a sickening thud, his flesh instantly mangled in multiple places. Lumion observed for a couple of seconds before chuckling. "Quite a tough one. You're still alive. Is your nickname Rue Anarchy Cockroach?" Ignoring Wilson, he jumped off the wooden table and addressed the three thugs, struggling to their feet. "Did you hear what I just said?" The three thugs nodded fearfully and turned to flee. "Wait!" Lumion called out to them. The three thugs froze on the spot, their bodies trembling slightly. Lumion gestured at the shattered chair and grinned. "Aren't you going to compensate for the damage?" The three thugs hastily pulled out all the banknotes they had and tossed them on the floor. With Lumien's nod of approval, they stumbled out of room 408. Ethan stared blankly the entire time, only recalling the words that this place had been taken over by the Savoy mob. Then, she realized that Salle from the Savoy mob hadn't informed her about how much she should pay or how often she should pay in the future. He didn't even glance at her as he walked straight to the door. Ethan's instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to ask something, but she hesitated, fearing the poison sperm mob might retaliate. She watched Lumien's figure vanish into the darkness beyond the door. Chapter 147. Reaction. Lumien had just returned to the second floor when he spotted Charlie lingering outside his door. "Hey, don't tell me you had another dream. You make me nervous just popping up at my door like that." Lumien teased with a hint of mockery. He couldn't shake the fact that Charlie had sought him out rather than heading directly to the eternal blazing sun cathedral. Charlie glanced at the stairs and lowered his voice. "Something happened on the 4th floor?" "You've got good ears," Lumien commanded. "There was an incident. I tossed Wilson down the block." "Huh!" Charlie appeared bewildered once more. It took him a moment to process. "Which Wilson? The one from the poison sperm mob who collects money from Miss Evans?" "Yes." Lumien nodded candidly. At first, Charlie's expression read, "Ha! I see." Then he blurted out in shock, "You threw him down the block? From which floor?" "4th floor." Lumien replied, grinning. Charlie's mouth fell open, forgetting to close it. "You're not joking, are you?" he asked nervously after a few seconds. Lumien gestured toward the room across the hall. "If you don't believe me, take a look at the alley behind. That guy's like a cockroach. He didn't die from the fall." Charlie assessed Lumien anew, as though seeing him for the first time. He realized that his mischievous, audacious, and clever friend possessed a side he didn't grasp at all. In Lumien's eyes there seemed to be no law, and a chilling coldness ran deep within him. Fear was absent from his mind, and he had genuinely thrown a living person from the 4th floor. Moreover, he was a leader of the poison sperm mob. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Wasn't he afraid of the poison sperm mob's retaliation? This brought to mind how Salle had held a dirk to his throat when Susanna Matisse threatened him. Of course, his weapon wouldn't have been some cursed blade. The next second, Charlie glanced around and lowered his voice again. "Ah, you out of your mind? The poison sperm mob isn't to be trifled with. Why don't you move away? You should be safe once you leave the market district." He felt that no matter how reckless Salle was, or how little he respected the law, he was someone who had genuinely helped him. He had to warn him of the danger, so he could escape swiftly. Lumien smirked and shot back. "Our Savoy mob isn't to be trifled with either." Yeah." Charlie suddenly sensed that the situation might not be as he'd imagined. Lumien opened the door to room 207 and declared as he entered, "From now on, Auberge du Coq d'Oreille is our Savoy mob's turf. I'll throw out anyone from the poison sperm mob who shows up." Had the Savoy mob enlisted Salle to handle Wilson? Charlie came to a realization and felt a mixture of relief. Since the Savoy mob had instigated the confrontation, they surely had a plan to counter the poison sperm mob's retaliation. A broke, jobless guy like him needn't worry. Lumien snapped the suitcase shut, concealing a few sets of clothes and Aurore's grimoire within. He slid it under the bed and draped a blanket over it. Straightening up, he instructed Charlie, "If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I went to the Salle de Bal Brise." "Aye, all right." Charlie watched as Lumien vanished down the stairs, a sudden realization hitting him. What would become of Miss Evans after this? Would she be claimed by the Savoy mob, or was there still a chance for her to redeem herself? Avenue du Marché, Salle de Bal Brise. Lumien perched at the bar counter, tapping his fingers on the surface. 1 glass of lover, a serving of mashed potatoes, veal slices in lard, a pork sausage, and a croissant. Lover referred to a sugar alcohol brewed from sugarcane syrup, served with ice and water. It was common slang in Intis bars. Soon enough, Lumien sipped the amber-hued, sweet alcohol and savored the aromatic veal slices. As he relished the delicacies and listened to the music from the dance floor, his body swayed rhythmically. Just then, one of Baron Brunier's gang members sidled up beside him. Lumion turned to the man, noticing the blood clots on his forehead. He smiled and said, "This is our third encounter, right? Or should I call you?" The thug replied cautiously, "Just call me Louis." Another Louis Lumion mused. In the Intis Republic, Louis was as common a name as Pierre and Guillaume. The last Louis Lumion had met had given birth to a child, despite being a man. Louis watched Lumion take a bite of the croissant and offered casually, as if trying to build rapport. "This one's on me. It's your first time at our Salle de Brise. All right." Lumion didn't bother with pretenses. Louis ordered a syrupy lemon soda alcohol dubbed Demon and took a sip. "You live at Auberge de Coq Doré, right?" "Yeah." Lumion grabbed a piece of sausage and popped it into his mouth. Louis pondered for a moment before asking, "That's Poison Spur Mob territory. Want to move to Rue des Blouses Blanches?" "No need." Lumion sipped his ice-cold lover, its caramel scent wafting through the air, and grinned. "It's now our Savoy mob's turf." "What?" Louis nearly choked on his drink. Lumion swiveled his head and smirked. "I tossed Wilson from the Poison Spur mob off the 4th floor. Auberge du Coq Doré is now Savoy mob turf." Hearing Lumion's account, Louis's face gradually stiffened. After a few seconds, he forced a smile and stood up. "I need to report this to the Baron." "Why is this guy even more brutal and unhinged than the Baron?" "All right." Lumion didn't care. Louis took a few brisk steps before turning back, leaning in to whisper, "Is Wilson dead?" "No." Lumion feigned regret. "What are you regretting?" Louis studied Lumion's face, suddenly wondering, did we gain a weapon or a massive problem? Avenue, du Marché, Unit 126, inside Roger's 3-story building with a modest garden. As the injured Wilson was carried past him, Roger's icy blue eyes scanned the 3 trembling thugs, and he demanded, "Who did this?" "Someone from the Savoy mob," a thug answered hastily, slightly hunched. "He calls himself Salle, and says that the Auberge du Coq Doré now belongs to the Savoy mob." Salle, Black Scorpion Roger's somewhat plump face registered a mix of confusion and wariness. He murmured to himself, "There's no Salle among the top brass of the Savoy mob. How did he manage to thrash Wilson like this?" It was worth noting that Wilson was a villain, equivalent to a Sequence 9 Beyonder, a master of combat. At that moment, another thug spoke up speculatively. "Boss, I remember something. We went to Auberge du Coq Doré the night Margot was killed." Roger's expression darkened, a fierce hatred seeping in. "Was that also Salle's doing? How did he pull it off?" "Did the Savoy mob secretly recruit such a formidable figure to drive us out of the market district?" A man standing beside Black Scorpion Roger spat hatefully. "Ha! First, an assassination, now an open taunt. If we don't retaliate, who knows what'll come next?" The man had a shaved head but boasted striking features. His lake blue eyes, high nose bridge, thick brown eyebrows, and curved lips rendered him handsome, despite his baldness. Dressed in a black shirt, dark breeches, and strapless leather boots, he forewent a coat, and stood nearly 1.8 meters tall. Roger pondered for a few seconds before instructing the man beside him. "Hey man, go to Baron Brignay's and find out what's going on. Ask if the Savoy mob intends to wage an all-out war against our Poison Spur mob. If they're open to reconciliation, we can make appropriate concessions. Remember, learn to endure. The time isn't right yet." On the balcony of a 3rd-floor room in Salle de Brise, Baron Brignay leisurely puffed on his peach-colored pipe, observing the guests, entering and exiting the dance hall. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the door. 2 seconds later, Louis pushed open the door, entering the balcony and stepping past the other thugs. "Your footsteps are a bit heavy and hurried. Something happened?" Baron Brignay inquired with a smile. Louis replied anxiously, "Baron, Salle threw Wilson off the 4th floor of the Auberge du Coq Doré." "Wilson from the Poison Spur mob?" Baron Brignay recalled, seeking confirmation. "Yes, he's severely injured but not dead," Louis quickly added. Baron Brignay held his pipe, pondering for a moment before asking, "Did Salle mention I did that?" "He said that the Auberge du Coq Doré is now our Savoy mob's turf." "Louis," repeated Lumion's words. Baron Brignay couldn't help but chuckle. Taking a drag from his pipe, he spoke with a hint of meaning. If you don't handle a sharp weapon properly, it's easy to hurt yourself. I'll have to find an opportunity to give him some guidance. What should we do about the poison spare mob? Should we inform the boss? Louis asked, concerned. Baron Brignace considered for a moment and responded, "Not for now. Shell actually performed well this time. I'm curious to see how the poison spare mob reacts." Noticing his subordinate's puzzled expression, Baron Brignace, always fond of educating them to showcase his intelligence, smiled and explained. Since the poison sperm mob's inception, their number beyond us has swelled, nearly matching ours in just under 2 years. They've seized a significant amount of territory. Don't you see a major issue here? Give them another 2 years, and we might be completely driven out of the market district. If they want to escalate this matter, I'm more than willing. It's a prime opportunity for the authorities to take notice and uncover who's backing them. Chapter 148, Lord of the Motel. At 10 p.m., while returning to Auberge du Coq Doré from Avenue du Marché, Louis, who was with Baron Brignace earlier, guided Lumière from the main road, bathed in yellow light, to a side street swallowed by darkness. Surveying the neglected, broken street lamps, he remarked nonchalantly, "The Baron has cut a deal with the poison spur mob. From now on, Auberge du Coq Doré is officially under our Savoy mob's control." Lumière snorted. "Is the poison spur mob that easy to negotiate with?" "What do you mean? Are you hoping for the two parties to fight?" Louis increasingly sensed that CL was a dangerous man who thrived on conflict. He was convinced that CL's nature and approach would bring trouble to the Savoy mob time and time again in the future. The market district, already strained by the poison spur mob's rapid ascent, would certainly become more chaotic. As a seasoned gang member, Louis believed in bullying ordinary people rather than resorting to violence and bloodshed. Life was precious. He'd witnessed several comrades die in gang wars and police raids. Initially, their families were taken care of, but as time passed, their circumstances deteriorated. But if cornered, Louis wouldn't shy away from brutality. Every thug under Baron Brignace had climbed the ranks through street brawls and alley fights. They may not be brainy, but their skills and courage were nothing to sneer at. Louis slowly exhaled. You showed enough force to protect Auberge du Coq Doré, and the poison spur mob didn't want to escalate matters and draw police attention. So, after the Baron covered Wilson's medical expenses, the matter was settled. Keep a low profile for now. If you catch the police's eye, you won't withstand a thorough investigation. It doesn't matter to me. I'll just find a hideout before the official beyond us corner. Me. The poison spur mob can run, but they can't hide, Lumière murmured. Borrowing a line from Aurore's book, Louis continued. The Baron wants me to tell you that since you're staying at Auberge du Coq Doré, it's your turf now. And for members who control their own turf, we don't usually provide daily allowances. What he implied was that the Savoy mob likely wouldn't give Lumière any more money beyond the initial 1,000 val d'or. He'd have to find a way to generate income from his turf. Lumière was momentarily stunned before replying with a chuckle. All right. As they spoke, they stopped outside Auberge du Coq Doré. Lumière gazed at the old cream-colored building and was struck by a bizarre, ludicrous thought. This is my turf. The residents of this ramshackle place are all destitute. How can they afford to pay protection fees? Forget it. It's already a blessing that they don't create trouble for me like Charlie. I can't squeeze money out of them. Having already consumed 2 drinks, he skipped the basement bar and retreated to room 207. No one had visited. After perusing Aurore's grimoire for a while, Lumière recognized a familiar footfall, followed by a knock on the door. He opened it, unsurprised to find Charlie standing there. Charlie's face was flushed from drinking. He grinned and exclaimed, "Can you believe it? I'm about to land a new job. I went to Rue des Blouses Blanches tonight and bought the waiters drinks. They introduced me to a hotel manager who said they needed a few full-time attendants. If that manager learns you hooked up with a female guest at your previous hotel and were recently implicated in a murder case, will he still consider you?" Lumière retorted. Charlie's smile froze. He massaged his face and replied, "He might still give me a chance. But Seal, that's not why I'm here. I wanted to ask what you plan to do with Miss Evans." "What do you mean?" Lumière inquired, smirking. Charlie forced a smile and asked, "Will you stop her from leaving Ruanarchi? If you make her keep working the streets, how much should she pay you each time? And how often?" Lumion chortled. "She's free to do whatever she wants. It's none of my business. I have plenty of ways to make money." "I knew it. Praise the sun and Saint Viev," Charlie cheered. "I could tell from the moment I saw you at the bar that you were a clever and capable gentleman." "Trusting the judgment of the idiot instrument," Lumion jested. Charlie sheepishly smiled. "That's one factor." He waved his hand. "I'll share this news with Miss Ethans." After taking a few steps, Charlie halted and spun around, asking unusually cautiously, "Will the poison spur mob come back?" "Baron Prignace has brokered a deal with them. Auberge du Coq Doré is now Savoy mob's turf," Lumion answered nonchalantly. "And I'm the one in charge here." Charlie was ecstatic. He spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "Praise the sun, praise Saint Viev, and praise you, Chiel." With that, he dashed into the stairwell, comparing me to the eternal blazing sun and Saint Viev. "Are you trying to get me killed faster?" Lumion snorted and shook his head. He then retreated to his room and resumed studying Aurore's grimoire. Outside room 408, Charlie knocked on the wooden door. Ethans, her cheek red and swollen, opened the door and stated flatly, "I'm not feeling well today. Find someone else." Charlie couldn't contain the exciting news. "Guess what? The motel's no longer under Poison Spur mob's control. It belongs to the Savoy mob." Ethans suddenly remembered the evening's events and hesitated before asking, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Charlie replied, his signature enthusiasm returning. "You won't believe it. I found out from the leader of the Savoy mob, Ciel, who lives in 207. He's already become a leader of the Savoy mob. Auberge du Coq Doré is his turf now. He personally told me that the Poison Spur mob bastards have scrammed and won't be back. He also said that the Savoy mob and the Poison Spur mob reached an agreement." "Ciel, the man who threw Wilson down?" Ethans's eyes darted, seemingly awakening from her puppet-like state. "The Poison Spur mob was really driven away?" "It's true." Charlie nodded emphatically. Ethan stood stunned for a moment, then clenched her teeth and spat out, "Those sons of bitches, rotten scum, they're finally gone," Charlie continued. "I've asked Ciel. He said you can do whatever you want, it's not his concern. He's incredibly resourceful, so much so that he can change my opinion of pranksters like him. Can you believe it? He comes up with lucrative schemes every minute." Ethans was dumbstruck. As far as she knew, none of the gangsters were good people. They were all despicable scoundrels who deserved hell. Charlie kept talking, but Ethans tuned him out. The words, "Do whatever you want," resonated in her mind. After Charlie left, she retreated to her room and quickly changed into a lady's blouse and light-colored pants. Next, she lifted the mattress and retrieved a stack of 200 World d'Or notes. She crammed all the bills into her pocket, then hesitated for a moment before removing more than half and hiding it back in its original spot. With the remaining 40 World d'Or, she shut the door and headed downstairs. Before long, she stepped out of Auberge du Coq Doré and onto Rue Anarchy. A solitary gas lamp illuminated the street from a distance. Bathed in crimson moonlight, numerous inebriated people stumbled along the road, shouting, singing, or sporadically clashing with one another. Ethan sidestepped the drunks and nervously followed the shadows along the street, aiming for Rue Anarchy's exit. Throughout her journey, memories of escaping and being apprehended by the Poison Spur mob on the street haunted her. The memory of the beating made her shudder involuntarily. Ethan slowed down as though the Poison Spur mob lurked around the corner. Finally, she reached the exit of Rue Anarchy and saw the broad main road, beyond. Ethan stared at the once unreachable scene, feeling as if she were in a dream. Subconsciously, she quickened her pace, striding faster through the dark night under the crimson moonlight. In no time, she arrived at the nearest public carriage stop. She still remembered disembarking from the public carriage here on her first day, in Trier. Now, she had finally returned. With no public carriages running late at night, Ethans didn't mind. She gazed at the street ahead, the postbox shrouded in darkness, and the sign displaying the carriage route. Her eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, Ethan spun around and bolted. She had to get back to Auberge du Coq Doré, pack her belongings and leave at daybreak. Ethan sprinted faster, feeling the wind slap her face, cold and damp. Her vision blurred, and she seemed to see a ghost of her past self. The former Ethans, who arrived in Trier filled with dreams and enthusiasm, stood beneath a street lamp, gently beckoning. Hurry up and catch up. Auberge du Coq Doré, room 207. Ethans dabbed the corners of her eyes and rapped on the door. Lumion swung the wooden door open and cast a cursory glance at her. What can I do for you? In a raspy voice, Ethans inquired. Why are you helping me? Lumion sneered. Why should I help you? What do you possess that's worthy of my assistance? You're not beautiful, and you don't have much money. Ethan's words of gratitude were immediately choked off. She couldn't even recall how she left the second floor. As she packed her belongings, the whole experience felt surreal. Watching her vanish down the stairs, Lumion snickered. I'm not helping you. I just can't stand fate's cruel taunts. We are all victims of fate's ridicule, but I want to defy and resist it, even if I'm not capable enough, until death puts an end to it all. In that moment, Lumion sensed his provoker potion digesting a bit further. Although he was far from fully digesting it and needed time to work through it, this indicated that he had adapted to the provoker potion, and his condition had stabilized. He could contemplate extracting the sealed power within him and obtaining the alms monk's boon. Judging by the name, it should compensate for his lack of mystical techniques. Chapter 149. 5 Ritualistic. Spells 149. Ritualistic spells. Lumion wasn't eager to perform the ritual just yet. For one, he had been swamped all day and was far from his peak condition. He needed rest, or at least to wait, until he reset at 6 in the morning. Secondly, the ritual involved 2 hidden entities and a corruption that had trapped a village in a time loop. If something went awry, it wasn't just the Auberge du Coq Doré that could be in jeopardy. The entire Remuneration might face destruction. Who knew how many lives would be lost? Thus, Lumion planned to head underground after daybreak, seeking a secluded quarry cave to serve as the ritual site. As for the materials, he had already brought them from Cordu. Ruinashi's nights were seldom peaceful, but Lumion managed to sleep well, practically dreamless. He awoke early to the sound of cathedral bells. Rising slowly, he washed up and headed to a café on Rue des Blouses Blanches. His breakfast consisted of plum pie, savarin, and a café au lait with plenty of milk. Delicacies always lifted one's spirits, and the Auberge du Coq Doré was no longer under the poison sperm mob's thumb. Lumion gradually adjusted to his optimal state. With renewed purpose, he returned to room 207, intending to gather the necessary materials and carbide lamp for his venture into underground Trier. Just as Lumion finished preparing and was about to leave, he heard a soft knock on the door. Confused, he opened it to find Anthony Reed standing outside, clad in military green attire and strapless leather boots. The 40-something information broker stroked his short blonde hair and said to Lumion, I got something. The Padre, or Madame Poilis, and her underlings? Lumion stepped aside, allowing Anthony Reed to enter the room. Anthony scanned the surroundings, Lumion's reflection caught in his dark brown eyes. Simultaneously, Lumion felt an all-too-familiar unease. Suppressing his thoughts, he inquired, What are they? Anthony Reed gave a slight nod before replying. Someone spotted a man suspected to be Louis Lund on Avenue du Marché, the one you believe to be Madame Poilis's butler. On Avenue du Marché? Lumion's excitement surged. Louis Lund, Madame Poilis, and I are so close. Are you sure? He asked urgently. Anthony Reed shook his head. I'm not sure. I'm just here to let you know that I haven't forgotten your task, but I'm certain it's really Louis Lund. I'll collect the balance from you. My money can't wait to part with me. Lumion made no effort to conceal his eagerness. After seeing Anthony read off, his resolve to obtain the alms monk's boon only intensified. A chilly wind whispered through the tunnels, leaving faint traces of moisture on the stone walls above. Navigating the subterranean streets and alleys, Lumion discovered a passage that led even deeper. Utilizing a hunter's innate ability to memorize environments, he descended until he finally reached a quarry hollow, roughly the size of 2 or 3 Auberge du Coq Dorés. Sparse white mushrooms grew in the rock crevices. Charlie had mentioned that many people in Ruinarchi and the surrounding areas scoured these underground quarries for mushrooms to bolster their income and meals. Trier mushrooms had become synonymous with these fungi, but the specimens here were clearly natural. Lumion circled the cave twice, inspecting it thoroughly. Satisfied that there were no issues, he found a half-meter-tall stone and placed the blood-infused musk candle on it. The other candle was positioned closer to him. Having tidied the area, Lumion lit the two greyish-white candles in the order of top to bottom, divine before mortal, by channeling his spirituality. Next, he drew the ritual silver dagger and swiftly sanctified it, erecting a barrier of spirituality. Unlike the last time he had prayed for the dancer's power, Lumion's spirituality remained plentiful after completing these tasks. He effortlessly entered a somewhat ethereal state, enabling him to perform rituals without the aid of incense. He exhaled slowly, picked up the grey amber perfume on the altar, and dripped it into the deity-representing candle. As the scent sizzled, a sweet, elegant fragrance filled the air, calming his nerves. After the grey amber perfume came tulip powder. As a strange aroma permeated the spiritual barrier, Lumion took 2 steps back, gazed at the flickering candle flame, and bellowed in ancient Hermes. Power of inevitability. A howling gust swept through the chamber, causing the deity-representing candle's orange flame to quiver. It hung by a thread, threatening to go out at any moment. In the dimming light, Lumion's left chest seared with pain, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Once again, he heard the enigmatic sound that seemed to originate from an infinite distance, yet felt close at hand. However, it wasn't loud enough to engulf him in agony. Lumion continued chanting the subsequent incantations in ancient Hermes. You are the past, the present, and the future. You are the cause, the effect, and the process. Within the spiritual barrier, an invisible wind turned pitch black as a faint grey fog filled the space. Rocks and bottles warped and twisted, appearing as malleable objects. Silently, the deity representing candle's flame swelled to the size of a fist, shimmering silver-white with a hint of black. Granules emerged on Lumion's skin, and on the rocks, writhing and stretching, poised to burst forth at any moment. The terrifying sound filled his ears, drowning out all else. His head spun, threatening to make him vomit. His thoughts wavered between disarray and chaos as he barely finished reciting the incantation. As Lumion spoke the final words, the silver-black candle flame contracted into a beam of light that struck his left chest. Silver-black phantasmal liquid flowed out, enveloping Lumion's body, as though it possessed its own life and will. Lumion had already steeled himself for the onslaught. In his uncontrollable frustration, he felt a prickling pain erupting all over his body. As the piercing ravings seemed to soar through his skull, a burning sensation flared within him. He collapsed, curling up and enduring the agony with gritted teeth. All he could do was struggle to maintain the flow of rationality amidst the tempestuous waves of pain. Throughout the ordeal, he was tempted several times to surrender to the malevolent thoughts gnawing at his heart. He longed to merge with the pain, to escape the torture. However, the lingering elegant and sweet fragrance in his nostrils caused his ruthlessness and frustration to ebb and flow repeatedly. Ultimately, Lumion felt as if his body and mind ceased to exist, leaving only a sense of rational spirituality. As the pain and ravings began to subside, he realized he had endured. Lumion lay motionless on the cold ground, not willing to move for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, he mustered enough strength to hastily end the ritual and clean up the altar, warding off any potential mishaps. Having dealt with these matters, Lumion sat on the stone that had served as the altar and scrutinized the changes within himself. Soon, he muttered, my tolerance for extreme environments has increased a bit. Guess I won't need to buy winter and summer clothes anymore. Beyond this, Lumion discovered another newfound intuition. An intuition for luck. He could roughly sense the recent fortunes of others, good luck, bad luck, potential for disaster, romantic opportunities, and so on. But he couldn't discern the precise details. In other words, Lumion could detect that someone was experiencing bad luck, but had no way of knowing how unlucky they would be or how long their misfortune would last. Truly worthy of a monk with the power of inevitability. Lumion couldn't help but sigh, feeling he could entirely replace Ostertrul as a diviner for others. Although ignorant about divination, wouldn't he be able to fabricate the corresponding words when he could glimpse the rough strokes of someone's fortune? Moreover, Lumion acquired an abundance of sacrificial knowledge and 5 ritualistic spells in his mind. The former compensated for his many shortcomings in the realm of mysticism, while the latter augmented his repertoire of mystical techniques. The 5 ritualistic spells were Animal Creation Spell, Prophecy Spell, Luck, Enhancement Spell, Substitution Spell, and Exorcism Spell. Through ritualistic magic, the Animal Creation Spell utilized sheepskin, cowhide, and other animal hides to morph the target on the altar into the corresponding creature. This could also be applied to Lumion himself. As long as he mastered the incantation to break the curse or waited for the ritual to end, he could revert to human form. While transformed into an animal, he would be unable to speak or wield most of his Beyonder powers. The prophecy spell was entirely different from what Lumion had envisioned. The process involved gathering ingredients such as a snake's venom sac and a rock from an eagle's nest. Using ritualistic magic, one could concoct an unusual concoction. Next, one had to find a corpse dead for less than 7 days and not yet cremated or purified. Pouring the concoction into the corpse's mouth would momentarily revive it, allowing the caster to ask 3 questions about the future. The luck enhancement spell employed ritualistic magic to create an object linked to one's misfortune. By sending the object away and having others open, consume, step on, or wear it, the caster could transfer their bad luck onto them, thus enhancing their own luck. The substitution spell was even more intricate, and Lumion suspected it was a lower-tier reflection of a fate appropriator's abilities. For example, if he wished to evade Susanna Matthijs, he would need to find a vagrant and make them live as Salle for a while. During this period, the vagrant would have to stay in room 207, use all of Lumion's money, and gain recognition from Charlie and other acquaintances to establish sufficient mystical connections before performing the ritual to complete the substitution. Upon the ritual's completion, Susanna Matthijs would seek vengeance on the vagrant rather than Lumion. Of course, Lumion wasn't certain he could deceive Susanna Matthijs, who was on the verge of becoming a demigod, with a sequence 8 substitution spell. He even doubted whether the ritualistic magic would succeed at all. Chapter 150. Voice. When Lumion first gained the mysticism knowledge, he had placed high hopes on the exorcism spell. It appeared to be the perfect solution to deal with Susanna Matthijs, provided she hadn't been entirely wiped out by the official Beyonders. But it was only upon truly grasping the exorcism spell did Lumion come to the sobering realization that his jubilation had been premature. The ritualistic spell was capable of banishing wraiths and even evil spirits, preventing them from tormenting a soul. But it came with 2 caveats. First, he needed to know the specter's real name and possess a personal item she'd held dear in life. Second, he needed ample time to conduct the ritual. That second condition meant the exorcism spell was a no-go in the heat of battle. It was better suited for situations like Charlie's, haunted by constant dreams of Susanna Matthijs, plagued by wraiths or evil spirits, but not on the brink of death. Lumion, however, hadn't been physically hurt by Susanna Matthijs, just targeted. The exorcism spell needed a victim, and without one, he couldn't banish her. When Susanna Matthijs made her next move, Lumion knew she wouldn't be playing nice. She'd leech his energy through erotic dreams, leading him slowly but surely towards his demise. Given her prior displays of venom and paranoia, she was sure to strike directly, unleashing her supernatural arsenal to kill on contact. In such a scenario, Lumion wouldn't have a chance to wield the exorcism spell unless someone could buy him a few minutes. Should I turn to the official Beyonders for help? But that would expose me to the authorities, causing a world of trouble down the line. Or perhaps Charlie could play the martyr, soothing Susanna Matthijs with heartfelt words of love, buying time in the flesh. The longer he held out, the better Lumion's odds of completing the exorcism spell. Heh heh, a bizarre thought. That's like underground literature, Lumion mused quietly. Though the current mantra of the Intis Republic was freedom, it was a far cry from true liberty. On the one hand, they wanted to quash the nostalgia of Rozel's followers and the Carbonari's revolutionary impulses. Opposition threatened the ruling party's authority. On the other hand, they faced the traditionalist Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The Intis Republic's censorship of publications was heavy-handed. They'd even plant spies or groom authors as double agents to keep an eye on influential content creators, ensuring they didn't tarnish the ruling party's image or produce content deemed too explicit or blasphemous for the wider readership. But with every prohibition came violations. Trier spawned a thriving underground literary scene that reached beyond its borders. Aura once, driven by curiosity, bought a few such books. She forbade her brother from reading them and tucked them away in the bookcase's darkest corner. But prohibition bred violation. Lumion had snuck a peek at one and was taken aback. The book was a critique of the clergy's indulgence and corruption, peppered with erotic content. It was titled Monks Chasing Dogs. Lumion's plan to use Charlie as bait for Susanna Matthijs had a certain subversive literature charm to it. Then again, I don't have any of Susanna Matthijs's personal items to use as a conduit. I could try to hunt down something in the coming days. Regardless of whether it ends up being useful, it's better to be prepared than caught unawares. Lumion shook off his reverie, considering the potential of the other 4 ritualistic spells and their relevance to him. To Lumion, the animal creation spell seemed mystical, malevolent, uncanny, and downright horrifying. If utilized right, it could work wonders. Imagine turning captives into sheep, cows, horses, and just walking away with them. Or infiltrating places no human could, in the form of a critter. But in the thick of a fight, this ritualistic spell was pretty much a dud. According to the mysticism wisdom bestowed upon Lumion, the invocation for the animal creation spell could be made to the hidden existence known as Inevitability, a host of honorific names unknown to him, or even himself. Naturally, the prerequisite was ample spirituality and the corresponding rank. Also, the ritual's success rate and the spell's longevity was significantly lower than the previous methods. The minimum requirement for the animal creation spell was a sequence 7, contractee. The higher the rank, the better the chances of the spell working, and the more potent the effect. With the corruption sealed within him, Lumion wasn't concerned about his rank. He was unsure, though, if his spirituality reserves could endure the consumption of the animal creation spell. If they could, how many times could he bear it? This led Lumion to speculate that these 5 ritualistic spells could be simplified at higher ranks and deployed in real combat. For instance, he could simply drape an enemy in sheepskin, chant the preordained incantation, and transform them into sheep. That doesn't seem plausible for a contractee. Equivalent to a sequence 7. A sequence 4 circle inhabitant is too lofty for such a rudimentary spell. Could a sequence 5 fate appropriator accommodate such a simplification? Or is it a sequence 6, the name of which escapes me? Lumion mused subconsciously. As for the luck enhancement spell, he felt it could only assist others at present, not himself. His destiny was deeply entwined with the corruption sealed within him, and the great existence behind the seal. Unless he prayed directly to the power of inevitability, altering his luck was a non-starter. Only when he ascended to the fate appropriator rank could he choose a fate unbound by those lofty beings. The substitution spell was just too convoluted, and it would severely disrupt Lumion's routine and other tasks. He wouldn't consider it unless he was out of options. Compared to that, the prophecy spell seemed like a piece of cake, and rather handy, as ritualistic magic went. Lumion had already decided to gather the necessary intel and find a suitable corpse. By inquiring about Charlie's future, he could estimate when Susanna Matthijs would strike next, and locate Madame Poilis and the others by delving into Louis Lund's destiny. Dog's drool, lynx innards, hyena tongue, stag bone marrow, sea or aquatic monster, flesh, lizard eye, rock from an eagle's nest, snake venom gland, and deadly herbs. These ingredients aren't all that hard to come by. The only pain is the sea or aquatic monster flesh, but the ritual doesn't specify a rank. Technically, the feeblest aquatic monster still counts as an aquatic monster. It just impacts the effect, right? Lumion ruminated for a bit, noticing that his energy levels had considerably rebounded. He readied himself to leave the subterranean quarry cave and head back to Auberge du Coq Doré. Just as he rose to his feet, a sudden furrow creased his brow. A faint sound reached his ears. The voice echoed inside his ears. Lumion fought to steady his nerves, straining to discern the sound. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, more potent, more imposing. Lumion Lee. Lumion Lee. It knows my name? Instinctively, Lumion swept the area with his carbide lamp, yet found no figure, nothing out of the ordinary. Lumion Lee. Lumion Lee. The voice reverberated as if it were emanating from the very core of his being, muffled by his flesh, organs, and bones, creating overlapping echoes. Inside my body, the thought struck Lumion the moment he made this realization. In a hushed whisper, he asked, "Who are you?" The deep, majestic, and spectral voice ceased its chant and solemnly declared, "I'm the angel of the Lord, Boris." "Lord? Which Lord?" Lumion's eyes narrowed, the corners of his mouth twitching, into a smirk. He suspected the entity communicating was the corruption entombed within him. After receiving the alms monk's blessing and nearing the entity of Inevitability, it had managed to transmit a voice devoid of corruption via their intertwined powers. The spectral voice echoing in Lumion's ears intoned reverently, "The Lord is the ruler of the great old ones, the essence above the sequences, the mighty circle of inevitability." Merely contemplating these words sent an inexplicable shiver down Lumion's spine. It felt as if a gaze had pierced the cosmos, the clouds, the surface-level trier, layers of earth, and was fixed upon him. Suddenly, Lumion found himself glancing over his shoulder, as if unseen entities were scrutinizing him from the enveloping darkness. The sensation sent chills down his spine, sowing unease in his mind, threatening to unhinge him. Out of nowhere, a faint grey fog materialized and shrouded the surroundings, significantly pacifying Lumion's agitated mind. He sneered at the self-proclaimed angel, Boris. "So, you're the one sealed within me? I wonder if it's a bona fide angel with beyonder characteristics, or just an angel tier servant, boasting only a boon." This insolence seemed to digest Lumion's potion further along its course. Undeterred by Lumion's provocation, Boris continued solemnly, "Follow my instructions, break my seal, and I will aid you in resurrecting orally. You should be well aware that my Lord's power spans the past, the present, and the future. It can weave a cycle of destiny. In due time, I will restore Aura Release soul fragment to its state prior to the descent ritual. All you need to do is prepare a body with the essence of life for her." Lumion fell silent. After a moment, he asked in a low voice, "Descent ritual? Is that the ritual to forge a body for your descent?" Chapter 151. Temptation. Boris' thunderous voice resonated in Lumion's mind. "Yes?" A snort of laughter broke free from Lumion. His words oozed sarcasm as he retorted, "So, Aura and the entire village were snuffed out just so you could set foot on this soil. Why the hell should I help you shatter your shackles? If you morphed into an angel with a boon, I could have swagged your abilities over and over with the ritual I just performed, under the watchful eyes of the mighty existence. Until, of course, I too bask in the angelic status of the inevitability pathway. Then, I could breathe life back into Aurea and restore everyone to the pre-Cordu destruction era. How pathetic would you look then? If you hold the right beyond the characteristic, I can bide my time until I ascend as an angel of the hunter pathway, seizing power on par with your inevitability skills. Once my army is vast enough, I'll free you, crush you, subjugate you, and make you resurrect Auror. Hell, I might be able to put it off myself. I'll subject you to an eternity of torment till the end of time. I never had the hots for the inevitability pathway's boon, but now that I know the ritual was meant for your descent, I'm salivating at the thought of siphoning off all your might and pride." The more Lumion rambled, the higher his adrenaline spiked. His provoker potion seemed to digest a notch. Boris's voice was eerily steady, unfazed by Lumion's rant. "I've encountered my fair share of beyonders in the cosmos, and I've seen legions of races graced by the Lord's touch. Most of them can't cross the threshold into divinity because that one extra step would obliterate their physical and mental existence. The quest for godhood is rife with peril. Are you so sure you can truly evolve into an angel? You should be aware that we're not talking about slim odds here. Saying it's a 1 in a million or 1 in 10 million chance doesn't even begin to capture the enormous task of ascending to the angel level. If you perish on the Beyonder path, Aurora Lee will follow suit. The seal binding you will naturally dissolve, freeing me from my predicament." Lumion threw his head back and laughed. His laughter bounced off the quarry's cavernous walls, heightening the eerie quiet and heaviness underground. "So, why aren't you sitting tight waiting for me to kick the bucket?" Lumion picked up the carbide lamp and strode out of the quarry cave. A cryptic smile played on his lips. "I don't give a damn what you're plotting or what your endgame is. I couldn't care less whether you're a saint or a sinner. All I know is that Aure and everyone in Cordu village are dead because of you. He paused for a beat, his face contorted into a maniacal grin. Someone's got to pay the piper for this. Guillaume Benet, you, and even your so-called lord. Termiboros fell silent. The booming voice that had filled Lumien's mind, heart, bloodstream, bone marrow, and cavities disappeared entirely. Phew, Lumien heaved a sigh, clutching the carbide lamp as he navigated the pitch-black underground. Despite the conversation's brevity, it had drained him. In Lumien's previous worldview, corruption was merely that corruption. At its extreme, it was comparable to power granted by an evil god. The concept of an angel being shackled within him was beyond his wildest dreams. Amidst the wreckage of Cordu village atop the crimson-hued mountain stood the body of a three-headed, six-armed behemoth, a vessel designed for an incoming angel. It was a mystery how much it deviated from a bona fide angel, but it already filled Lumien with a sense of invincibility. Had he not remembered their vile deeds, he might have been swayed to give it a shot. From where he stood, pledging allegiance to the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery seemed no different than submitting to the hidden existence known as Inevitability. At worst, he'd lose himself. Regaining his composure, Lumien's senses suddenly tingled. He darted into a side alcove, using loose gravel to snuff out the carbide lamp. Moments later, the hurried footfalls of three people echoed from the adjacent tunnel, soon swallowed by the inky darkness. Underground Trier is a hive of activity too. Lumien bided his time for a couple of minutes before digging out the carbide lamp and rejoining the upward path. The interruption allowed him to collect his thoughts and consider a conundrum. Given that the corruption inside him was a living entity, the angel of the inevitability domain, Termiboros, why had his plea for a boon been successful? Termiboros wasn't just raw power lacking consciousness, responding automatically to the correct ritual. He could deny granting the boon. Could it be that his imprisonment is so severe that he can't even choose to resist? The ritual, the thought made Lumien realize why Termiboros was so desperate to flee. According to Madam Magician, with every boon he granted, Termiboros would weaken marginally, and the corresponding corruption would dwindle. Simultaneously, the seal imposed by the great existence wouldn't slacken. As Termiboros's power faded, he would be shackled to the brink of extinction. Eventually, even his consciousness might be expunged. Lumien steadied himself and began to replay Termiboros's utterances. Great old ones, above the sequences. He'd said great old ones and above the sequences. He'd said great old ones and above the sequences. Lumien's head pounded, as if something was attempting to burrow out of his skull. The instant he dredged up these topics, he stopped his recollection abruptly and murmured to himself, a residual sense of dread lingering. Merely possessing certain knowledge can inflict serious harm. Had I not been safeguarded by the seal of the great existence, would I be dead or afflicted with abnormalities? I was contemplating exploiting Termiboros's desperation to escape, to bleed him dry by compelling him to respond to the ritual magic, thereby boosting the likelihood of success and the eventual impact. But it seems the angel has plenty of tricks up his sleeve to screw me over, even in his imprisoned state. I need to tread carefully. Before I really tap into Termiboros, I must have Madam Magician verify my plan for any flaws. On this front, Lumien doubted that the vice president of the curly-haired baboons research society, Hala, would offer any viable advice. Only Madam Magician, who could effortlessly slip in and out of the time loop and easily tackle the colossus atop the Crimson Mountain, was worthy of his trust. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Lumien, lamp in hand, navigated his way back to the level marked by a street name. Leveraging his honed hunter's intuition and recollection, he attempted to shout in a hushed tone, "Termiboros!" No answer came. Lumien intended to inquire whether the angel imprisoned within him was aware of the events in Cordu. After a thoughtful examination, he concluded that Termiboros likely remained in the dark. Termiboros had only materialized in Cordu at the ritual's culmination before being shackled. He was oblivious to the intricate details. Phew, Lumien let out a sigh, surveying his present condition. His provoker potion had undergone further digestion. It was akin to encapsulating a fresh principle of action. Could inciting a superior entity expedite the digestion of the provoker potion? Ah, yes, this is a high-ranking entity within the inevitability domain. In a way, it's a tip of fate. It aligns somewhat with the principles I've deduced. Lumien mused with a chuckle. Were it not for Termiboros's silence, he would have stirred him up thrice daily, like clockwork meals. Pondering over this, Lumion felt that goading an angel to digest this morsel of a potion wasn't a worthy trade-off. He hypothesized 2 reasons. First, Termiboros was sealed and presented a relatively low threat. Second, Termiboros hadn't genuinely been incited. Shaking his head, Lumion curbed his thoughts, shelving matters whose solutions eluded him. He retraced his steps to the subterranean Rue Anarchy and climbed the stone steps towards the surface. Having snuffed out the carbide lamp and returned to Auberge du Coq Doré, Lumion instantly noticed Charlie perched on the steps outside. Charlie puffed on a cigarette, gazing at the grayish-white sky with a somber countenance. "What's up?" Lumion settled down next to Charlie. Charlie heaved a sigh. "Miss Ethans has moved out. Isn't that a good thing?" Lumion queried, his smile unwavering. Charlie stammered, pausing for a few seconds before admitting, "Yes, it indeed is. Too many thugs around here know her and her deeds." Sigh. Lumion clicked his tongue and rose, approaching the whiskey sour vendor and presenting 5 kopecks worth of copper coins. "Half a liter of apple whiskey sour," the vendor responded with a grin. "Got it. Got it." He ended up pouring Lumion more than the requested volume of liquor. Lumion's eyebrows quirked, but he refrained from questioning. He ambled back to Charlie, took a seat, and nonchalantly remarked, "Seems like the whiskey sour guy recognizes me." Charlie chuckled. "He might be aware you're with the Savoir gang." "No, the Savoir mob." Lumion sipped his whiskey sour, inquiring, "How'd he find out?" Charlie cleared his throat. "After breaking the news to Miss Ethans last night, I hit the underground bar for a drink and mentioned your induction into the Savoy mob and your takeover of Auberge du Coq Doré." A vivid image flashed in Lumion's mind. Charlie, beer in hand, clambering onto a small round table, flailing his stubby arms. "Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. You wouldn't believe the bombshell that dropped at the motel today. CL, our room 207 resident, is now calling the shots for the Savoy mob and has sent the poison spur mob packing." With a drawn-out sigh, Lumion turned to Charlie and quipped, "You're just worried the police won't come knocking at my door, aren't you?" Chapter 152. Entrustment. Charlie's bones shook as Lumion's words settled in his ears. So you're saying you don't want word getting around about you joining the Savoy mob?" Charlie had seen the leaders of the Savoy mob, Poison, Spur mob, and the rest. Their names carried weight in the market district of Rue Anarchy. Yet, as notorious as they were, the law never seemed to touch them. Lumion took a slow pull of his whiskey sour, his grin returning. "That's fine, just think twice before you speak, that's all." Even though Lumion had infiltrated the Savoy mob, he was far from claiming the title of a leader. He hadn't been privy to the mob's deepest secrets, didn't have a crew of thugs at his disposal, and all he had to show for it was the rundown dump. They called Auberge du Coq d'Or, so Lumion had his sights set on a fast track to infamy, eager to climb the mob's ladder and fulfill Mr. K's mission. A mission that involved gaining the trust and favor of Mr. K, and eventually finding a place in the organization behind him or to complete the task given by Madam Magician. There is something off about the whole thing, Lumion thought, his left hand stroking his chin. Charlie, standing by his side, asked hesitantly, "What exactly should I keep quiet about?" He had his hunches, but he didn't want to risk annoying the lawless Lumion by not covering all bases. Lumion's smile didn't falter as he turned to Charlie. "Avoid discussing anything tied to Susanna Matisse. That includes any mention of threats I made to her, or that time I posed as a lawyer to get into the police station to talk to you." He had meant to warn Charlie about this, but hadn't found the right moment. "Got it." Charlie visibly relaxed. "You know, I was thinking about telling the guys at the bar about the time we chased Wilson out of that motel." Charlie's number one hobby was regaling the crowd with his exploits, but Lumion's eyes turned stormy at his words. His gut was telling him Charlie was about to walk into some minor trouble, but it wouldn't be anything life-threatening. In theory, it has nothing to do with Susanna Matisse. If it did, it wouldn't be just trouble, it would be a disaster. I suppose I can stop worrying about Susanna Matisse for a while. But how long is a while? Lumion mulled over the sense of bad luck. He'd come to realize that unless someone was extremely unlucky or lucky, or if danger was about to strike, he needed to concentrate to perceive a person's general luck through his intuition. It was unlike a hunter's danger sense. It wasn't always activated passively. Charlie's voice began to fade as he talked. He turned to Lumion and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" He was half expecting Salle to jump out with a prank. Lumion sneered. "You might want to swing by the nearest Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral and say a prayer. I have a feeling you're about to hit a rough patch." His tone mirrored that of Ostertrul, the conman. "What kind of rough patch?" Charlie asked, his voice sharp. Then it hit him. "How would you know?" "I have a hunch." Lumion replied, a smirk playing on his lips. "Of course, it's a joke." Charlie let out a sigh of relief. "I'm hoping your prediction's off then." "On the contrary, I couldn't be more certain." Lumion's words were rock solid. Charlie squinted at him, suspicion etched on his face. Lumion let out a low chuckle. "And if I'm wrong, I'll give you a thrashing. That way, even if something bad does happen, that just proves me more right." Charlie was speechless. Is that even allowed? Regardless, this approach could come in handy for some practical jokes with some slight modification. Lumion was about to rise when he noticed a thin, mangy mutt creeping towards Auberge du Coq d'Or from the shadowy street, eyeing the trash he'd tossed from the fruit vendor's cart. The mutt moved with care, aware that many of the destitute locals would gladly turn him into dinner. Just then, Lumion lunged forward, pressing the dog's neck to the ground. Caught off guard, the mutt writhed helplessly, baring its teeth in a futile attempt to bite, but its head was immobile. With his free hand, Lumion pulled out a small vial of tulip powder, emptying its contents into his pocket. Then, he held the vial to the mutt's frothing mouth, collecting the saliva as the dog squirmed. Soon, he had 5 milliliters. He released his grip and stood up. The mutt, ready to snap at him, whimpered and scampered off, tail tucked between its legs, when Lumion shot at a menacing glance. Charlie, who had been standing by, was flabbergasted. A story he'd once heard came rushing back to him. The protagonist in the tale would often describe the villain's cruelty with a line penned by best-selling author Aurora Lee. He would kick any dog that crossed his path. Lumion downed the rest of his whiskey sour and made his way into the motel. As he passed the front desk, the perpetually grumpy Madame Fels forced a smile. "Good morning, Ciel, Monsieur Ciel." Lumion gave the plump Madame Fels a sideways glance and asked nonchalantly, "No sign of Monsieur Ive today either." Monsieur Ive, the owner of Auberge du Coq d'Or, was known far and wide in Rue Anarchy for his penny-pinching ways. As the new guardian of Auberge du Coq d'Or, Lumion figured he ought to have a word with Monsieur Ive just to make sure he didn't run crying to the cops, afraid the Savoie mob would shake him down for more cash. Madame Fels pursed her lips. "As stingy as he is, only paying for a weekly cleaning crew, he's a stickler for cleanliness and wouldn't be caught dead in the motel." "Who cleans his house?" Lumion asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "He's a widower. He and his 2 kids take care of it." Madame Fels scoffed. If she were the one with that kind of money and a motel to boot, she would hire someone to handle such chores. She'd just sit back and enjoy life. Lumion nodded and chuckled. Madame Fels replied, a hint of fear in her voice. "I visit him thrice a week to deliver the motel's earnings and various bills. I'll let him know you want to see him." She mistook Lumion's words as a veiled threat to Monsieur Ive. If he didn't meet with the new guardian of Auberge du Coq d'Or soon, his survival might be at stake. Lumion didn't bother to clarify. He climbed the stairs to his room on the 2nd floor. Under his pillow he found Mr. K's finger and tucked it back into his pocket. After dealing with the tulip powder, he planned to pick up some containers for the ingredients he needed to gather next. But then a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lumion swung the door open. Curiosity piqued and didn't recognize the footsteps. In the doorway stood a man in his 40s, clad in a dark jacket, worn-out brown, trousers, and a grubby cotton hat. He offered a smile, asking, "Is this Monsieur Ciel?" "Who else would it be, madame?" Lumion retorted, his eyes taking in the man's appearance, expression, and body language. His brown hair, though slightly greasy, was neatly combed. His dark brown eyes held a hint of sycophancy, and his lips were creased with lines of practiced smiles. He had an affable air, but there was an unmistakable slickness about him. "Yes, yes, yes," the man echoed Lumion's words. Lumion's eyebrows twitched. "And who might you be?" "Unfits from room 401. Bankrupt businessman." The man introduced himself with a congenial smile. Without waiting for Lumion to press further, he spilled his beans. I went belly up because of a con that cost me 100,000 Verl d'or. I've been traveling between Trier and Suhit for over a decade saving up. Wanted to settle down, start a family, but then this swindler tricked me out of everything, promising a joint venture. If you help me recover that money, I'm willing to part with 30% no, 50%. Lumion didn't invite Fitz into room 207. Leaning against the doorframe, arms folded, he asked, "Why didn't you go after that money with Margot or Wilson before?" It wasn't as if they required an upfront payment. Fitz didn't beat around the bush. I did go to Margot. He agreed initially, but then one day he just said it wasn't possible to recover the money. Even the poison sperm mob couldn't retrieve it. Was the con man bankrupt or backed by someone who made the poison sperm mob tread lightly? Lumion, who had been only half interested till now, leaned in. Did Margot say why? Fitz shook his head. No, but it's certainly not because Timmins is broke. His dance hall in Quartier de l'Observatoire is printing money. Timmins Lumion suspected the con man had either powerful backing or was shielded by a high-ranking figure, which made the poison spur mob wary of, pressing him for repayment. Or maybe Timmins was a force unto himself. So why do you think I can get your money back? Lumion asked Fitz, a smirk playing on his lips. Fitz pondered for a moment before laying it all out. You're more ruthless than Margot. Plus, even if you decide not to pursue after your investigation, I have nothing to lose. Without that money, I can't afford to pay a dime. Honest to a fault. Lumion nodded, appreciating the candor. I'll look into it, but don't get your hopes up. If Timmins was simply bluffing and managed to scare off the poison spur mob, the prospect of pocketing an easy 50,000 Val d'Or was tempting to anyone. Fitz, the bankrupt businessman, was playing a long shot, with a nod of assurance. From Lumion, he thanked him and made his exit from the second floor. In that moment, Lumion realized that his spirituality had bounced back considerably. The recovered amount surpassed his original spirituality reserves. The alms monk has boosted my spirituality significantly. At sequence 8, I can rival the spirituality of other pathways, Lumion mused quietly. Simultaneously, he recalled an uncanny sensation he experienced while sipping the whiskey sour. If he chose to live in poverty, practiced self-restraint, abstained from alcohol, shunned wastefulness, sought alms, and preached, all while adopting the demeanor of an ascetic monk, he would likely experience an enhancement in his intuitive sense of destiny and the likelihood of success of his 5 ritual spells. Yet Lumion had no intention of following that path. He believed it would morph him into a mirror image of the bestower, gradually merging his identity with his. Shaking off his introspective thoughts, Lumion left the room, making a beeline for Salle de Brise. His next move was to solicit the Savoy mob's help to gather the remaining ingredients and the right containers required for the prophecy spell. He had to seize every opportunity at his disposal. Chapter 153, Strange Rule. Standing before the white globe-shaped statue, an assemblage of countless skulls, in the Salle de Brise, Lumion paused. His eyes scanned the Intis inscription, "They sleep here, waiting for the arrival of happiness and hope." Pulling his gaze from the statue, he strode toward the entrance. 2 henchmen, donned in crisp white shirts and dark overcoats, spun on their heels to face him. "Good morning, Seal." They'd been buzzing with the whispers about this brash newcomer who'd reportedly offed Margot and left Wilson licking his wounds, all within a few fleeting days. It was no secret that he'd been roped into the Savoy mob. "Good morning, my cabbages." Lumion tossed back, his lips curling into a grin as he borrowed Dariage's pet phrase. The Salle de Brise was still waking up. Waitstaff moved with placid efficiency, arranging chairs, scrubbing the floors. Lumion had intended to seek out Louis, a familiar face. No need to ruffle the feathers of Baron Brunier over such small matters. But there, nestled at the bar, sat Maxime, the very same one who'd tailed him. Maxime, still sporting his trademark cap, drank a pint of rye beer. A smirk spread across Lumion's face as he sauntered over. Perceiving a presence nearing him, Maxime, out of habit, flicked a sidelong glance. He went rigid, as though struck by a sudden frost. In the next heartbeat he vaulted off his stool and swiveled toward Lumion, plastering on a Todian grin. "Good morning, Salle." He too had caught wind of the rumors of Seal's assassination of Margot, and the defenestration of Wilson from the 4th floor of Auberge du Coq Doré. A surge of relief washed over him. Thank the stars he hadn't pushed his luck when he'd been nabbed tailing Seal. Considering Seal's penchant for violence, he could have easily ended up as fodder for the rats in some godforsaken corner of underground Trier. This man was a bona fide killing machine. No qualms, no hesitation. Lumion smiled. Merely Seal doesn't quite ring with the proper respect, does it? See Maxime Blanche, Lumion added. I'm curious as to when I'll hear Baron Seal rolling off your tongue. This was a jest, yes, but also a thinly veiled indication of his ambition to rise to the ranks of the Savoy mob leadership, and sooner rather than later, his internal dialogue sang a different tune. I'd call you Baron this very moment. If it kept you happy, just like our Baron isn't a real Baron, but a self-proclaimed one. Lumion claimed a stool at the bar and patted the one next to him. Have a seat. I have a few questions for you. Maxime swiftly obliged, gesturing to the rye beer before him. Fancy a pint? Ranger for me, if you please. Lumion responded without missing a beat. A Ranger, a tangy blend of orange and pomegranate beer, cost 2 licks more than the rye. Though it pinched his pocket, Maxime hollered over to the bartender. A glass of Ranger. Swiveling back towards Lumion, he flashed a grin. What would you like to know? Lumion bided his time until the generous pint of the orange-coloured beer was delivered before launching his inquiry. How did you join our Savoy mob? I'm Savoy, born and bred. Maxime gestured to his weather-beaten features. Hopped over to Trier in search of greener pastures, but my buddy who'd put me up had already joined the Savoy mob. The Savoy mob was the brainchild of a handful of Savoy natives who'd made their living as labourers, servants, and peddlers in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. They were a fierce lot, unafraid to put themselves in harm's way, and they'd quickly carved out their own slice of the pie. As the mob's influence grew, they began to pull in recruits from other provinces, and even Trier locals, but the heart of the organization still came from Savoy. Lumion gave a slight nod, steering the conversation to his next question. And is Baron Brignaise the head honcho of the whole Savoy mob? No. Maxime stared at Lumion, aghast. He'd joined the mob without even grasping the basics, and he'd taken out Margot and severely injured Wilson in the name of the Savoy mob. Lumion took a leisurely sip of his orange pomegranate beer, a playful grin adorning his face. I was under the impression that Baron Brignaise was the head honcho. I mean, his swagger, his flair, his brawn, how could he not be the top dog? Maxime recoiled in terror, clapping a hand over Lumion's mouth. Were such words safe to spill in such an open area? If word got back to that person, it could put a serious kink in his relationship with the Baron. Maxime wasted no time in setting the record straight. The Baron is in charge of the Salle de Brise, Avenue du Marché, and the Loan Shark operations. His peers include Rat, Christo, who oversees smuggling, Giant, Simon, who runs the dance joints on Rue de Rossignol, Red Boots, Franca, who oversees Rue des Bluchers Blanchet, and Bloody Palm, Black, who controls half of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. There's a top dog above them, but I've never laid eyes on him, nor do I know who he is. In a hushed voice, Maxime added, Rumour has it he's a legitimate merchant, a card-carrying member of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce, and he's no small fry either. A member of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce? So the Chamber of Commerce is backing a mob to handle their dirty laundry and keep the competition in. Check. Lumion pieced together the puzzle from his own experiences as a drifter, snippets from Aurora's offhand comments, and a smattering of books, magazines, and newspapers he'd devoured at home. News of Seal's arrival at the Salle de Brise reached Louis, Baron Brignaise, shadow. He made a beeline for the bar, his heart pounding with worry that the audacious country boy was about to stir the pot yet again. He was really worried that the bold country boy would cause trouble again. Finding Lumion engrossed in conversation with Maxime, Louis slid onto a stool on the other side, easing into the chat. What's got you coming to the Salle de Brise at this hour? Lumion shot him a sly smile. I've got a favour to ask. Louis, his forehead still sporting a nasty bruise, shrank back at the sight of Lumion's grin. What is it? Sensing they were about to dive into heavier matters, Maxime beat a hasty retreat. from the bar, nursing his rye beer closer to the dance floor. Lumion retracted his gaze and said slowly, I need you to fetch me a lizard's eye, a rock from an eagle's nest, and a snake's venom gland. He kept the full list of the prophecy spell's ingredients under wraps, planning to source them from different places. What do you need those for? Louis found the trio of items vile and bizarre. Lumion chuckled. Remember how Margot bit the dust? Louis felt a chill run down his spine. It felt like a veiled threat, and it was working. I'm not trying to rattle you, Lumion snickered to himself. I stabbed him. My blade was laced with poison. Right. Louis remembered Seal's chat with Baron Brignier. Seeing Louis still hadn't caught on, Lumion mentally berated. Why is this guy denser than Charlie? He sighed, spelling it out for him. Those items are to whip up another batch of poison. What are you planning? Louis nearly jumped out of his skin. He had a hunch Lumion was about to stir the pot. Self-defense. Lumion replied tersely. With no grounds to object, Louis let out a sigh of relief, promising, I'll get someone on the job to collect those 3 items for you. He ran through the list of items again, making sure he'd got it straight. Once he'd confirmed the details, Lumion took a swig of his Ranger, switching gears. Ever heard of the Salle de Bal Unique? Louis eyed Lumion suspiciously, advising, best steer clear of that place. The dance hall's owner, Tenants, is tight with the police commissioner of Courtesan de l'Observatoire. And there's a shadowy organization pulling his strings. Anyone who's tried to squeeze them has found themselves in a world of hurt, and some have even vanished off the face of the world. Each quartier in Trier had its own police headquarters, each headed by a commissioner. The police commissioner's official title was the Commissioner of the Trier Police Affairs Committee, answering to the Minister of the Trier Police Department. So that's why the Poison Spur mob never had the guts to chase up Timon's debt. Lumion nodded, deep in thought. Seeing the worry etched on Louis' face, afraid he was about to stir up a hornet's nest, Lumion threw him a curveball. Who else in the Poison Spur mob ranks up there with Margot? And who's their boss? What are you trying to do? Louis almost blurted out. Could it be that Seal's planning to knock off all the heavy hitters in the Poison Spur mob? Are you out of your mind? Keeping his cool, Louis replied. That's none of your concern right now. Lumion responded with a knowing smile, not pushing the matter. He downed his Ranger. In the shadowy enclave of Quartier de l'Observatoire, nestled near the catacombs, Lumion found Oster Truel huddled by the bonfire. He laughed mockingly. You're the most professional person I've ever come across. Like clockwork, Oster was here 7 days a week, peddling his con. I'd love to be soaking myself on some beach, but my debts tell a different story. The thought of hopping a steam locomotive out of Trier and dodging his outstanding loans had crossed Oster's mind. Yet, each time he made it as far as the station, Baron Brigner's goons would be there to give him a good thrashing. This had instilled in him a healthy fear of the Baron's reach, and he'd since abandoned any such ideas. I need you to fetch me a few things. Lumion cut to the chase, settling down beside Oster. For each item you bring, there's an extra 5 Veldor in it for you. Oster's eyes sparked with interest. What are you after? Lumion stared into the fire, his voice low. Lynx innards, hyena tongue, stag bone marrow, and any deadly herb. They're not easy to come by. Oster tried to haggle. He'd already made up his mind to scour the eateries in Quartier de l'Observatoire. Lumion brushed him off, changing the subject. Where can I find aquatic monsters in Trier? Oster pondered a moment before replying. There's an underground river in the catacombs nearby, fed by the Srenzo River. Every so often someone claims to have run into an aquatic monster, and occasionally some surface along the Srenzo riverbanks, but they're quickly dispatched by the purifiers or the machinery hive mind. Lumion nodded. Do you know the Salle de Bal Unique? Sure do. Oster pointed skyward. It's over on Rue Ancienne, right by Place du Purgatoire. 1 Veldor, show me the way. Lumion rose to his feet. He planned to scope out the place, gather what intel he could. If it was a dead end, he'd move on. In no time, Oster was leading Lumion topside, veering into Rue Ancienne near the square, and halting in front of a vintage edifice. The building, a somber shade of blue-grey, retained its pre-Roselle charm. Classic pediments, a chevron roof, and leaded windows. The Salle Unique occupied the ground floor, its entrance resembling a giant maw. It happened to be past noon, and a carriage pulled up to the curb as 3 men and a woman alighted. Dressed in dark short suits, they sauntered towards the Salle Unique. As they neared the entrance, each member of the quartet produced a monocle, fitting it over their right eye. Watching this, Lumion turned to Oster, bemusement written all over his face. Oster, flashing a knowing smile, enlightened him. That's one of Salle Unique's rules. Everyone who steps inside must be donning a short suit and a monocle. Chapter 154, Mini Theatre. Taking in Oster's revelation, Lumion couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, what kind of strange rule is this? His mind flicked back to the turtle walking, the space bridge, clutching a candle, while touring the catacombs and sprinting just to keep up with the latest fad. He felt that this seemed inconsequential, but perhaps not for the folks of Trier who seemed to relish something unique. As the stream of monocle-clad patrons flowed in, Lumion queried with a casual air, "What happens if a newcomer isn't privy to the rule?" Oster gestured to the far end of Rue Ancienne. "There's a place selling monocles and short suits there. I'd wager the proprietor of Salle Unique is behind it." "No doubt about it," Lumion murmured under his breath. He wouldn't put it past Timmins to concoct such a rule for the Salle Unique to cash in on the monocle and short suit trade. Undeniably, it was also a nod to the citizens of Trier's relentless pursuit of the latest trends and fashion. "How long has this joint been in business?" Lumion nonchalantly gestured toward the Salle Unique across the street. "Over 2 decades. It's been here since I first landed in Trier. Rumor has it, it opened when dance halls became the rage." Oster stole a glance toward Place du Purgatoire. "Anything else? I need to get back underground." His mind was on making money, wary of missing out on potential clients seeking his divination and assistance. "Hey!" Lumion swung his gaze onto him. Oster's heart stuttered, feeling as though he were in the crosshairs of a formidable predator. "What's the matter?" He subconsciously forced a smile again. Lumion withdrew his gaze, nonchalantly advising, "Stay sharp for the next couple of days." "What?" Oster found himself flustered, bewildered, and somewhat frightened. "Teal isn't threatening me, is he? We just had a smooth collaboration. He even tasked me with finding some materials." A grin played at the corners of Lumion's mouth. "Exactly as I said, but it's got nothing to do with me. Also, do me a favor and dig up more details on the aquatic monster. The more comprehensive, the better. Same pay as before." Is he implying that I might be getting unlucky and be beaten up? Oster tried to decipher Lumion's cryptic message. At the same time, he found something oddly familiar about Lumion's demeanor and tone, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. As a secret suppliant, his divination prowess was remarkably superior to the average person. Suddenly, it struck him why he found the whole exchange eerily familiar. Wasn't this the exact manner he addressed his own customers? Across from the antiquated building, Lumion contemplated whether to invest in a short suit and monocle to infiltrate the Salle Unique and gather intel. If Timmins is indeed part of some mysterious organization and chummy with the police commissioner, snatching him for a bounty of World d'Or isn't a smart move. It'd muck up my operation. Wouldn't the money spent on the short suits and monocles go down the drain? They don't come cheap after all. Lumion was never one to hold back on expenses, with Trier teeming with generous souls. But he knew when to pinch pennies. Mulling over his options, he scanned his surroundings, his eyes landing on an alone bar diagonally across the Salle Unique. Patrons of a dance hall would likely frequent a bar too. They must be rivals suddenly. A light bulb went off in Lumion's head. After all, enemies often knew one another best, and those most familiar with a dance hall would likely be its competitors. Even if their accounts were likely embellished, they could still offer some grains of truth. Without missing a beat, Lumion swiveled around and sauntered into the alone bar. The buildings on Rue Ancienne were steeped in antiquity, with most dating back to pre-Roselle times. Their windows were mere slits, letting in scant daylight. The overarching theme here was one of darkness. Unperturbed by the unlit gas lamps, Lumion navigated through the dimly lit hall, sparsely populated by patrons, and took a stool at the bar. Removing his cap, he ordered. A gin on the rocks. The bar counter was tucked away in the darkest corner of the joint. The lean bartender was shrouded in shadows, his features obscured, revealing only a silhouette. Despite Lumien's keen eyesight, he could barely discern the man's curly black hair, slightly blue eyes, and a somewhat low bridge of his nose. As he awaited his gin, Lumien flashed a casual smile and remarked, "Business seems slow here. The Salle de Bal Unique across the way appears to be drawing quite the crowd." The bartender slid a lemon wedge and iced gin across to Lumien. Casting a glance at the door, he replied, "We do all right, but most folks are downstairs waiting for the play." "How about it? Fancy a peek? Patrons with drinks can gain entry to the cellar for 5 licks. Make it 8 for your gin." "A play?" Lumien couldn't hide his astonishment. This was a facet none of the Rue and Archie bars could boast. The bartender sighed, explaining, "They can dance, sing, shoot pool, play cards across the road. We've got to stand out somehow to lure in customers. Many bars and cafes on the North Shore now have their own mini-theatres." Lumien was at a loss for words, resorting to a mere sigh. Has the bar scene gotten so cutthroat? He then produced 3 20-coppered silver coins etched with gears and a 5-coppered copper coin, handing them to the bartender. The total amounted to 13 licks or 65 coppets, including the ticket to the mini-theatre for the performance. The bartender promptly pointed to the stairs next to the counter leading down. "You can head to the cellar any time. Feel free to take your drink with you." "No ticket required?" Lumien wasn't in a rush to vacate the counter. He smiled, asking, "The Salle de Bal Unique across the way seems rather unique?" "It certainly is." The bartender lowered his voice. "Did you get swindled over there? Is that why you're so curious?" "Exactly." "Ah!" Lumien nodded without missing a beat. He saw no reason of hiding it. The bartender chortled. "We get scammed hopefuls straggling in here every day, but none ever pull it off. Heck, I once spotted the police commissioner of Quartier de l'Observatoire, Caen, strutting into the dance hall, all decked out in a short suit and a monocle." Timmins is no pushover. Lumien quickly abandoned any notion of conning the proprietor of Salle de Bal Unique. Gin in hand, he pushed away from the counter, making his way down to the cellar. Before he could reach the timber door, the bartender's shout echoed, "Patron coming through." The door creaked open with a groan. Lumien slowed his stride, taking in his surroundings as he stepped inside. It was a makeshift theatre, a half-height wooden platform stretching across the far end. 2 gas wall lamps cast a feeble light. Where the illumination fell short, stools and chairs were scattered sparsely. At that moment, over 20 guests were settled in, engrossed in the show unfolding, on the stage. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the sporadic clink of glasses. The dimly lit cellar rendered almost eerily hushed. Lumien claimed a chair near the exit, his eyes drifting to the stage. The performer was not a person but a puppet half the height of a person, adorned in a palette of yellow, white, and red paint. Regardless of gender, each puppet bore an overstated grin. Guided by nearly invisible threads, the puppets moved, opening their mouths, turning, running, carrying out a variety of plays. From somewhere, a deep male voice and a slightly shrill female voice took turns, delivering the lines. Bathed in the faint yellowish glow from the gas lamps against the looming darkness, the painted clown puppets took on a sinister edge. Lumien was instinctively put off by the ambience. Not one to squander the ticket cost, he stuck around a bit longer until the play wrapped up. Throughout, not a sound was made. The audience, some faces bathed in the yellow light, others shrouded in darkness, were far more engrossed than Lumien had imagined. Having drained his gin, Lumien took his leave of the mini-theatre, where only 2 gas lamps held off the darkness. As Lumien made his way back to Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, he claimed a window seat in a public carriage. As the shops and pedestrians retreated, in the backdrop he mulled over his next moves. First order of business, secure some aquatic monster flesh and collect the necessary components for the prophecy spell. Second, elevate my standing in the Savoy mob, aiming for a leadership position sooner rather than later. What's the plan? Lost in his thoughts, his eyes snagged on a familiar figure. There was Wilson of the Poison Spur mob, clad in a white shirt and black jacket, his craggy face framed by a mop of curly brown hair. With his 2 goons in tow, Wilson navigated Avenue du Marché, disappearing, down a side alley. He moved with an assured stride, his posture unscathed. Lumion was taken aback. He's up and about after being thrown down by him. The fall was from 4 stories high. That was some recovery. Made cockroaches look like amateurs. A theory started to form in Lumion's mind. The poison sperm mob has extraordinary healing powers. Possibly plantar pathways, doctor. As he pondered, a memory surfaced. In his dream, Madame Poalis had demonstrated the power to heal wounds. Instantaneously. Although the dream might have distorted or exaggerated the reality, Madame Poalis's anomalous pathway did encompass a sphere related to life. And Louis Lund was suspected to show up on Avenue du Marché. Could the force behind the poison sperm mob be linked to the evil god worshipped by Madame Poalis? As Lumion ruminated over this, a smirk slowly crept onto his face. Chapter 155. Jenna. The circumstances of Wilson's rapid recovery were riddled with uncertainty. Lumion toyed with the idea that it was the work of a Sequence 8. Doctor, from the plantar pathway, or a Sequence 9. Apothecary. From its namesake pathway. Yet his heart clung to the hope of unmasking Madame Poalis and her subordinates. Had he pieced together the puzzle sooner, and had Wilson and his crew not gone far off into the distance, Lumion would have thrown himself from the moving public carriage, hot on their trail. He envisioned wrangling Wilson into some clandestine quarry cave, pressing him for answers about his miraculous recuperation. If this saga bore no link to the evil god that Madame Poalis revered, Lumion was prepared to swallow his pride and apologize to Wilson, who in turn would owe Lumion his life for not permanently silencing him. But, to snuff him out was also on the table. The ball was in Lumion's court. As the carriage came to a halt at its station, Lumion was the first to alight, retracing his steps to the alley where Wilson and his crew had disappeared. No barricades existed here. It was a bustling place, with people constantly coming and going. Wilson and his gang hadn't left any clear trail. Lumion devoted a painstaking quarter of an hour to trying to discern any signs of them, finally admitting defeat. But he wasn't beaten down. Wilson may have slipped through his fingers, but there were others like Will or Williamson. The poison sperm mob was a hydra of sorts, with a plethora of leaders just a notch above Wilson. Each had their own turf, their own dealings. They could run, but they couldn't hide. Lumion just needed patience. Sooner or later, he'd cross paths with 1 or 2 of them. And they, undoubtedly, were more intimately involved with the shadowy forces pulling the strings behind the poison sperm mob than Wilson. They knew more. Phew! Exhaling a deep breath, Lumion wrestled his impatience into submission, deciding to lay low and watch for a while before concocting a hunting strategy. If the poison sperm mob truly was entwined with the evil god that Madame Poalis worshipped, then the leaders on par with Margot were either Sequence 8s endowed with Beyonder characteristics, or they were spawn of an evil god, gifted with boons akin to a Sequence 8 Beyonder. They could even be stronger. If Lumion didn't arm himself with enough intel and set an appropriate snare, he was likely to end up on the losing side. I can't forget I'm a hunter, just because I become a provoker. Chiding himself, Lumion slipped down Avenue du Marché and strolled into the Salle de Brise. Given it was barely past 3 in the afternoon, the place was practically deserted. No music played, no one danced. His eyes immediately found Louis, the thug nursing a glass of pomegranate ale at the bar counter. Soda? Lumion grinned, sauntering over. How about drinking something an adult would drink? Louis swiveled, meeting Seal's amiable smile draped over the bar counter. The sight left him momentarily stunned, as if he couldn't quite place the young man before him. Was this the same Seal who masked his wild ruthlessness behind a constant grin, one who'd resort to violence over the slightest disagreement? He seemed more like a greenhorn, a naive country boy who had just been roped into the Savoie mob. Louis gave his soda a wistful swirl, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I'm going to be at the Baron's side later. Can't afford to get sloshed. Lumion's eyes flicked to the bruised knot on Louis's forehead, a chuckle bubbling up. He pointed at his forehead, commenting, Still nursing that bump? How long's it been? I ran into Wilson earlier. After I broke his arm and tossed him from the 4th floor, you'd think he'd be worse for wear, but he looked perfectly fine. Louis was taken aback. Seemed so, at least on the surface. Wanted to say hello, but he hightailed it out of there too fast. Lumion's tone carried a hint of regret. Say hello. More like you want to rough up Wilson again and not even give the guy a chance to heal, Louis thought. But he didn't dare voice it. His face took on a grave cast as he muttered to himself. When we clashed with the poison sperm mob in the past, their wounded always bounced back in just a few days. The Baron thinks they've got some beyonders with a knack for healing. But for someone like Wilson to recover so rapidly from such serious injuries, that's unheard of. Could it be because you guys have never managed to put a serious dent in any of the poison sperm mob members? Lumien's voice was laced with mockery. Louis pondered, then conceded. There have been a few, but not many. Plus, we usually don't see them again for a good long while. By then, they're all healed up. So, Wilson's recovery outpaces even Doctor and Apothecary beyond the powers. Lumien managed to glean a crucial tidbit from Louis's words. Although it could point to a higher sequence beyonder on the corresponding pathway, it at least narrowed down some possibilities for him. Just as Lumien was gearing up to probe the progress on gathering concoction, ingredients, a stunning figure swept into the room. A woman, ostentatiously attired, with her chestnut hair tied up, loose tendrils, framing her ears, cheeks, and falling down her back. Her face was dusted with powder, black eyeliner accentuating her blue eyes, lending them a deep, decadent allure. At present, she was decked out in a bold red dress that left little to the imagination, sequins catching the light at strategic spots. Isn't this the chanteuse known for her bawdy songs at the poison sperm mob's Salle, de Grismil? Lumien did a double take. This was the Savoie mob's Salle de Brise. Still, Lumien couldn't be entirely sure if it was the same woman. The singer had a mole by her lips, while this woman sported one at the corner of her left eye. Catching your eye, is she? That little minx? Louis followed Lumien's gaze. Lumien chuckled. How about we use a more respectful moniker? Manners matter. You sound just like the Baron sometimes, Louis mused. Her stage name is Little Minx. Little Minx Jenna. She's known as a showy diva. And what exactly is a showy diva? Lumien didn't attempt to cover up his ignorance. After all, he was a newcomer to Trier, straight out of a backwater like Cordoue. Louis took a moment to recall the Baron's words and then delivered smoothly. It's all about her performance style, her acting, her flamboyant outfits. She's a standout singer. She's a chanteuse too, Lumien probed. She performs at the Salle de Grismil as well. Sure does. As long as she's getting paid, she'll belt out tunes in any dance hall on Rue Anarchy. As Louis spoke, little minx. Jenna sauntered over. Her blue eyes roamed the room, lingering on Lumien before moving to Louis. 10 songs, 4 vel d'or. I'll keep a third of the tips thrown on stage. Deal. Louis had the Baron's approval. Only 4 vel d'or for a night's performance? Lumien found himself questioning. Had he overpaid Ostertrul? In unfamiliar territory, he was woefully out of touch with the going rates. Spotting his lingering gaze, Jenna swiveled her head, flashing him a grin. Feel free to let your eyes wander a bit lower. She was referencing her scantily clad chest. For Lumien, whose only exposure to such scenarios was through novels, this was uncharted territory. Yet, his face betrayed no unease. Flashing a smile, he said, I was merely wondering. The last time I spotted you, your mole was by your lips. Now it's nestled by your eye. Jenna's reply came in the form of a captivating smile, which made Louis swallow hard. Are you from out of town? Jenna queried. Lumien bobbed his head in affirmation. With a playful grin, Jenna leaned in, a finger tracing her cheek as she softly elucidated. It's all the rage here in Trier. Ladies often sport a faux mole, right in the middle of the cheek for elegance, smack in the middle of the nose for audacity, at the corners of the eyes for passion, by the lips for allure, and nestled in the décolletage for secrets. As she spoke, she sent Lumien a saucy wink, as if to say, Today I'm all about passion. Ah, Trier Lumien could only shake his head in amazement, given their proximity. The intoxicating blend of Jenna's natural scent and the heady perfume she wore invaded his senses. This led Lumien to instinctively rub his nose. Jenna's reaction was immediate. Don't tell me you still have your virginity. I'm not a street girl, but for you, I might make an exception. She took a moment to appraise Lumien, seemingly pleased with what she saw. Virginity? Something that magically returns every morning at 6 a.m.? Lumien scoffed inwardly, his smile nonchalant. Right now? I'm afraid you might miss your performance tonight. Back at the old tavern in Cordu village, Lumion often had to match the locals in their coarseness, else he'd become the butt of their jokes. Jenna's response was a hearty laugh and a dismissive wave of her hand. I'll find you after my set tonight. With that, she sauntered off towards the modest wooden stage at the front of the dance floor, keen to get a feel for the place. Isn't she jumping the gun a bit? Where's the agreement on a time and place? Lumion mused to himself. She was clearly just yanking his chain. Louis chimed in, a tinge of envy coloring his voice. Don't fall for her act. She gets a kick out of toying with good-looking men. She won't actually follow through. I reckon she's Franca's sweetheart. Franca, Red Boots is Franca. Lumion's surprise was palpable. Red Boots? Franca was a key figure in the Savoy mob, ruling over Rue des Blouses Blanches and rumoured to be a woman. Exactly, Louis affirmed. Franca appears to be the boss's mistress, but she seems to swing both ways. She and little Minx are thick as thieves. A lover's lover. Lumion once again marvelled at the peculiarities of Trier. Louis watched Jenna, now swaying gracefully on the stage, a look of longing etched on his face. She wasn't this mesmerizing when she first arrived in the market district. Over the past couple of years, she's become more adept at presentation, more feminine. What a shame! If he managed to climb the ranks and stand toe-to-toe with Red Boots, he might have a shot. Lumion teased, stoking Louis' ambition. He then shifted gears. Any luck tracking down those 3 items I needed? Louis tore his gaze away from Jenna to respond. I was just about to tell you, we've managed to gather them all. That quick? Lumion was taken aback by the Savoy mob's efficiency. Why not start a factory? Why stick with the mob life? Louis elaborated. Rats Christo keeps a variety of critters, some rare, some less so. Some we could take off his hands for the right price. That's how we got the lizard's eye and the snake's venom sac. The eagle's nest rock was a bonus. Rat. Christo, the one in charge of smuggling, Lumion mulled over this newfound information. Chapter 156. Landlord. Louis carried on. I'll arrange for someone to bring those 3 items to Auberge du Coq d'Oreille later. And the cost? Lumion was prepared to offer Louis an extra reward for his diligence. Louis merely shook his head. The Baron says you needn't worry about the payment. He believes your strength building equates to our Savoy mob's strengthening. Even without Baron Brunier spelling it out, Louis deduced his ploy of roping Lumion in. In any case, the cost was under 10 Val d'Or, so according to the Baron's logic, I can have him refund the materials I require to progress to pyromaniac. Lumion mused with a hint of sarcasm. Louis was taking a sip from his pomegranate soda when a group sauntered into the Salle de Brise. The group's leader was strikingly tall, towering over 1.9 meters. His light yellow hair, short and plush, clung to his scalp akin to high-grade velvet. He had a huge nose, light blue eyes, and a roughly textured face. He was dressed in a figure-hugging black suit, topped off with a wide-brimmed round hat. Louis's features tightened. He carefully placed down the soda bottle, turning to Lumion. I need to attend to the Baron. Just then, the beefy man in his early 30s walked a crew that had the air of gangsters about them towards the cafe's staircase. Who was he? Lumion questioned, unable to hide his curiosity. Louis rose offhandedly answering, That's Giant. Simon runs the dance halls on Rue du Rossignol. Isn't he a part of our Savoy mob as well? Lumion probed further. Louis nodded. True, but he's not on good terms with the Baron. He's always arguing that the Baron, since he oversees the loan sharking, ought to relinquish control of the Salle de Brise. I'm heading up. Need to see what he's here for. Louis had barely taken 2 steps when he noticed Lumion, still planted at the bar counter, from his peripheral vision. He couldn't resist an inward sigh. He just doesn't grasp how to seize the moment. Shouldn't he have shown some initiative and backed me up with the Baron? If Giant Simon dares say anything unsavory, stare him down, threaten him with a gun, only then will he start to earn the Baron's trust. Yes, he may be ruthless, mad, and powerful, but he remains a greenhorn when it comes to these things. Naturally, if Lumion truly wanted to accompany him to the 2nd floor and aid Baron Brignay in maintaining appearances at the café, Louis would turn him down. After all, the Baron and Shattering Simon could potentially be discussing confidential matters concerning the Savoy mob. It was no place for a rookie to eavesdrop. Lumion ruminated. The Savoy mob seems riddled with internal strife. Suppose there's a showdown between Baron Brunier and Giant. Simon and one bites the dust. And then the head honcho needs a strong hand to quell the storm and take over their positions. Wouldn't I be the perfect candidate? When that time comes, as long as I pass muster, I'll have fulfilled Mr. K's mission. Now the trick is to pit Baron Brunet and Giant Simon against each other, without arousing suspicion. Lost in his strategic contemplation, Lumion requested a glass of absinthe. Before he could savor the last of the enigmatic emerald elixir, he spotted Giant! Simon emerging from the staircase, henchman in tow, a thunderous expression on his face. Well, he doesn't seem pleased, Lumion noted, retracting his gaze. He wasn't rushing to translate his thoughts into action. He was still woefully short on the ins and outs of the Savoy mob. Later that evening, on his return to Auberge du Coq Doré, Madame Fels, seated at the reception desk, rose and informed him. Monsieur Yves has arrived. He's waiting for you in the first floor dining room, by the window. Not bad. He came quite quickly. Lumion nodded approvingly, making his way to the small dining room opposite the lobby. Monsieur Yves had heard tell of Chiel's eccentric yet stylish hair. On seeing him step into the dining room, he rose, all smiles. Monsieur Ciel, right this way. He was a man on the cusp of his 50s. His blonde hair, streaked with silver, was neatly arranged. He sported a faded dark suit with a pair of chestnut tweed trousers. His eyes were a bright blue, and he bore a thin beard. Lumion glanced at the cane resting against the dining table, then approached, a congenial smile playing on his lips. Good evening, Monsieur Yves. Once both men were seated, Yves beckoned the waiter to begin serving. My apologies for the delay in visiting. I've been swamped recently, Yves expressed remorsefully. His accent distinctly belonged to the Trier region. Feigning ignorance, Lumion questioned, Do you own more than one motel? Otherwise, what's kept him so busy? Yves was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Lumion would take his polite remark literally. He stammered, There are some other affairs, but they're neither here nor there. As their conversation flowed, the waiter brought in the evening meal, a serving each. Bean soup, pork sausage, fenapota rice, and a sauce that occupied a fifth of the plate. This is their signature meat sauce. Yves informed, bubbling with enthusiasm. Is that all? Lumion's perception of the landlord's miserliness took a new dimension. It didn't overly concern him, though. He dug into the fenapota rice, smothered in the mildly meaty sauce, laced with pepper and vinegar. After consuming his meal for about a minute, Lumion looked up, addressing Monsieur Yves with a wry smile. With your penny-pinching tendencies, why provide each room with sulphur? He purposely avoided the softer term. Frugal. His tone saturated with sarcasm. Monsieur Yves' face clouded over, evidently displeased. He kept his emotions in check, forcing a strained smile. The motel is riddled with bedbugs. Nobody would stay here without the sulphur we provide. Really, as long as the price is low enough, those hard up for cash won't fuss. About a few bedbugs. Lumion casually sectioned off a piece of sausage, taking a bite. After mulling it over a bit, he suggested, Why not employ a couple of regular cleaners for daily cleaning? That could effectively cut down on the bedbugs. 2 full-time cleaners would set me back 130 to 150 Veldor a month, while a thorough cleaning once a week only costs 18 Veldor. Monsieur Yves protested, visibly pained at the prospect. Lumion simply smiled. Why don't you do the cleaning yourself, get your kids to help? That would shave off 18 Veldor from his weekly expenses. Monsieur Yves appeared to mull over the proposal, seeming to see the merit in it. However, after a reflective pause, he sighed and said, Sadly, we're otherwise occupied. Doing what? Lumion didn't push for an answer. He had already established that Yves was nothing short of a tightwad. Monsieur Yves studied Lumion, hesitating before he offered. I used to hand Margot 20 Veldor weekly. Which day would you prefer? Lumion scoffed. No need to hand it over to me. Invest in an additional thorough cleaning each week. Monsieur Yves was somewhat surprised, but raised no objections. After all, The cleaning service cost only 18 Verle d'Or, and if contracted for twice a week, he could haggle for a better rate. Having polished off his plate, Lumion queried, "Do you happen to know what happened to the tenant from 504? He was speaking of the man who'd plastered Susanna Matisse's portrait in Charlie's room, a frequent face on Rue de la Muraille, Rue de Breda, and Rue du Rossignol, who had since moved on. Lumion had sought this information from Madame Fels earlier, but she'd offered no insight. As far as she was concerned, her interest in tenants ceased as soon as they paid their rent and didn't damage anything. Monsieur Ive appeared taken aback, glancing at the leftovers on his plate before replying, "I'm not sure who you mean. I don't often visit the motel. I'm unaware of who's occupying which rooms." That response smacks of guilt. Lumion's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he didn't push the issue. He watched as Monsieur Ive tidied up his plate, not a morsel of rice or a trace of sauce left behind. After Monsieur Ive had taken his leave, Lumion emerged from the motel some 20 seconds later, tailing the landlord from a safe distance. He tracked Monsieur Ive to a beige, 6-story apartment block situated in the heart of Avenue de Marché. From what he'd gathered from Madame Fels's usual chit-chat, this was most likely Monsieur Ive's residence. Lumion didn't rush to make a house call. There were certain activities best carried out under the cloak of night. Moreover, he wasn't entirely sure whether the official Beyonders were still probing into Susanna Matisse's affairs, or hoping to find any leads through Monsieur Ive. An accidental encounter could be rather awkward. If it came to that, Lumion would have to make himself scarce promptly. Under the warm glow of the street lamps, he circled Monsieur Ive's apartment, taking in his surroundings. What struck Lumion most was the 3-story, brick-red edifice diagonally across, from the apartment on the opposite side of Avenue du Marché. The foyer, propped up by pillars, bore a sign overhead. Theatre de l'Ancienne, Café Bijon. People streamed in continuously. Every now and then, bursts of applause and strains of music floated out, creating a lively atmosphere. Lumion knew that this was a theatre catering to common folk with its affordable ticket prices, holding a monopoly in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. An ideal spot for evading pursuit. Lumion was reminded of theatre-related incidents from various novels. Grinning, he crossed the street and entered the foyer of the Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons. Posters advertising current and upcoming plays, as well as a few past classics, adorned the walls. As Lumion considered how best to exploit the theatre, he stood there, earnestly, examining the photographs, sketches, and captions. Suddenly, a familiar face caught his eye on a poster tucked away in a corner. Playing an extra in the background, a man with a shock of starky blonde hair, blue eyes, and a wispy beard was featured. It was none other than Monsieur Ive, the man he'd been tailing. Chapter 157, Ancienne Cage A. Pigeons 157 Ancienne Cage of Pigeons. Monsieur Ive, a theatre actor as well, or merely an enthusiast? Lumion pondered, the enigma. His immediate impression was, as proprietor and landlord of the Auberge du Coq d'Or, Monsieur Ive could be classified as affluent. Moreover, he managed several other enterprises, so the notion of him dabbling in acting appeared improbable. Nevertheless, taking into account Ive's proclivity for hoarding wealth and his frugal tendencies, Lumion couldn't completely rule out the possibility of the man dabbling as a minor actor during his idle hours. It was an opportunity, after all, to rake in a few more coins and avoid squandering valuable time. Once satisfied that the small-time character indeed was Monsieur Ive, Lumion's eyes drifted to the poster's title, Forest Fairy. From the additional script, Lumion deciphered that this was a classic production, from the Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons, occasionally revived for new runs. The actress portraying the Forest Fairy boasted distinct facial contours, an ethereal and captivating aura, and lake blue eyes filled with innocence and sanctity. However, Lumion found her less than bewitching, given her adornments of bracelet, necklace, and belt fashioned from tree branches and verdant leaves, topped off by a floral laurel crown. She stirred memories of Ava, the spring elf, from his dreams, and Susanna Matisse with her cascading turquoise tresses. For Lumion, these were not nostalgic musings. Especially the latter, bereft of the unusual allure her hair had once commanded, now evoked an eerie and revolting image. Charlotte Calvino. After noting the actress's name, Lumian scrutinized the other posters for more clues. Ultimately, he deduced that Monsieur Ive had performed in 3 plays at the Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons, yet in each, he was but a mere supporting actor, easily replaced. Entering the theatre with a thoughtful demeanor, Lumian forked out 10 licks for a ticket. The Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons was a well-designed edifice. A large stage dominated the far end, illuminated by gas wall lamps, cloaked by lofty curtains, and equipped with several steam-powered machines. Neat rows of seating lined the theatre, progressively ascending like terraced staircases. Lumian took his ticket stub and located his seat. The ongoing play was Princess and the Beast. The actor's attire tended towards the liberal, with hints of risqué, entirely in keeping with the aesthetic sensibilities of Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. Watching the performance unfold, Lumian was struck with an internal gasp of awe. Could this be Trier's standard for acting? Such theatrics only earn them keep in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. What caliber do the theatres in Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra hold? Lumian wasn't a stranger to the world of theatre. Despite Aurore's homebody tendencies, even she occasionally craved the outdoors. Sometimes she borrowed a pony from Madame Poalis or chatted with Cordoue old ladies, narrated stories to local children, and occasionally she'd even take Lumian to Darriège to attend plays, opera, circus performances, or visit the underground book market for creative inspiration. In comparison to the Ancienne Cage of Pigeons, those theatrical performances seemed akin to amateur efforts. The lead actors on the stage were simply spellbinding. Whether through their facial expressions, physical gestures, or delivered lines, they were as though plucked from the narrative's pages and set into the world of the living. Lumian, initially focused on scouting for anomalies, found himself unexpectedly engrossed in the unfolding drama. He felt a pang for the beast's tangled turmoil of self-doubt, brutality, and torment, and for the princess, her unspoiled innocence, kindness, and heartfelt distress. Any one of these principal performers could easily steal the spotlight in a Darriège theatre. As the curtain fell, Lumian found himself rising to his feet, clapping his approval, a twinge of disappointment in his heart that the performance had concluded so swiftly. He detected nothing suspicious with the actors, nor could he discern anything out of the ordinary within the theatre itself during his regular sojourns to the restroom, during intermissions. Madame Fals had hinted that Monsieur Ive cultivated a rooftop vegetable garden as a cost-saving measure. Lumian deduced that the Ive residence must therefore be on the apartment building's top floor, the 6th to be exact. After a brief scrutiny, Lumian's gaze landed on the faintest of the glowing windows. In keeping with Ive's penny-pinching character, he probably refused to light an additional gas lamp. Finding a secluded, dark corner, Lumian set himself up, his focus locked onto the dimly lit window, a silent sentinel awaiting any sign of activity. As the hours wore on, a homeless man wandered by, hoping to claim this sheltered nook as his makeshift bed for the night. However, catching sight of Lumian's shadowy figure, he reluctantly shuffled off elsewhere. Such encounters barely registered with Lumian anymore. Unperturbed, he maintained his vigil. Close to 11 p.m., the feeble light in the window blinked out. Roughly 15 minutes later, Monsieur Ive, garbed in a faintly dark suit and chestnut-hued tweed trousers, materialized at the apartment door. With cautious glances cast about him, clutching a carbide lamp, he made his way along the street's shadowy cloak towards the underground trier entrance a stone's throw away. Lumian bore witness as a living statue, observing the retreating illumination of Monsieur Ive's lamp until it was swallowed by darkness. Several minutes later, with no signs of official beyonders tailing, Monsieur Ive Lumian arose, dusted off his attire, and crossed the Avenue du Marché towards the hidden stone staircase leading underground. Lumian did not attempt to follow him. First and foremost, he had no source of light. His only candles were those used in ritualistic magic, their scent too conspicuous. Second, he lacked knowledge about Monsieur Ive's true capabilities, his motives for venturing into underground Trier, or the extent of power he might command. Retracing a few steps, Lumian melted into the shadow of a nearby building's pillar, shrouding himself in the comforting dark. A tedious wait ensued. As midnight loomed, the blue radiance of the carbide lamp punctuated the darkness of the underground entrance. The elongated shadow of Monsieur Ive once again graced the scene. Just as he came to the bottom of the stone staircase, Lumian tugged his cap lower, over his eyes and stepped forward, barking out, "This is a hold-up." The strategy behind this sudden ploy was to gauge Monsieur Ives' strength. Should the landlord be a formidable force, Lumian suspected he would merely dismiss the mugger with lethal efficiency. In that case, Lumian would have the opportunity to make a swift exit, his greatest risks being some minor injuries and a dent in his pocket. If, however, Monsieur Ives failed to exhibit significant ability, the faux robbery would quickly morph into a real kidnapping. Lumian would then corner the landlord in a remote pocket of the underground trier, demanding answers about his secretive behavior around room 504's tenant and his nocturnal trips to the underground world. At Lumian's gruff demand for a hold-up, Monsieur Ives visibly flinched. Seeming to accept his fate, he pulled out a worn brown leather wallet, extracting a single silver coin valued at 1 vel d'or. An unexpected surge of avarice flooded Lumian at the sight of the silver coin. Its intricate design, with the cherubic relief on the surface and radiating lines, drew him in. Almost against his will, he found his right hand reaching out to snatch the coin from Monsieur Ives. With a swift pivot, he spun on his heel and took off, playing the part of a robber to perfection. 5 or 6 steps into his escape, a niggling thought started to bother Lumian. What sort of robber would flee after pilfering a solitary 1 vel d'or coin? And why did I even seize the coin? Lumian's senses abruptly reignited. Channeling Dance's agility, he made a forceful twist of his frame and skidded to a halt. He noticed Monsieur Ives was also on the run. The landlord of Auberge du Coq Doré darted across Avenue du Marché and made a beeline for Théâtre de l'Ancienne cage à pigeons. Lumian, originally preparing to pursue, abruptly dropped his pace. Monsieur Ives, now a victim of robbery, didn't aim for the sanctuary of his home, nor the aid of law enforcement in the bustling market district. Instead, he elected for the theatre, situated at an angle from his dwelling. Could it be that he perceived a more effective guard there? Lumian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Then, within the span of a heartbeat, he spun around and resumed his faux robber's role. He was anxious that Monsieur Ives might rally a force capable of reclaiming his pilfered silver coin. Given Monsieur Ives' infamous miserliness, such a response was within the realm of possibility. Although Lumian was not particularly concerned about losing a single vel d'or, getting caught would undoubtedly unmask his identity. Exiting Avenue du Marché, he nonchalantly flipped the silver coin to a destitute vagabond dozing at the street's edge. At the metallic ring, the man's eyes flickered open, resting on the gleaming piece. Nestled under the nearby lamplight, once back on Rue Anarchy, Lumian peeled off his cap and coat, tucking them under his arm as he resumed his leisurely stride. His test had confirmed his suspicions. Monsieur Ives was no ordinary man. He possessed beyonder abilities, albeit seemingly ill-equipped for combat. He had elected to gift a silver coin to an apparent burglar and retreat. This little episode filled me with a sudden, overwhelming desire for that silver coin. A desire so fierce, I nearly abandoned my true intentions, almost succumbing to madness. Lumian reflected on the strange encounter. It was a sensation he recognized. He had experienced a similar one when facing Susanna Matisse. One filled him with paralyzing fear, the other stripped him of rational thought, substituting it with raw hatred. The similarities of these abilities' manifestations, could Monsieur Ives be linked to Susanna Matisse? What fate could have befallen room 504's tenant? The forest fairy, the foliage, laurels. Does Théâtre de l'Ancienne cage à pigeons have ties to Susanna Matisse as well? Lumian speculated, as he retraced his steps to Auberge du Coq Doré. He slipped into the underground bar to find Charlie, glass of beer in hand, belting, out of tune with a few of the inn's tenants. We impoverished souls, dwelling in the attic. Catching sight of Lumian's return, Charlie excused himself and ambled over to the counter, heaving a sigh as he began. You wouldn't believe what transpired this afternoon. The hotel manager nicked my drinks twice and then had the gall to say that because of Madame Alice's situation, he couldn't promote me to an official attendant. I'm stuck as a lowly handyman. How utterly odious. Just how unlucky can I get? Suddenly, Charlie fell silent, muttering to himself. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. After repeating it a handful of times, he glanced up at Lumian, a look of surprise registering on his face at the sight of Lumian's subtle smile. Chapter 158. Report. As he pondered on Ciel's early morning warning of potential misfortune. Charlie was dumbstruck. The very afternoon he had lost the job prospect he'd been eagerly awaiting, and even squandered a few Verle d'Or hosting a round of drinks. The thought of it all intensified the weight on his shoulders. Teal's smirk hit him, and Charlie's voice instinctively dropped to a hush. You can predict the future. His forecast had hit the mark with uncanny precision. Didn't I tell you? Just a wild guess. Lumian stated, his lie rolling smoothly off his tongue. Yet, it wasn't entirely untruthful. It was more an educated guess based on the luck patterns he'd perceived. It was akin to devising the method after having the final answer. Charlie's expression reflected his disbelief, yet he didn't challenge the claim. Instead, he asked hopefully, have my run of bad luck ended? Lumian turned, his focus shifting, and his eyes growing stormy. His face soon mirrored the seriousness of his thoughts. Charlie, witnessing Seal's shift in demeanor, felt his pulse quicken and his mouth go arid with anxiety. What's going on? Lumian pressed his lips together before stating, You're in for a disaster. Charlie's countenance faltered, his complexion turning pale, a stark contrast to its earlier flush. Lumian chuckled. Just pulling your leg. You may not have the best luck for a while, but you won't be particularly ill-fated either. It suggested that even if the issue with Susanna Matisse hadn't been entirely handled, it wouldn't escalate anytime soon. Charlie couldn't quite grasp Lumian's words. Really? It's a tall tale. Believe it if you wish. No skin off my back if you don't. Lumian remarked, ordering a glass of absinthe fennel with a dismissive smile. Lumian's nonchalant demeanor helped Charlie breathe easy. He nestled onto the bar stool next to him, sipping his rye beer. I had thought the whole situation wasn't quite done yet. That's not out of the question. Lumian made no effort to unnerve Charlie further. Charlie's gaze fell on the bar top as he murmured, You know, in that moment I wished to be a lowly handyman and loot the market district ASAP. Lumian glanced his way. A raw bitterness bared itself on Charlie's face. Lumian suggested further, You might as well pay a visit to the nearest Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral and pray more. And by the way, I dined with our landlord, Monsieur Yves, today. It seemed a bit odd when room 504 came up in our chat, almost as if he knows something about the previous tenant but isn't keen on sharing. Charlie froze for a moment before comprehending Seal's reference. He lowered his voice again. The one who hung that woman's portrait? Lumian confirmed with a slow, assertive nod. Charlie stayed quiet for a beat before muttering, Does that woman have any ties to Monsieur Yves? Does he suspect something off about the portrait? I should inform the authorities. I'll head to the nearest cathedral at dawn and speak to the priests. Not bad. A few days under my wing, and you're much sharper than Louis from the Savoy mob. You caught my hint right away. Lumian raised his glass, taking a sip of the visually appealing green liquid. Lumian was not well versed in the details of Théâtre de l'Ancienne cage of pigeons, hence the severity of the problem was a mystery to him. Any self-led investigation would take at least a couple of weeks to gather any meaningful information. Even then, he might not possess the means to tackle it. As such, his best course of action was to alert the authorities from the get-go, allowing them to take the reins. Once he'd reached a decision, Charlie shot a covert glance at Pavard Neeson, who was engrossed in the art of mixology. Confirming that he had the man's undivided attention, he leaned in and whispered to Lumian, If they query the source of my information, what should I say? Just tell them that it cropped up during our chat. Lumian responded candidly. With Charlie previously singing his praises, the police in Le Marché du Quartier, du gentlemen were aware that Auberge du Coq Doré had fallen under Seal's jurisdiction. Thus, it was only a matter of time before Seal and Monsieur Yves, the landlord, crossed paths over a meal and some idle chatter. When the time came, the official beyonders could make casual inquiries and ascertain that all was in order. They would have no reason to cast suspicion upon Lumian. All right. Charlie's demeanor noticeably relaxed. Lumian savored another sip of his La Fée Verte before posing a question. Which of the leaders of the poison sperm mob do you know? Charlie had previously alluded to the leaders of the Savoie mob, the poison sperm mob, and several other smaller gangs having a certain notoriety in the Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, enough to frighten the youngsters. What you scheming? Charlie's countenance lit up with excitement. I intend to ask them a question or two. Lumion chose to frame it in the most courteous manner possible. Charlie's enthusiasm dipped a notch, realizing he wouldn't be privy to any spectacle. Besides Margot, I know two others. One's Hammerate. He was a regular at Le Marché de Quartier du Gentellement, but he's been frequenting Rue Anarchy of late. Then there's Harmon, sans any nickname. I've observed Margot in his company on multiple occasions, showing him considerable deference. He's bald, by the way. The head honcho of the Poison Spur mob is Black Scorpion Roger. He appears to reside somewhere on Avenue du Marché. Garnering Margot's respect implies Harmon's status and power within the Poison Spur mob superseded his, perhaps. Thumma. 8 has taken control of Salle de Gristmill and Rue Anarchy, hence his regular appearances here. Lumion pondered, setting his sights on Hammer. 8. His plan was to shadow the gang leader over the ensuing days, familiarizing himself with his routines and behaviors. Should he fail to locate Wilson in due course, he would contemplate making an example of 8. After emptying his glass of absinthe, Lumion and Charlie made their way upstairs. Upon reaching room 207, Lumion noticed a wooden crate, adorned with the black-painted emblem of the Savoie mob, a bullet and a dirk placed near the entrance. Could it be the ingredients sent by Louis? Lumion stooped to pick up the crate, subsequently unlocking the door to the room. As he flipped open the lid, the foul stench of bird droppings wafted up from a dark stone, accompanied a pair of eyeballs, bloodshot and haunting, and a poisoned sack, securely encased within a glass jar. Avenue du Marché was bathed in a yellowish glow thanks to the gas lamps. Yves, the landlord of Auberge du Coq Doré, was guiding someone towards a vagrant, slumbering soundly with eyes tightly shut. "Here lies my silver coin," he pronounced. The person behind him threw a skeptical glance towards the sleeping tramp and carried, "Did he rob ye?" "Absolutely not," I replied with firm conviction. "The differences in height, physique, even clothing are too significant. A robber that tosses stolen loot to a tramp, this situation is undeniably peculiar." The figure, teetering on the edge of the lamp's glow, nodded in near imperceptibility. "We must remain vigilant, prepared for unforeseen complications or potential investigations." Ives simply grunted his agreement, grumbling under his breath. Had he not cast my silver coin to this vagrant, we could have traced him directly. He possessed the unique capability to sense the location of his possessions, but only for a limited time. The following morning found Lumion holed up in Auberge du Coq Doré, engrossed in Aurore's grimoire. He needed to keep an eye on Hammer 8 and his cohorts, which meant altering his study routine to the morning. These gangsters only made their appearance in the afternoon, and their nightly escapades ended in the early morning hours. Charlie had left at dawn for the closest eternal blazing sun cathedral. Upon his return, his calm demeanor was underscored by a radiant smile. He seemed to have found a source of solace and received validation. As the clock approached noon, Lumion stowed his grimoire and ambled over to Avenue du Marché. He positioned himself a short distance from Monsieur Ives' apartment and the Théâtre de l'Ancienne cage of pigeons, hoping to witness any activity from the official beyonders. The streets were bustling as usual, the shops brimming with activity, and carriages weaving in and out. Yet none bore any hints of the recent events. After observing for some time, Lumion was about to seek out a restaurant to satiate his hunger when he spotted Monsieur Ives in the distance. Still clad in his faded formal suit and chestnut tweed trousers, donning a grey, wide-brimmed hat, and grasping a black cane, he made his way towards his apartment. "The official beyonders haven't made their move yet?" Lumion contemplated, briefly before crossing Avenue du Marché to intercept the landlord. "Good afternoon, Monsieur Yves. Out on an errand?" He greeted, all smiles. Monsieur Ives looked slightly disoriented before scrutinizing Lumion, a touch of trepidation in his gaze. "Had something to attend to at the police station." So, the official beyonders roped in Monsieur Ives through the police station but delegated the interrogation to someone with the required abilities? Lumion surmised the situation, albeit with a lingering query. The officials didn't uncover that Monsieur Ives possessed beyonder powers? Lumion responded with a gentle nod and a reassuring smile. "Is there something I could assist you with?" "No need," Monsieur Ives responded, his tone veering between guarded and resistant. He gestured towards the beige apartment. I need to get home. In an effort to not arouse any suspicion, Lumion made no further attempts to detain or probe him. As Monsieur Ive walked away, Lumion was left behind, a slight furrow marking his brow. Looking back at their brief exchange, nothing seemed off, yet certain details felt out of place, leaving him with a peculiar sensation. On impulse, Lumion shifted his focus to the retreating figure of Monsieur Ive, attempting to gauge his recent string of luck. It seemed pretty ordinary, nothing too fortunate or adverse. Nonetheless, Lumion found his suspicion intensifying rather than alleviating. During their dinner the previous night, Lumion had instinctively assessed Monsieur Ive's luck. It had leaned towards the unfortunate end of the spectrum. And now, in a span of a day, his luck had taken a turn for the better. What could have transpired? Lost in thought, Lumion sauntered down Avenue du Marché, his hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets. Chapter 159. Savage. The tide of fortune seems to have taken a turn for Monsieur Ive. His handling of the robbery the previous night must have laid bare his secret, especially in the face of a disguised beyonder masquerading as a police officer. Had they sniffed out something amiss and laid a trap in anticipation? The gears in Lumion's head whirred ever faster, his growing suspicion suggesting that his robbery attempt on Monsieur Ive had alerted the man and his unseen benefactors. Still, he couldn't verify any peculiarity regarding the landlord without attempting some sleuthing. Realizing the eyes of the figure at the Théâtre de l'Ancienne cage of pigeons could be upon him, Lumion abandoned the thought of paying a visit to Monsieur Ive, making a hasty exit from Avenue du Marché. An urgency overwhelmed him to execute the prophecy spell in order to unravel some of the mysteries plaguing him. Within the confines of Quartier de l'Observatoire, near the subterranean cemetery, warmed by a flickering bonfire, Lumion spotted Oster Truhl's peculiar stance. Did you manage to procure the items I asked for? Oster responded with a genuine grin. Indeed. The entrails of a lynx, tongue of a hyena, marrow of a stag, and some grey henbane. It all amounts to 5 Verle d'Or. Including the reward you pledged, it comes to 20 Verle d'Or. Per their agreement, Lumion was to hand him an extra 5 Verle d'Or for each item. But, noticing the sum worth of the items was only 5 Verle d'Or, Oster's conscience wouldn't allow him to charge full price, hence the discount. Lumion didn't mind. The arrangement saved him a great deal of time. Naturally, he didn't push to pay more, handing Oster a sum of banknotes, amounting to the quoted price of 20 Verle d'Or. The 4 items were contained in either modest glassware or small wooden boxes and cloth bags. Lumion inspected them individually before sliding them into his pocket. His gaze once again fell on Oster Truhl. Any further insights on the aquatic monster? Oster nodded. Indeed. His expression bore a plea for affirmation. In my effort to gather more information about the aquatic monsters, I even ventured into the underground river myself. Regrettably, the ground was treacherous, and I ended up taking a tumble. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing the distinct marks of his slip on his forearm. So that's why his posture seemed off. If I hadn't requested Oster to gather information on the aquatic monster, would he have avoided the injury? Yet I only enlisted him after foreseeing an imminent accident. What could have transpired if I had rescinded? A feeling of inevitability wrapped Lumion. He was also a pawn in the game of destiny, his actions and will embedded in the luck he sensed. Lumion curtailed his musing and responded with a light chuckle. I did advise you to be cautious. The recollection of Thiel's warning for the upcoming days suddenly sprung to mind. Did it manifest so rapidly? Is his divination prowess truly this potent? Amid his astonishment, Oster queried, You divined I would be injured within the next 2 days. What sequence does Thiel belong to? Not only does he appear combat savvy, but his divination skills are impressive. A grin played at the corners of Lumion's mouth. It's not divination. He held back further explanation, leaving Oster to his own conjectures. Seeming to take the hint, Oster didn't press further. Instead, he shifted the conversation back to the aquatic monster. I've been able to piece together the whispers and conjecture, and it seems there are 3 kinds of aquatic monsters in the underground river. The first appears to be a drowned corpse, bloated and eerily pale. The second resembles a grotesquely mutated fish, standing nearly as tall as a man, covered in sturdy scales that seem impervious to harm. The third bears an uncanny resemblance to strands of black hair floating atop the water, only to suddenly reach out and ensnare the unwary souls on the banks, dragging them under. These aquatic monsters, however, aren't particularly formidable. Most of their attacks on humans end in failure, which accounts for the abundance of tales and rumors. They're an elusive lot, sometimes seen 2 or 3 times a month, sometimes they disappear entirely. I ventured down there last night myself, but aside from my unfortunate slip, I found no trace of them. Lumion scoffed at this, saying, "With your level of combat prowess, I wouldn't bet on your return if you ran into one of them." Oster only managed a sheepish smile in response, not deigning to refute the comment. The only reason he dared to venture there was due to the aquatic monster's reputed weakness and his own divination. Lumion's brow furrowed in contemplation. Given the aquatic monster's record, any Beyonder team from the 2 churches or Bureau 8 could effortlessly eradicate them. So, why were they still prevalent? If the underground river concealed a greater peril, any poor soul encountering the aquatic monster should have no chance of escape. As these thoughts spun in his mind, Lumion took the materials Oster Trull had, provided and carefully concealed them between a pair of nearby rocks. He was cautious, thinking that should he engage in a heated battle with the aquatic creature in the future, these delicate items might get damaged. Afterward, Lumion handed Oster a 5 Verl door note. "This is for your insights about the aquatic monsters." Lumion picked up his carbide lamp and, following Oster's instructions and the tunnel signs, began his journey towards the underground river. A few moments of hesitation later, Oster quickly rose, grabbing his own carbide lamp, and hurriedly following Lumion. Upon hearing the rapid footsteps, Lumion spun around, his puzzled gaze landing on Oster. Oster managed a strained smile and said, "I'll come with you. I might be of some assistance." "You?" Lumion couldn't veil his incredulous disdain. Oster cleared his throat before divulging his actual motive. "The aquatic monster is a spiritual being. It's improbable that you'll want everything. I'm hoping to scavenge what you leave behind." If fortune smiled upon him and he found a buyer for the parts, he could make a tidy sum of more than 10 Veldor. Lumion merely stared at Oster, letting the tension build before finally breaking into a grin. "You're welcome to tag along, but don't expect me to play your bodyguard." From what he could discern, Oster's luck was veering away from a bloody end and instead showing promise of a minor financial windfall. Essentially, if Oster joined him on this underground river expedition, it implied that the hunt might be relatively safe and potentially lucrative. Of course, Lumion couldn't be entirely sure that his decision wouldn't sway the course of Oster's luck. "No problem," Oster replied, devoid of apprehension. In his mind, he'd merely be tailing seal from a distance. If they happened to encounter an aquatic monster, he'd simply keep a wider berth. The threat to his own life seemed minimal at best. Oster's unwavering resolution prompted Lumion to study him a moment longer. Seeing that his luck hadn't shifted, Lumion lifted his gaze, picked up his carbide lamp, and resumed his journey forward. In a way, having someone like Oster trailing behind had its benefits. Sometimes the art of fishing required bait. On other occasions, in the face of a formidable monster, one needn't outrun the beast. One just needed to outpace their so-called allies. The 2 of them ventured deeper into the subterranean world, each step guided by the flickering light of their carbide lamps. After roughly 10 minutes, they were engulfed by an escalating humidity, and Lumion could discern the faint murmur of flowing water. He held his lamp aloft, casting an eye over the tunnel signage before veering into a pathway shrouded in darkness to his right. Soon, the telltale shimmer of water, distorted by the lamp's radiance, beckoned ahead. Lumion approached the underground river with caution. It stretched 5 to 6 meters wide, ensconced beneath a naturally formed stone dome peppered with stalactites. The water was relatively clear, meandering through the carved gullies. Apart from a scattering of moss, Lumion detected no signs of life at first glance. Oster had already ceased advancing, observing from a safe distance as the dangerous Beyonder meticulously combed through the riverside. The pair maintained a distance of over 10 meters, sporadically progressing and halting. 15 minutes elapsed, and Lumien's search bore no fruit. Half an hour passed, and the situation remained unchanged. As the path ahead began to constrict, Lumien's keen eye spotted some anomalies. By the riverbank, several rocks lay scattered, their edges tinged with soil. A struggle here? This thought nudged Lumien's heart as he cautiously neared the area. He crouched down, setting the carbide lamp aside, and examined the vicinity with careful scrutiny. Soon enough, he discovered a pair of footprints and signs of something being dragged away. Yet, where these traces led, the river flowed transparent and calm. The riverbed was clearly visible and bore no hint of lurking dangers. Drip. A solitary droplet of liquid landed on Lumien's nape. It was chilly and adhesive. An immediate sense of peril overwhelmed Lumien. Without delay, he jerked his head upwards. In the cavernous interlude between stalactites, a glistening figure of greyish-white writhed. Its head resembled a python, the body slick with scales akin to a fish. From where fins should have been, emerged 2 arms and a single leg, eerily human-like. The monster's mouth gaped open, unveiling a neat row of ferocious white teeth. From its mouth corner dripped a viscous and foul-smelling liquid. In the following heartbeat, the monster pounced, soaring towards Lumien. Crouched on the ground, Lumien tumbled backwards. Simultaneously, his body coiled like a spring, catapulting his right leg upwards in a swift, whip-like motion. With a satisfying crack, Lumien, teetering on the brink of falling, landed a solid kick on the airborne monster, who failed to evade the strike, hurling it towards the opposing stone wall. Crash! The monster collided with the rocky facade. Lumien was back on his feet, charging at his opponent with the feral urgency of a cheetah. As the monster slid off the wall, Lumien's form was mirrored in its muddy yellow eyes. Lumien reached out, seizing its arm. The monster didn't evade but opened its palm to welcome the assault. Each of its digits sprouted sharp scales, glinting ominously with a deep blue sheen. Without warning, Lumien twisted his elbow and flicked his wrist, clasping the monster's wrist with both hands to thwart the menacing blue scales. He then extended his right foot, sweeping away the monster's lone leg. With just one leg, the monster was powerless to resist. Its only option was to harness Lumien's grip on its wrist to propel itself upward, its solitary leg trailing behind and its monstrous maw leading the charge, ready to devour Lumien's entire head. At this critical moment, Lumien relinquished his hold, lowered his stance, and rolled towards the stone wall. Thud. The aquatic monster landed heavily behind him. In a fluid motion, Lumien swiveled, snatching the monster's leg. Channeling his strength from the core, he swung it towards the stone wall. Crash. The monster's skull crumpled upon impact. Lumien didn't pause. He maintained his swinging momentum, battering the monster against the pillar, the wall and the floor, with dark red blood and pale, yellow fluid splattering everywhere. Amid the pounding sounds, craters formed on the stone wall, and the monster's skull started to fragment, the contents spilling out in a gruesome red tide. More than 10 meters away, Ostertrul stood agape, utterly mesmerized by the violent spectacle. How savage! Incredible! Thump! Lumien unceremoniously dropped a mutilated, lifeless aquatic monster onto the ground. Chapter 160, Pervert. Ostertrul had never questioned Seal's competence in tackling the aquatic monster, yet the ruthless efficiency with which he dispatched it caught him off guard. It felt much like witnessing an adult landing a blow on a child. A persistent inquiry bobbed to the surface of Oster's thoughts. To what path and sequence could Seal possibly belong? Why could he engage in combat and appear to wield formidable prophetic capabilities? Within a region speckled by dark crimson and dull golden symbols, Lumien crouched, brandishing his ceremonial silver dagger. He slid the blade into the monster's open wound, cleaving through its flesh, and deposited it in the hollow timber container prepared earlier. Once 2 containers brimmed with the monster's flesh and scales casting a dim cerulean glow, he uncapped a metallic flask and began collecting the monster's blood that burbled ceaselessly. Witnessing this, Oster methodically closed the gap between him and the vanquished monster, lingering nearby. Before too long, Lumien rose, pivoted, and retraced his steps. Scrambling, Oster hastily crouched and started amassing blood, scales, and what he believed to be spiritually rich organs. His gaze frequently darted to Lumien, who was steadily increasing his distance, showing no signs of halting for Oster. A sense of unease began to seep into Oster. After all, Seal had dispatched the aquatic monster with terrifying ease. Given his earlier performance, Oster feared that Salle could also eliminate him without much effort. Should he remain alone by this subterranean river, in the depth of the darkness, and should another monster be lured by the scent of blood, he would find himself in dire straits. With a sense of urgency, Oster hastily stowed the harvested materials, not daring to dawdle. Fighting the temptation to salvage more of the monster's remains, he left a good 90% behind and hurried after Lumion. As their carbide lamps winked out at the tunnel's end, darkness reclaimed the area, save for the perpetual whisper of water. After an indeterminate time had passed, a group of thrill-seeking university students made their way through the cavernous labyrinth, kerosene lanterns in hand. They discovered a partially collapsed stone wall and a pathway disordered and fragmented. Apart from that, all was serene and silent. Not a trace of the aquatic monster or bloodstains were found. Having bid Oster Troll adieu, Lumion found himself a seat in a public carriage, bound for Le Marché du Quartier de Gentlemen. Retrieving the remainder of his ingredients from Auberge de Coq-de-Ray's room, 207, he grasped his carbide lamp and plunged once more into the realm below ground. As Lumion descended from the floor, mimicking the surface world, his pace slackened. Under the glow of the carbide lamp, he noticed fresh, evident footprints marking the slightly damp path. Heavy footprints. Lumion studied them for a moment, voicing his puzzlement. From the looks of these prints, he concluded that the passerby must have weighed upwards of 100 kilograms, or been shouldering something hefty. Who could it be? An underworld smuggler? Lumion had his suspicions, but he didn't intend to tail them. Tria's subterranean labyrinth was brimming with people. Obsessing over each footprint would only exhaust him. Besides, the other party had no quarrel with him. Provided they didn't interfere with his upcoming ritual magic, he had no concern, even if he was ready to ensure their silence. Turning the lamp's dial, Lumion tempered the reaction between carbide and water, thus dimming the flame's intensity and casting less light. He was concerned that the maker of the footprints was near and might detect the bright light closing in from behind. Continuing his journey, Lumion suddenly halted, nose twitching. He detected a familiar aroma, a musky perfume designed to awaken masculine desires, intermingled with a citrus hint. After a brief moment of mental rifling, Lumion identified the scent's owner, little minx Jenna, the showy diva. Could these be her footprints? Preposterous. Surely she doesn't weigh more than 100 kilograms. She's not cast of iron. Besides, the prints were clearly a man's. Lumion mulled over two possibilities. Either Jenna is adept at concealing her tracks, leaving no corresponding marks, or she's been hoisted by a man. It's quite ordinary for two individuals collectively to exceed 100 kilograms. Judging by the footprints, the man stands between 1.65 and 1.7 meters tall. His gait seems slightly peculiar. As Lumion turned this over in his mind, his brow furrowed. Piqued by curiosity, he resolved to tail the trail and ascertain what predicament Jenna had stumbled upon, or rather, what scheme she was brewing. It was crucial to note that this showy diva was suspected of being Franca's paramour. Her entanglement might reveal a clandestine secret of the Savoie mob. This could potentially provide Lumion, who was pursuing loftier heights, with an opportunity. Lowering the carbide lamp's intensity further, he hoped that once switched off, the flame would snuff out promptly. Sticking to the tunnel's shadows, he tracked the footprints, vigilantly gauging the distance. Should anything go awry, he was ready to extinguish the light. As the footprints appeared increasingly fresh, as though only moments old, he extinguished the carbide lamp and ventured forward in the darkness, relying on his memorized path. Before he knew it, Lumion had reached a divergence in the path, a faint blue light emanating from the stone wall's end on his left side. Slipping his black gloves on, Lumion inched closer, a wraith in the shadows. The blue light radiated from a small cave nestled at the end of the stone wall. Stationed against the stone, Lumion tucked himself into the shadow's embrace, craning his neck ever so slightly to catch a glimpse of what lay within. At the cave's heart, a rather primitive iron-black carbide lamp sat in a relatively flat expanse. Nearby, a capacious bag of greyish-white fabric bulged, seemingly at its full capacity. A man loomed beside the bag, adorned in a blue cap, a common tweed suit of brown, that one would see in Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman, with a linen shirt peeking out from beneath his darker jacket. The man's breathing was noticeably labored. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, his side profile revealed a thin and slightly worn countenance, his brown eyes ablaze with unmasked desire. Lumien's gaze dropped, registering the man's arousal. He inwardly chided, "Impatient, aren't we?" No wonder he was lagging. That explains the irregularity in his footprints. Lumien grew more convinced that the bag concealed none other than Jenna, the little minx. She must have fallen prey to a kidnapper and rapist. The man proceeded to remove his cap, casting it aside as his heavy panting echoed through the cave. His countenance was laid bare before Lumien. His eyebrows, pale and disordered, were sparse. His eyes sagged slightly at the corners. His nose was a hint of red at the tip, and his mouth bore dry, cracked lips. His complexion was a shade too pale, betraying signs of fatigue and exertion. The man squatted, loosening the bag's ties, revealing its contents. Lumien's intuition proved correct. It was indeed Jenna, the showy diva. Her customarily tied brownish-yellow hair was in disarray, cascading over her body. Her eyes were sealed shut, framed by a layer of deep shadows. Adorned in a white blouse and a beige fluffy short skirt, it was unclear whether she had lost or hadn't yet donned her mole. As the man drew Jenna from the bag, his breathing was so labored that Lumien could discern it effortlessly, even if he wasn't a hunter. Such a strong desire bordering on the perverse Lumien found himself thinking this almost subconsciously. Stumbling upon such a scenario, he resolved to come to Jenna's aid while he was here. If the Savoy mob's boss ever considered appointing a new leader, Red Boots, Franca might vouch for him, but a hasty rescue wasn't on his agenda. Lumien intended to observe further, ascertain whether the man possessed any unique abilities that emboldened him to cross a leader of the Savoy mob. Red Boots, Franca. He would swoop in once the man was mid-stripping, incapacitated in his haste. If only I had a long-range weapon. This wouldn't be such a chore. Lumien heaved a sigh, pondering on getting the Savoy mob to supply him with a firearm. The man's hands found their way to Jenna's face, patting it lightly twice. Next, he withdrew a small metal bottle, unscrewing the cap and brought it to Jenna's nose. Achoo! A sneeze jolted Jenna awake, her eyes fluttering open. The man's visage reflected in her wide blue eyes, sparking alarm. An instinctive urge to rise seized her, but in the next moment, she registered the absence of strength in her body, rendering resistance futile. Damn you dog shit, what do you think you're doing? Jenna mustered enough strength to spit out the words. A twisted smile spread across the man's face. Do you know? I've watched you sing countless times. Each time the desire to tear away your clothing and have you perform solely for me is overwhelming. Jenna hurled back, her voice seething with rage. You lunatic, a bastard who deserves being fucked by a donkey. You're done for. The Savoy mob will have you sleeping with the fishes. The man remained silent, his brown eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Jenna's cheeks flushed crimson, and her breathing grew shallow. Her body twitched involuntarily, her eyes widening in shock at her own reaction. This is just perfect. Not only a hint of resistance, but a subconscious acquiescence too. The man stood up, brimming with anticipation, rapidly disrobing his clothes, trousers, and shoes. Lumien, observing from his hidden spot, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Jenna's reaction is abnormal. Could she be under the influence of some Beyonder power? Did every human and dog in Trier have access to Beyonder powers? Has Jenna been coerced into arousal? This bears an uncanny resemblance to Susanna Matthi's and Monsieur Ives' act. Lumien's thoughts spiraled as he drew out the ritual silver dagger, tucking it into his right pocket with the blade pointed inward and the hilt pressing against the outer cloth. Lowering his body, he silently moved from the stone wall into the cave, stealthily approaching the man from the shadow's edge. The man's attention was fully riveted on Jenna. His eyes blazed with a fanatic light, his face twisted into a perverse grin. As he worked his belt loose and shed his trousers, his gaze roved over Jenna's form. Emerging from the shadows, Lumien sprang forth like a cheetah on the prowl,